Roar, a dull roar, like a drum sounding, echoed throughout the second floor. Roars rose and fell, and more tentacle-faced monsters gathered. The claw giant suddenly seized a car, its tentacles also extending, wrapping around the car, and then it hurled it directly at Suhan and his group. The expressions on Zhu Wenqian and the others changed. The demon spider warrior flashed in front of the group, raising 3 arms with strength to catch the car. The intense shaking shattered the car windows, scattering glass everywhere. At that moment, hundreds of tentacle-faced monsters charged like a legion, their approach fierce and unstoppable. With a strong grip, the black armor warrior hurled the car onto 7 or 8 tentacle-faced monsters, smashing them into a pulp. "You 4, take care of yourselves," he said. Suhan dropped the remark and, clad in black armor, charged forward. He knew this battle was unlike the skirmish on the first level. The enemy not only had leaders, but they had also reached the breeding ground of the tentacle-faced monsters. Involving racial survival, it was a war to the death. His poo knife swung continuously, decapitating every tentacle-faced monster that came near. Although there were many tentacle-faced monsters, their strength was far inferior, unable to suppress Suhan. However, those tentacles always striking from the shadows were a troublesome attack. It was then that the human-faced tree made its move, its towering figure unyielding, its limbs turning into numerous vines attacking the tentacle-faced monsters. The abundance of vines compensated for the numerical disadvantage on Suhan's side. The powerful vines strangled the tentacle-faced monsters, sweeping over 10 of them off their feet and binding them with vines. Roar Suhan and his group withstood the assault of the tentacle-faced monsters, but 2 claw giants were already charging at them with big steps. The tendrils on their bodies as thick as forearms stretched out over 10 meters, striking hard at the black armor warrior. Clang caught off guard, the black armor warrior staggered but quickly recovered. Not even lower grade second order, target them first, he reflected quickly. Suhan instantly assessed the power disparity, instructed mentally, and the black armor warrior blew past the tentacle-faced monsters in his path, striding towards the claw giants. Suhan moved agilely, decapitating a few tentacle-faced monsters, and then leaped onto the tops of numerous vehicles, rapidly approaching the claw giants. The claw giants swung their massive claws in an attempt to stop the black armor warrior, but it wasn't so easy. The heavy wolf fang club swung down with a crack, breaking the arm cleanly. The black armor warrior pressed his advantage mercilessly, lifting the wolf fang club and aimed it at the claw giant's head, smashing down with a thud. With a crack, the skull shattered. The swinging wolf fang club resembled a guillotine, smashing from the head to the limbs 4 or 5 times, not only mashing the flesh but also causing bones to protrude. Some tentacle-faced monsters broke through the human-faced tree's blockade attempting to come to the rescue, but in the next moment were sent flying by the rampaging black armor warrior, their flesh and blood bursting into a mist of blood. Suhan, naturally not as brutal as the black armor warrior, faced the flailing tendrils with his poo knife gripped tightly, slashing diagonally to sever them on impact. With each step and slice, he cut through the attacking tendrils. As the giant claws attacked, he similarly slashed with his knife, creating openings. Each step brought him closer to the claw giant, his resolve firm and steady. Even though the claw giant was taller, larger, and more ferocious than Suhan, he, clad in black armor, forced the claw giant into a corner step by step. "Fall for me." Suhan stood less than a meter from the claw giant, stepped forward boldly, his poo knife swung down, and as the blade flashed, the claw giant's thigh was cleanly severed. Blood stained the black armor, and the strong scent of blood wafted immediately. With a stern look, Suhan raised his knife again and fiercely chopped down, severing the other leg. In an instant, both claw giants had been subdued, and both the black armor warrior and Suhan turned around and charged back into the group of tentacle-faced monsters, commencing a massacre. The few dozen remaining tentacle-faced monsters could hardly withstand such a horrific slaughter. They thought of running, but the corner was filled with the human-faced tree's vines. Running meant giving up resistance, making it even easier for the vines to strike them down. After a good half hour, the battle finally neared its end. Zhu Wenqian and the blonde woman were slightly injured, but everyone else was mostly unharmed. On the ground lay the bodies of hundreds of tentacle-faced monsters, and 2 high-ranking claw giants with broken limbs, still alive, were bound by the vines. Looking over the field of corpses, Suhan immediately issued the command to continue the fusion. Chapter 82, Floating Pagoda. Black armor. The 3rd underground parking level had not yet been cleaned, but everyone needed to rest. The exhaustion from the battle was substantial for all involved. The human-faced tree began extending its tendrils to devour the corpses of the tentacle-faced monsters, while the demon spider warriors, under Suhan's control, first forged metal from 2 cars into chains and secured the 2 claw giants. The chains bore claw hooks that pierced through and locked the skeletons directly, ensuring that even with the claw giant's decent recovery abilities, they absolutely couldn't break free from such confinement. After securing the claw giants, the demon spider warriors started using their metal control to continually deform the parked cars, forming a massive cubic entity, before beginning the fusion process. Although the second-level parking wasn't completely filled, there were still 300 cars, providing over 100 tons of metal for fusion. Streams of blood-red tissues and threads were fusing this hefty metal cube while, on the other side, every tendril of the human face tree extended dark filaments, merging with the corpses of the tentacle-faced monsters. For a time, the second underground level was eerily quiet except for the radiant corner, with darkness consuming the rest. As time passed, the fusion degree continued to increase. After about 30 tentacle-faced monsters' corpses were merged by the human face tree, the fusion degree completed first. Tentacle-faced monster 100% fusion complete, human face tree gains skill, man-eating vine. As the announcement rang out, the tendrils around the shoulders of the human face tree swelled violently and then, with a crackling sound, black tendrils as dark as ink, armed with thorns, burst forth on either side. These tendrils were sturdier than ordinary ones, shining with a dark gloss, and at the tips, rather than just simple points, there were intricately intertwined vine heads resembling pythons. They opened into wide gaping maws with wooden teeth interlocking, conveying a chilling coldness. Suhan was initially startled, but upon sensing carefully, his eyes flickered slightly, appreciating the man-eating vine's merit. With just a thought, the man-eating vine shot forth at high speed, almost appearing as a blur. The head of the vine python opened its enormous maw, enough to encompass a person, and bit off half of a tentacle-faced monster's torso. The corpse was swiftly digested, then a surge of energy flowed from the man-eating vine, rapidly replenishing the energy consumed by the human-faced tree. This restorative power was not only for the human-faced tree. Suhan could feel his own body gradually recovering, with fatigue quickly dissipating. A recovery skill with an offensive capability, and as of now, its strength surpasses that of other tendrils. After a brief test, Suhan even used his knife to chop at the man-eating vine, which differed from other metallic-looking tendrils. While other tendrils were tenacious, they were not indestructible, but the man-eating vine's strength was noticeably superior. The blows from the poo knives merely left small cuts and could not sever it. The man-eating vine's skills undoubtedly enhanced the human face tree's sustained combat capabilities, and for the moment, were a great aid, speeding up their recovery. Suhan glanced at the nearly 70 remaining corpses of tentacle-faced monsters, ultimately focusing on a living claw giant. He promptly ordered the fusion of the claw giant. The claw giant, being a higher-tier monster among the tentacle-faced monsters and more powerful, barely lagged behind the second-order low-grade meat mountain demon, and even approached it closely. Therefore, fusing it seemed like a good choice. The human face tree directly dragged the claw giant over with 2 man-eating vines and began the fusion despite the creature's resistance. Fusing a living subject was as arduous as ever, but a second-order low-grade human face tree clearly was beyond what the claw giant could resist. It could only watch helplessly as its body was gradually absorbed into the human face tree, its resistance growing feebler by the moment. About an hour later, the claw giant was finally completely fused. Claw giant fusion degree, 15%. The fusion degree of a single claw giant wasn't high, but the ground littered with tentacle-faced monsters was the best material, and as for the remaining one, Suhan didn't plan to fuse it. Capturing a living claw giant to bring back could allow Bakelin to produce more injections, gaining more benefits. Moreover, he was curious about the evolution methods of tentacle-faced monsters, whether devouring or fusing their own kind. The human face tree didn't stop, activating all its tendrils to begin the fusion with the tentacle-faced monsters on the ground. Perhaps it was because the fusion of the tentacle-faced monster had just completed, the compatibility with the materials had significantly increased, and the speed had also become much faster. The bodies of 77 tentacle-faced monsters took just over an hour to complete the fusion. The fusion degree of the claw giant soared directly to 82%. On the other hand, after more than 2 hours of fusion, the progress of the demon spider warrior seemed a bit faster, with the fusion degree already approaching 98%. Almost 300 cars in the second basement level were almost completely fused by it. Suhan watched as the demon spider warrior was fusing the last few cars and couldn't help clicking his tongue in amazement. At level 5, it was already several tons of metal, and now it's well over 100 tons. The demand is increasing. A few hundred tons of metal, or even 1,000 tons, is not a scarce resource for a modern city. However, gathering it all in one place, at one location reduces the options significantly. Only very large parking garages, steel mills, and steel logistics centers would have such large reserves. And now, under this dense fog, crossing the entire city to find these places would not be a safe task. Have Olju and the others gather more clues and prepare. After all, fusion also takes time. We'll take it one step at a time. Fusing hundreds of cars for more than 3 hours, and that was when they were all clustered together. Future fusions would probably need even more time, turning into a grinding effort. However, interleaving the fusion of other materials and monsters wouldn't pose a big problem then. Amidst these thoughts, the last few cars gradually disappeared under the fusion of the demon spider warrior, and the fusion degree also reached 100%. Level 6 ordinary metal fusion complete, skill black armor advanced to floating pagoda black armor, click, click, click. The change from the completion of the level 6 ordinary metal fusion was far greater than Suhan had anticipated. Suddenly, the black armor came to life as if on its own, flying out piece by piece, continuously reconfiguring to form a pitch-black ghost face shield and terrifying blade wings appearing behind the demon spider warrior. The entire suit of armor became more consolidated, more resilient, and more spirited. In the constant changes, it finally resumed the form of armor, still fitting snugly to the body of the demon spider warrior. But the edges were sharper, the ghost face on the front more ferocious, and it exuded an air of majesty. A mutation of the black armor and intermediate metal control? After carefully sensing the skills, Suhan was immensely surprised. This evolution was not merely about strengthening the black armor. The black armor had come to life. Within a 10-meter radius, floating pagoda black armor not only possessed stronger defense and flexibility, but each armor piece could transform, forming blade armor, blade wings, or even shields. A set of floating pagoda black armor was like a small arsenal of cold weapons, more powerful than before. If they were again facing an army of tentacle-faced monsters, besides swinging the heavy wolf fang club, floating pagoda black armor could also conjure blade wings to help the demon spider warrior sweep through the monsters. Having calmed his emotions a bit, Suhan then turned to Zhu Wenqian and others. Are you well rested? If you are, then let's clear the 3rd level. It's getting dark. Zhu Wenqian and the 3 others hurriedly got up. Although they were injured, they just had sprained hands and weren't very serious. The group immediately proceeded to search the 3rd basement level. Perhaps because it was early morning, there were fewer cars parked in the 3rd basement level. But there were dozens of tentacle-faced monsters and one claw giant. Upon spotting the claw giant, Suhan immediately had the demon spider warrior take action, with floating pagoda black armor conjuring 2 3-meter-long blade wings on its back. Confronting the charging claw giant, it delivered a harsh chop that severed its arms and then swung the wolf fang club, breaking its ribcage. In less than 5 minutes, including the tentacle-faced monsters, all were defeated by Suhan and his team. Chapter 83, Level 2 Man-Eating Vine. After thoroughly clearing the entire 3rd underground level of the parking lot, Suhan and his team finally let out a sigh of relief. Fighting those monsters in the dark, even if the human-faced tree and the spider monster warriors were strong, the constant battle still kept their nerves taut and drained their physical strength and energy. Suhan looked at the corpses of the tentacle-faced monsters scattered all around, and directly had the human-faced tree continue the fusion. Meanwhile, he took the spider monster warriors on a walk around the 3rd level, then used metal control to extract the fuel tanks and parts from the vehicles, collapsing the metal from the car frames into cubes weighing roughly 1,000 pounds each. There weren't many cars on the 3rd level, only a few dozen, and such a quantity would not be enough to fulfill the needs of the spider monster warriors' level 7 normal metal fusion. Even adding the vehicles from the 1st level would only amount to about 100 tons or so, still a significant shortfall. If Suhan were to fusion now, initiating the level 7 progression, the spider monster warrior would need to collect enough metal for a long time to come. And the fusion with other materials and monsters would have to be delayed, or started anew, which would waste the absorbed metal resources. Therefore, Suhan planned to gather food slowly to claim kingship by saving up a batch of metal until he had several hundred tons before starting the metal fusion. During this waiting period, the spider monster warrior's goal shifted to hunting other monsters for fusion. Time management was fully utilized. Once Suhan had transformed all the cars on the 3rd and 1st levels into small metal cubes, the human-faced tree finally completed the fusion progress with the claw giant. Claw giant 100% fusion complete. Human-faced tree's man-eating vine skill advancement level 2, acquired paralyzing poison. As the fusion completed, the human-faced tree, which originally had only 2 man-eating vines, suddenly split at the root, and in a short time, they became 4. The vines became tougher, and along their pitch-black surface, sharp, dark spikes gradually formed. These spikes and the sharp teeth at the tips of the man-eating vine were imbued with paralytic toxin. A mere puncture would soon render the victim unable to move. The drug was potent. A normal person would need less than a moment to be affected. Paralysis, but not life-threatening, perfectly complementing the hunting skills of the man-eating vine. Vine entanglement and paralytic toxin. Though the human-faced tree is slightly weaker in head-on combat, it's become more versatile. Both angel envoys had their strengths, and Suhan was quite satisfied with the results of the fusion. His gaze fell on the claw giant next to him, and he revealed a smile. Let's test its power first. The man-eating vine spread quickly before biting into the claw giant. Paralytic toxin was injected, and at first the claw giant struggled, but after about half a minute, the thrashing tentacles suddenly stiffened and then quickly drooped powerlessly. While the claw giant's body could still move slightly, it too soon fell into a paralyzed state, unable to move. Zhu Wenqian, time it for me, see when it can move again. Zhu Wenqian, having been called out, snapped to attention immediately and said, got it, I'll remember. She discreetly glanced at the still functioning lady's watch on her wrist. 16:53 was the time she committed to memory. Let's go, it's time to head back. From the third underground level to the surface, without monster disturbances, everyone's pace quickened significantly. The human-faced tree dragged two paralyzed clawed giants behind it with its vines on the way to the surface. Once above ground and without the obstruction of floors, Suhan released the human-faced tree's anthropomorphic state skill. In an instant, red light enveloped the human-faced tree, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the tree transformed from its humanoid shape into a large, ancient treant form. Though their anthropomorphic state did not show much after two successful fusions, the changes reflected in its physical form were earth-shattering. The human-faced tree's height shot up to 20 meters, its thick trunk became even more majestic, with a diameter of about 3 meters. Its bark was imbued with a metallic quality, shining a dark luster and appearing incredibly sturdy. Its branches stretched out, still sparse with leaves, but their span now reached a radius of 5 to 6 meters, emphasizing its colossal size even more. Vines hung down from the branches at a leisurely pace, with man-eating vines spreading from the roots and trunk, concealed among the excess growth, ready to strike at any moment. The two claw giants, pulled by the vines, hung beneath the branches, tightly bound by the vines. Zhu Wenqian and the others were stunned by the spectacle in front of them, watching the colossal human-faced tree with disbelief. This was the very tree envoy that had fought alongside them just moments ago. They had thought Suhan was formidable enough, but now they realized that Suhan's strength far exceeded their imaginations. Climb up, let the human-faced tree take us back, Suhan said. Climb up? Zhu Wenqian looked at the towering form of the human-faced tree, somewhat at a loss. But soon they knew how to climb up as vines extended towards them. Gripping the vines tightly, they were pulled up onto one of the thicker branches. Suhan did the same, though he stood close to the main trunk. The vines spread around him, ensuring that if anything happened, they could protect him immediately. The light from the radiance of the lamp tree shone as they left the cleared commercial street, with a human-faced tree moving several meters at a step, slowly taking them away from this place. Angel Envoy, Spider Monster Warrior, Level, Second Order Intermediate, Skills, Claw, Iron Skin, Floating Pagoda Black Armor, Self-Healing, Primary, Metal Control, Intermediate, Fusion, Level 6 Ordinary Metal, Level 2 Flesh Blood of Corpses, Spider Monster, Angel Envoy, Human-Faced Tree, Level, Second Order Intermediate, Skills, Fast-Growing Vines, Metallic Quality, Radiance of the Lamp Tree, Anthropomorphic State, Level 2 Man-Eating Vine, Fusion, Level 1 Ordinary Metal, Level 1 Lamp Tree Crystals, Level 1 Flesh Blood of Corpses, Tentacle-Faced Monster, Claw Giant. Suhan's attention was on the Angel Envoy's panels, both of which had advanced to Second Order Intermediate level, significantly boosting their strength. Upon returning, after dealing with a swarm of fish creatures, they would be able to organize the collection of more resources. Although the human-faced tree was not fast, its massive size meant it didn't take long to return to the villa district from the commercial street. Just as they neared the main gate, they suddenly heard a cry of astonishment. Suhan? From inside the security room, Gan Xingilai's voice called out, and Suhan responded, it's me, open the gate. Wait a moment, we'll open the gate right now, Gan Xingilai replied, his voice relieved, then he quickly organized people to open the main gate. In the morning when they left, how tall was the human-faced tree? Now they've brought back a massive 20-meter creature. If not for Gan Xingilai being aware of some of Suhan's circumstances, they might think a monster was attacking the city. Everyone entered the villa district, and the human-faced tree released Suhan down. It was only under the light of the radiance of the lamp tree that Gan Xingilai got a clear view of the entire human-faced tree as well as the tentacle-faced monster beneath it. TSK, your outing yielded quite a haul, just like Old Shu and the others, Gan Xingilai remarked. Suhan raised an eyebrow and asked, what happened with Old Shu and the others? They brought back quite a few things. There were some survivors at the construction site. Gan Xingilai pointed to the small plaza behind him. These dump trucks and excavators were brought back by them. Following Gan Xingilai's direction, there indeed were 3 dump trucks and 2 excavators. My wife saw you hadn't returned and made me stay here on watch, Gan Xingilai said with a chuckle. If you didn't come back soon, everyone was going to go out looking for you. Su-han was very strong, nobody worried during the day when there was no news. But since it was night and he had not returned, they would have had to go out and find him, no matter what, to ensure nothing had happened. Alright, let's go back together, we can arrange the watch later, Su-han said. Alrighty. Ganzingali's gaze fell on the human-faced tree, liking the idea of going back together. He too wanted to try riding the human-faced tree. Oh, and the metal you wanted is near Building 9, about 60 tons. That should be enough, he added. Chapter 84, Cleaning Yunling Lake. Su-han had thought that Zhu Zhuang, like himself, had only brought back a few people, but unexpectedly, it was an entire construction crew, over 30 strong, more than half of whom were contractors. According to Zhang Dehai, these were all people from some construction teams and subcontracting companies under him. In the post-apocalyptic world, many people had transformed into creatures like flesh corpses, but at the construction sites, almost everyone's hand was either on steel rebar and shovels or hammers and pliers. Everyone was armed. In the early stages of transformation into monsters, indeed many were overwhelmed and killed in panic, but once they regained their composure, a group of hardened construction workers, muscles brimming and with weapons in hand, managed to kill quite a number of the creatures. With everyone being either friends or fellow townsfolk, their unity was strong, and with some of the smaller leaders organizing, a small team was formed. They took over a building with its frame already erected, making use of barricades and other tools to protect themselves. After more than a month, this many had survived. Zhang Dehai hadn't lied, the boy hadn't really withheld wages and still had some prestige in front of these people. Plus, with the number of people and strength Zhu Zhuang's group had brought, they smoothly incorporated this group. They were all people who made their living on a construction site, mostly honest and straightforward, simply seeking to survive. Now that such a strong team was formed, naturally, no one opposed. Once Zhang Dehai organized them, roughly 60 people got to work together, cleaning out the monsters from the Nanduan residential area construction site. Then the steel rebar, cement, dump trucks, and excavators were all brought back like ants carrying food. When Su-han returned, Yan Mi was busy registering these people and assigning living quarters, activating villas number 8, 11, and 12. Seeing Yan Mi occupied, he didn't bother to ask about the current situation. After instructing Zhu Wenqian and the others to report for duty, he headed back to villa number 9. The human-faced tree had taken root between villas number 9 and 10, extending its root system just as before. Compared to before when its roots could only stretch about 300 meters, the extent of its roots had now experienced significant growth, reaching approximately 400 meters. Although still insufficient to cover the entire villa area, several villas on the side of Yunling Lake nearby were already within the coverage area. The radiance of the lamp tree shone bright, the fog gradually dispelled, making everything much clearer. Compared to the previous few lamp trees, its illuminated range was undoubtedly much wider. After dealing with the human-faced tree, Su-han, controlling the demon spider warrior, arrived where the steel rebar was. The steel rebar had been completely unloaded, piled up on the open ground outside villa number 9. The tens of tons of steel rebar might sound like a lot, but when stacked up, it didn't seem particularly conspicuous. The demon spider warrior's intermediate metal control activated, and then about 2 tons of steel rebar were extracted. Within 10 meters in front of the demon spider warrior, the metal continuously compressed and reshaped, gradually forming 2 cubic-shaped prisons. After reaching intermediate metal control, both its ability to control and to strengthen metal had improved somewhat, and the reshaping process was much faster. In no more than 3 minutes, both prisons were formed, with gaps and holes finer than those of the Meat Mountain Demon's barrier-style prison. The claw giants were not only massive in stature but could also extend countless tentacles. Without such a design, their tentacles would likely be able to reach out and cause trouble. By the time the claw giants were captured, they were both still in a semi-paralyzed state. The human-faced tree's paralyzing poison was quite effective, it would do the job. Early the next morning, Su-han sought out Zhu Zhuang and Gan Xinglai. Su-han, are we going fishing? Zhu Zhuang appeared somewhat excited, even eager to try, as he had smashed more than 10 ordinary monsters with his flesh corpse's hammer at the construction site yesterday. That battle had become a catalyst for mutation, making him feel like he was only a wall away from becoming a first-order upper grade. Therefore, he was anxious for more combat to achieve his breakthrough. Su-han glanced at him and said, I'll handle the fishing. There's something else for you and Zhang Dehai to do. Zhu Zhuang was taken aback and asked, what? Besides fishing, what else do we need to do? You'll go to the commercial area, take the trucks over. I've mostly cleared the monsters there, you clean up the remainder and bring back the goods, Su-han replied. Zhu Zhuang and a few others widened their eyes, seeming not to believe what they heard. Clear an entire commercial street? Even if there were few monsters, that would still mean starting from a few hundred. Are 2-second rank apostles really that fierce? Suhan, I haven't read much, don't fool me, someone said. Suhan rolled his eyes and replied, making jokes will cost you points. No kidding, we need to move everything out of the underground parking lot at Summer Garden Mall. I haven't cleared the upper floors, but you can take people to deal with that. He briefly described the process of clearing out the monsters on the commercial street, with special emphasis on the tentacle-faced monsters. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuang's face took on a more serious expression, and he nodded. I'll bring more people. There are over 90 people at the camp, with many contractors among them, so Zhu Zhuang could bring quite a number. Take a few non-contractors as well, let them get their hands dirty. Zhu Zhuang understood what Suhan meant. Rest assured, I know what to do. After a brief meeting, Zhu Zhuang left to lead people on their salvage operation. With the commercial street almost cleared, if they didn't head over soon, who knew if someone else would beat them to it and start a fight, which would just waste time. Here, this is for you. Not long after Zhu Zhuang had left, Baikelin handed Suhan 2 sketches. One was a simple map of Yunling Lake, with red crosses marked on 3 bays, the other was a hand-drawn diagram of a hand crossbow. Suhan was somewhat surprised as he asked, what's this? A map of Yunling Lake. The marked places are where half-fish monsters are most active. I suspect that one of them is their nest. Baikelin pointed to a bay near Yunling Mountain on the map and said, this spot is the most likely, but there's no way to actually go and investigate. As for the hand crossbow, I had Sister Kaling draw it. Your angel envoy can control metal, so with a blueprint, you should be able to make crossbow arrows, right? Baikelin looked at Suhan, waiting for his answer. I can, Suhan said. Hearing Suhan's affirmative reply, Baikelin's lips curved into a smile, and she said, that makes things much easier. As long as we make the crossbow arrows and combine them with the intermediate corpse poison that Mi was concocting, we can definitely create bait to lure and anesthetize the half-fish monsters that get attracted. Baikelin's plan was succinct. Use high-level monster flesh as bait at 3 locations to lure half-fish monsters and fish monsters ashore. Then, people would ambush and attack with poisoned crossbow arrows, which would paralyze them. This idea had already been tested using 2 captured half-fish monsters, and Yan Mi's raw poison had proven quite effective. However, Suhan couldn't help but smile and said, the crossbow arrows can be used for camp defense, but for this school of fish monsters, we don't need to go through all that trouble. Baikelin looked at Suhan in astonishment and asked, what do you plan to do? Anglers may need to chum the water for fishing, but we can just scoop up the fish. If it were yesterday, Suhan would indeed choose the baiting method, but now it was unnecessary. The vines of the human face tree had further extended in length, and their number had increased. Although Yunling Lake was not small, as an artificial lake, the longest diameter was only about 400 meters, and the near side was just 200 meters away. This distance was completely manageable for the human face tree to do the fishing, and together with the paralytic toxin of the man-eating vine, it was entirely capable of dealing with the swarm of fish monsters. Moreover, it wasn't just about Yunling Lake. If the human face tree continued to grow, eventually the entire Shanu Villa would inevitably be under its protection. At that time, if there was any sign of trouble, the roots and vines could strike, capable of handling most problems. The only drawback was that they might have to control how often they used the human face tree in the future, and that was it. Baikelin's mouth hung open in surprise for a moment. She had actually forgotten about the vines of the human face tree. Then she said, if that's the case, then things are much simpler. I'll go tell people to get ready right now. Chapter 85 The Ecology of Yunling Lake. Baikelin moved quickly. After notifying Yan Miu, she called over a team. Yi Kaling took the lead, with Beizio and Xianing also in the ranks, making a total of 15 contractors and 5 ordinary people. Everyone, get your weapons and climbing ropes ready. Once we've captured the half-fish monsters, you'll be responsible for tying them up. Got it? Understood, Boss Suhan. The crowd responded in succession, and Suhan nodded slightly before the Book of Blood Spirit's red glow faintly stirred, collecting the human face tree. The demon spider warrior followed by his side, and everyone else summoned their angel envoys to guard by their side. The weapons in hand were all quite similar, not just machetes, but replaced with spears or machetes with extended handles. For ordinary people, maintaining a fighting distance was safer than engaging in flexible combat. Baikelin also summoned her angel envoy, the meat corpse, a figure about 2.5 meters tall, bulging muscles, firm and hard, and with green fish scales growing on shoulders, arms, and chest. Her envoy had also been injected with blood extracted from the meat mountain demon, further inducing mutations, and its strength had almost reached the limit of first-level intermediate. The group reached the vicinity of Yunling Lake according to the map's markings, where Yan Mi had already prepared settlement arrangements for the water channel and the dugout pools. The water, after settlement, was clear, and there were even simple filtration measures in place. Passing by this water channel, the group came to the edge of Youngling Lake. "Stay hidden, everyone." Su-Han summoned the human-faced tree, casting a giant shadow beside Youngling Lake. Radiance of the lamp tree, the light gradually brightened, dispersing the mist bit by bit, and then Su-Han controlled the human-faced tree, its vines growing rapidly and stretching out into Youngling Lake. Everyone fell silent, fearful of startling the fish monsters in the lake and causing Su-Han's operation to fail. Bakelin closely observed the changes in the human-faced tree, her heart repeatedly shocked by the immense transformation of Su-Han's envoy. "Here they come." Soon after the vines extended, there came a disturbance from the bottom of the water, bubbles churning as if monsters were swimming within, although the human-faced tree couldn't see what was beneath. Ensnaring the targets was all that mattered. The vines stirred in the water, clashing with the monsters, turning the clear lake into a turbid mess. There was more than one monster, but they were far from a match for the vines of the human-faced tree. The vines bound their limbs underwater while the hidden man-eating vines bit into their flesh, injecting them with paralyzing poison. In just a breath or two, the monsters beneath the water couldn't move a muscle. Splash! The vines broke the water surface, and then 5 tendrils dragged the monsters out of the water, revealing grotesque fish-headed creatures. Su-Han's eyes narrowed as he noticed one of the creatures was different. With his focus intensified, a prompt immediately sounded. "A fusible living fish monster has been discovered. Do you wish to fuse?" "Do not fuse." Su-Han did not opt for fusion, discreetly commanded the human-faced tree to toss these fish monsters ashore. "Tie them up." Bakelin stepped forward to examine the catch, her eyes revealing understanding as she said, 3 fish monsters, 2 half-fish monsters." The half-fish monsters had hands but no feet, sported ferocious fish heads, and though their size wasn't small, they were clearly more adept at moving in water. But the fish monsters were a step further evolved, standing about 2 meters tall, with fierce heads and bodies covered in scales. They had a pair of strong green legs with webbing between the toes, and their sharp claws were no different. The fish monsters, clearly more evolved than the half-fish monsters, represented the next stage as previously suggested by Bakelin. Their strength hadn't completely transformed. Of the 3 fish monsters, only one was first-level intermediate, but even if their strength was only first-order inferior, their blood contained more active and abundant spiritual energy. After a brief observation and test, Bakelin shared her findings with Su-Han. Su-Han nodded, his attention still focused on the human-faced tree. The vines didn't extend very fast underwater, but they were still slowly spreading out. Before long, there was some disturbance on the lake surface 10 meters away, this time a solitary fish monster. Effortlessly, it was quickly entangled, overturned, and then dragged to shore. As time gradually passed, the number of half-fish monsters and fish monsters that were captured steadily increased. 13 half-fish monsters and 7 fish monsters, and that was just 1/3 of Youngling Lake. The quantity was already not to be underestimated. One must know that before this, Bakelin had witnessed these fish monsters and even a fish monster leader, at least first-order upper grade. A typical group of survivors would probably be wiped out by them. The vines continued to probe deeper, and the radiance of the lamp tree's light gradually spread to the middle of Youngling Lake. Suddenly, Bakelin's eyes widened in surprise. She hurriedly said, "Su-Han, do you see that? Is that a lotus flower?" Su-Han followed her gaze and also showed a surprised expression because, in the very center of Youngling Lake, a large patch of lotus flowers and leaves were faintly visible through the mist. These were not any withered lotus flowers, but lush, green ones emitting a faint purple glow, clearly living plants. Without hesitation, Su-Han directed the vines towards the purple lotus. It was the first plant apart from the lamp tree he had seen growing normally in the mist. Without needing a reminder from Bakelin, he knew this thing had great research value. As the vines extended, the mist was even more thoroughly dispersed, and that cluster of lotus flowers became even clearer in front of them. Lush green lotus leaves spread out layer upon layer. Among every few leaves, pale purple lotus flowers would blossom. They practically occupied the majority of the central area of Youngling Lake. If it weren't for the shrouding mist, these lotus flowers would have been discovered long ago. Splash! However, just then, a sound of splashing came from beneath the lotus leaves, and waves surged. Su-Han's expression turned serious. "There's something under the water." The human-faced tree immediately controlled the vines to surround that churning patch of water. The water currents became more violent, but the vines had already encircled the creature. Several vines wrapped around it, binding it securely. The man-eating vine followed quickly behind, biting and paralyzing it. The lake water was turbid, but it gradually returned to calm. The vines also broke off a small piece of lotus flower and leaf, then slowly dragged them back along. 3 minutes later, The creature caught by the vines gradually rose to the surface of the water. Bind it up. Suhan had thought it was a fish monster but paused, taken aback as he glanced over and saw that it was a carp. The carp was 1.5 meters long, its scales a pale blue, with a large belly and round head. It was heavy, not at all like a regular carp. However, regardless of how one looked at it, the carp showed no signs of deformity. Its appearance was very regular, and if it had been caught before the apocalypse, it would have been paraded around the city. But this was after the apocalypse, and not having mutated was the strangest part. Suhan concentrated and looked at the carp as information popped up. Found a live fish species, blue-scaled carp, suitable for fusion. Would you like to proceed with fusion? Blue-scaled carp? Indeed, it was not a common carp, but the fish didn't seem to have much combat capability. Suhan vaguely sensed that something was not quite right. What do you make of this carp? Suhan looked towards Bakelin, who was already carefully observing the purple lotus being held in her hands by her flesh corpse. She also noticed the unusualness of the carp. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Both the purple lotus and the carp had strange mutations. They hadn't changed into monsters, yet they could survive in the mist. Suddenly, a thought flashed in her eyes, and she proposed a bold guess. Is it possible that this is just an ordinary evolution of the carp, without it turning into a monster? Chapter 86. Bold conjecture. Bakelin's words made Suhan startle, and then he asked, "What do you mean?" Since those eyeballs descended, and spiritual energy spread throughout the entire environment, causing so many creatures to mutate, why can't there be individuals who've adapted to this environment without too much mutation? To some extent, those of us who haven't turned into flesh corpses are actually going through an adaptation and evolution process, just a more special one, she said slowly, taking a deep breath before continuing. Bakelin inhaled deeply, then slowly continued, perhaps our ecosystem isn't so fragile, and some species have adapted. She kept connecting the clues, considering the school of monstrous fish in the lake, which, although they could maintain their lives for a long time by absorbing spiritual energy, to reproduce and survive, they must still have a food source present. And here lay the problem, they needed food, but such a large group hadn't launched any large-scale, proactive attacks on their camp. Didn't this imply they had other food sources? Now that she had seen the evolved blue-scaled carps, Bakelin had connected all the clues. Inside Youngling Lake, there was a closed ecological system, lamp tree bloomed, blue-scaled carps fed on lamp tree, and half-fish monsters and fish monsters preyed on these creatures that had adapted to the environment. She shared her hypothesis with Suhan in detail. After hearing Bakelin's speculation, Suhan was also extremely surprised because, logically, there was nothing wrong with her hypothesis, it was just missing corroborative evidence. Seemingly feeling Suhan's gaze, Bakelin immediately added, "Suhan, I need a laboratory. If we can understand these carps." Blue-scaled carps. Suhan interjected, "You must have other guesses about these blue-scaled carps, right?" Bakelin was taken aback, seemingly because Suhan could always confidently name the monsters, but she quickly regained her composure. If her guesses were correct, Suhan's anomalies could be entirely explained. She nodded and said, "Yes, but I need more evidence. It's completely different from the food chain inference. If my guess is correct, and the blue-scaled carps and lamp trees have successfully evolved by adapting to environmental changes, then their genes and spiritual energy structures might be more stable. This could shed light on the rules of evolution and the injection drugs, but most importantly, they could become a food source." Food. Suhan stared at Bakelin, his eyes revealing shock and doubt while Bakelin smiled and said, "Yesterday, I used Niralong's method to test the flesh and blood of the half-fish monster, which confirmed some of my thoughts. The flesh and blood of mutated monsters have an uncertain mutagenic effect, consuming it can cause adverse reactions in humans, and regular consumption might lead to mutations. The speculated reason could be the instability of the genes and the overly active and unstable spiritual energy. But if the blue-scaled carps are relatively stable, then they could possibly become a new meat source. It might not just be a meat source, as things containing spiritual energy could very likely be catalysts for human evolution." Suhan took a deep breath, finally understanding why the always calm Bakelin was so excited. "I understand. I'll discuss the laboratory with you tomorrow. For today, let's deal with the school of fish monsters first." Suhan first returned the blue-scaled carp tied with vines back into the water, worried about killing it. Then he said to Yi Kaling, "Kaling, go back first and have me organize people to dig a large pond near Building 9 and divert water into it." Yi Kaling knew this was to prepare for the blue-scaled carps and nodded, "I'll go right now." While Suhan dealt with the blue-scaled carp situation, the vines of the human face tree stretched towards Youngling Lake without stopping. As the vines extended, the full view of the lamp trees finally became visible to everyone. They occupied the very center of Youngling Lake, covering an area as large as half a football field. They grew on the surface, and according to the vine's exploration, there were developed root systems at the bottom of the lake. The vines extended between these leaves and root systems, slowly finding their way out, and soon discovered the big fish hidden among these roots. The small ones were the size of a palm, but slightly larger ones were identical to the blue-scaled carps, or even bigger. Suhan did not capture them all, instead, controlling the human face tree to ensnare two of the larger ones that had collided with the vines. One was still a blue-scaled carp, but the other one was a different species, resembling a grass carp but with a fiery red body, added with a few even more eye-catching white lines from eye to tail, called the red line grass carp. The vines continued to extend, but the further out they went, the sparser they became, and the number of caught monstrous fish began to dwindle. Starting from 3/4 out from Yunling Lake, only one fish monster and 3 half-fish monsters were caught. Something's not right, be prepared. Suhan controlled the vines to grope under the water, but this time, the movement of the vines failed to detect any traces of the fish monsters at the bottom of the lake. He didn't believe that all the fish monsters had been captured, so there was only one possibility left: the leader was coming. As expected, not long after he finished speaking, at the last bay marked on the map, the water surface suddenly stirred, and a fierce head emerged from the lake. In the light of the radiance of the lamp tree, it locked eyes with Suhan and his party. Roar and muffled roar echoed, the water rippled noisily, and then the leading fish monster rushed from the water onto the shore. It was over 3 meters tall, nearly reaching 4 meters, with a fierce-looking head and angles, a bulky body, and thick, hard scales all over its body, with bone spikes rising along its neck. Following the leader's landfall, a large number of fish monsters began to come ashore, at least 10 fish monsters right behind, among which 2 were particularly tall, and then there were almost 20 half-fish monsters. The side where the fish monster leader landed was the same as the location where Suhan and his team were, except that the two were about 300 meters apart. After staring at each other from afar, the fish monster leader let out a roar and charged with a group of fish monsters. The fight is on, get ready. Suhan smiled, thinking if they weren't afraid in the water, what could they do on land? The floating pagoda black armor warrior stepped up beside Suhan, with Bakelin, Yi Kaling, and the other angels envoys ready in line. Capture them alive. The floating pagoda warrior charged forward, with the floating pagoda black armor appearing on its body, undulating subtly, coordinating with its movements. A distance of 300 meters was not long. For monsters and angel envoys it was merely a matter of a charge. Seeing the floating pagoda warrior taking the lead, the fish monster leader charged fiercely with its sharp claws aimed straight at the warrior. Thud, a heavy punch landed, black armor scales flew, forming a shield at 1 meter in front of the floating pagoda warrior. The heavy punch came down without causing any damage. The warrior's floating pagoda black armor suddenly deformed, as pieces of armor from the spine disconnected, interlocking to form 2 chains of armor swords. Swish, the chains of swords danced, instantly shooting out, piercing directly through the shoulders of the fish monster leader. Blood splattered out, and the fish monster leader emitted a pained roar. But in the next moment, a large hand was already placed on its head, forcibly pushing it down to the ground, followed by a heavy punch to its head. The punch was extremely heavy, stunning the fish monster leader for a while. Meanwhile, angel envoys following the floating pagoda warrior rushed forward, charging directly into the fish monsters following behind. Bakelin's angel envoy Flesh Corpse was at the forefront, almost within a step's reach of high grade, so once it made a move, it was extremely fierce. First-level intermediate fish monsters that tried to block it were simply knocked down with a punch. Yi Kaling's Flesh Corpse, though slightly lesser in strength, was still at first-level intermediate, pouncing and knocking down another fish monster. The battle broke out instantly. Despite the number of fish monsters, they were scattered with a single encounter. Whether it was fish monsters or half-fish monsters, all were pinned down and hammered. If not for the intention to capture alive, their bodies would now be covered in cuts. However, it didn't take long for the battle to draw near to an end, as vines from the water spread up, binding them one by one, and being laced with paralytic toxin. Suhan, they're all caught. As the floating pagoda warrior hoisted the now poisoned leader of the fish monsters, the battle came to a complete close. Net Suhan laughed and said, "Take 2 people to the bay area, there's something in the water, get those out first." Chapter 87 Monster Fish Egg. Having heard what Suhan said, everyone was initially stunned, then listened as Suhan continued, "It's probably not a living thing, but the vine is difficult to bring up. Find a couple of people who are good swimmers, the vine will protect them." "I'm a good swimmer, I'll go." A dark-skinned man stood up, slim and just over 50, with a simple and honest look. He grinned, "Before I worked on construction sites, I used to dive in the sea in the south, I'm still pretty good. Maybe I should give it a try?" Surprised, Suhan gave him a glance. It was interesting that he voluntarily stepped forward. Sensing Suhan's surprise, Ji Jichun grinned, Mr. Zhang and Captain Zhu said that the camp rewards contributions, and I too wanted to achieve something. Su-han smiled and said, "Go ahead, the vine will protect you, don't worry." "Boss, we'll go too." Having said so, 3 more stood out. They were the old construction site workers brought in yesterday, and they had not made any contracts yet. Su-han nodded for them all to go together. It was a good sign when people took initiative. It proved that order was gradually being restored in his domain. A few people took off their shirts, then grabbed a vine and plunged into the water. The vine would pull them to where those things were located and, if something was off, would bring them back up immediately. Upon reaching the designated location, Ji-Ji-chun and the others took a deep breath and then dove down. It took less than half a minute. Ji-Ji-chun soon surfaced and shouted to Su-han on the shore, "Boss, there's a nest here, full of eggs the size of heads, stuck to the pillars." Su-han exchanged looks with Bakelin, then said, "Bring up 2 for now to take a look." "Okay, hang on." Vines cannot see, so they didn't know what these objects were and were reluctant to move them, but with Ji-Ji-chun and others going down to help, it shouldn't be a big issue. Ji-Ji-chun and the others, in the water, maneuvered the vine around the gaps in the pillar without squeezing the half-fish monster eggs, then with a yank, they broke the pillar. The pillar, made of dirt and an unknown sticky substance, had a texture just slightly inferior to stone but could not withstand the force of the vine. With the pillar broken, Ji-Ji-chun and the others brought the object up, and Su-han and Bakelin finally saw the true appearance of the pillar. The entire pillar was about 20 centimeters wide and 1 meter long, presenting a grayish-green color, resembling a stalactite with very obvious traces of accumulation and concretion. Embedded in the pillar were about 4 blue fish eggs, semi-transparent in appearance, clearly showing the floating half-fish monster larvae inside. The half-fish monster larvae had no limbs, their eyes tightly shut, their bodies a pale blue color, only the hideous appearance of their heads clearly distinguishable. How many of these things are down there? 7 or 8 pillars, and probably around 20 to 30 half-fish monster eggs. After a brief consideration, Su-han then said, "Bring them all up." Ji-Ji-chun, receiving the order, immediately returned to the water and, with practiced ease, worked with the vine to break the pillars and move the half-fish monster eggs up one by one. It took a full half-hour to clear things up, totaling 26 half-fish monster eggs, all alive, the movements of the larvae inside palpable. The vitality is really strong. Su-han couldn't help but remark, whether through evolution or mutation, the vitality of these altered creatures was unimaginable compared to Earth's original species. Move them back, put the half-fish monsters in cages and the eggs, along with the blue scale carps and red line grass carps, in the water pool at Villa number 9. Everyone went back together, and together they moved all the captured half-fish monsters and half-fish monster larvae back. When they returned to Villa Shanu, those who had stayed were shocked to see the dozens of half-fish monsters brought back alive. Clearing out the half-fish monsters was understandable, but capturing them all meant something different. It signified that Su-han and his team's power was overwhelming. Su-han Yan-mi approached Su-han, her eyes widening in surprise as she glanced at the blue scale carp and red line grass carp packed in big iron barrels. "Are these the monsters newly captured?" "Yes. How are the preparations for the pool going?" Yan-mi replied, "I was just about to discuss this with you. The pool is still being dug, but it's unlikely to be finished today, and the water won't be able to settle and could be turbid due to poor waterproofing unsettling. However, Villa number 8 has a swimming pool ready, and I've already stored water there. As for the people living there, they've been moved to Villa number 7. A swimming pool? That works. Have them go with you and put the things there. Also, have Ji-Ji-chun and the others contract the half-fish monsters." Yan-mi was taken aback, but she quickly agreed, "I understand." Not every villa in Shanu Villa had a swimming pool, it depended on what the owners wanted, so Su-han hadn't thought of it for a moment. There were 18 fish monsters and 46 half-fish monsters, all locked in cages, 3 fish monsters per cage, all placed on the open ground near Building 9. The cages were made by Su-han using metal control, specially reinforced, so even the fish monster leader couldn't break them. Moreover, the human face tree had stationed back on this land, its roots spread underground, and any movement would be directly controlled by injecting poison with the man-eating vine. It could be said that this cage was foolproof. Su-han and Bakelin entered Villa number 9, and for the sake of researching those monsters, Bakelin had already moved into Villa number 9, albeit living on the first floor. "I want to breed fish monsters, what do you think the possibility is?" As soon as he entered, Su-han asked Bakelin. Bakelin seemed to have anticipated Su-han's question and thought for a moment before answering, "It's possible to breed them, as long as we know their breeding methods. Yunling Lake provides the food and environment. All you have to do is isolate a part of Yunling Lake, confine it with cages, and keep them inside." Although breeding fish monsters seemed absurd, They could fully serve as one of the Angel Envoy's forces, and living fish monsters could continuously provide tissues for making injections, enhancing overall strength. However, Bakelin hesitated, saying, whether it's making injections, breeding, or using them as food, we need a laboratory. Which laboratory in South City would be most suitable? The laboratory at South City University is the most comprehensive, but there should be quite a few people there, and it's also far away. Alternatively, the Oak Biological Research Center funded by the Beijing Group in the newly developed area. Suhan nodded and said, I'll handle the laboratory in a couple of days. You first observe the fish monsters and the green-scaled carps. I understand. Be careful with the lab side, there might be monsters in the biological lab. Biological laboratories inevitably have various experimental creatures, and with the apocalypse upon us, no one knew what might happen. However, the trip to the laboratory was already deemed necessary, if not the Oak Biological Research Center, then another place. Of course, this action still needed planning, rushing out recklessly could be dangerous. By noon, Zhu Zhuang and the others began to bring things back one after another. Though they all went with trucks, the materials they needed to haul were not few, especially the metal cubes that Suhan had specified. Each weighed nearly half a ton, so not too many could be hauled in one trip, thus, they had brought these metals back first in the morning. Once the metals arrived, Suhan, controlling a magic spider warrior, began processing these metals. The blueprint provided by Yi Kaling was very clear, she obviously had received relevant training before. The structure of the crossbow body, the bowstring, the winch, and more were all complete, even indicating how many times the bowstrings should be replaced to ensure the crossbow's shooting speed and power. Metal strings were not like other bowstrings, they had greater elasticity and required more force to draw, so the strings would wear out faster. However, she didn't know that Suhan, with his metal control, could enhance the metals and solve this problem. Suhan crafted 10 handheld crossbows entirely out of metal, then called over Zhu Zhuang who had just returned from the transport. Old Zhu, have someone take the crossbows over and test their power, come back and tell me how it goes. There's such a good thing? Zhu Zhuang, seeing the handheld crossbow made entirely of metal, brightened up. Such a thing would have been directly illegal before the apocalypse. But for a man, that's just a speed bump, isn't it? He picked one up, weighing it. It wasn't light, weighing over 10 pounds. But to a contractor, that weight was not considered heavy. Leave it to me, it's a good chance to test it while cleaning up the area. Zhu Zhuang hesitated then said, however, Suhan, Summer's Garden Mall might disappoint us, there's plenty of clothes and jewelry, but the edible food that hasn't gone bad is much less. The camp now had about 90 people, needing at least over 100 pounds of food daily, mostly staples. The previously stockpiled food could have lasted 2 to 3 months, but now it definitely would not suffice. And the newly planted crops wouldn't be ready to harvest any time soon, precisely a gap period. First gather everything and come back, then we'll go out to look for more, especially since I need to make a trip these few days. Zhu Zhuang was somewhat surprised but immediately nodded and said, as long as you have a plan in mind, that's good. Chapter 88 Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant Group 1, occupy the high ground at the main gate to cover, understood. Group 2, left flank, Group 3, right flank, the remaining teams, frontal assault and sweep, using Angel Envoy for cover during the attack. Guanji, Jiayeqian, the two of you have the highest level among the Angel Envoys, you are responsible for handling the high-order monsters. Received. Outside the Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant, a task force of about 200 armed soldiers had fully assembled. They stood uniformly, clad in either camouflage or black, their postures erect, each holding a rifle with a serious expression. This was the vanguard unit from South City Camp, consisting of a mixed group of the armed forces and guards. Although their names had not officially been changed, Yan Tijun, Go Wu Tao, and Li Ruiking had already secretly resolved to consolidate all forces. Whether it was the armed forces or the guard troops, including the civilian contractors, all needed to be integrated for better unified command. The mission for this vanguard unit was to establish a new camp, Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant. Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant, a notable facility in South City, covered an area of 2 million square meters, equivalent to over 200 soccer fields, and employed up to 5,000 workers at its peak. Because it was a chemical plant, with inherent dangers, its surrounding walls were relatively high, sufficient to serve as camp fortifications. Moreover, and most importantly, this was a chemical plant, its raw materials were enough for scholars like Tian Jiaxuan to devise bombs. Despite South City currently having ample firepower, it was only temporary, as intense battles would consume a vast amount of ammunition. They were merely the city's garrison armed forces, with plenty of light weapons and, for now, sufficient ammunition. However, high-power weapons were scarce. As monsters grew stronger, What used to be one-shot kills now often required an additional shot. And for even higher-grade monsters, first-level intermediate and even first-order upper-grade, bullets were quickly losing effectiveness. A bullet could injure but killing, or just incapacitating, was becoming increasingly hard to achieve. Thus, Li Ruikang, Yan Tijun, and Go Wutao immediately designated this location as the new base site. From this center, they would recapture surrounding machine factories, manufacturing plants, and other facilities to swiftly restore production capabilities by leveraging modern industrial power. Begin the operation. Go Wutao issued the order sternly. Although he could have stayed in the rear, he insisted on joining the battle. This fight had to be won, otherwise, chaos would ensue in the South City camp. Team 1 quickly approached the chemical plant, the team leader carrying a lamp tree crystal, which dispersed the fog with its brightness, soon revealing the guard position. Roar the flesh corpses patrolling the guard position immediately noticed the light and lunged toward them. Swoosh, a crossbow arrow shot precisely at their heads, the powerful penetration instantly killing them. Clear the guard post, before official action starts, do not use rifles. Received. Group 1 moved quickly, each equipped with tactical crossbows, all formerly trained in urban combat, hence their swiftness. Within less than 3 minutes, 7 or 8 flesh corpses at the security booth and the main gate were killed by them. They quickly approached the main gate, ensuring no flesh corpses were left. Then, with the help of their angel envoys and teammates, they climbed the surrounding wall and took the high ground. They stowed away their hand crossbows, then pulled out sniper rifles from behind, preparing to snipe. 50 meters ahead, 100 meters, deploy crystals. Following the order, 3 ground team members poured out lamp tree crystals, the size of ping-pong balls, from their insulated flasks. The lamp tree crystals were enveloped in a layer of transparent material, looking very sturdy. They threw the lamp tree crystals toward the left, middle, and right directions respectively. The lamp tree crystals formed an arc, landing about 50 meters away, where their light dispersed the fog along the way, immediately enhancing visibility. Flesh corpses within the fog instantly detected the commotion and lunged at them, but at that moment, their teammates on the wall provided cover. Just as the flesh corpses entered the 50-meter range, crossbow arrows were shot at them, knocking them down. The team members throwing the lamp tree crystals didn't even glance at these flesh corpses, they had already started their second round off throws. The lamp tree crystals accurately landed about 100 meters away, intercrossing with the first landing points, instantly dispersing the fog. 2 rounds of lamp tree crystal throws, combined with the already thinning fog, created a fan-shaped area of clear visibility extending over 200 meters. Group 1 in position, 32 flesh corpses ahead, light source detected. All groups, begin the action. The real action began. Groups 2 and 3 immediately followed Group 1, quickly climbing up on the wall to take high ground positions, with sniper rifles and rifles alternately set up. The remaining 4 groups drove straight through the main gate in armored vehicles, forming a cross-linked barricade with 4 vehicles right inside the gate, providing mutual covering positions. Rifle-wielding troops quickly entered, using the barricade as cover to set up firing positions, aiming into the depths of the chemical plant. Roar the flesh corpse monsters that had detected the light immediately lunged forward, but this time they were met not by the silent crossbow arrows but by loud gunfire. Upon the gunfire, flesh corpses' heads burst into blood holes, then they fell to the ground. The gunfire alerted a large number of flesh corpses and monsters inside the chemical plant, and then even more monsters surged forward. Not just the dozens already visible, but hundreds more continuously streamed in. Chapter 89, Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant 2. Continuous gunfire is the best lore, and this visible area is the hunting ground and the battlefield. Endless monsters kept attacking. Some were first-order inferior meat zombies, but there were also first-level intermediate monsters like the giant claw zombies. However, on the side of the South City troops, there was serenity, cool and collected as they pressed their guns and fired, alternating between shooting and covering while reloading. Bullets mowed down the monsters' lives like scythes, killing 400 to 500 monsters in less than half an hour. Thump thump thump, at that moment, a colossal figure suddenly charged out of the mist, standing 5 meters tall with tight muscles and an exaggerated tumor forming on its right arm, which had turned into a heavy, keratinous lump, like a meat hammer. With each step shaking the ground, it strode toward the troops. Bullets hitting it only caused shallow wounds, and it seemed an impossible task to stop it with bullets before it reached the defensive line. Report, a first-order upper-grade hammer-bearer. Upon seeing this, Go Wutao's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Wan Ji, have your tyrant kill it." At once, Wan Ji tossed away his rifle, and the light from the Book of Blood Spirit appeared on his left arm, promptly conjuring a tall figure before him. Standing 5 meters tall with muscles solid as a rock, Its arms were long enough to reach past its knees, with white bone covering the backs of its massive hands and the protruding knuckles, forming natural brass knuckles. As soon as the tyrant appeared, it strode past the armored vehicle and, taking 3 meters with every step, charged toward the hammer-bearer. It leapt high into the air. The hammer-bearer swung its meat hammer, but in the next moment, the tyrant's tightly clasped fists had already smashed into the hammer-bearer's face. For a while, the two monsters grappled fiercely, with the tyrant gaining the upper hand, suppressing the meat hammer arm while repeatedly striking the hammer-bearer's head. Jayakian frowned as she watched this, her hand glowing red, and a pitch-black humanoid monster also appeared behind her. About 2.5 meters tall and shrouded in blackness, it still bore a vaguely human shape, its muscular legs slightly bent, arms curved, and dark claws sharp as blades. Jayakian directed the Shadow Claw monster to rush forward with speed so swift it was like a black shadow, reaching the battleground between the tyrant and the hammer-bearer in the blink of an eye. Though smaller in stature, it posed a considerable threat to the hammer-bearer. The hammer-bearer struggled to resist, but in the next moment, the sharp claws came together like a blade, piercing through the hammer-bearer's skull. The hammer-bearer ceased to move, and the tyrant stood upright. "Move aside." However, at that moment, a dark figure suddenly tackled the tyrant to the ground, a giant two-headed dog standing 4 meters long, which overpowered the tyrant in one fell swoop. Startled, Jayakian commanded the Shadow Claw monster to aid, but another shadow quickly pounced from the mist toward the Shadow Claw monster. Her reaction was swift, the Shadow Claw monster sidestepping in time to dodge an attack, avoiding being pinned down. Now everyone could see it was a giant macrophage dog, almost as big as the completely red, skin-bursting two-headed dog. This giant macrophage dog is at least first-order upper grade. Go Wu Tao's face darkened as his arm book of blood spirit turned red, ready to intervene. "Squad leader, I'll take care of it." A large hand gripped Go Wu Tao's arm, and upon looking, Go Wu Tao saw it was Cheng Xinyang. Cheng Xinyang grinned, an angel envoy and a contractor are connected by heart and mind. "If you have an accident, no one will be in command." "You cheeky kid, I used to lead soldiers too," Go Wu Tao chuckled and scolded, but quickly added solemnly, "Be careful." There wasn't much time for pleasantries on the battlefield. Cheng Xinyang nodded and immediately summoned his apostle. His apostle had significantly transformed, now standing 3 meters tall, its body even more distorted, with protruding spine bones like dorsal fins. Its left arm had turned into a massive, sharp claw resembling the giant claw zombie, while the right had disappeared, replaced with a thick, dark tentacle. As the apostle joined the fray, it rushed toward the two-headed dog, the tentacle whipping out to bind and pull down the beast. Freed, the tyrant immediately joined forces for the fight. 3 against 2, 10 minutes later, whether it was the two-headed dog or the giant macrophage dog, both were slain. The peak of the monster wave also gradually dissipated as the first-order upper-grade leader monster was killed. At last, after half an hour, the battle ended, and the bodies of hundreds of monsters lay on the ground, blood staining the soil. Clean up the battlefield. 20 minutes later, we'll employ small unit tactics, retake the buildings of the prosperous chemical factory. Apostles and crossbows will coordinate, avoid using thermal weapons if not necessary to prevent chemical explosions. Understood. The team members summoned their apostles and began cleaning up the battlefield. After a large-scale monster clear-up, small-scale operations were the most dangerous. Fortunately, with the apostles' cooperation, the casualty rate would not be too high. Stay tuned for updates on mvnovelbin.net. Your apostle sure has changed a lot. After a phase of battle, Go Wu Tao patted Cheng Xinyang's shoulder. Cheng Xinyang grinned and said, "Professor Bay's injection worked well. Mutating into a first-order upper grade would have taken a long time without it. That requires talent too." Go Wu Tao didn't skimp on praising his comrade, saying, "In the entire camp, how many are first-order upper grade?" "Old Yan, me, Wan Ji, Jayakian, you, and a couple from the Armed Forces and the Security Bureau. All in all, less than 10. Professor Baikaiu once said the effects of the injection were one thing, but the contractor's talent and the potential of the type of apostle also affect the inducement to mutate." "My potential?" Cheng Xinyang chuckled. "If I count as having good potential, then what about Suhan?" Go Wu Tao paused, his gaze firming as he asked, "Are you talking about the contractor from Happiness Community?" Chapter 90, Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant 3. Yes, if he were here, he could have dealt with these 3 by himself, even though his 4-armed corpse is just first-order upper grade. Compared to me, he is the real monster. Great heroes emerge from chaos. It would have been great if they had come with you initially." Go Wu Tao shook his head. "Heroes have always emerged from chaos since ancient times, but now it's not just chaos, it's the apocalypse. Who knows what kind of heroes or overlords might arise." He rallied his spirits and said, "Don't worry, Once we take down the chemical factory, next will be the research center. The injections can still be purified, and by then, the effects will be much improved. As long as they obtained enough resources, the South City camp could rely on its strong execution to slowly snowball, undoubtedly being able to kill more monsters and save more civilians. This was stated by Go Wu Tao. Shanyu Villa District. In the afternoon, Zhu Zhuang brought back the last truck of supplies. 142 metal cubes, totaling 71 tons of metal, 40 gasoline tanks, hadn't pumped out the gasoline yet, approximately still 1,000 liters of gasoline left, which could power Villa number 9 for quite a while. The villa hadn't utilized large-scale electricity these past few days because Villa number 9 is where Suhan lives, and Bakelin's research equipment indeed required electricity, along with other rechargeable lightning tools were also charged here. However, this was only on a small scale. The equipment needing electricity in Bakelin's own lab was minimal, but once the real lab was completed, the electricity consumption would likely increase even more. Apart from the metal, automobile parts, and gasoline, Zhu Zhuang and his team also brought back food and some other supplies. Staples such as rice and flour weighed over 1,000 kilograms, while canned goods, sugary foods, etc., weighed no more than 100 kilograms. Summer Garden Mall was originally a business center, not a grain and oil store, and although there were restaurants, those foods could not be stored for more than a month. Moreover, the most important thing was that there had been many survivors living there before, so most of the supplies had already been consumed. Being able to find so much stuff was thanks to the thorough clearing of monsters this time, allowing them to search slowly, otherwise, they couldn't have brought back these supplies. Of course, apart from food, there were quite a few usable supplies, especially clothing and shoes. After Old Zhu and the team brought back these supplies, based on our current number of people and consumption, the food can last about 3 months, excluding the consumption needed for raising fish monsters. Yan Mi was roughly reporting the classification of supplies, paused, and then said, if evolved kind fish are edible, then the fish in Yunling Lake could be considered as half a month's stock. Suhan listened to Yan Mi's report, shook his head, and said, the matter of evolved kind fish, let's discuss it after the lab has monitored it. Just relying on the 2 pieces of meat Niralong ate is not safe. Old Zhu, is the winch crossbow effective? Suhan looked toward Zhu Zhuang and asked about the winch crossbow. It has a range of about 300 meters and can pierce the brain of a tentacle-faced monster. The firing speed is a bit slow, it's a bit difficult for a contractor to operate without the winch, but it's very effective. Zhu Zhuang detailed his experience using the crossbow. After an afternoon, he truly experienced what it meant to feel exhilarating. Fighting with Angel Envoy is one thing, operating a winch crossbow is another. Being able to kill monsters from a distance feels great. Yi Kailing was somewhat surprised and said, how can a metal crossbow be so effective? What about the frequency of use and elasticity of the bowstring? No changes, it works very well. Zhu Zhuang didn't quite understand, the metal bowstring couldn't have gone bad just after one afternoon of usage. He was not a professional, so of course, he didn't know these subtleties. Bakelin seemed thoughtful and said, can your skills also enhance the properties of metals? She had always thought that Suhan had only enhanced the strength of the metal, but she hadn't expected it to be so comprehensive. Suhan nodded and said, yes. Yi Kailing, based on the current strength of the crossbow, adjust the blueprints and I will produce the final version. You can use it tomorrow. At this moment, Yi Kailing also realized that Suhan had adjusted the metal. She hesitated and said, I can't achieve that level, at most, I can imitate a bit based on some top crossbow designs. She was only familiar with crossbows through training. But she didn't know how to design a new crossbow arrow based on the strength of the metal. Undoubtedly, if a new crossbow arrow could be made based on the metal characteristics Suhan had adjusted, it might even be possible to create a super strong crossbow arrow similar to a sniper rifle. Suhan also understood Yi Kailing's concerns and said, just do your best. Okay, I understand. Suhan's gaze swept over the people and said, everyone, get ready. Tomorrow we will take a trip to the Oak Biological Research Center and move all the equipment back. Everyone is aware of the injections and evolved kind fish, the lab is crucial, so Old Zhu, plan the route tonight. Understood. Mio, handle the logistics well. Understood. Evolved kind and mutants were the terms Bakelin used for various kinds of mutating monsters, considered temporary labels. Those with stable life structures and spiritual energy structures without severe distortions and showing evidence of evolution from the original species were termed evolved kind. Blue scale carps were evolved kind, but they were leaning towards stable evolution, without much increase in strength, also referred to as low-level evolution. Net four-armed corpse, spider monster, and meat mountain demon, these twisted, structurally unstable creatures with high aggression and invasiveness were classified as mutants, in an unstable condition. As for humans and contracted angel envoys, they were unknown. Bakelin had not discovered more clues yet. In this apocalypse-stricken world, everything was slowly being explored. Even Bakelin didn't know if such classifications were correct or not. Rebuilding the lab might be one piece of evidence, and also an important way to understand this world. Thus, for Suhan, it was imperative. Chapter 91, The Survivor of the Warehouse. Yi Kailing's actions were swift. She drew up the new winch crossbow blueprints overnight. Significant improvements were made to the aiming system and the structure of the crossbow itself, increasing the weapon's power significantly. Suhan instructed the demon spider warriors to keep casting metal, and in a short time, they had produced 40 winch crossbows, along with 1,000 hollow metal crossbow arrows. 30 of the winch crossbows were allocated to those going on the expedition, with the remaining 10 handed over to the patrol team staying behind at the camp. Suhan, take a look at this route. Zhu Zhuang approached Suhan with a map, which not only marked the route to the Oak Biological Research Center but also highlighted another location. What's this place? It's a private rice storage. The owner runs a rice noodle workshop. I've had goods transported from there before, and it has about 4 tons in reserve. Zhu Zhuang pondered, this place isn't well known beyond supermarkets, so there should still be rice. Should we make a detour? He pointed to another spot nearby. There are also 2 small supermarkets in the vicinity. There should be some supplies there, but I don't know if they've already been taken. More than a month into the apocalypse, there were not a few survivors, either lone wolves or small groups. Where there are people alive, naturally, someone would be eyeing the surrounding resources. Let's go and see, take as much as we can. Bring a few more trucks. Suhan thought for a moment before speaking. You, Yi Kailing, Zhang Dehai, and Go Gang will lead the team. Take 30 people with you. Got it. I'll go gather the people now. With over 90 people in the camp and roughly 70 who had entered into contracts, the rest either wanted to but hadn't yet accumulated enough contribution. Without the needing special instructions from Suhan, those who entered the camp had to work unless Suhan directly permitted a contract. After supplying energy to the lamp tree each day, everyone had to satisfy a certain amount of labor, whether it was tilling the fields, doing laundry, or cooking, all to maintain the camp's operations. Only then could they accumulate enough contribution value to request the opportunity to contract. This was the order of the camp, securing more than just safety through labor. Similarly, contractors who wanted to become stronger and obtain more powerful serums needed contribution value. Members like Zhao Yiman, Xian Ying, and Bazio, who had previously obtained a batch of serums, had developed scales after injecting the half-fish monster's serum and had officially entered the first-level intermediate rank. Although they were not as strong as Go Gang and others, they were still useful. As Zhu Zhuang went to assemble the team, Suhan took the opportunity to modify the dump trucks for the expedition using metal. Thanks to the abundant metal, this round of modifications included not only reinforcing the front of the vehicles but also expanding and reinforcing the overall structure and fuel tanks, making it nearly impossible for first-order upper-grade monsters to easily shake these metal beasts. I'll come with you too. Just as he was modifying the vehicles, Bakelin approached Suhan from behind. You're coming too? Suhan frowned slightly. Bakelin was the only researcher at Shanu Villa, and she had achieved significant results. Losing her to danger would be a great loss. If I don't go, do you know what to bring back? Bakelin said with a slight lift of her mouth, her bright eyes smiling at Suhan. Suhan paused, realizing he indeed didn't know what specifically to bring back. His only thought was to take everything he could. Now reminded by Bakelin, he felt unsure because what if something was damaged? You come along too. The team was ready, deploying 4 trucks and 2 jeeps. Everyone was spread out in the vehicles, all wearing tight, thin iron armor and nearly each person equipped with a winch crossbow. Suhan and Bakelin sat in the lead truck, with old Zhu driving and Suhan in the passenger seat, while Bakelin sat in the back row. The vehicle slowly left Shanu Villa. The security booth and main entrance had already been transformed, currently watched over by Cheng Xuan and his team. They traveled at an even pace, following the planned route, while the crystals of the lamp tree continuously dispelled the fog ahead. Due to the rush to travel, Suhan did not summon the human face tree but used the crystals of the lamp tree for illumination, one at the front of the convoy, one in the middle jeep, and one with Go Gang's team at the end. Though Suhan and his group had 5 lamp trees, and more than 90 people supplied energy each day, spreading it across each tree meant only about 10 people per tree. Therefore, the crystallization was not particularly fast. At that moment, there were only 3 lychee-sized crystals and 4 or 5 thumb-sized crystals still on the trees. Explore more at mvlnovelbin.net. The crystals still on the trees could not be touched for the time being because the crop fields entirely depended on their light. If the glow disappeared for too long, the crops would die. This also meant that Suhan had to temporarily postpone the idea of continuing to fuse crystals, but it wasn't a big issue. There are flesh zombies on the left, 4 of them. Zhu Zhuang's eyes were sharp, and he had already spotted the flesh zombies that were stirring beside the street. Keep driving. Suhan picked up the winch crossbow, leaned out of the car window, aimed at one of the zombies, and pulled the trigger, the sound of the metal arrow piercing the head with a thwack. Not bad for firepower. Before he could reload the crossbow and shoot again, the remaining 3 flesh zombies had already charged, only to be immediately crushed under the wheels of the truck without making a sound. After all, their truck had been modified from a dumper, heavier by several tons. It would be a joke if flesh zombies could cause it any harm. As they drove over, there was an attack from a giant claw zombie, but it was quickly dispatched by Zhu Zhuang on the roof of the truck who, with his strength burst skill, smashed it with his hammer. There's the warehouse ahead, but it looks like there are quite a few flesh zombies. As the vehicle gradually approached the predetermined location, and the fog dissipated, more shapes of flesh zombies began to appear. Get out and clean them up. Suhan's voice came through, and everyone immediately summoned their apostles and then attacked those flesh zombies, the apostles serving as cover, while everyone with winch crossbows aimed at the zombies, 1 arrow for each, cleaning them up swiftly. Suhan did not make a move, but the red light in his hand flickered, and a human face tree appeared behind him. Radiance of the lamp tree. As soon as the human face tree appeared, its vines extended out, and then branches and vines lit up, illuminating the entire block, revealing the figures of more monsters. Flesh zombies, giant macrophage dogs, rot skin rats. The crimson eyes targeted Suhan and his group, numbering more than 100. There were quite a few monsters in this district. Zombies in the front, fire the crossbow arrows freely, they've all got iron armor. Zhu Zhuang shouted, and his large apostle had already charged into the crowd of monsters, swinging a huge hammer with each blow accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. First order upper grade? A look of surprise flashed in Suhan's eyes, and he smiled. He had not expected Zhu Zhuang to have broken through. The strength of his apostle had clearly increased significantly compared to a few days ago, and his build had become even more imposing. Swoosh swoosh, the sound of crossbow arrows being shot continuously rang out. Although there were many monsters, their numbers were rapidly dwindling under the coordinated attacks of the apostles and the crossbow arrows. Suhan watched the dying flesh zombies and with a thought, extended the vines, entwining and wrapping up the zombies' corpses. Detected fusion material, flesh zombie blood and flesh. Fuse? Fuse. Over 100 monsters were not few in number, perfect for adding some fusion degree to the level 1 flesh zombie tissue. The monsters they killed in this sortie surely amounted to more than these. Thin filaments continuously fused the blood and flesh of the zombies, even the blood spread on the ground due to the fighting, as the battle still raged on, with more flesh zombies and monsters surging out from buildings. But none could breach the defense line of the group. One after another, they were slain. After more than 10 minutes, the frequency of the monsters' attacks gradually lessened, and finally, no more charged out. The grain storage is up ahead, turn left at the end of the street for the supermarket. Old Go, you and Ye Kaling take people to the supermarket. Zhu Zhuang assigned tasks, and Suhan did not intervene, instead letting the human face tree continue fusing the nearly 200 monsters' corpses. Zhu Zhuang and the others split into 2 groups to act. Their movements were swift and proficient, and even without Suhan's participation, they displayed the capability to scout and search for resources. This was what Suhan had wanted. Zhu Zhuang arrived at the warehouse exterior where the metal gate was locked tight. He said to one of his teammates, "Let's break open the gate together, quickly. If that doesn't work, we'll use the truck to pull it. Brother Zhu, rest assured. It's a small matter." The surrounding people responded, ready to move forward, when suddenly a voice came from inside. "Wait, there are people inside, not monsters." The surprise at the voice caused Zhu Zhuang to pause. "People inside?" Clatter with a voice, the rolling shutter door slowly opened, revealing a group of people holding various sticks and kitchen knives, warily watching this side, with their apostles firmly blocking in front of them. Chapter 92, Employee of Oak Biological Research Center. Zhu Zhuang's gaze hardened, and his fleshy face quivered. "Put down your weapons, don't let me misunderstand, or you'll all turn into hedgehogs." As soon as his voice fell, more than 10 of his team members aimed their crossbows straight at the group, and the corpse monsters clad in iron armor also surrounded them. And his one first-order upper-grade huge corpse monster stood in the very front like a small mountain, clad in heavy armor, with its large hammer still dripping blood. In an instant, the people inside the warehouse retreated a few steps, frightened. "Wait, we have no intentions of doing anything." Under the threat of Zhu Zhuang, some people quickly couldn't hold on anymore. Although they had weapons in their hands and some of them possessed angel envoys, with a ring of hand crossbows on the other side, if they acted, they would definitely be the ones to die. Clang, the iron bar in their hands fell to the ground, and with someone taking the lead, the rest also put down their weapons. Humans crouch on the left, angel envoys on the right, spaced 5 meters apart back to back. We won't hurt you, we just want to ensure safety. Now pick a leader and come with me to talk about your situation, got it? As the voice fell, there was dead silence, no one dared to respond. After hemming and hawing for a while, Zhu Zhuang glanced and his gaze fell on the man who had been talking earlier. You, come with me. Everyone else stay put and start stating your profession and situation one by one. Someone is taking note, so don't lie. Those with abilities will be protected first. Zhu Zhuang left the warehouse with a trembling man, asking as they walked, don't be nervous, brother, what's your name, and what do you do? Zhao Kun, I run a small rice noodle factory, this is my family's warehouse. Upon hearing Zhu Zhuang's question, Zhao Kun's heart pounded anxiously, fearing Zhu Zhuang did not have good intentions. Big brother, there's still 2 or 3 tons of rice inside. If you want it, take it, just spare me, please. You are Zhao Kun? Zhu Zhuang was somewhat surprised. His truck drivers had received orders from Zhao Kun, but contact was mostly by phone, and Zhu Zhuang had never met Zhao Kun in person. It was the drivers who met with him. Don't worry, he's an old acquaintance. Zhu Zhuang patted Zhao Kun on the shoulder and said, Zhu Bingwang is one of my drivers. Old Zhu is your driver? Zhao Kun's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt an immense relief. Boss Zhu, it's like a flood washing the Dragon King Temple, our own people, our own family. In the past, they contacted by phone or transferred money through WeChat, so he had never met them in person, he really didn't remember. Zhu Zhuang cracked a smile, tell me honestly about that group of people you're with, and if there's no problem, we're family. Zhao Kun felt a chill in his heart, but quickly responded, brother, the 23 people inside are all who gradually sought refuge in the supermarket and gathered together. They're merchants from this street, some are customers. Oh, right, there are also 2 who escaped from some biomedical research facility. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuang immediately became alert. Oak Biological Research Center? Yes, that's the one. The Oak Biological Research Center was in fact not far from this location, just 1 more street over. But suddenly having people come from there was unexpected for Zhu Zhuang. He turned solemn, come with me. Zhu Zhuang led Zhao Kun to Su Han's side, and the towering human-faced tree made Zhao Kun tremble and avert his gaze. Actually, they had heard the intense sounds of battle from the neighborhood, screams of those creatures, and the monsters that were blocking the door had been drawn away. How could they not have noticed such commotion? It was precisely because of this commotion, and hearing Zhu Zhuang and his team's voices, that they knew someone had slaughtered the monsters. The vast chasm in strength was the reason they surrendered without a fight. But Zhao Kun could never have imagined that Zhu Zhuang's side would have such a massive and terrifying angel envoy. There's a group of survivors inside, including people from the Oak Biological Research Center. Su Han's gaze fell on Zhao Kun as he demanded, let's hear it. Half a month ago, they escaped here just half a month ago. There were 4 of them, but 2 seemed to have been poisoned by some strange creature and couldn't last even half a day before they died. Zhao Kun didn't dare to conceal anything and revealed everything. They had been to the night market here and knew there was a supermarket, which is why they ran over here. After that, they defended the supermarket with us until the monsters besieged us, and we had to retreat to my warehouse. Su Han listened carefully to the sequence of events and glanced at Bakelin, who said, it's normal for the Biological Research Center to do experiments with living beings. If there were poisonous creatures mutating, getting poisoned wouldn't be strange. However, for the specifics, it might be better to ask the people involved directly. Take us there. Zhao Kun led them on, and Zhang Dehai was approaching at a brisk pace. Boss, old Zhu found 2 big fish. The people from Oak Biological Research Center, right? Zhang Dehai was taken aback, but immediately nodded, yes, 2 employees. They encountered a monster attack there, and nearly everyone in the center is dead. Everyone came to the warehouse, where Zhang Dehai had already taken the 2 employees aside, and their angel envoys were separately tied up with ropes, placed far away. Su Han's gaze was immediately drawn to their contract angel envoys. They were 2 enormous scorpions covered in pitch black, adorned with dark red patterns. The scorpions were 1 meter tall and about 1.5 meters long, with a sinister cyclopean eye set on their foreheads, and their backs sported 2 curling, barbed scorpion tails, sharp and threatening. Are you 2 from the Oak Biological Research Center? Su Han looked at the 2 and asked aloud. Yes, we are. Shu Hongwang and Ji Minyang quickly nodded. Suddenly, Ji Minyang caught a glimpse of the woman next to Su Han and hesitated. Mr. Bei? You recognize me? Bakelin looked at Ji Minyang, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. Ji Minyang hurriedly said, I saw you once when you inspected the research center. The research center, invested in and researched by the Beiyujing Group, naturally had many interactions. As the heir of Beijing and the director of research and development, Baikulin naturally made inspections. What's the current situation at the Auk Biological Research Center? Baikulin didn't probe further on this issue but calmly inquired about the situation. Ji Minying was startled, then quickly said, Mr. Bai, are you planning to go to the research center? Don't go, there are 2 clusters of monsters fighting over territory, and most of our people are dead. Only a few of us escaped. Give me the details. A cool voice came from Suhan, causing Ji Minying to startle, remembering that Suhan was the true decision-maker here. He nodded quickly and said, at first, when the fog descended, there was a large-scale disturbance among our experimental creatures. Then eyes appeared, colleagues turned into flesh corpses, and some of the experimental creatures escaped their cages, turning into monsters. Luckily, the security team reacted quickly. They became contractors first, leading everyone to suppress many of the colleagues who had become flesh corpses. Thus, we were able to hole up inside the experimental building to save everyone. The Auk Biological Research Center is well secured, with the doors shut tight. The flesh corpses outside couldn't get in. We hid for over a week, waiting for official rescue. But soon after, the situation changed. The double-tailed scorpions started appearing in large numbers, surrounding us. We almost had to fend them off every day, and that's how I got my angel envoy. Ji Minyang glanced at his angel envoy, then sneakily took in Suhan's expression, unable to decide if there was any change. Shu Hongwang interjected, but we all miscalculated. The double-tailed scorpions weren't our true enemy, it was their matriarch. That supersized double-tailed scorpion suddenly showed up, breaking through all defenses, and all the colleagues, including the security team, became its food. It was only because the worms and their matriarch unexpectedly burst forth from the ground and fought with the double-tailed scorpion matriarch that we could escape. Yes, the size of the matriarch is much bigger than a car, as much as 5 or 6 meters tall. It's too dangerous. Ji Minyang voiced a warning, Mr. Bai, you must be going for the experimental equipment. I suggest giving up. If you need equipment, other labs should have some. The Oak Center truly isn't safe. As researchers initially from Oak Biological Research Center, they thought of making injectors from the samples they obtained. This was the main reason they could endure in such a dangerous place for over half a month and why they didn't leave easily. But then, even more powerful monsters appeared and effortlessly vanquished everything, sending them into profound despair and horror. Suhan, do you still want to go? Net Baikulin asked Suhan, hesitant. The battle between 2 clans, both of colossal sizes, left her unsure whether their strength was that of a first-order upper grade or second-order. Let's go take a look first. It's not just the Auk Biological Research Center I'm interested in, but those 2 monsters as well. Chapter 93, Auk Biological Research Center. Ji Minyang's heart raced with urgency. Why won't this person listen? That place is dangerous. However, before he could further persuade, Zhu Zhuang embraced him with a laugh. Don't worry unnecessarily. You're a researcher, right? A real talent. Just cooperate honestly and we'll ensure your safety. Zhu Zhuang was grinning like a jovial tiger, and Ji Minyang didn't dare to say another word, comforting himself silently. There are so many of them, they should be able to escape. Yi Kailing quickly sent back news as well. The supplies in the 2 supermarkets were half gone, especially the food, which was almost depleted. This matched the information provided by Zhao Kun and his group. Since there was not much left to move in the supermarket, everyone gathered at the warehouse location, together with Zhao Kun and his people, and began transporting the supplies. Although frightened at first, Zhao Kun and his team gradually found that Suhan's team was very disciplined and eventually let their guard down, vigorously moving the rice. Being able to clear out hundreds of fleshy corpse monsters was a feat far more impressive than their disorganized bunch. The rice was packaged in large bags, each weighing 100 kilograms, so about 60 bags for 3 tons. With most of the group being contractors and many angel envoys among them, it took less than 15 minutes to load all the supplies onto the truck. After disrupting Zhao Kun's group, Zhu Zhuang immediately drove them to the Auk Biological Research Center in 2 trucks. The research center was not far from their current location. After Zhu Zhuang drove another block, the sides of the street began to clear, being mostly occupied by large corporations or office buildings. As the fog gradually dispelled, Ji Minyang and Shu Hongwang, who were in the lead vehicle, grew increasingly nervous. We're here, just another 500 meters to the Auk Biological Research Center. Those monsters must be nearby, we must. Bang. 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 Ji Minyang's voice was abruptly interrupted by a series of gunshots, making everyone's expressions stiffen as they exchanged glances. Gunshots. Zhu Zhuang hesitated slightly, being out of practice in discerning such sounds after years of peace. It must be. Stop the vehicles. Everyone be alert. Old Zhu, you come with me to check it out. Okay. Zhu Zhuang signaled to the following vehicle, and after instructing Yi Kailing to stand guard, he pulled out the car keys and led Ji Minying and the others forward. Being the most familiar with the Oak Biological Research Center, no matter what, they could not avoid involvement. However, Baikalin didn't stay put, but also summoned her angel envoy and followed. Suhan, along with the demon spider warrior, hastily headed towards the source of the gunfire, moving directly through the fog without using the lamp tree crystals. Double-tailed scorpion corpses. The group had walked 300 to 400 meters on this deserted street, covered with nauseating green blood and spattered with human-sized double-tailed scorpion corpses, and bullet casings scattered all around. The casings are still warm. Someone is clearing the biological center. It must be official personnel. Baikalin picked up a casing, the warmth transferring to her palm. Not too hot. She looked at Suhan, asking, "Shall we still go?" "Go." Suhan's eyes sharpened. That the official personnel were acting so swiftly was beyond his expectation. Yet, with such intense gunfire, it wasn't certain they had settled everything. "Speed up." Everyone followed Suhan's lead and quickly sped up. Entering the confines of the research center, the sounds of gunfire from the main building grew clearer. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just as everyone was about to cross the large open space in front of the building, a series of soft sounds came from the ground, and a pink figure burst out, heading straight for Baikalin. Baikalin, startled, immediately turned her crossbow, and with a swift click, triggered the mechanism. The crossbow arrow shot out with a PFFT sound, piercing the body of the monster. Blood splattered, and the creature thudded to the ground. "Split-mouth worm!" Ji Minying exclaimed in shock. He was all too familiar with this kind of creature, a worm that had burst from the soft earth to devour many of his colleagues and those double-tailed scorpions. Suhan focused his gaze. This red fleshy worm was over a meter long, as thick as a bucket, somewhat resembling an earthworm but with a black beak-like mouth split into 3 parts, lined with 3 rows of sharp teeth, and a flexible tongue like a long snake, pink yet covered in barbs. Although the split-mouth worm had been hit by an arrow, its vitality allowed it to continue wriggling violently. PFFT Suhan chopped off the head and then said, "Watch your step, keep off the grass and stay on the concrete." The concrete, having been hardened, was much safer since these split-mouth worms could not penetrate it. Boom. A massive explosion came from one side of the main building, shattering glass windows everywhere. As the group quickly approached, they were met with a shocking sight. A 7-meter-tall double-tailed emperor scorpion was engulfed in flames, a heat wave sweeping around, creating chaos all around, the nearby double-tailed scorpions being blown away, limbs shattered, blood and flesh flying. Yet, in such an explosion, the creature seemed almost unaffected, suddenly lunging and overturning a black armored security vehicle. Retreat. The bombs have no effect on it. An armed squad of about 30 people continuously shot at the double-tailed emperor scorpion, rapidly retreating with panicked expressions. "I'll use the shadow claw monster to hold it off, Captain. You all retreat immediately, abandon this laboratory." Chapter 94, Oak Biological Research Center. To the double-tailed emperor scorpion's tail struck out like a whip cracking through the air, and the shadow claw monster blocked it with lightning speed, its claws clanging loudly against the scorpion's tail armor. The shadow claw monster slid backwards, barely able to keep its footing. "Jiaqian, you!" Wang Hu looked at Jiaqian, wanting to persuade her again, but he was cut off by her resolute gaze, and he bellowed angrily, "Retreat, the mission has failed." Reluctant as they were, now was not the time to act rashly. The double-tailed emperor scorpion was too powerful, only Jiaqian's shadow claw monster could withstand it to some extent. Without her intervention, none of them could escape, and now, the double-tailed scorpions were closing in again, gradually advancing towards them. The armed team moved swiftly back. Their armored vehicle was not far away, the very one they had arrived in. However, the ground suddenly heaved, and a colossal pink figure burst through the cement, flipping the armored vehicle over and blocking their path. It was a blood-colored worm, 10 meters long with a girth akin to a water tank, its split mouth gaping wide, emitting a piercing roar. Its vicious tongue shot out rapidly, with barb-like tentacles suddenly wrapping around a guard, sweeping him towards its jagged maw. Zhao Yang. The team leader's eyes were filled with rage, and he continuously fired his gun at the split-mouth mother worm's tongue, but the bullets merely left white marks without causing any damage. Roar. At that moment, other team members and their angel envoys pounced to rescue their comrade, but with a single sweep, the mother worm sent them all flying. Split-mouth worms emerged one after another from the soil on both sides, encircling them. Worms in front, venomous scorpions behind, they were trapped. Wang Hu made a resolute decision. "Guan Yi, take the lead in holding off the double-tailed scorpions, let Jiaqian go. If the whole team couldn't escape, then the strongest among them must." Jiaqian had the shadow claw monster, and with her first order upper grade strength, she still had a chance to break through. Yes. Just as Guan Yi was about to turn around, suddenly a dark figure darted forth, clashing with a metallic sound, its sharp claws slicing through the split-mouth mother worm's tongue. In a flash of its blade, the tongue was severed, and the guard, who was nearly pulled into its mouth, fell to the ground, narrowly escaping death. Wang Hu's eyes widened, not knowing when a monster clad in iron armor had positioned itself between them and the worms. Vines surged from the ground, seizing the worms one by one. As the radiance of the lamp tree illuminated the area, the mist dispersed, revealing Su Han and his companions who were previously hidden from Wang Hu and his team. Reinforcements. Wang Hu felt a surge of relief and immediately shouted, "Brothers, be careful, these two monsters are together." Su Han, clad in black armor, wielding kun knives, cut down several worms with the human face tree clearing the way, opening a path through. "Bring your people over." He spoke calmly, and Wang Hu immediately responded, "Quick, cover Zhao Yaqian, let's all retreat together." The human face tree's vines also swept towards the double-tailed emperor scorpion, entangling its limbs and slowing its movement. Wang Hu's team reacted swiftly, turning back to shoot, disrupting the double-tailed emperor scorpion and the swarming double-tailed scorpions. Zhao Yaqian seized the opportunity, and the shadow claw monster snatched her up, quickly rushing towards the path Su Han had cleaved. The sudden intervention of reinforcements caught both groups of monsters off guard, allowing Wang Hu and his team to reach Su Han, breaking free from the encirclement. The split-mouth mother worm, infuriated, charged towards the giant macrophage dog, its beak-like mouth its hardest weapon. However, the black armor on the giant macrophage dog instantly transformed, plates coalescing into a black shield that blocked the ferocious impact. The warrior moved, swiftly bypassing the mother worm's blockade, rejoining Su Han, and, together with the human face tree, held back both groups of monsters, creating a standoff. "Thank you." Grateful for the narrow escape, Wang Hu kept thanking Su Han earnestly. "Brother, we're from the official camp of South City. Let's retreat together for now, and we'll return with more powerful bombs to deal with them." Their reconnaissance had been insufficient, they hadn't anticipated encountering such high-grade monsters, and the explosives they carried proved inadequate against them, and there was more than one of them. A mission that started with 50 people was now down to 32. "They certainly won't let us go." As they spoke, the split-mouth mother worm let out a harsh roar, and to everyone's surprise, the double-tailed emperor scorpion roared back in response. The two groups of monsters, rather than maintaining their standoff, now converged together, glaring at Su Han and his companions with voracious eyes. There were only 2 armed vehicles left, along with 2 police transport vehicles. With so many people, where could they possibly run to? "Prepare for battle. I'll take on the big one, you all handle the rest." Su Han's eyes hardened as he said, "Old Zhu, get everyone over here, use the trucks at the front line." "I'm on it." With a stern look in his eye and fully understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhu Zhuang immediately turned around with his angel envoy and rushed towards the location of the motorcade, all the while shouting loudly, "Everyone get ready for battle, bring the trucks over here." No sooner had Zhu Zhuang left than the split-mouth motherworm burrowed into the ground, intending to launch an attack from beneath, while the double-tailed emperor scorpion quickly charged towards them. "So you think the underground will do?" Su Han was undaunted. With 2 angel envoys as his enforcers, he certainly wasn't about to retreat without a fight. The vines of the human face tree drilled continuously into the ground, soon locating the upcoming assault by the split-mouth mother worm. The vines entwined beneath the ground, the battle erupted immediately. The gigantic size and the massive worm-like body with no fixed pivot made it challenging for the vines to restrain the worm. But likewise, under the meticulous underground network woven by the vines, a surprise attack on Su Han and the others from below was impossible. The colossal form of the double-tailed emperor scorpion rushed towards Su Han and his companions, seeking to disrupt the human face tree's movements and coordinate with the split-mouth mother worm. But by this time, the black armor warrior had already stepped forward, and the floating pagoda black armor slashed out 2 winged blades aiming directly at the scorpion. The scorpion tails of the double-tailed emperor scorpion, swift as whips, clashed with the flying blades, creating a clashing sound that held its own. The double-tailed scorpion swarm and the split-mouth worms were restless, having already surrounded them. Wang Hu and his group glared fiercely and immediately commanded, "Fire cover, hold back those smaller ones." The remaining 32 members of the team immediately took up arms and shot at the encroaching monsters, subtly protecting Su Han within their midst. Zhao Yaqian was even more aggressive, controlling her shadow claw monster to charge into the mob, continuously slaying any split-mouth worms and double-tailed scorpions that attempted to get close. Bakelin's winch crossbow fired steadily from her hands, each shot taking down a monster, and her contractor's 4-armed corpse was summoned with a towering height of over 3 meters, covered in tough fish scales of a pale aqua color, its particularly robust dual arms and webbed claws marking it unmistakably as a first-order upper grade, no weaker than Zhujiang. Once her contractor joined the fray, it fought shoulder to shoulder with the Shadow Claw monster, killing the encroaching creatures one by one. Boom! Just as the fierce battle raged, a thunderous roar erupted, and the entire section of the wall was breached as the trucks burst into the battlefield, crushing the encroaching worms and scorpions as they passed. Frontline warriors with armor up front, crossbowmen on top of the trucks, snipe them one by one. Don't let them disturb Su-han. Zhujiang shouted commands as the 4 trucks that burst into the battlefield instantly separated the masses of split-mouth worms and double-tailed scorpions. Su-han's people immediately entered the fight, with the ironclad corpses and the giant macrophage dogs taking the lead, their poo knives and axes falling upon the monsters. The contractors with their winch crossbows targeted the creatures, coordinating with their own angel envoys to kill the double-tailed scorpions and split-mouth worms. The sudden arrival of reinforcements left Wang Hu and his companions dumbfounded. They had expected a fierce battle given the hundreds of monsters charging at them, but now the situation had reversed. A glint flashed in Zhao Yaqian's eyes as she caught a critical name, Su-han? Captain Cheng Zanyang had mentioned this name before, but shouldn't the contractor in his possession be the 4-armed corpse? Why did it look like this one? As the battle intensified, Zhao Yaqian had no time to ponder further. Her Shadow Claw monsters, Bakelin's corpse, and Zhujiang's hammer-wielding corpse, all first-order upper grade, cooperated with each other, forming 3 gateways beyond the line of trucks. Regular monsters had no chance of breaching their combined defenses. Coupled with the hordes of ironclad corpses holding the line, more and more split-mouth worms and double-tailed scorpions were slain outside the defenses. Roar! The double-tailed emperor scorpion seemed desperate, and unlike the common rabid creatures, the cunning glint in its red eyes flickered, and suddenly, at its jaw, blood gathered and a blood-like projectile violently shot out, striking the black armor warrior directly. Chapter 95, Skills. Attack. The floating pagoda black armor's plates cracked instantly, sizzling as the corrupt blood corroded them, with the force piercing directly beneath the floating pagoda black armor to the iron skin. The double-tailed emperor scorpion, seeing that its attack had failed to penetrate the demonic spider warrior, seemed equally shocked. Quickly, blood continued to gather at its jaw before another arrow of blood was shot out. The speed was almost as fast as a bullet. However, this time the demonic spider warrior was prepared and dodged the blood arrow with a swift flash of its body. With a splatter, the dodged blood arrow pierced directly through the body of a split-mouth worm and into the ground, exploding into a small crater. Su-han's eyes narrowed. This was no longer just a simple blood arrow being shot out, it clearly contained an attack infused with spiritual energy. As he thought this, countless vines from the human face tree surged from the ground, sweeping towards the double-tailed emperor scorpion in an instant. The double-tailed emperor scorpion, suddenly under attack, slowed its movements. The demonic spider warrior, long prepared, leaped forward, thrusting a poo knife into the back shell of the creature. The blade sank nearly to the hilt, and greenish blood surged out. The carapace that could withstand bullets stood no chance against such a tremendous force. The double-tailed emperor scorpion struggled fiercely, its twin tails lashing out at the demonic spider warrior like steel whips. The demonic spider warrior transformed the floating pagoda black armor into wing blades, cutting horizontally to block the attack, then its 4 back arms with claw blades shot out, piercing directly into the back of the double-tailed emperor scorpion. For a moment, the double-tailed emperor scorpion struggled more violently, its own kind, the double-tailed scorpions, unable to pay heed as they were trampled to death. Roar! The enraged double-tailed emperor scorpion roared, calling for the help of the mother worm. The ground surged rapidly, attacking towards the direction of the demonic spider warrior. The split-mouth worm mother, abandoning its battle with the human face tree's vines, leaped from the ground, lunging at the demonic spider warrior on the double-tailed emperor scorpion's back. The assault was fierce, the sharp beak-like split mouth glowing with a white light, spinning like a blade, sharp as a drill. This split-mouth worm mother also had its own skills, easily capable of mountain-splitting stone cracking. However, the movements of the split-mouth worm mother were already under the control of the human face tree's vines. Its sudden attack was anticipated by the demonic spider warrior. The left arms of the demonic spider warrior lifted, as the floating pagoda black armor's plates coalesced into a black shield, blocking the split-mouth drilling attack. Clang! A grating noise of friction echoed as the floating pagoda black armor's plates shattered, but the attack of the split-mouth worm mother was completely repelled. Its massive form fell, and a human face tree had already arrived, landing a crushing blow with a thick branch that flung the split-mouth worm mother into the air before it thudded to the ground. Countless vines had long been ready, weaving a tight net on the surface of the ground. The moment the split-mouth worm mother hit the ground, it fell onto the net woven by the vines and roots, tumbling but quickly entangled by the vines. The split-mouth worm mother tried to burrow back underground, but it was too late. Without the advantage of hiding beneath the ground, even the split-mouth worm mother with its strong split-mouth drilling skill couldn't cause real harm. The vines bound it tightly, and the long-hidden man-eating vines suddenly sprang forth, seizing their moment of harvest. The man-eating vines bit directly into the split-mouth worm mother's tough skin. Though its pink muscles were exposed, their toughness was no less than that of a carapace, impervious to bullets. However, the force contained within the man-eating vines was far beyond any ordinary vine. Amid the fierce fighting and entanglement, the sharp canines pierced into the body of the split-mouth worm mother, as a large dose of paralyzing poison was injected. The double-tailed emperor scorpion panicked, its tail whipping towards the demonic spider warrior like a whip in the blink of an eye. Crack! Yet at this moment, the demonic spider warrior was completely free to act, grabbing the two tails with its back arms with such force, like iron hoops, rendering the double-tailed emperor scorpion's thrashing futile. With all its methods exhausted, the double-tailed emperor scorpion, now entangled in vines and held captive by a demonic spider warrior on its back, found itself in dire straits. It struggled to turn its body, aiming at the human-faced tree which was rooted in place, unable to move. A blood arrow was condensing at its jaw, its preparation time and power clearly more terrifying than the last. Nevertheless, the demonic spider warrior took action. Floating pagoda black armor shields formed on both sides, grasped tightly under the rib-like arms, then like heavy hammers, they smashed down on the head of the double-tailed emperor scorpion. The blood arrow attack was broken. The tough skull shell began to crack under the heavy blows, blood flowing out continuously. The strength of the double-tailed emperor scorpion weakened step by step, its huge pincers limply dropping, as more vines wrapped around it, binding it tightly like a rice dumpling. Neither the huge pincers nor the sharp tail could threaten anymore, bound tightly to the massive body. On the other side, under the effect of the paralyzing poison, the split-mouth worm mother gradually lost the ability to move, slumping powerlessly onto the vine web. The battle concluded, the man-eating vines turned their attention to the double-tailed emperor scorpion's body, injecting paralyzing poison continuously. Although the double-tailed emperor scorpion itself was a poisonous creature, with a higher resistance to toxins and requiring a longer time to be paralyzed, it no longer mattered. Chapter 96, Skills Attack 2. After the two leader monsters were controlled, the floating pagoda black armor warriors, with their wing blades wide open, charged straight into the swarm of monsters, continuously sweeping through them. Their blades sliced through the double-tailed scorpions and split-mouth worms' flesh, sending blood and gore flying everywhere, pushing through like a meat grinder. The human-faced tree's unused vines immediately joined the battle, binding more monsters, rendering them immobile. The battle quickly reached its climax, and without the leadership of their chiefs, the remaining double-tailed scorpions and split-mouth worms scattered like birds and beasts, and in no time, the leftover monsters vanished into the mist. Everyone be careful, clean up the battlefield, watch out for the scorpions that aren't fully dead, all are poisonous. We'll deal with the ones that are bound separately. Zhu Zhuang and his men finally heaved a sigh of relief, with not many crossbow arrows left in everyone's hands, but thankfully, they had won. In the recent battle, the flesh corpses and monsters both took several hits, and now the wounds were still bleeding. As for casualties, one person died and 4 were injured. The dead one was pounced on by a worm, knocked down and badly hurt, nearly dead, but was pulled back by someone and thus saved. However, in such battles, death and injury were unavoidable, and Zhu Zhuang had gradually grown accustomed to it. Therefore, he could calm down and immediately set about cleaning up the battlefield. The group began to move, and Wang Ho and his men also felt the relief of a narrow escape. Su Han stood beside the human-faced tree. The floating pagoda black armor warrior had already returned to his side, guarding him. The double-tailed emperor scorpion was gradually losing the ability to move under the heavy effect of the paralyzing poison, and although it might not last long, it was enough. The human-faced tree's additional vines were freed up, starting to use these split-mouth worms and double-tailed scorpions' corpses to convert into corpses and flesh to advance its fusion degree. Previously, at the warehouse, nearly 200 corpses only allowed its fusion degree of flesh and blood to reach 64%, but now it seemed it should be sufficient. Bakelin Su Han called out to Bakelin, who had not spared her efforts in the just concluded battle, currently holding a winch crossbow in her hand. She approached, winch crossbow hanging in her hand, and said, "What's up? You take Ji Minying and others to move the equipment, take as much as you can. Alright, you deal with the things here by yourself." Bakelin glanced at Wang Ho and the others, implying the official team, and she seemed to have no intention of considering switching to the official camp. Su Han nodded. Bakelin called Ji Minying and Shu Hongwang, who were still not over the shock, and with Yi Kaling leading 20 people, they entered the main body of the laboratory building. Although the double-tailed emperor scorpion and the mother of the split-mouth worms were defeated, it didn't mean the entire building was safe. Double-tailed scorpions could still be lurking in every corner of the building. Captain, as soon as some of the squad members who had just recovered saw Su-han and the others moving, they were about to speak. But Wang Hu stopped him mid-sentence, saying, "Don't talk nonsense." It was evident that Su-han's purpose and their mission objective seemed to coincide, and just now, that person should be the heir of the Beijing group. Wang Hu's special police team answered directly to South City, and although he was a team captain, his rank was not low. Hence, he recognized some of the important figures in the city, but they were assigned some special tasks. For instance, tasks like kidnapping or protection. But now, the most significant task was just one: to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. "Captain, he might be Su-han that Captain Cheng mentioned." Jia Yaqian approached, speaking in a low voice to remind him. Wang Hu was initially startled, but quickly got the idea and asked, "Are you sure?" "It's just a conjecture, but the likelihood is high." In the South City camp, as teams started to integrate, they split into several squads, from dozens to hundreds of people, with the squad leaders at the head of each. Wang Hu was one of them, and Cheng Zhenyang, as an outstanding contractor among the masses, was also one, so the two had interacted before. However, Jia Yaqian and Wang Ji were not among them. Their talents were the highest, but they lacked experience, which made leading a team difficult and would drag them down, so both were simply there to train. Despite the lack of official positions, undoubtedly, they were favored by Go Wutao and Yan Tijun, virtually like successors, making their words quite significant. "Yaqian, come with me." Having thought about it, Wang Hu called Zhao Yaqian and went towards Su-han. "Comrade Su-han." Wang Hu saluted respectfully, standing straight and firm, and gratefully said, "Thank you for helping out. Otherwise, we might have suffered heavy casualties." Upon hearing this address, Su-han was momentarily stunned, as the word comrade unexpectedly sounded natural from this burly man. "No trouble at all," Su-han replied, his gaze falling on the combat suit emblazoned with badges, asking, "You're from an official team, aren't you? Did you come here for a rescue of important personnel or for supplies?" Almost every one of them was wearing a black combat suit, badges, and police numbers on them, making it easy to identify their origins, to say nothing of the uniform rifles. "I'm Wang Hu, captain of the city's special combat police, and this is Zhao Yaqian." Wang Hu introduced himself, giving a nod and said, "We came here searching for supplies. If I may ask, Comrade Su-han, are you from the happiness community?" Su-han frowned slightly and countered, "How do you know?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hu smiled broadly, "Then we're on the same team. We've heard about your capabilities from Captain Cheng Zhenyang. Commissioner Go Wutao has wanted to find you more than once to invite you to join the South City camp, but without a lead, he had to give up." Chapter 97, Skills Attack 3. Cheng Zhenyang. Su-han's brow relaxed slightly. It was him, no wonder. "Did he find your team and reunite with his comrades?" "Yes," Wang Hu nodded, saying, "Captain Cheng was rescued by our search squad en route and joined us. Now he's leading the team of civilian contractors in protecting the camp." Wang Hu intentionally or unintentionally steered the topic toward the camp, saying, "The camp currently gathers the armed forces stationed in South City, the municipal and district police forces, and is now steadily rescuing civilians. There are about 2,500 people, nearly half of which are civilians." Upon hearing the number, Su-han was quite surprised. Now, with the fog enveloping everything and communication cut off, it was definitely difficult to notify the entire city's populace. That is to say, they were able to contact and rescue so many people bit by bit, which certainly wasn't an easy feat. "You guys are not bad, quite impressive." Su-han couldn't help but praise them, then said, "But you must have come for the experimental equipment, right? Do you have scholars in your team?" Su-han was sharp, his piercing gaze fixed on Wang Hu and Zhao Yaqian, creating an indescribable pressure, as if facing a predator. If they were here for supplies, what else but instruments could be taken from the research center? Moreover, such a large official camp suddenly showing interest in the research center was intriguing, especially since there was no sign of survivors, and it didn't seem like they were here for a rescue. Wang Hu cracked a smile and heartily said, "Yes, the day the strange fog arose, we were fortunate to have renowned professors like Bei Kai-uan and Tian Jiaxuan attending a conference. Now the professors already have some leads on their research into these monsters, and they just need the experimental equipment to corroborate the experiments." He straightened his gaze and suddenly said, "Comrade Su-han, I sincerely invite you to join us at the South City camp. I can't promise high ranks and riches, for that's useless in an apocalypse. But there are many civilians in the South City camp who need protection, and we will shelter even more in the future. We need your strength. Plus, if Professor Bei Kai-uan and his team manage to find a way to further strengthen the Angel Envoys, you, with your skills, would certainly be among the first to benefit. I guarantee it with my life." The sudden invitation caught Jayakian off guard, and Suhan too was taken aback, not having expected Wang Hu to be so direct. However, upon reflection, both sides knew Qing Zhenyang, and seemed to have a good impression of each other, and it didn't appear to be so reckless. What a rough man with hidden delicacy. Suhan smiled, then said, joining is unnecessary, your people have suffered many injuries, take them back. Treat the wounds first. Wang Hu's eyes flickered, showing a hint of regret, yet his face didn't seem too surprised. Is Miss Kalin the one organizing the study on the monsters in your camp? He probed, and while Suhan could guess his motive, Suhan's own actions also inadvertently exposed some details about his camp. Roughly. Suhan nodded, not hiding this point. Wang Hu understood, and then said, in that case, I won't force the issue. Our camp is at the Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant. If you ever need help, or decide to join us, we're always welcoming. Wang Hu didn't say much, he didn't even actively seek to learn where Suhan's camp was, or its situation. As an official camp, disclosing their location, actively sharing information was necessary. After all, their goal was to gather and save more survivors. Secrecy wouldn't achieve that. But Suhan was different, since he had not volunteered the information. Any overly intrusive probing by Wang Hu might come across as offensive. People are wary of deep conversations in brief encounters. It's much the same between forces, and it's not his place to inquire too deeply, anyway. Yakian, continue your adventure at MVL. Wang Hu called out to Zhao Yakian, and then said, get organized and head back immediately, then report Suhan's situation to Director Go and the others. Zhao Yakian looked serious, nodded, and said, I understand. Also, I feel he must be a second-order contractor, he knows more than we do. Chapter 98, Dual Form Advancement. Wang Hu and his team rested for less than 10 minutes before hastily leaving the area with their armed and transport vehicles after temporarily stemming the bleeding wounds of the injured members. Given their injuries, returning to the camp was the only way they could receive better treatment, and the matters concerning Suhan's side were naturally handed over to Li Ruikang, Yan Tijun, and Go Wutao to handle. Suhan did not stop them, and he didn't even try to prevent them as he saw them loading the corpses of a split-mouth worm and a double-tailed scorpion onto the vehicles. Although Wang Hu and his team belonged to an official camp, there was no conflict of interest at present. Beneath the isolation of the dense fog, not only did each survivor's camp become an isolated island, but also cities became islands to one another in the truest sense. An official camp without external support, though formidable, could not act overbearingly, and thus pose no great threat to Suhan. On the contrary, he had a premonition that it might not be long before contact was established. After all, officials in South City were also organizing scholars to study monsters, among them one he had heard about from Baikalin, Baikaiuan, a leading authority in the field of biology. It seems the officials' buildup will be faster than anticipated, Suhan mused, his gaze falling on a human-faced tree as he smiled, but at least, our side is almost on pace. The officials needed experimental equipment, and so did his side, indirectly proving that everyone's research progress on certain aspects was comparable, and perhaps even a bit faster on his side. Because there were more officials, even with the injection, the widespread application might be slower. After all, Wang Hu's angel envoy was still just an ordinary flesh corpse. After Wang Hu and the group left, Zhu Zhuang led some people to clean up the entire battlefield, piling up the relatively intact corpses of the split-mouth worm and double-tailed scorpion near the human-faced tree. Some half-dead monster corpses also sparked the action among those who had not yet formed a contract. During the recent battle, everyone had exerted effort, and a part of them had already completed kills in combat, warranting the rest the opportunity to claim monsters' lives and complete their contracts. As for monsters that were completely immobilized or merely paralyzed, they too were being loaded into vehicles, planning to be transported back to the camp together. Without specific instructions from Suhan, each new monster was considered a new resource by the people, to be studied before further processing. Suhan did not take part in the cleaning, he was waiting for the human-faced tree's fusion, while contemplating during the fusion process whether to take the split-mouth broodmother and double-tailed emperor scorpion back with him or to initiate fusion immediately. The size of both creatures was extraordinary, and even a large truck might not be able to load them. One was 10 meters in length, as thick as a water tank, and the other approximately 7 meters tall with a body length, including the tail, of over 10 meters. Unless dragged by the human-faced tree, this indeed posed a significant challenge. You have discovered a double-tailed emperor scorpion ripe for fusion. Would you like to proceed with fusion? Suhan's gaze fell on the double-tailed emperor scorpion, and then the demon spider warrior moved closer. Fusion. The body of the demon spider warrior writhed, countless blood-red threads began sprawling over the body of the double-tailed emperor scorpion, gradually fusing with it. Remaining true to the core is crucial, since it's inconvenient to carry the creature back, Transforming its strength into his own and conducting research later if necessary would work too. The fusion continued, yet the human face tree completed its fusion first. Whether it was the split-mouth worm or the double-tailed scorpion, the fusion degree they provided was not low. Thus, after roughly 100 corpses, the fusion degree was completed. Level 2 fusion of flesh and flesh completed. Human face tree acquires the skill self-healing, primary. After the fusion, the already massive stature of the human face tree grew an additional 1 or 2 meters, modest compared to its current height of 20 meters. Enjoy new stories from MVL. However, with the integration of the self-healing skill, the vines that had been torn in combat were now rapidly regrowing. Under the dual power of self-healing and man-eating vine, the wounds sustained by the human face tree in the combat were swiftly recovering, and it soon regained its original form. The fused flesh and flesh of meat corpses was just an appetizer. The self-healing skill was a nice addition for the human face tree. But the real main dish was still the giant split-mouth broodmother. Discovered the split-mouth broodmother ripe for fusion. Proceed with fusion? Fusion. While Suhan inwardly affirmed, more vines enveloped the split-mouth broodmother, with numerous filaments adhering and commencing the fusion process. As time slowly passed, it was unclear whether it was due to the human face tree itself possessing a robust flesh attribute or some other reason, but the compatibility of the fusion with the split-mouth broodmother was quite high. It didn't take long after the start of the fusion for a small section of the split-mouth broodmother's body to disappear, and its fusion degree rapidly reached 3%. This pace was almost on par with that of the demon spider warrior beside him, progressing quite swiftly. While the fusion continued, Zhu Zhuang and the rest, after clearing the basic battlefield, left 10 people to guard the entire first floor of the experimental center, while the others entered the main building to assist in transporting the experimental equipment. Due to repeated outbreaks of combat formerly, the main building was also in a state of disarray. Chapter 99, Dual Form Advancement 2. However, the entire experimental center wasn't just a single laboratory, it housed various instruments, large and small, differing only in focus and strength of function. Therefore, many instruments were salvaged, remaining undamaged. Baikelin, Ji Minyang, and Xu Hongwang split into 3 groups, each in search of usable equipment, and they gradually identified the operable instruments, carefully transporting them downstairs. Suhan and the others had brought a total of 4 trucks, although one was loaded with 60 bags of rice and wasn't filled to capacity, hence the same truck could still carry people. There were 3 more trucks available for transporting equipment, more than enough for their needs. As time ticked away, the number of loaded instruments grew, and the fusion progression of the 2 angel envoys on Suhan's team wasn't slow, either. In 1 hour, the scorpion spider demon and the human face tree each completed the fusion with 2 second-order low-grade monsters. On the scorpion spider demon side, after fusion with the body of the double-tailed emperor scorpion, the fusion degree reached 30%, while the human face tree, slightly ahead, achieved 35%. Both angel envoys, as if by an unspoken agreement, began to fuse lower-tier materials such as the double-tailed scorpion and the split-mouth worm immediately after completing the body fusion. The pile of corpses on the ground was steadily diminishing as the fusion degree climbed incrementally. Double-tailed emperor scorpion 31%, 32%, 33%. 55% split-mouth mother worm 36%, 37%. 67%. About 3 hours passed, and Bakelin's group had completely moved the items below. 2 trucks were almost filled to the brim, and protective measures were taken for the instruments to prevent damage during transport. Although their work was finished, Bakelin and his team didn't come to disturb Suhan but instead ordered people to scout the building for other useful materials. They all knew what Suhan was doing and naturally didn't interrupt him voluntarily. Zhu Zhuang even sent out a squad to clear the corpses of monsters killed earlier by Wang Hu and his team from the streets and dragged them to the vicinity of Suhan's 2 angel envoys, amounting to more than 100 bodies. After another hour, the fusion degree of the human face tree finally reached 100%. Split-mouth motherworm 100% fusion complete. Human face tree achieves form advancement. Ancient worm tree. Red light enveloped the enormous human face tree, from the towering crown to the roots, as it underwent drastic changes, swelling in size. In just a few breaths, the tree had transformed into a giant 30-meter-tall ancient tree with branches reaching to the sky and a thick trunk, its black bark becoming even more dark and ancient, while its human-like face twisted even further. Its gaping maw sprouted dense tree fangs inside and out, forming circling rows-like ears. Upon the larger branches, more fleshy tentacles arose, covered in slime and ceaselessly writhing, with the most terrifying change occurring at the root system. A multitude of tentacle-like roots shot out wildly, their tips resembling beak mouths, as thick as arms, with a sinister appearance. As they flopped about, they resembled a massive long, horrifying worms. Ancient worm tree advancement successful. Acquired skill, Treeborn worm. A powerful nurturing energy emanated from the ancient worm tree, instantly permeating Suhan's limbs and body, enhancing his physical attributes and strength while making him more aware of the spiritual energy contained within him. His eyes intently focused on the ancient worm tree. The sudden form advancement was somewhat expected, but the skill it brought was surprising. After a closer sensing, his eyes narrowed with astonishment, thinking, is it forming its ecosystem? The ancient worm tree used its own body to nurture worm eggs and fed on tree blood to raise the worms as hunting dogs, harvesting flesh to nourish itself. To some extent, the ancient worm tree had become the new split-mouth mother worm, more powerful and, with it at the core, gave rise to a new tribe, the servant tribe. This skill might not be suitable for combat, but it definitely was a territorial skill. In conjunction with fast-growing vines and man-eating vine, it would be even more difficult to deal with if spread across the ground. I'll test this skill once I return. This isn't his territory, and the skill wasn't appropriate to use here. Suhan had to suppress his eager thoughts and turned his attention to the scorpion spider demon. By now, the scorpion spider demon had completed fusion with the last pile of double-tailed scorpion bodies, naturally reaching a fusion degree of 100%. Double-tailed emperor scorpion 100% fusion complete. Scorpion spider warrior has achieved form advancement. Scorpion spider demon. A red glow enveloped the scorpion spider warrior's body. A powerful heartbeat thudded loudly, and the sound of flesh and tissue undulating was clear and visible. In no time, the entire scorpion spider warrior's body was writhing and metamorphosing. The humanoid upper body became more massive and muscular. The forearms were like cast iron, dark with subtle dark red patterns, and the tough skin faintly bore an exoskeleton resembling that of the double-tailed emperor scorpion, tough, strong, and austere. The lower half of the spider's body swelled significantly, the front half transforming to sprout a shell and a pair of pitch-black mandibles, shockingly becoming the head of a double-tailed emperor scorpion. The head was eyeless, the mandibles fierce, presenting a gaping maw. The spider's rear was quickly shrinking, a resilient exoskeleton emerged, and from its end, two iron-casted whip-like scorpion tail hooks burst forth, as thick as an adult's thigh and 5 meters in length. The tail hooks hovered aloft, swaying side to side, vaguely shimmering with a metallic luster. The spider legs didn't change much, still as sharp as spears, covered in black armor, clicking on the concrete floor as if spears were touching down. The entire scorpion spider demon stood over 6 meters tall, its body length reaching 7 meters, making it an immense creature with a fearsome and daunting presence. Advancement of scorpion spider demon successful. New skill coagulation cannon acquired. The scorpion spider demon's transformation was immense, feeding back into Suhan's body. Spiritual energy surged within him, nearly erupting from his being, drastically enhancing his physique and strength. Suhan was feeling the changes in his body when suddenly this notification appeared in his mind. He was pleasantly surprised, and before he could pay attention to it, another peculiar sensation overwhelmed him, and his spirit connected with the scorpion spider demons, almost in synchrony. The flow of spiritual energy for mental control, the manipulation of rules, and the way to use skills flooded his mind, and the hidden paths of spiritual energy in his body began to subtly shift at this time. Intermediate mental control skill synchronization successful. Another prompt appeared in his mind, and Suhan finally opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed, exuding a formidable aura. Observing the commotion, Bakelin and others looked in astonishment at the transformed Danger Lunvoy, especially at Suhan, who appeared so powerful, a subtle pressure emanating from him. Suhan reined in his aura and couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth, as the rewards from this fusion far exceeded his expectations. Scorpion Spider Demon, Coagulation Cannon. Feeling impulsive to test the new skill of the Scorpion Spider Demon, he controlled it with his mind, turning its body to aim at a thick wall 100 meters away. Between the front scorpion mandibles, blood gathered, eventually forming a basketball-sized crimson orb of blood and spiritual energy that shot out violently, like a cannonball, hitting the wall. Boom! Instantly, the wall exploded violently, a 6 to 7 meter section completely shattered, bricks at the center turned to dust, and the impact of the explosion created a moderate-sized crater on the ground. Zhu Zhuang and others were dumbstruck, blurting out, "Did you copy that scorpion skills?" The preparatory movements for the attack, the method of attack, were almost indistinguishable from the double-tailed Emperor Scorpion's blood arrows. Although the shape changed to a blood orb, wasn't this just a reskin rather than plagiarism? Suhan rolled his eyes at Zhu Zhuang, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly, "A slip of the tongue, the power of your skill, each one's like a gas cylinder exploding, it might be even more powerful." The more powerful Suhan became, the happier they were, because he was the mainstay of the camp. "Pack up, we're going back." Suhan didn't explain much, but he was quite satisfied with the power of the coagulation cannon. If he let it gather for a longer time, the power could increase even more. However, this wasn't a skill that could be used indefinitely. The coagulation cannon needed to consume blood and the spiritual energy within the scorpion spider demon. Though the regenerative skills could slightly compensate for the blood loss, yet the activation of the regenerative ability itself would consume the scorpion spider demon's strength and spiritual energy. Therefore, the more it was used, the more easily the scorpion spider demon would become exhausted. This skill was a sneaky trick. While engaging in close combat, it could deliver an unexpected coagulation cannon right to the opponent's face. Moreover, the scorpion spider demon possessed the floating pagoda black armor skill, which could act as a shield, concealing the motion of the scorpion mandibles as it prepared, making the attack even more surprising. Chapter 100, South City's reaction after their mission failed. Wang Hu and his team quickly returned to the South City base, which was now located at the southern prosperous chemical plant. Although they retraced their steps on the way back, they still encountered monster disturbances that hindered their swift return. When they had set out, they had hurried to their destination, but they had not cleared out the monsters along the way. However, fortunately, they had managed to preserve their strength well, so despite the obstacles, there were no casualties or injuries due to the monsters' disturbances. As they approached the chemical plant shrouded in fog, the distant glow of the lamp trees finally allowed Wang Hu and his team to breathe a sigh of relief. The entrance to the chemical plant was significantly different from before, with sandbags and discarded vehicles piled up into a solid defensive position, and a squad of about 20 fully armed soldiers were on guard, with angel envoys summoned around them as sentry vanguards. Among them were both corpse-class angel envoys and canine monsters like the giant macrophage dog. Special Combat Guard Squad, Wang Hu. At the sentry post, Wang Hu leaned out of the vehicle window to identify himself. Although they were all driving armed vehicles, such caution was essential. The sentry recognized Wang Hu, saluted, and waved his hand to signal his team, let them through. The convoy slowly entered through the open gate into the chemical plant and slowly drove along the hardened roads inside towards the interior. The fog density within the entire chemical plant was very low, almost completely dispersed, providing a very broad field of vision. They could see people patrolling from afar, and ordinary people tilling and planting crops on non-hardened land. South City Base gathered more people and explored more areas, so the base stockpiled more lamp trees than Suhan Shanu Village District. Moreover, aside from a portion of their lamp tree crystals being used for research, the rest were all kept, now amounting to several dozens. Apart from the lamp tree crystals used for exploration and combat, at present, within a certain range, a lamp tree crystal was placed as a street light inside the chemical plant, dispersing a large area of fog. Relying on the range covered by light, Li Ruikang had already ordered Wen Zhenhui to begin organizing non-combatant personnel within the base to start farming, turning over the soil, and then planting crops. It could be said that after relocating the base, the entire South City base had now begun to operate in an orderly and rapid manner. Wang Yi, take everyone to treat their wounds, rest individually for now. Zhao Yeqian, come with me to the office building. The vehicle stopped in front of the office building. Wang Hu and Zhao Yeqian got out of the car, and Wang Hu instructed the others inside the vehicle. Yes, Captain Wang. Wang Yi responded loudly, and then the team members drove away from the front of the office building. The interior of the chemical plant was mainly divided into 4 large areas: the administrative office building, the factory and workshop area, the employee dormitory accommodation area, and finally, the area for parking and sports grounds. There were several dormitory buildings, originally designed to accommodate 8,000 employees, which were now perfectly used as lodging for the base. The office building was directly converted for use as the administrative center of South City Base, and part of the laboratories would also be set up here. Of course, even more might make use of the existing chemical laboratories from the original factory. Upon entering the office building, Wang Hu went straight to find Go Wutao and the other 2 in the meeting room. His first words were, "The mission has failed." Inside the meeting room, Li Ruikang, Go Wutao, Yan Tijun, Bai Kaiyuan, and Tianjai Axuan, 5 people sitting in chairs, seeing the appearance of Wang Hu and Zhao Yeqian, could somewhat guess that the outcome might not be good. Li Ruikang spoke in a calm voice, slowly saying, "Sit down and tell us slowly, how are the casualties?" Wang Hu's eyes reddened, and with a heavy heart, he said, "Guanziaqiu, Zhuyun. 18 team members sacrificed, we couldn't bring back their bodies. Li Yun and Wang Shitten are severely injured." He pronounced each name clearly and firmly, while neither Li Ruikang nor Go Wutao interrupted him. In this post-apocalyptic world where people died daily, this was the worst casualty event for the Special Combat Guard Squad since the first day. We must record the names of the fallen team members and take extra care of their families in the base. If they're not here at the moment, when we encounter them later, we must ensure they receive proper treatment, Li Ruikang said with a solemn voice, and Wang Hu nodded heavily before continuing. The situation at Oak Biological Research Center was beyond our expectations. The place wasn't dominated by human mutant monsters like four-armed corpses but by mutated creatures, the double-tailed scorpion, and they have already formed a colony effect with a leader that's several times larger than average double-tailed scorpions, conservatively estimated to be second-order low-grade. Second-order low-grade? The complexions of those present changed slightly, and Go Wu-Tao asked in a serious tone, "Are you sure?" Until now in their explorations, the highest grade monster they had discovered was only first-order upper grade. Eva Jiaqian was just touching the boundary of first-order upper grade and had yet to get a grasp of the second order. Jiaqian interjected, "At least it's a second-order monster. My Shadow Claw monster felt a clear suppression in its presence, and judging from the combat intensity, ordinary rifle bullets were almost ineffective, and light bombs also couldn't inflict fatal damage. We used up all the bombs we brought, but to no avail. And most importantly..." She paused, then continued, "This time, we were saved by a second-order contractor. The monster was able to fight on par with his angel envoys for a short time." Jiaqian's words dropped like bombs, stunning everyone into silence. She then detailed the matter of the splitmouth motherworm and splitmouth worms, as well as how they made contact with Su-Han. After Li Ruiking and the others clarified the situation and pondered in shock for a long time, he sighed and said, "Wang Hu. Present. Go and invite Captain Qing Zanyang over." Go Wu-Tao looked serious, continuously saying, "It seems the monster my old comrade talked about is truly extraordinary." His voice echoed throughout the conference room, and Li Ruiking spoke softly, "After the appearance of second-order monsters, the fact that humans have a second-order contractor is actually a good thing. At least we're not being left behind. However, we must ensure one thing, and that is what kind of person Su-Han is." He paused, then said, "As far as we can tell, he harbors no malice towards our officials, and this is very important." Knock knock knock. The sound of knocking arose, followed by Wang Hu's voice from outside, "Report, Captain Qing has arrived. Please come in." Qing Zanyang was brought in by Wang Hu, still somewhat confused. He had only been told that there was an important matter to discuss. As soon as he entered, his gaze fell on his old comrade in arms, tinged with a hint of puzzlement. Go Wu-Tao spoke first, "Old Qing, don't worry, it's about Su-Han. We just ran into him." "Su-Han?" Qing Zanyang was startled, and immediately asked, "How is he?" Ever since parting ways at Lahua Supermarket, he had not heard from Su-Han, but Su-Han's help in the happiness community, and the fact that he pulled Qing into the fold when he was leaving, were all signs of their friendship. "He has already advanced to second order, and he even saved our people." Upon hearing that Su-Han had advanced to second order, first he showed a look of surprise, but upon second thought, it seemed like the most natural thing to him. Even he had already reached first order upper grade. Su-Han was more skilled than him, so what was second order? Go Wu-Tao related the events at the Oak Biological Research Center to Qing Zanyang, sharing both the details and the overall picture, yet clarifying the matter. This is indeed his way of doing things. As for the angel envoy, after listening, the hesitant look on Qing Zanyang's face immediately made Li Ruiking and the others aware of something. "Old Qing, if you can speak, please do. We inherently have no malice towards Su-Han and do not have any conflicts of interest. On the contrary, as the first second-order contractor we've discovered, it would be of great help to be in good terms with him." Li Ruiking keenly sensed that Qing Zanyang might be hesitant to reveal too much about Su-Han, not wanting to betray a friend. But in this matter, there was no question of betrayal, just a desire to understand Su-Han better, to make a judgment. Qing Zanyang said with a wry smile, "He told me about the angel envoy, that he has a special talent, so changes in form and evolution are not strange for him." "So you say that the angel envoy's form is not a humanoid four-armed corpse, that's not a big problem. Special talent?" Yan Tijun's expression grew serious, as he honed in on the key point, asking, "What kind of talent, is it like skills?" "I don't know," he didn't elaborate, "and I suppose this isn't something he would just tell anyone." Qing Zanyang shook his head, but it was Bei Kai-Yuan who suddenly spoke up, "Actually, the emergence of special talents should be the norm." All eyes turned to him as if waiting for an answer. Bei Kai-Yuan spoke unhurriedly, "Although it's just a guess, if animals can mutate due to the mist and the pervasive spiritual energy in the environment, then why can't we humans, as primates? The Book of Blood Spirit originates from that eyeball, but shouldn't there be some changes in us as well? Professor Bei, are you suggesting that every one of us might potentially awaken a talent?" Li Ruiking also grasped the key, his tone revealing urgency, for if humans also possessed special talents, then the situation might become much more favorable. However, Bei Kai-Yuan shook his head, "I don't know." Feeling that this answer might be unsatisfactory, he pondered for a moment before adding, "It might appear, But each individual's evolution would likely differ, not everyone will have it, that's my guess. The tropics of evolution and talent fell by the wayside, and even Baekhyun couldn't provide an answer, but it did lead everyone to tacitly accept Suhan's special abilities. Li Ruiking looked toward Cheng Xingyang, asking seriously, "Old Cheng, what do you think of Suhan as a person? This is very important, it affects how we interact with him, what measures we take. But definitely has boundaries. A fair assessment, not broadly labeling him as a good or bad person," he added. "He wouldn't wantonly enslave or harm others, but he certainly won't overlook any offense or threat." He paused, remembering the deceased He Feng and others. Since then, Suhan had become even more calm, decisive, and sharp, more akin to a leader. This was what he had witnessed with his own eyes, his personal experience. "From my perspective, making friends with Suhan is the best choice, and I can serve as the liaison if needed." The voice was firm, meeting the eyes of Li Ruiking and the other two without a hint of cowardice or evasion, upright and forthright. Li Ruiking smiled and nodded, saying, "With your words, we now have a good understanding." With that, Cheng Xingyang left the conference room first, leaving only Li Ruiking and the four others behind. "Regarding Suhan, what are your thoughts?" Chapter 101, Tree-born worm. Li Ruiking looked at two colleagues and two professors. Yan Tijun was the first to speak, saying, "We can interact, and it is best to establish close contact. Separated by fog, unable to connect with higher-ups, acting independently has already become the norm. The biggest threat laid before us is just one: survival. Since Wang Hu, Jia Yaqian, and Cheng Xingyang have all said Suhan is reliable, we can at least be sure that he is a decent person." Li Ruiking nodded slightly, finding Yan Tijun's words perfectly aligned with his own thoughts. Given the current situation, it was not only that Suhan was decent, but even if he were not, he was still gathering survivors and protecting humanity's vital forces, not ravaging kin. That alone would not make South City take the initiative to make an enemy of him. However, Wang Hu did not ask for the location of Suhan's camp, so even if we wanted to contact him, we wouldn't be able to, he said. Go Wu Tao frowned, somewhat critical of Wang Hu's overly cautious approach, but that couldn't be blamed on him since he was not a diplomat. Li Ruiking chuckled and said, "Old Cheng said he headed westward toward Happiness Community. It should be in the northwestern part of the city. With ample water sources, defensive measures, and a sizable area, such a camp shouldn't be too common, right?" He drew 2 or 3 circles on the map hanging behind him with a red pen, one around South City No. 1 Middle School, one around Southern City Prison, and the last one strikingly was Shanu Villa District. Yan Tijun pondered and said, "Southern City Prison is located in the suburbs, and is generally not marked on the map. It's unlikely that regular people know about it. So the biggest possibilities are South City No. 1 Middle School and Shanu Villa District. Should we send someone to make contact?" "No," Li Ruiking shook his head and said, "Sending someone right after making contact can easily cause misunderstandings. Plus, there are 2 more issues before us. One is our own camp is still a mess, and we can't spare many people, especially with the urgency of second-order matters. You've seen it, ordinary bullets no longer pose a threat to second-order monsters, and handguns are becoming less effective. I'll lead a team to make as many explosives as possible, the more powerful kinds, but the conditions are limited." Tian Jiaxuan took over the conversation, mentioning that the bombs Wang Ho and his team brought were actually made by him, but due to limited time and chemical plant materials, their power was not very great. "That will have to do." Li Ruiking offered a word of comfort, then continued, "The second thing is, what can we use to establish contact with Suhan? Shouting slogans, forming connections, what's the difference between that and pyramid schemes? Either mutual assistance or an exchange of interests. With the fog causing isolation, and the great distance between the northwestern part of the city and the southern part where they were, it was basically out of the question to help directly, and naturally forming a connection was also not feasible. Therefore, the emphasis would have to be on interest. What do they have that they could use for exchange? Guns? Or perhaps the much scarcer food? Information and injections." Baekhyun spoke up, "They are also researching monsters, so they should be interested in the injections, as well as information about the apocalypse and monster research. Exchanging such information is essential, and they would definitely be interested. Besides, there is a natural information gap between you and him, isn't there?" Baekhyun was hinting at something, regarding the knowledge of the entire city, especially confidential information. Li Ruiking and his team knew far more than Suhan about things like oil and food storage. Li Ruiking nodded slightly, confirming decisively, "Professor Bay is right, but all this can only happen if we are well organized. Thus, we might have to set Suhan aside for now, giving priority to acquiring experimental equipment and setting up a lab to produce real enhancement injections. That would be the real opportunity for establishing exchanges. Having both the injections and the apocalyptic research in hand would then provide a solid foundation to establish relations and even exchange information on enhancements. Tianjai Axuan said, besides the Auk Biological Research Center, there are actually several nice labs in South City. I will mark them later. Yan Tijun said, let Wanji go along this time. The more people, the more thorough the preparations. Once Suhan and his companions returned to Shanu Villa, they immediately split up and commenced their tasks. Ji Minying and the new arrivals were entrusted to Yan Mi for registration of information, just like before, recording name, profession, angel envoy, skills, etc., and then arranging their accommodation. Zhu Zhuang and others, following Bakelin's arrangements, began to move the experimental equipment down and place it in various rooms of Villa Number 9. Though not a dedicated laboratory, under the current circumstances, that was as good as it could get. Villa Number 9 was almost entirely occupied, except for Suhan's own second floor and Bakelin's room on the first floor. Gogang organized people to move down rice and other scavenged materials, along with live specimens of a double-tailed scorpion and split-mouth worm that had been caught, all crammed into iron cages. Suhan alone, after the advancement of the ancient worm tree, brought it to the space between Villa Number 9 and Villa Number 10. The Book of Blood Spirit glowed slightly, and the ancient worm tree was summoned forth. Tentacles and vines intertwined, particularly the root tentacles, resembling worms, making the entire ancient worm tree appear even more eerie. Fortunately, the root system covered the ground only briefly. Under Suhan's control, it quickly burrowed into the ground, making the whole ancient worm tree appear somewhat normal, aside from the tentacles drooping between its branches. Radiance of the lamp tree, the vines spread out, and at intervals, a tip emerged from the ground, its light dispelling the fog and illuminating the increasingly night-bound villa. Just like the vines, even the tentacle-like limbs could emit the radiance of the lamp tree, an unexpected phenomenon for Suhan. Once he was rooted and ready, Suhan finally shifted his focus onto the new skill he had acquired after advancement. Treeborn worm, it's time to try it. Suhan's thoughts moved, and he activated the skill. His eyes tightly closed as he tried to deepen the connection with the ancient worm tree. Soon, he felt a response from the ancient worm tree. At the roots of the ancient worm tree, 50 vines gradually transformed. At their tips, a pale green translucent egg slowly formed. It was shaped like a gigantic cell. The pale green translucent membrane around it was like a cell wall, and inside, a worm-like creature was slowly incubating. It drew energy from the ancient worm tree, growing gradually from the size of a fist to that of a human head in just over 10 minutes. Suhan's thoughts moved again, not satisfied with merely sensing through the ancient worm tree. One of the vines slowly emerged from the ground, bringing the egg in front of Suhan. Through the transparent membrane, he saw the human head-sized worm with a beak-like split mouth and wood-like dark skin, strikingly similar to the split-mouth worm he encountered at the Auk Biological Research Center. The skill actively accelerates the incubation and might speed up growth, but if allowed to grow slowly, could the time extend by 2 or 3 days? He was carefully sensing the changes in the use of his skill. Now, he was not only actively deploying the skill but also prompting the ancient worm tree to supply more energy for the growth of the egg. Another half-hour quickly passed, and Suhan could feel the consumption of the ancient worm tree. The man-eating vine had quietly extended out and clamped onto some double-tailed scorpion and split-mouth worm corpses that Gogang and others had just discarded nearby. Devouring and digesting greatly amended the ancient worm tree's consumption, and then the egg grew even faster. In the blink of an eye, the egg had grown almost the height of a person. The tree-barn worm inside was clearly visible, its appearance particularly ferocious. PFFT finally, 10 minutes later, the worm inside fervidly flipped out, its sharp split mouth immediately tearing through the egg's outer membrane, the entire tree-barn worm breaking out of its shell. The worm in front of Suhan rolled onto the ground, then approached and sniffed Suhan, as if recognizing his centaur. Psychic fluctuation? It was not aggressive but lowered its fearsome head. Performing the same action, the remaining 49 worms neatly aligned themselves toward the ancient worm tree on the ground, as if they were on a pilgrimage. Feeding on flesh couldn't sustain the tree-born worms, only the blood and energy of the ancient worm tree could keep them alive. Thus, the ancient worm tree was their life, the pinnacle of their entire lineage. Suhan closed his eyes, feeling the miraculous connection between the ancient worm tree and tree-born worms. His thoughts moved, go hunt. The information was conveyed, and all tree-born worms stirred into action, burrowing rapidly under the ground and scouting far afield. Under Suhan's intervention, 9 and 10 villas human residents were not within the hunting range, but farther afield creatures were uncertain. 300 meters, 400 meters, 500 meters. Suhan estimated the activity range of the tree-barn worms and was startled to find that it reached about 600 meters. This distance was not trivial, it covered an area more than 100 times that of a soccer field. This was the hunting ground of the tree-born worms, extending further than the reach of the ancient worm tree's vines. Given this distance, 50 worms are too few, but starting slow might also be a good precautionary step. Suhan's eyes narrowed slightly as he considered the additional uses of tree-born worms, not only as hounds to nourish the ancient worm tree but also as perfect sentinels. It's just their intelligence isn't quite up to the task, but having them coordinate with the patrol team at the first sign of trouble is also a good strategy, though their numbers are too few. The sentinel worms would return and signal to the patrol team formed by Yikaling when they detected any disturbances, ensuring timely action and enabling the tree-born worms to play a more significant role. But their numbers were still too few. 50 people scattered over a soccer field would seem sparse, much more so for an area more than 100 times that size. However, this was only temporary. Suhan waited about 10 minutes. The ground rumbled as the first hunting team of tree-born worms returned, moving underground, dragging half a carcass. It leaped up, depositing the body next to the roots of the ancient worm tree. The man-eating vine extended and completely devoured the body, offsetting the cost of hatching the worms. The worms are somewhat independent. Can't the sensation reach each individual's specific movements? With a flicker in his eyes, Suhan approximately tested the condition of the tree-born worms. His thoughts moved, and he issued a new order: regular hunting but stockpile creature carcasses. Compared to simple devouring, fusion was a better choice for the ancient worm tree. Chapter 102, Laboratory completed. Although there are currently only 50 tree-born worms, it is still too few for the hunting range they patrol. Nonetheless, Suhan has dispersed them, mainly distributed within the Shanu Villa district, to guard against monsters infiltrating the area. Including Ji Minying and 23 others, the entire camp had just over 120 people, and only a few villas were in use. For a Shanu Villa district that covers nearly 2 million square meters, the number was still too small. Yikaling and Yan Mi formed a patrol team that inspected the territory every day, but still found it somewhat strained. Therefore, the worms were also used to supplement the patrols. In the 2 or 3 days since the tree-born worms had been deployed, almost every day a certain number of meat corpses were dragged back, sometimes 3 or 4, sometimes 5 or 6. Although the number was not large, considering that most of the patrolled areas were within the Shanu Villa district, this was explainable. As a safety measure, the monsters around the Shanu Villa had always been targeted for clearance, which naturally reduced their numbers. These numbers of monster corpses were not all stored for the ancient worm tree. The monsters kept in the steel cages also needed a certain amount of food, forming a small cycle. On the 3rd day after the laboratory equipment was back, Bakelin brought good news to Suhan. The blood and tissue of the green scale carps have been analyzed. As we had anticipated, their gene structure is stable, and they contain stable spiritual energy structures, making them edible, Bakelin said, holding a string of data and reports. She had been analyzing various data since the laboratory equipment was installed, and she had finally reached the current conclusion. She paused before saying, long-term consumption of evolved kind creatures is beneficial for humans to accumulate spiritual energy and promote physical enhancement. The two were sitting in the living room of Villa Number 9. Hearing what Bakelin said, Suhan's eyes flickered as he said, does this mean we can start breeding them? What about their food? Have we confirmed that it's purple lotus? Omnivorous, Bakelin said. Both green scale carps and red line grass carps exhibit a certain degree of omnivorous behavior. These past few days, I have fed them a variety of foods. The purple lotus works best, but they also consume other meats. They have a broad diet, but you're not planning on feeding them meat corpses, are you? She smiled slightly, looking at Suhan. Suhan immediately shook his head. What a joke. If these creatures were being raised as livestock for the camp, how could they possibly be fed the corpses of mutated human monsters? Bakelin said with a smile, the purple lotus adapts quickly to its environment, especially under the radiance of the lamp tree. In a short time, the plant population has increased by 1/10, so it can be used as the main feed for farming. Moreover, when the crops we're currently growing undergo iteration, we should see the emergence of evolved kind plants that are adapted to the current environment, which will provide even more feed sources. With the increase in population and the illumination from the radiance of the lamp tree, the progress of the farmland Yanmi was cultivating wasn't slow. It had expanded to an area equivalent to 4 or 5 football fields, about 50 or more acres. Although more vegetables and fruits were planted, grains like wheat and corn accounted for only half of the crops, because the seeds were found relatively later. But as time goes on and more crops are planted, under the influence of the environment, evolved kind crops will inevitably emerge, which is a good thing. In that case, we can let Ji Chichan and his team start fish farming tomorrow, Suhan said. Not just other people, Even Suhan hadn't eaten fresh meat for a long while and had been relying on canned meat and jerky. Compared to that, I think there is something you should pay more attention to, Bakelin added. Suhan's expression became solemn as he asked, what is it? The double-tailed emperor scorpion and the split-mouth motherworm should be considered as evolved-kind monsters, said Bakelin slowly. From the tissue of the double-tailed scorpions and the split-mouth worms, it's clear that their gene structures are relatively stable and not as aggressive. They might not be particularly strong compared to other monsters, but in combat, they clearly demonstrate communication and cooperation. Their intelligence has somewhat increased. Suhan's face turned serious as he realized the severity of the situation. You're saying that it's very likely that some advanced evolved kinds will develop intelligence on par with humans? It's not just likely, it is an inevitable trend, Bakelin insisted, putting down the data in her hand and looking directly at Suhan. We have to admit that if things continue like this, more and more evolved kinds will inevitably encroach on human living spaces. The double-tailed emperor scorpion and the split-mouth worms were only an abbreviation. Humans holed up in the research center had become the targets of being driven out. Suhan said in a serious tone, we'll cover water with earth, just make sure we're one step ahead. How is the progress on the serum purification? The first dose of the fish monster leader's medicine is in the final stages of purification. The process of removing impurities and retaining spiritual energy substances will still take some time, Bakelin said. Suhan had imprisoned many monsters, including first-order upper-grade creatures like the Meat Mountain Demon, Fish Monster Leader, Bloodbone Lizard, and the floating pagoda black armor that was very close to being a second-order low-grade. However, when choosing materials for the first injection, Bakelin still chose the fish monster group. One reason was her more in-depth research on the fish monsters, as she had a more comprehensive understanding, especially since she could trace the form changes from fish monster eggs, half-fish monsters, to the fish monster leader. The second reason was that compared to Meat Mountain demons and claw giants, fish monsters were undeniably more stable, closer to evolved kind, and thus easier to produce. As quickly as possible, Suhan said. Early the next morning, Suhan assembled a team to transfer some of the fish monsters to the side of Yunling Lake. The evolved kind fish not only needed to be farmed, but as the camp's only naval force, they were also a target for farming. They were not just used for the management of fish cultivation but also could serve as one of the contract soldiers. Suhan, where should we put the metal? A large amount of metal had been transported to the lake by Gogang in a truck, and Suhan shook his head, saying, no need to unload. He walked up in front of the truck, the Book of Blood Spirit radiating red light, and soon the towering figure of the scorpion spider demon appeared lakeside. Beneath its colossal stature, even the heavy truck seemed a bit diminutive, being looked down upon by the scorpion spider demon. Everyone stepped back. Continue reading on MVL. The scorpion spider demon bent down, extending a palm almost the size of an adult's towards Suhan. Suhan stepped up, the scorpion spider demon hoisted him up, and then set him atop its shoulder. Floating pagoda black armor connected with Suhan's black armor, almost as if forming one entity, making the scorpion spider demon Suhan's mount. Metal control. Once in position, under his command, the scorpion spider demon simultaneously employed metal control with him, and in an instant, more than a dozen tons of metal floated before the pair and began to melt and transform, gradually shaping into an enormous metal cage. The metal cage was massive, not a completely regular cuboid but shaped closer to a corner of Yunling Lake into a fused enclosure. Covering an area about the size of a football field, the cage rose about 2 meters above the water surface, with a mesh pattern made of metal. The iron bars of the fence were at least as thick as 2 fingers, without the slightest worry about fish monsters breaking through. Gogang, Ji-Chun, and the others watched in awe, their eyes holding respect. No matter how many times they saw it, this ability always shook them to the core. Although it wasn't a one-time control of several dozen tons of metal, the very act of manipulating and melding metal out of thin air was already beyond belief. Throw the fish monsters into it, and give some of the fish monster eggs back to them, he said. Yes, we will start right away. The density of the cage's mesh was not small, so there was no concern that the young fish monsters would escape once hatched. Soon, Ji-Chun and the others threw more than a dozen fish and half-fish monsters into it. They closed the metal gate of the cage from above and locked it tight from the outside. We should be able to hatch the first batch of fish monsters spawn within a month. These things are pretty easy to raise, Gogang commented. He wasn't in charge of managing Yunling Lake, and he had never raised fish before, but after seeing the data and predictions about fish monster breeding and growth provided by Bakelin, he was utterly astounded. It had been less than a month since the end of the world and the appearance of fish monster eggs and their entire species. Even if the mutation has slightly stabilized, the breeding time should be between 1 and 2 months. Regarding reproduction, fish monsters had no sex. After reaching maturity in form, They could lay eggs on their own, hatching them as a group. As for their diet, it was complex. Being omnivorous creatures, although flesh constituted their primary diet, plants could also satisfy their hunger, especially in tough times. If such creatures proliferated, they would quickly become a dominant species in any body of water. Unless there was an even more powerful monster in that water, the situation would reverse, with the fish monsters turning into a source of food. All 5 of your angel envoys are fish monsters. Yanmei should have already arranged your work, right? Suhan said, turning his gaze towards Jijichun and the others. It's all arranged, boss. Jijichun nodded and said, later on, we'll hang a crystal from the lamp tree at the heart of the lake, dispelling the fog on the water and increasing the breeding rate of the purple lotus. We will periodically catch evolution fish, like the green-scaled carp and red-line grass carp, to prevent them from devouring too many small fish. Evolved kind of fish are omnivorous. If there are too many strong individuals, it would squeeze the space for the rest of the small fish to grow. And this was what Jijichun and his team were currently set to do. If more evolved kind of plants appeared in the future, they would also need to produce feed and carry out feeding. But for now, that wasn't necessary. Suhan nodded and said, do as they have arranged. He left Yangling Lake with Gogang, the construction of such a huge metal cage having consumed tens of tons of metal, in addition to the previous remodeling of trucks and creation of metal cages for the double-tailed scorpion and split-mouth worm, nearly using up 60 to 70% of the nearly 100 tons of metal. However, Suhan wasn't too concerned about it, because whether it was for confining monsters or farming fish monsters, it was all for a greater benefit, to strengthen the camp. Old Go, in the vicinity of Shanu Villa district, where else are there construction sites or large parking lots? He asked while walking, preparing to gather metal for the scorpion spider demon to continue with fusion, hopefully leading to an increase in metal control. Summer Garden Mall is one, but it's empty now. If we really have to check, we can search each residential district individually. The closest one is Nanshan residential area, and there should be a hotel nearby as well. Suhan, there might be a matter requiring your attention. Mid-conversation, Yanmei arrived briskly and approached Suhan. Chapter 103, the first hospital. Suhan noticed her uneasy expression and asked, what happened? The patient's condition has worsened, and Cullen can't handle it. Yanmei spoke while leading Suhan, recalling that during the battle at the research center, 4 people were injured, 2 of whom were relatively minor and their conditions had been mostly stabilized. However, the remaining 2 were more seriously injured. Although they had been medicated, Bakelin was not a full-time doctor after all. There had been no improvement for 3 days, and by now, the situation had exceeded her capabilities. Following Yanmei, they reached Villa number 8, where a room on the first floor had been converted into a temporary hospital ward. When the 3 of them entered, Bakelin was examining the patient on the bed. How are things? Upon entering, Suhan looked at the pale-faced patient on the bed and turned to Bakelin. It's not good. Even with a contractor's stronger constitution, there's likely significant internal damage that requires surgery, something I can't perform. She could help with simple wound treatment and fevers, but more specialized medical procedures were beyond her abilities. The one lying in bed was an older person, someone who had followed Suhan from the happiness community and was currently in a coma, clearly not in good condition. Do we need a doctor? Suhan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He pondered for a moment, then said, coincidentally, I also need to go out. Have old Gogo call old Zhu to lead a team. Today, I'll lead an expedition. I'll go right now. Gogang hurried out, leaving only the 3 of them in the room. Bakelin asked, are you planning to look for surviving doctors at the hospital? Suhan nodded. It was a battle-inflicted injury, not caused by cowardice or personal provocation, so they should and must be saved. The only hospital nearby is South City's first hospital, just a few streets behind that grain and oil store. Bakelin frowned slightly and said, the hospital is so large, there should be survivors, but there might be a lot of monsters that have appeared. Some patients might have undergone further mutations. Suhan remained calm and said, we'll leave it to fate. If we can't do anything once we get there, then they'll just have to fend for themselves. He had already planned to gather supplies, clear out monsters, and boost his strength, so venturing out was already in the plan. Visiting the hospital was just incidental. If it was beyond his capacity, then he would simply have to apologize. Gogang and Zhuang moved quickly. A 20-person supply search squad was quickly assembled, with 2 trucks, 2 jeeps, each person equipped with a crossbow, and clad in iron armor. This was the standard configuration of the supply search team of the Shanu Villa camp and had been the standard for Zhuang and his team on previous excursions. Even without Suhan's involvement, they had managed to find quite a lot of food and gasoline, which they transported back. Suhan, everyone's here. Do we go now? Straight to the first hospital, I'll have the scorpion spider demon clear the path. Though he said it was incidental, once they left the gate of the Shanu Villa district, Su-han directed Zhu Zhuang straight toward the first hospital. Zhu Zhuang understood the urgency and stepped on the accelerator, rushing the convoy toward the first hospital. Su-han had kept the ancient worm tree in the Book of Blood Spirit as a precaution, and as he had said, he summoned a scorpion spider demon to lead the way for the convoy. Its massive body provided unparalleled strength, and no vehicle that lay across the street could block its path. With powerful forearm grabs, it tossed aside the vehicles, stacking them up along the roadside. As they progressed, hidden monsters within the fog still launched sporadic attacks on the convoy. In a face-to-face encounter, they were killed by the scorpion spider demon's tail hook. There was also an attack by a group of giant claw zombies leading meat corpse demons and giant macrophage dogs. Their numbers were considerable, around 30 or 40, blocking one side of the road, but a single shot from the scorpion spider demon's coagulation cannon obliterated them on the spot. With the scorpion spider demon clearing the way, their speed was not slow. Within about an hour, they gradually arrived near the first hospital. The entire hospital was shrouded in fog. The outpatient building and the main hospital building all loomed vaguely in the mist, leaving only a dark outline that was hard to discern. Roar just as they parked their vehicles, a roar emanated from inside the hospital, and it wasn't just one. I have a feeling there will be big monsters. Zhu Zhuang muttered, peering into the foggy edge and asked softly, shall we deploy the ancient worm tree? Disembark and start clearing. Su-han nodded, and the Book of Blood Spirit lit up. The towering ancient worm tree appeared outside the truck, standing at the entrance of the hospital. Radiance of the lamp tree, the light spread from the center of the ancient worm tree, and the source of the roaring sounds immediately became exposed. Those were monsters crouched on the ground, with twisted spines and sharp claws, jaws so wide they nearly stretched to their ears, heads fused with their spines, and almost no neck to speak of, a veritable monster. The crawlers surged forward rapidly, able to cover 7 or 8 meters in a blink, and came close to the trucks. Puff! The ancient worm tree's vines burst forth, instantly impaling 4 or 5 crawlers. The vines extended into the interior of the hospital, and the light gradually illuminated most of the hospital, clearing out much of the fog. Off the car, angel envoys to the front, crossbowmen to the rear. Without needing Zhu Zhuang's orders, everyone had already developed their combat instincts through numerous battles and scavenging for supplies. They disembarked with lightning speed and quickly found cover, facing the crawlers and meat corpse monsters charging out from the hospital and the surrounding streets. Distorted figures surged from the edges of the fog, like an undead army. With their fearless and mad rush, it was enough to make many people lose their courage. But Zhu Zhuang and the others were different, their eyes sharp as old wolves. They already shot out crossbow arrows with a FWT, piercing through one monster after another. Die, damn it. Controlling his own first-grade superior meat corpse, Zhu Zhuang charged directly into the fray, his axe hammer swinging, severing meat corpses at their waists, splattering flesh and blood midair. Has that guy's meat corpse grown bigger and stronger? Over the past few days, Su-han noticed that Zhu Zhuang's meat corpse had grown slightly and was now nearly reaching 3 meters in height. And more importantly, the muscles hard as stone and the strength that burst forth were undoubtedly stronger than a few days ago. While observing, Su-han started to have the scorpion spider demon and the ancient worm tree take action. The scorpion spider demon charged towards one side of the street, taking on all the monsters there by itself. With the floating pagoda black armor morphing into wing blades, it swept across, cutting all monsters into halves in an instant. In his hands, he also wielded a much larger and heavier wolf fang club that surpassed Zhu Zhuang's angel envoy's axe hammer. With each drop, blood and flesh flew wildly. The tendrils of the ancient worm tree spread across the battlefield, each one acting as a deadly whip that pierced bodies, hindered movement, and the tree barn worms hidden within the roots underground continuously dragged monsters into the ground to rip and bite. In just a short encounter, the ancient worm tree had dealt with dozens of monsters, and for a moment, the tide of monsters was actually suppressed. An endless stream of monsters was still coming, quickly reaching hundreds, but no matter how many they were, they couldn't break through the defensive line. Gradually, the corpses of the monsters piled into a mountain, their numbers thinning, until thumping footsteps could be heard. A tall figure emerged from inside the hospital, his heavy steps and enormous size frightening. Meat Mountain Demon. Zhu Zhuang's eyes sharpened, and he shouted loudly, Su-han, I'll deal with this one, let me try my hand. Su-han nodded, and immediately, his angel envoy charged forward, the axe hammer raised high, leaping with a jump. FWTHP. The blade of the axe fell sharply, and as the Meat Mountain Demon tried to block with its arm, a large gash instantly appeared on its limb. Roar! The Meat Corpse Demon bellowed in rage and charged towards Zhu Zhuang's angel envoy. With old strength faded and new strength not yet born, The angel envoy couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying off, staggering. Damn it, power burst. Zhu Zhuang refused to take that hit lying down. Although smaller in size, he had skills. The angel envoy's meat corpse quickly approached the meat mountain demon, and the latter tried to repeat its move, aiming to bat it away with its thick limbs. However, at this moment, the angel envoy's arm was already swollen as if inflated, muscles bulging like solid rock, brutally swinging the axe hammer. With a crack, one of the meat mountain demon's claws was cleaved off, the sharp and heavy blade of the axe sliding across the demon's chest, opening a large wound. Blood spurted out, and the meat mountain demon went almost mad, attacking even more furiously. While shooting, Zhu Zhuang focused on controlling his own angel envoy in battle, his concentration at its peak. He faintly felt he was standing on the brink of a threshold. This was his first time facing a high-grade monster alone, the first time he had come so close to a meat mountain demon in combat. A thrilling sensation arose deep within him. One after another, the crossbow arrows kept shooting toward the meat mountain demon's body, burying deep, gradually staining the demon red with blood. The angel envoy's meat corpse also continued to dodge, counterattack, and slash at the meat mountain demon's body. The wounds increased, and the demon found it increasingly difficult to harm the angel envoy's meat corpse. Su Han sensed that something was unusual with Zhu Zhuang and was about to step forward when he suddenly saw the book of blood spirit emit red light and enter Zhu Zhuang's forehead. Is this divine initiation? As the angel envoy's meat corpse reached the high-grade threshold, information about the divine initiation ritual flashed through Zhu Zhuang's consciousness like a movie. He suddenly woke up, his eyes full of excitement. Su Han, my angel envoy's meat corpse has reached the threshold. I can perform the divine initiation ritual now. The meat corpse's upper limit was already not high, and Zhu Zhuang's angel envoy's meat corpse, after undergoing mutation induced by injections, gradually improved to high grade. But this was the racial bottleneck. However, Zhu Zhuang was now clearly ready for the divine initiation ritual, with the meat mountain demon as his target. Your journey continues with MVL. I'll protect you. Be careful, though. Thinking quickly, Su Han caused countless tendrils of the ancient worm tree to rise, separating the other monsters and engaging the meat mountain demon with Zhu Zhuang's angel envoy and Zhu Zhuang himself in a tendril cage. All approaching monsters were ruthlessly strangled by the tendrils. Zhu Zhuang grinned and said, "Thanks, I'm starting now." Chapter 104, The Glutton. Suddenly, such an incident involving Zhu Zhuang startled the team members, causing them to fumble momentarily. However, as Su Han took action, they quickly adjusted and attacked the sporadically approaching monsters with increased vigor, preventing any from getting close to the vine cage. In the vine cage, when the red light emerged and hovered over the corpse of the angel envoy, the entire atmosphere suddenly changed. The angel envoy, wielding a hammer axe, heavily chopped down on the meat mountain demon's knee. A crack sounded, the bone broke instantly, and the obese body no longer had a strong support point, collapsing in an instant. The angel envoy threw away the hammer axe and leapt ferociously onto the body of the meat mountain demon. With a burst of skill-powered strength, he began to frenziedly rip and devour. The red light gradually enveloped the meat mountain demon, connecting with the red light on the angel envoy's body, emanating a sinister feel. The meat mountain demon wanted to resist, but being severely wounded, it had no room to fight back and could only watch as the angel envoy slowly devoured its flesh, organs, and bones. A surge of madness entered Zhu Zhuang's consciousness, and in a daze, he found himself standing in a crimson space facing a crazed meat mountain demon. This was the will of the meat mountain demon and part of the divine initiation ritual, a process necessary for fusing with a monster. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he collided with a meat mountain demon in this consciousness, battling and slashing, being knocked down repeatedly, yet standing up time and again. As long as his will was firm, he would not easily fall in the face of the meat mountain demon's wild mental assault. Continue your journey with MVL. In reality, the red light became more dazzling, completely enveloping the remnants of the meat mountain demon and the angel envoy. Through this eerie yet sacred red light, one could faintly see the angel envoy continuously devouring the meat mountain demon. Gradually, the red light grew more brilliant, and the figures of the two monsters completely merged within the red light into a mass of flesh, continuously squirming and shifting, with the light itself flickering between brightness and dimness. Outside the vine cage, the battle had already ended, and the scorpion spider demon, with its enormous body, stood by the cage next to Su Han, protecting Zhu Zhuang and his envoy. Not just Su Han, but the other team members also instinctively protected the cage, intently watching the entire process. This was the camp's first person, other than the monstrous Su Han, to undergo the divine initiation ritual. They all understood the importance of the ritual's success, which signified not only an enhancement to the camp's overall strength but also a pioneer of advancement through fusion. Roar. A dull roar emanated from the tumor-like red flesh mass, and the entire flesh began to move rapidly, the skin membrane being stretched taut from the inside out. Rip. It sounded like a tear, and the skin membrane suddenly burst open, revealing a tall figure that stood up, covered in sanguine mucus, with a skin texture gray and tough like armor. This monster was 4 meters tall, robust in build, with muscles as firm as marble. It had a particularly ferocious head, with interlocking sharp fangs resembling nails, appearing beast-like atop its burly body, which had 2 extremely thick arms. One of the arms extended past the knees, with elbow bone spurs sharp as knives and claws as sharp as blades. The other arm could no longer be called an arm, it hung down to the ground, boneless and looking like a large gray python, with a transformed arm ending not in a hand but a fierce mouth with 3 to 4 rows of terror-inducing teeth inside and out. The Devourer. After the conclusion of the divine initiation ritual and the disappearance of the red light, Zhu Zhuang broke free from the wild will of the Meat Mountain demon. The Book of Blood Spirit continually fed power back to him, enhancing his physique. Without noticing, his slightly protruding beer belly had also slimmed down somewhat. He mumbled to himself, yet his eyes lit up, for he had seen the strength of his current envoy, a second-order low-grade devourer. Su Han, seeing that Zhu Zhuang was dealing with the situation, controlled the ancient worm tree to unlock the vine-formed cage, releasing him and the devourer. "How's everything?" His inquiry clearly mattered to everyone, as they all set their eyes on Zhu Zhuang, unable to hide their envious expressions. They were aware of the divine initiation ritual's advancement matters, as Su Han hadn't deliberately concealed this information in the camp. Even if Su Han didn't mention it, reaching the current strength limit of the envoy species or breaking through to second-order low-grade would also allow one to receive the divine initiation and understand these situations. However, to initiate the divine initiation ritual like Zhu Zhuang, one would need to be at least at the limit of first-order upper grade. Yet, the enhancement of the envoy's strength is closely related to the contractor's talent, the species of the envoy, and their actions. Moreover, the resources used on the envoy are also crucial. At present, among the regular people in the Shanu Villa camp, the contractors with the best talent were actually Yan Miu, Zhu Zhuang, and Baikalin, whose envoys were clearly the fastest progressing among everyone. Certainly, setting aside the fusion abilities, the rate of Su Han's envoy's enhancement was actually similar to that of Yan Miu and the others. The talent was good, even if the species was only a corpse. Zhu Zhuang managed because he almost daily led teams to scavenge for supplies, engaged frequently in battles, and due to merits, had access to better injections. It was indeed due to many overlapping factors that Zhu Zhuang managed to reach the limit at this time, even ahead of Yan Miu and Baikalin. Envy aside, since talent couldn't be changed, one might as well earn more merits to exchange for injections, right? Unknowingly, after witnessing the divine initiation ritual, the members' gazes grew fervently determined, for everyone likes to become stronger. Zhu Zhuang heard Su Han's question, grinned, and said, "Second-order low-grade now, strength has increased a lot, and most importantly, its devourer's strength has increased a lot too, with an additional skill." He stopped there and didn't continue, which made everyone show a look of regret. Teams of 3, advance slowly and clear all the creatures in the hospital. Zhu Zhuang, facing his team, showed a smile, looking rather naive, as if saying he wouldn't tell you more. Understood. The team members really wanted to punch the sturdy fat man, but considering Zhu Zhuang's size and his devourer, they quietly made a vow for 3 years in their hearts. The group collected their spirits, grabbed handheld crossbows, and began cautiously heading inside the hospital. Although most of the creatures had been killed, this didn't mean that the hospital was safe. The giant mouth on the right arm gained a new skill, hardening, which can significantly enhance the strength of skin, bones, and teeth, usable in biting or hammering when the jaws clench together. As soon as people walked away, Zhu Zhuang told Su Han about the skill information, lowering his voice and saying, "Actually, the strongest part of the devourer is the right arm, it's the hardest and can extend. This guy's regenerative power is much stronger than that of a flesh corpse." A look of surprise flashed in Su Han's eyes. "Your devourer has 2 skills now, right? Not bad, let's try it out later." Zhu Zhuang laughed and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking." After saying this, Zhu Zhuang quickly caught up with his own team, none of whom were first-order upper grade, just in case something happened, that would definitely spell trouble. Zhu Zhuang strode ahead while Su Han looked at the monster corpses scattered around, with about 300 to 400 bodies, among which flesh corpses only made up 1/3, the rest were meat crawlers and other transformed flesh corpses. Should I fuse flesh corpse flesh or try meat crawler flesh? Su Han appeared thoughtful. Originally, when he first gained the fusion ability using flesh corpse flesh, he hadn't thought it through completely, otherwise, he would have fused the entire flesh corpse. Thinking this, he concentrated on the meat crawler corpse entangled by vines, silently chanting flesh when suddenly the prompt sound changed. Crawler flesh detected as fusible material, start fusion? Just like with the flesh corpse earlier, Where his spirit focused more, it would prioritize that part as the primary material for fusion. While Suhan was contemplating, the prompt unexpectedly changed again. Existing similar flesh material detected. Merging materials, essence of flesh, initiate fusion? The sudden change was unexpected for Suhan, but without hesitation, he mentally commanded, fusion. As the command was given, the meat crawler's flesh began to fuse rapidly, not only the meat crawlers but also the flesh of nearby flesh corpses and giant macrophage dogs was enveloped by fine filaments from the spreading vines, quickly integrating into the body of the ancient worm tree. He summoned his attribute panel and saw there was a new change. Angel Envoy, Ancient Worm Tree, Level, Second Order Superior, Skills, Fast-Growing Vines, Metallic Quality, Radiance of the Lamp Tree, Anthropomorphic State, Level 2 Man-Eating Vine, Self-Healing, Primary, Tree-Born Worm, Fusion, Level 1 Common Metal, Level 1 Lamp Tree Crystals, Level 1 Essence of Flesh, Tentacle-Faced Monster, Claw Giant, Fusing, Level 1 Essence of Flesh 2%. Ever since the last great battle at the research center, the ancient worm tree had fused various flesh and rift mother creatures, and its strength had already been elevated to second order superior. What was different from the last panel was that the level 2 flesh corpse flesh was gone, replaced with level 1 essence of flesh. The skills hadn't changed, but it seemed like the fusion materials had been upgraded. Did the material upgrade, or did the process that previously converted them into flesh corpse flesh now turn all flesh into essence of flesh? Suhan merely pondered this thought and didn't delve deeper into the differences. Instead, his gaze landed on the scorpion spider demon, figuring if the ancient worm tree could do it, there was no reason the scorpion spider demon couldn't. Thus, controlling the scorpion spider demon, he picked up the nearby monster corpse, and sure enough, as his spirit concentrated, the same prompt appeared. Following the same procedure, he directly initiated the fusion, turning the level 2 flesh corpse flesh into level 1 essence of flesh and continuously integrating the surrounding monster corpses. Boss, there's a situation. While the two angel envoys were fusing, sudden hasty footsteps came, unmistakably from Zhao Yiman in the team. He came before Suhan and quickly said, "Survivors found, they're all in the cafeteria building, Brother Zhu is currently clearing the creatures, it will be done soon. Let's go and see." Chapter 105. Hospital survivor. Suhan was still possessing the black armor, holding a poo knife in his hand, and following Zhao Yiman as they quickly made their way towards the direction of the cafeteria building. South City First Hospital was the best third-class hospital within South City. On a regular day, the number of patients it catered to was countless, therefore, even with the outpatient building, inpatient building, administration building, and other constructions being crammed together, the hospital still covered an extensive area. Following the direction of the extending vines, Suhan and Zhao Yiman quickly arrived at the southwest corner of the hospital, where a small building suddenly appeared before them. Be careful not to get ambushed by monsters. In front of the cafeteria building, a tall giant macrophage dog was confronting Zhu Zhuang's glutton, surrounded by the remnants of about 30 crawlers and meat zombies. They looked on hungrily, but Zhu Zhuang and the others were not the least bit panicked. In fact, the team members had only taken defensive positions and had not yet made a move. Roar! The giant macrophage dog let out a fierce growl and rapidly charged toward the invading enemy, but the glutton was clearly faster. Your adventure continues at MVL. It rushed into the group of monsters, holding the axe hammer from before, and swept across, severing the foremost few monsters at the waist. The giant macrophage dog attempted to rush forward, but the glutton's right arm suddenly extended, shooting out like a giant python toward the giant macrophage dog. Hardening. Spiritual energy surged into the glutton's right arm, causing the flesh hammer-like limb to become even harder. Its giant maw split open almost to a fan-shaped angle and then slammed into the body of the giant macrophage dog, biting down viciously. Large chunks of flesh along with bone were bitten off, leaving a large gap where the giant macrophage dog's scapula had been, with blood continuously spouting out, and the giant macrophage dog staggered to the ground. Drops of blood fell from the giant maw on the right arm, which chewed on the flesh in its mouth before swallowing it down into the glutton's body. Eerie, bloody, and extremely brutal. The meat zombies and crawlers quickly charged forward, but the glutton's right arm, like a chain mace, swept over, knocking them to the ground with a clatter, one mouthful taking a head, another gouging out a heart. It bathed in blood as it slaughtered through the group of monsters, its axe hammer mercilessly pounding on the survivors that the right arm had missed. Glug! The on-looking Zhao Yiman and others swallowed hard. The formerly ordinary angel envoy meat zombies had now become so brutal. The sparse retaliatory attacks of the meat zombies on the glutton's body were futile, their claw strikes could not breach its keratinized skin, and the slaughter concluded within a few minutes. Click! The faint sound of a closing window caught Suhan's attention. With just a glance, he noticed someone was checking the situation outside. Zhao Yiman, Go and ask them to open the door. Yes. Zhao Yiman strode towards the main entrance of the cafeteria building. The metal iron door was tightly shut, covered with impact dents and bloodstains, which made it look somewhat terrifying. However, the door was still tightly closed, with no signs of forced entry. Bang bang bang. Zhao Yiman knocked on the door. The sound was muffled, as if something was blocking behind the door, suppressing the vibrations. Looks like there are still quite a few people in there. Brother Zhu stood beside Suhan, his glutton following closely behind, and also guarded Suhan on both sides. He was a bold yet careful guy and noticed that the ancient worm tree and the scorpion spider demon were not currently by Suhan's side. Having people is a good thing, but this door doesn't look easy to open. While speaking, Zhao Yiman knocked on the door again, raising his voice. Open the door, we are survivors, not monsters. If you don't open it, we'll have to open it ourselves. His tone was not at all polite, but in such an apocalyptic world, it was indeed much more pleasant than the roar of monsters. Inside the door, there was a rustling noise followed by a long silence, after which a steady, aged voice came through. Don't be rash, the door is blocked. It will take some time to open it. Zhao Yiman looked back at Suhan and Zhuzhuang, seeking guidance with his eyes. Suhan nodded slightly and said, give them some time. Zhao Yiman no longer urged them, and soon, noise from inside indicated that objects were being moved. After about 10 minutes, a click echoed as the door slowly opened, revealing the inside situation to Suhan and the others. Several pairs of vigilant eyes met with theirs. There were many people, all holding weapons, kitchen knives, cleavers, metal rods, legs of stools, all sorts of things. A few meat zombies were called out to stand at the forefront, separating the survivors from Suhan and his group. Suhan noticed that among the angel envoys, one was particularly tall, with a hunchback, likely a first-level intermediate crawler. Move your angel envoys aside, and stand in the cafeteria dining area, don't block the door. With a calm voice, Suhan's gaze swept over the angel envoy monsters and landed on the survivors behind them, especially on a white-haired old man. He thought to himself in astonishment, so it was this old man who was in charge here. The old man had white hair, a straight back, broad shoulders, with eyebrows slightly drooping, kind yet stern. Folks, call your meat zombies to the side, do as he says. We're all kin, not monsters, he said with a steady voice, like a calming anchor. Several young doctors and young men promptly summoned their angel envoys aside, and then the crowd moved back toward the dining area, opening up a path. Suhan took the lead and walked in, with Zhuzhuang closely following behind. The tall glutton stayed close. Fortunately, the floor of the dining area was high, so after entering, there was no sense of constriction. The massive dining area was about the size of 4 or 5 classrooms, with metal tables piled up in disorder. It was clearly these objects that had blocked the door just now, and it was these objects that had saved their lives. Although both groups were in the hall, there were several meters between them, and the wariness in their eyes did not fade much. Hello, the old leader's gaze fell on Suhan, and from his previous actions, it was clear that Suhan was the decision-maker of the team. He looked surprised, wondering what the face under the black armor was like. I am Cao Yubao, the Deputy Dean of South City First Hospital. I am very grateful to you for clearing the monsters outside and saving us. Cao Yubao started by expressing his gratitude. Suhan nodded slightly, and the helmet of the black armor receded a little, revealing his face. How many doctors do you have inside? Cao Yubao was taken aback, hesitated, and then said, 7 doctors, 14 nurses, 10 support staff, 32 patients and their family members, with 2 in critical condition. He informed them of the survivors inside the dining hall, pausing, then asked with uncertainty, are you official rescue personnel? Although Suhan and his team were not in uniform, their coordinated actions and decisive manner made him feel as if he was facing the armed forces or the security guard. Although there were differences, they did not seem like ordinary people. We are not, Suhan shook his head and then said, Dean Cao, start packing up. Everyone here will follow me in a while. Suhan's voice was decisive, but such an attitude made people even more hesitant because they did not know what his real purpose was. Cao Yubao asked in a deep voice, Sir, we need to know where you plan to take us and what we are going to do. Zhuzhuang grinned and interjected, Dean Cao, don't worry, our camp needs doctors, which is why we came here. Zhuzhuang's words made Cao Yubao startled, and he could not help but feel relieved. Are there any patients? Yes, some need surgery. Zhuzhuang glanced around and said, our camp is very safe and strong, as you've seen. It is better to follow us than to cringe here. We welcome capable doctors and nurses, and others can earn safety and food by working hard. It's much better than here. Zhuzhuang's words shook many people. Although there was plenty of food in the dining hall, it had already been almost exhausted over the course of more than a month. If it weren't for the rationing of food from the beginning, it would probably have already run out. Zhao Yiman, take a head count and then start packing up. Yes, Brother Zhu. Qiao Yubao nodded and didn't stop Zhao Yiman's actions. As Zhu Zhuang said, going to a safe camp was a good thing. Zhao, cooperate with them. Yes, teacher. A middle-aged doctor stood up and began directing the survivors to assist Zhao Yiman with the head count and call down the other survivors from the upper floors. Su-han watched everyone's movements without interrupting, but suddenly noticed several children with pale faces in the crowd, the youngest not more than 8 years old and the eldest only about 13 or 14. It was quite a surprise. Are they patients? He turned to Qiao Yubao and asked suddenly. Qiao Yubao was initially startled, then he nodded and said, the majority of the children are patients. They are small and easier to carry. All saved by their parents' lives. He paused, his tone turning somewhat somber. The hospital had many patients, and the sudden apocalypse caught everyone by surprise. Especially those in the inpatient department, very few managed to escape. But it was a bit different for the children who were sick. Their parents were mostly with them, and if they hadn't turned into meat mountain demons, the parents did everything they could to secure a chance at life for their children. Therefore, there ended up being quite a few child patients here. Some still had their parents, some had become orphans. Are you the leader of the camp? Qiao Yubao's gaze was fixed on the young man before him. Even after hearing about the children, he maintained a calm demeanor, which was somewhat perplexing. Yes, just call me Su-han, said Su-han. He glanced at the crowd and then added, it must have taken a lot of effort to save so many people, right? Qiao Yubao said bitterly, a lot of people died, my colleagues, my students, several of them. He was able to become a central figure not just because he was slightly stronger but because he had saved many patients and taught many students, and he had prestige in the hospital. Moreover, the survival of the dining hall isn't just due to that reason. Su-han was taken aback, then asked, how so? Qiao Yubao said, there must be other monsters nearby that occasionally attack those outside. Their disturbances diverted the attention of the monsters, which is how we were able to survive until now. He spoke earnestly, if possible, we should leave here as soon as we can, or it will be troublesome if the monsters come. Qiao Yubao was genuinely offering advice with everyone's best interest in mind, but Su-han's gaze flickered with a different thought. How often do those monsters come, and do they fight with the meat mountain demons that have a split in their chest? Who wins, who loses? Chapter 106, Monster Tracks. Qiao Yubao was somewhat puzzled by this young man's thoughts. Faced with monsters, he didn't flee but instead asked about the monster's situation. All he could do was recall carefully, then he replied, it's hard to say, it should be once every 3 to 5 days when it fights the biggest monster. I haven't seen who wins or loses, but I think the unknown monster might be more formidable. Monsters frequently attacked the hospital, but none had ever stayed, and the number of monsters inside the hospital was actually decreasing, likely due to the monsters from outside. Upon hearing this, Su-han felt somewhat able to judge the situation. If their strengths weren't far apart, then it would be manageable. Old Zhu. Boss, what do you need me for? Zhu Zhuang quickly approached, and Su-han, giving him a glare, said, stop joking, let's go lie in wait. Wait for what? Zhu Zhuang was utterly confused, and Su-han said, to find you a second angel envoy. There's such a good thing? Zhu Zhuang's eyes lit up, while Su-han then said to Qiao Yubao, Dean Cao, you come with us too as well. Taking Qiao Yubao was merely incidental, conveniently making him a hostage. After all, if Su-han and Zhu Zhuang temporarily left, then only Zhao Yiman, Cheng Xuan, and the others would remain here. Though these survivors had crossbow arrows and wore iron armor, their strength was only at first level intermediate, so for safety, Qiao Yubao stayed close to Su-han's side. Without their leader, this group of survivors naturally wouldn't cause trouble. The three of them made their way to the hospital's main entrance where two terrifying figures suddenly appeared before Qiao Yubao. He was exceedingly startled, his body trembling non-stop. These two figures were far more terrifying and unstoppable than the meat mountain demons they had seen inside the hospital before. Run fast. He lowered his voice, grabbing Su-han and Zhu Zhuang to quietly leave the place. Hee, old man, why run? There are monsters. Zhu Zhuang, however, firmly grasped Qiao Yubao's arm, and said with a chuckle. Qiao Yubao didn't forget to pull them along even when trying to escape. This old fellow was still quite decent, apart from his expensive registration fee, seeming truly to have a hint of a healer's benevolence. Qiao Yubao was stunned. All these are your angel envoys. He looked towards Su-han who was dressed in black armor. Many people had not seen Su-han's angel envoys. Su-han merely nodded, then asked, do you roughly know which direction that monster comes from? Qiao Yubao furrowed his brows, the wrinkles on his face tightly pressed together, contemplated for a long time, and said, probably from the direction of Minxin Road, Every time there's noise, it's from there. We dare not venture out of the cafeteria building, we can only judge by the sounds. Knowing the rough direction, Suhan suddenly had a notion, and 50 tree-born worms immediately searched in that direction, moving swiftly underground. Having deployed the tree-born worms, Suhan then checked on the fusion progress of the 2 angel envoys. The ancient worm tree had now reached 73%, while the scorpion spider demon likewise wasn't slow, the essence of flesh having reached 65%. Cao Bao, seeing that Suhan had no other actions, speculated that there must be some methods he was unaware of. However, he did not ask. At his age, having been a medical expert for many years, he naturally had the composure not to pry into others' secrets. He hesitated briefly, then asked, "Can you first talk about the condition of the injured? If it's urgent, I'm afraid." He had only 2 concerns, the condition of the injured, something he indeed wanted to know, and the other was about treating the injuries, a critical time to demonstrate their value. If they aren't efficient and delay treatment, they could easily be resented by everyone involved. When Suhan suddenly heard his question, he paused for a moment, then said, "Combat injuries, external wounds have been controlled, but there might still be internal damage. The person is in a comatose state with a slight fever." Cao Bao frowned. Suhan's description left too many possibilities. He asked gravely, "Severe collisions and fractures, especially in the head?" "There should be some." Zhu Zhuang inserted himself into the conversation, and said, "That day, they were hit in the head by a split-mouth worm. If not for the iron armor, they might not have survived." He had commanded the combat that day and knew the situation better than Suhan. Cao Bao remained deeply troubled. It's hard to judge. If there's cranial damage, surgery might be needed. Luckily, he's a contractor, otherwise, an ordinary person might not have lasted this long. "Suhan," Cao Bao said earnestly, "besides bringing people back, you also have to take some of the medical supplies and equipment from the 2nd floor of the integrated building, otherwise, we won't be able to treat them." "Don't worry," Suhan replied, then continued, "We'll take the necessary supplies, we've brought 2 trucks." As time passed, the bodies of the monsters on the ground gradually vanished, their bones fusing together with them. The flesh directly increased the fusion progress of the essence of flesh, while the bones also transformed into materials and nourishment. Finally, after half an hour, the ancient worm tree was the first to complete its fusion. Level 2 essence of flesh fusion completed, ancient worm tree gains skill advancement, level 2 tree-born worms, self-healing, intermediate, experienced tales at MVL2 skills had advanced in succession, and the massive trunk of the ancient worm tree had grown even larger, now standing around 34 or 35 meters tall with a girth that was terrifyingly robust, and its presence had deepened significantly. "So the effect of the essence of flesh falls upon the fleshly body and related skills, I see." Upon witnessing the advancement of the 2 skills, Suhan couldn't help but feel elated. The ancient worm tree's standalone fighting capability had grown even more powerful. Countless vines combined with an even stronger regenerative ability, the difficulty level in dealing with it had doubled. It hadn't been long since the ancient worm tree had broken through when the scorpion spider demon, after intensively fusing the corpses of monsters, completed its fusion progress. Level 2 essence of flesh fusion complete, scorpion spider demon obtains skill advancement, self-healing, intermediate, level 2 coagulation cannon. Though it was also the advancement of 2 skills, the form of the scorpion spider demon had not grown any larger, but beneath its iron-hard muscles, the strength it contained had certainly increased substantially. The aura of brutality and cold-heartedness intensified, making one's spine chill and feel uneasy. Zhu Zhuang was used to such sights. After Suhan devoured vast resources, the growth potential of the angel envoy was simply unimaginable. He only knew one thing, that Suhan was going to become more and more formidable. At this moment, either of the 2 angel envoys could easily pin down his glutton and grind it against the ground. However, Cao Bao's heart was filled with alarm, for it was his first time witnessing such an enhancement. No wonder he was so powerful. If given even more time, who knows what he could become. Sha-sha-sha, the ground rumbled, and suddenly, the tree-barn worm that had gone ahead to scout swiftly returned to the vicinity of the tree roots. "There's some movement, let's go." With a thought, the vines of the ancient worm tree quickly descended, reached for Zhu Zhuang and Cao Bao, and wrapped around their bodies before lifting them directly onto the branches. Suhan himself was also hoisted up by the vines, arriving at the main trunk, high above. The 3 of them settled in, while under his control, the ancient worm tree and the scorpion spider demon rapidly headed towards the location where the tree-born worm had detected the activity. The range of activity of the tree-born worm was only within 600 meters of the ancient worm tree, and although it had recently advanced, it had not exceeded 1,000 meters, so reaching there with the speed of the ancient worm tree was not a problem. Along the way on Minxin Road, Zhu Zhuang leaned over to the still uneasy Cao Bao and whispered, "Dean Cao, Where are we headed in this direction? Cao Yubao shook his head. Along the way on Minxin Road, he didn't know where to stop, perhaps a community area or a subway entrance. How could he answer? This man doesn't seem as fierce as he looks, just a bit too talkative. Zhu Zhuang naturally had no idea that the old doctor would have such an opinion of him internally. He continued to chat with Cao Yubao from time to time, looking at the scorpion spider demon at the foot of the ancient worm tree and the glutton following closely behind, still keeping up, so there was no need to retrieve the Book of Blood Spirit. Minutes later, the ancient worm tree came to a halt. Cao Yubao looked at the buildings gradually revealed under the illumination of the radiance of the lamp tree, and a look of surprise crossed his eyes. It's actually here. Minxin Road Market? Zhu Zhuang looked around in astonishment and said, is this a vegetable market? Cao Yubao nodded and said, yes, the largest market nearby with live chickens and ducks. Many patients and their families buy free-range chickens and ducks here to fortify their health. Long-time patients often rented homes near this hospital. Naturally, their lives revolved around this area, and things meant to fortify patients' health were brought here for sale. Cao Yubao paused slightly before adding, it's not just free-range chickens and ducks. I've heard that there are wild animals sold secretly here, but I've never seen them. Sigh, most health supplements are the same, it doesn't necessarily have to be those things, but there are always people trying to exploit the patients, relentlessly doing evil deeds. Upon hearing about wild animals, Zhu Zhuang and Su Han exchanged glances. Damn, there really were people daring death, bringing such things into the market? At the same time, they both considered the possibility that the creatures here were either those live ones like chickens and ducks or, more troublesome, wild animal mutant or evolved kinds. That thing is stopped inside the market. As Su Han spoke, he was already controlling the vines of the ancient worm tree, extending them deeper into the entire market, dispelling more of the mist. The tree barn worm had enveloped the entire market, and through the ground's vibrations, it had confirmed that a massive creature was indeed inside. Roar. As the vines extended, suddenly a beastly roar resounded, the ground thundering and rumbling, the creature having made the first move against the vines. Over there. The ancient worm tree burst into the market, with the scorpion spider demon rushing ahead and finally spotting the monster wrestling with the vines among a pile of stone ruins deep within the market. Such a big pig. Zhu Zhuang's eyes widened. In the middle of the market stood a bizarrely gigantic pig that was as large as a mountain. 4 meters at the shoulder, 6 meters in body length, muscles knotted like rocks, fiercely twisted horns, a pair of tusk-like sharp teeth, especially the pig's face, covered with a layer of bone armor that extended from its skull along the spine to its tail, bone spikes jutting out like a suit of bone armor. Roar. The bone armor giant pig, its eyes blood red, having seen the ancient worm tree, let out an angry roar, its body's bone protrusions extending, covering its back as it charged forward. Chapter 107, Bone Armor Giant Pig. It's quite fierce. The bone armor giant pig charged forward with large strides, but the vines immediately lashed out, knocking it to the ground with their heavy force. The bone armor isn't broken? Your next read awaits. As Su Han was somewhat surprised, the bone armor had not shattered, which made this monster somewhat interesting. However, before the bone armor giant pig could struggle to its feet, the vines had already wrapped around it, one after another, springing from the ground and binding it firmly in place. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. The man-eating vine moved quickly, biting into the thick belly and injecting paralytic toxin. In no time at all, the giant pig had lost all signs of movement, emitting heavy snoring sounds. Su Han controlled the vines to lower the 3 of them to the ground. This dude is much tougher than a large golden cup. Zhu Zhuang clicked his tongue in wonder, circling around the bone armor giant pig, which, although lying on its side, was about as tall as him. Get to work. Although it's just first order upper grade, it's definitely worth cultivating a bit more. As Su Han's voice came over, Zhu Zhuang was taken aback for a moment, then cracked a wide smile. Then I won't be polite. Thinking gratefully of Su Han's kindness, old Zhu didn't have a way to bring his brothers along anymore now that it was the apocalypse, but he was ready to take on the task of scavenging for supplies, planning to make more trips to find some metal to enhance Su Han's strength. He let the devourer go at it, its hardening skill already applied. Sharp teeth were unmistakably revealed, biting furiously at the neck of the bone armor giant pig. The neck of the bone armor giant pig was particularly sturdy, its mane was black and thick as if it were cloaked in cotton batting, but these bristles couldn't stop the terrifying bite of the devourer. After only a moment's resistance, the sharp teeth broke through the mane and settled on the flesh of the neck, severing blood vessels and the windpipe. A mouthful of fresh blood surged into the devourer's gaping maw, continuously channeled into its own body. The paralyzed bone armor giant pig couldn't move at all and could only watch as its life force slowly slipped away. Zhu Zhuang's Book of Blood Spirit lit up, new pages emerged, and light slowly enveloped the bone armor giant pig. As Zhuang enacted his contract, Su-han surveyed the entire market scene. Whether it were storefronts or stalls, they were now all in disarray, especially where the bone-armored giant pig had appeared, littered with heaps of bones that were white as snow and giving off a foul stench. These bones are very much in line with the crawlers and meat corpses. This giant pig must have considered them food, Zhao Yiman deduced from the bones. The bite marks on the shattered remains were clearly made by the bone-armored giant pig. With a bitter expression, he said, "Who knows if the original form of this monster was a domestic pig or a wild boar? How did it turn into this in just over a month? The life evolution beyond natural law, humanity. At least now we can still use angel envoys." Su-han replied softly, his gaze landing on Zhuang. "It should be about done." Sure enough, as his voice fell, the red light quickly disappeared, and with it the form of the bone-armored giant pig. Success. Zhuang's face rippled with that, a happy grin spreading across it. First-order upper-grade bone-armored giant pig, and it even has a skill, bone armor, made a tidy profit. The bone-armored giant pig was massive, and both strength and defense were of high quality, apparent from how it held its own in combat with the Meat Mountain Demon and managed to escape fully fed numerous times. Now that it had the bone armor skill, presumably that was the skill that had thickened the spine earlier, its defense was visibly strong, at least strong enough that a casual whip from the second-order superior ancient worm tree could not break it. "Don't be too happy yet, remember to let Bakelin draw a few more tubes of blood after we go back. This fellow is probably an evolved kind." Compared to the Meat Mountain Demon and Giant Claw Zombie, this one was rational and not overly bloodthirsty, clearly different from those mutated kinds. "Draw, go ahead and draw as much as you want. At worst, it's just resting a bit longer." It was just blood being drawn, after all, it wasn't him that would feel the pain. Just as the three were preparing to leave, a low humming suddenly came to their ears, all three looking surprised. Zhuang's ears twitched and he quickly followed the sound, taking a few steps to a ruin piled with waste from many stalls. After rummaging briefly, he suddenly exclaimed, "There are piglets too, we've struck it rich." Su-han also looked surprised and quickly walked over, peering down to indeed see 7 or 8 piglets beneath the rubble, about the size of basketballs, seemingly newly born. "Hold on, they don't quite look like the bone-armored giant pig." He raised his eyebrows and focused his gaze. Among these 8 piglets, only 2 had raised backs and enormous heads, along with bony facial armor. But of the remaining 6, 4 had dark skin with long manes, while the other 2 had brown skin with particularly prominent tusks, but neither had any bone armor. Focusing, Su-han turned his attention to these different piglets. Discovered live fusion compatible monsters, giant mane wild boar, perform fusion. Discovered live fusion compatible monsters, tusked wild boar, perform fusion. Giant mane wild boar and tusked wild boar, all from one litter? Su-han pondered, confused, but Cao Yubao contemplated for a while and said, "Actually, it's not incomprehensible." Su-han and Zhuang looked at him, asking, "Dean Cao, what did you figure out?" "Although I don't know if the bone-armored giant pig was originally a domestic pig or a wild one, if it was already pregnant with piglets when the apocalypse came, then this kind of variation, mutating separately, is not unreasonable." Cao Yubao paused, then added with a bitter smile, "After all, their evolution doesn't make much sense. Looks rather tender, shall we eat it?" Zhuang didn't care how it had evolved, whether the kid could form a contract or if he had any combat power after contracting. Instead, he wondered if it would be better braised or crispy skinned. Su-han glanced at him and said, "Take it back and raise it first, see what it's like when it grows up. If the remaining 2 bone-armored giant pigs could breed into combat monsters, that would be best, and the one Zhuang had was a first-order upper grade, and might even be able to advance further. As for the giant mane wild pigs and saber-toothed wild pigs, it would depend on their combat power when they grew up." "All right." Zhuang scooped up 2 in one hand and then handed them to Cao Yubao. "Dean Cao, don't be shy, take 2. Cao Yubao was dumbfounded, holding a pig in one hand while the 2 piglets struggled continuously. Fortunately, he was strong enough to hold them down. Zhuang wanted to hand over 2 to Su-han, but Su-han looked disdainfully at the pigs and casually grabbed some metal scraps. Using metal manipulation, he formed a large iron cage. All 8 piglets were locked inside, then carried away by the glutton. "Let's go." After dealing with the bone-armored giant pigs, the 3 of them didn't make any other moves and immediately went back to South City's first hospital. By then, Zhao Yiman and the others had finished counting the people, and the remaining supplies had also been sorted out. It's worth mentioning that there was also a lamp tree in the cafeteria building, just not as big. It seemed that the lamp tree always appeared in places where living beings gathered, especially humans. Dean Cao, and the drugs and medical equipment on the 2nd floor of the comprehensive building, right? Leading everyone out of the cafeteria building, Suhan called Cao Yubao over to ask about the medical equipment. Cao Yubao nodded and said, yes, if the camp has a decent number of people, these medical supplies should be very useful. Then let's go over there. Suhan asked Cao Yubao to lead the way. Within the hospital, they didn't have to go far, just around a corner and they were at the comprehensive building not far from the entrance. The building had not yet been cleared, and there were faint monster roars coming from inside. I'll take people in. Zhu Zhuang was ready to lead the people in when Suhan shook his head and said, I'll clear the area first. The ancient worm tree approached the comprehensive building with large steps, its height of about 34 to 35 meters nearly matching that of the 10-plus-story building. Fast-growing vines. The vines extended their fangs and claws, rapidly spreading across the entire building from all directions, whether through corridors or windows and reaching into the building before them. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva as a chill ran up their backs and straight to their scalps. Despite being their own leader, the vines and fleshy tentacles of the ancient worm tree were like an evil god, devouring the building. One terrifying roar after another rang out, accompanied by sounds of battle. First there were fierce roars, then helpless wails as killing ensued on every floor. Wherever the radiance of the lamp tree illuminated, wherever the vines reached, the monsters were overwhelmed by the vines. In 10 minutes, the vines had covered every nook and cranny of the entire building. The dark vines and tentacles blanketed the building, as if they had grown there over decades and were now one with it. Old Zhu, lead the people in to move things, everyone lend a hand. Understood. Zhu Zhuang looked at the people and said, except for the patients and children, everyone follow me, especially those without a contract. A group of dozens of people led by Zhu Zhuang entered the comprehensive building. As soon as they stepped into the lobby, they saw the bodies of monsters all over the floor, penetrated by the vines, and blood slowly dripping out, pooling on the ground. The stench and the twisted faces of the monsters filled everyone's heart with unease and a vague feeling of nausea. Zhu Ziking, lead the way. Move the useful stuff first. Zhu Ziking was Cao Yubao's student and a doctor here, very familiar with the layout of the comprehensive building. He led everyone directly to the second floor where the medical supplies were stored, and then everyone, including the corpses, started moving things. The stock of medical supplies exceeded Suhan and his team's expectations. Although some drugs were unusable due to compromised storage conditions, the remaining drugs, masks, gauze, and other supplies were far more than what 2 trucks could transport. With no other choice, Zhu Zhuang and the others had to select the most important supplies and those needed for surgery to move first. In 1 hour, with the help of the vines, everyone finally finished loading the trucks. Everyone boarded the vehicles, and those who couldn't fit even sat on the backs of Zhu Zhuang's bone armor giant pigs, then quickly departed back the way they came. However, not long after they left, the roar of vehicles could be heard again as another convoy rushed into the hospital. The vehicle came to an abrupt stop, and a tall man with a square face furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Something is wrong, the hospital has been cleared. What should we do now?" At the driver's seat, a muscular black man holding a pistol and flashing the hazard lights as a caution to the convoy, asked. "First get off and search, see if there's a doctor. The development of the camp can't do without a doctor, that's the boss's orders." Chapter 108, Wan Yazuzhuji ordered everyone to get out of the cars. They had a total of 3 vehicles, the front one was an off-road vehicle, and the 2 behind were business vans. In an instant, 12 people got out. Leading the group was Zhuji himself, with his deputy Ushakui by his side. Their expressions were indifferent. As soon as they got out of the cars, they quickly scanned the surrounding environment, and the angel envoy was summoned to their side in an instant. A group of 12, almost half of them armed with guns, had a grave look. They were not the kind to be trifled with. "Brother Zhu, what do we do now?" someone asked, casting a vigilant glance at the gradually dissipating fog, while in Zhuji's hand was a fist-sized lamp tree crystal. "Search for traces of the hospital, it would be best if we could find survivors." The silence of the hospital, along with the residual signs of battle, made Zhuji realize that the area had already been scavenged. But one must always be prepared for the unexpected. Zhuji and his deputy Ushakui split up, each leading a team to search for clues within the hospital. Soon they found something amiss and quickly converged back at the parking area. There are traces of recent activity in the canteen building, but it's empty now. They must have left just a few days ago. Ushakui shared his findings with Zhuji, who had arrived, paused, and then said, "It's not just a few days ago, it must have been within the past day or 2. Zhuji's words made Ushakui freeze, then revealing a puzzled look, "Brother Zhu, what did you find?" "The comprehensive building has just been cleared, some of the monster's blood hasn't even dried." He paused for a second, his gaze cold, and the corner of his mouth slightly upturned. "However, there's still a good amount of medical supplies in the storeroom on the second floor. Akui, load the stuff onto the vehicle, as much as we can." We've got our next target. Although Shuji and his group only had 3 vehicles, not as many as Suhan's team's trucks, there wasn't especially much left after Suhan and his team had finished loading their vehicles. And after they randomly loaded some more, even less remained. Occasionally, monsters would sporadically come to attack them at the parking spot, but Shuji didn't even fire his gun. Pulling a dagger from his waist, he dodged the corpse's lunge with sharp movements and then stabbed it upwards through its chin into its head. His actions were extremely skillful, and his response was very quick. He was a contractor of no low level. About an hour later, they had loaded everything onto the vehicles, and then they got into the cars one after the other and drove off into the distance. Shuji and his people sped along, heading north, passing through the overpass and buildings, and gradually reached the outskirts. Between the fog and the withered trees, a tarred road unexpectedly appeared. The 3 cars drove onto the road, and after just a mile or two, Wanzu Manor came into view. A metal gate blocked the entrance, and above this iron gate hung lamp tree crystals, their light dispersing the surrounding fog. At the entrance, several sandbags blocked the way, and a team of about 5 or 6 people were on guard, all armed with guns. The angel envoys were by their sides, and among them, one person's angel envoy was actually a giant macrophage dog. Roar. As soon as the vehicles approached, the giant macrophage dog reacted, and the guards became very alert, immediately turning their gun barrels around. "It's me." Zhuji's car stopped, and he leaned out, signaling that they were allies. "Brother Zhu," the long-haired man in charge came over with a smile. He bowed slightly and then said, "According to the boss's rules, you need to get out and open the trunk." Zhuji did not get angry at his words. He just nodded, calmly saying, "I know the rules, turn off the engine and get out, open the trunk." He had been with the boss the longest, not just as a bodyguard but also as a brother who had started from scratch with the boss. Naturally, he was aware of his boss's caution. Everyone got out of the cars, allowing the guards to open the doors and the trunk. Boxes filled to the brim were inside the vehicles. A few people opened the boxes, checked that they were filled with medicine, and confirmed no one was hidden, then they stopped. "Brother Zhu, all clear." Zhuji did not say much more and drove straight into the interior of the manor after getting back into the car. Wanzu Manor, one of the largest vacation villas in South City, was built by Bay Lake, featuring hot springs, golf courses, shooting ranges, and other large entertainment facilities. With lush woodlands and flowers blooming all year round, it covered an extensive area. However, since the arrival of the mist, the surrounding woods had become withered, and few could survive. This gave the villa, which should have been very attractive, a touch of desolation amidst the mist, only adding to its dreariness. But as the vehicles continued to drive inward, suddenly lights appeared at the edge of the fog. Lamp tree crystals were placed high on poles in the ground. About every 100 meters or so, they were arranged in a circle around the villa's buildings, illuminating not only the structures of the villa but also the ground. Many people were turning over the withered grass and preparing the land for crops. Among those working, there were individuals in suits and others in shirts, both men and women, with a wide age range from the 50s to the 20s, which seemed a bit odd. If they had anything in common, it was that very few possessed angel envoys. Zhuji paid no attention to these people, driving directly to the luxurious villa buildings. Soon as the vehicles stopped, guards immediately approached. "Brother Zhu, unload the stuff and take it to the warehouse. It's all medicine, so be careful." "Understood, Brother Zhu." Zhuji paid them no further heed and strode into the villa. Inside the hotel, there was no shortage of people, most of them robust in their youth. They greeted Zhuji as they saw him, but Zhuji headed straight to the top floor inside the hotel. There were only a few large rooms on the floor, all luxury suites, yet of all these rooms, only one was occupied. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as the knocking started, a deep voice came from inside the room, "Come in." Zhuji pushed the door open and entered the spacious living room, where a middle-aged man in black clothes was reclining on a sofa. He had a pair of narrow, eagle-like eyes, deep and sharp, with gaunt cheeks casting a somewhat sinister air. Seeing Zhuji enter, he finally showed a smile, but this smile was far from warm and it was hard to tell whether it was genuine or fake. "Zhuji, have all the survivors from the hospital been brought back? How many doctors are there?" Zhuji stood up straight and shook his head. "Boss, we were too late, the people were probably taken by other survivors." Wan Yazu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Other survivors, have their traces been found again? Tell me about it." Finding survivors banding together wasn't a big deal. Wanzu Villa had not only its original surviving staff but also the people under his command, those who were farming. Weren't they all survivors collected from around? It was just that the process was a bit more intense, eliminating some of the resistors. They too had acquired a large amount of resources in this way, especially things like lamp tree. By the time we got there, the people were gone, But there was still some inventory left in the pharmacy, which I brought back. If we search around the hospital as the center, we should be able to find their trail, and then... Although the fog enshrouded the entire city, making tracking extremely difficult, the monsters' attacks would still leave traces of battle. Bloodstains, or even the corpses of monsters. These were all potential markers. You're wrong. Wanyazu's gaze intensified. Since they didn't take everything, there's a high probability they will come back. You shouldn't have touched those things. Zhuji's brow furrowed as he immediately realized, boss, are you planning to lie in wait for them? He had moved those things and left traces, so when the others came back, they would surely notice that there were other survivors nearby, which would certainly make them more cautious. Tail them first. If they don't come back in the next few days, search the area. A camp that thinks to recruit doctors wouldn't be a small one. Wanyazu smiled, but his eyes remained cold, with no signs of worry. He didn't believe any camp other than the official one could be stronger than his. After all, he had over 400 people, with not just one combat team. As for the official survivor organization, he figured it would only be in the south, where the government affairs hall, the city bureau, and the factories were all located in the southern district, so it was unlikely they'd appear here. Plus, not being able to move an entire pharmacy didn't seem like something officials would do. Going over the situation in his mind, Wanyazu slowly said, if they're difficult to follow, you know what to do. Zhuji nodded, take out any threat, keep the obedient ones. Wanyazu nodded, trusting Zhuji to handle the matter, and said, go to the storeroom, take a few more rifles. Understood. Suhan and his group quickly returned to the camp. As soon as they arrived, Cao Yubao and several doctors were taken to the infirmary for treatment. The rest, as usual, were registered by Yan Miu, who also assigned their accommodation. Find more to read on, however. This time there were several children alone, whose parents had sacrificed their lives to save them. Cao Yubao and the others had taken care of them back in the hospital. Now it was somewhat problematic to arrange for them. They couldn't possibly leave them to Cao Yubao and his colleagues again, right? After pondering for a moment, Yan Mi decided to have Go Gang's wife Zhao Hu and Yan Kaiumai take care of them together. They didn't necessarily have to work, but they must be obedient. Zhao Hu was already looking after her daughter Go Hui, and Yan Kaiumai had children herself, so they both knew how to care for children, which posed no issues. Suhan waited in the living room for Cao Yubao and the others, who soon came out, their wrinkled faces serious. How is it? We need to operate. They're all contractors, so their physique should be able to withstand it. Operating outside of a surgery room without the aid of equipment was very risky, but luckily, contractors were tougher than ordinary people. Then go ahead with it, save them. If you need anything, talk to Baikalin or Yan Miu. Understood. With Suhan's permission, Cao Yubao and his students started preparing for the surgery. Even though it wasn't in a hospital, the more prepared they were, the less risk it posed to the patients. Suhan, after Cao Yubao had been gone a while and the vehicles were unloaded, Zhu Zhuang found Suhan. I'll take a team back to the hospital to bring back the rest of the medical supplies, as well as the meat corpses in the integrated building. You still want those, right? Bring them back to feed the monsters and the lamp tree. Without much thought, Suhan agreed, as the quantity of meat corpses and monsters in the integrated building was only over 100, definitely not enough for level 3 essence of flesh. However, they could be of use for both the lamp tree and the confined monsters. Zhu Zhuang, hearing this, smiled and said, alright, I'll bring more people. Chapter 109, Ambush. Zhu Zhuang directly called on Go Gang, Zhao Yiman, and the others. A group of 30 people set out in 4 trucks and 2 jeeps. The hospital had already been cleared once before, and this time they were just moving stuff, so as usual, Suhan didn't follow. Zhu Zhuang's task was to transport all the metals that Suhan had melted into metallic cubes along the way, as well as any usable supplies from the hospital, back to base. This time, leading the way was the bone armor giant pig that Zhu Zhuang had just contracted. Although it was only first-order upper grade, its huge stature was nearly comparable to the trucks, and its formidable defense and strength meant it had a unique talent for paving the way. Upon nearing the hospital, crawlers that had gathered from God knows where spotted the convoy and launched an attack on the bone armor giant pig. More than a dozen creatures charged at once, but the gigantic bone armor giant pig stood unshaken, stepping forward with heavy strides. Its ferocious fangs swept through, overturning many of the creatures. With its bloody maw opening wide, it could crush the hard skeletons of its prey as easily as if they were crisp snacks, offering no resistance at all. In just a moment of confrontation, the hordes of monsters were slaughtered. Roar! The creature let out a low growl, and those monsters lucky enough to survive scattered like birds and beasts. Hey, they really do run fast, crawlers and giant macrophage dogs alike. It's just the flesh corpses that can't move fast, right? Zhu Zhuang chuckled as he watched the monsters vanish into the fog, then continued towards South City First Hospital. Brother Zhu, they're here. Inside South City First Hospital, a lackey hustled over, looking grave. My giant macrophage dog ran back from East Street. There's a powerful creature at that intersection. Scouting wasn't solely the job of humans, angel envoys also partook, and it was less suspicious when monsters appeared in the fog. Although, the information garnered was not as precise as that from a human, enough judgment could be made to discern between human or beast. Get ready, everyone hide. Zhu Ji sneered coldly. They really are quick on their feet, he thought, wondering how long had they been guarding the place. It seemed their base was nearby. He had rushed back as soon as Wan Yazu gave the order, not spending much time either way. He had expected a long surveillance, but to his surprise, they arrived so quickly. Explore stories on the quicker their arrival, the closer their base, which was good news for him. Zhu Ji's smile grew colder as the 40 people he brought with him hid throughout the hospital, especially within the main building. Out of the 40 people, 25 were armed with rifles, and the remaining 15 with handguns. Having the means to run a shooting club, procuring these items was natural for them. Their only limitation might be the quantity of ammunition at hand. But this would certainly suffice against ordinary survivors. They've arrived. The fog at the entrance of the hospital gradually dissipated as light poured in, signaling the arrival of newcomers. In this post-apocalyptic world, only humans walked with the light of lamp tree crystals. However, when he saw the figure emerging from the fog, his pupils narrowed sharply. The oncoming figure turned out to be the colossal bone-armored giant pig, its vast body akin to a truck, every step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Compared to a truck, such a behemoth was undeniably more intimidating. Close behind the bone-armored giant pig were the heavily modified trucks, their robust front shovels almost entwined with mesh, making them look like metal fortresses. Zhu Ji's expression turned solemn. His deputy, Uchiha, hesitated. Brother Zhu, they look formidable by the looks of it. 4 trucks and 2 jeeps, all heavily welded and armored, were beyond what ordinary survivor enclaves, usually holed up in residential blocks, convenience stores, or markets, could manage to gather and modify. Not to mention the front's creature was probably a first-order upper grade, and their contractor wasn't weak either. They will get out of their cars eventually. A first-order upper-grade creature may stop bullets, but contractors cannot. Zhu Ji's eyes turned frosty as he hardened his resolve, speaking quietly. How come? Were you frightened even after raiding the police station? Yushakui's face stiffened, and then with a ruthless shine in his eyes, he responded, I understand, Brother Zhu. Yushakui might not fully grasp his boss, but didn't Zhu Ji understand the man? Wan Yazu had always been domineering, with a strong desire for power and the capability to match it. During peaceful times, he laid the foundations of a vast, through shady dealings, encompassing real estate, hotels, resorts, clubs, and more. Not just the variety but the fact that his minions were hidden among his employees made it unclear who was who. That was the limit of what he could achieve in a peaceful society, but now it was the apocalypse. The power of the angel envoys had stoked his ambition, leading to the theft of firearms from police stations and armories. Raiding with a group, killing monsters, contracting angel envoys, gathering more underlings. Wan Yazu didn't just want to survive, he wanted all of South City. What if the camp was large? What if it was official? Sooner or later, he would face them. To not grow big and strong would mean playing the underling in someone else's camp, wouldn't it? It wasn't just Wan Yazu who thought this way, Zhu Ji shared the sentiment. Being in power now felt good. Wait until they get off and approach, then open fire. Surprise always has the advantage. This wasn't their first time doing something like this. At the police station, they sneaked through the heavy fog, pretending to be ordinary citizens. In fact, who could guess that these ordinary citizens had handguns from the club tucked in their belts? With the illumination from lamp tree crystals, the thin fog couldn't obstruct their vision, making aiming fairly easy. As soon as they get out of their vehicles, those people would become live targets. First, find the monster's contractor and kill him, then fewer will dare to resist. Zhu Ji's finger rested on the trigger, looking through the slowing vehicles, and finally settled on the leading truck. The lamp tree crystal was on the lead truck, and it seemed natural to him that the leader would be too. HMPH, but at that moment, the bone-armored giant pig suddenly became restless. Its nose twitched, and abruptly it raised its head, looking straight at the second floor of the main building. A deep roar suddenly erupted, startling Zhu Zhuang, who was just about to drive away in the vehicle. Something was there. He jerked his head up and locked eyes with Zhu Ji, who was taking aim at him. Ambush! Don't get out of the car! Zhu Zhuang shouted as he immediately ducked down in the driver's seat. Bang! Realizing he had been spotted, Zhu Ji fired immediately, but he was a step too late. The bullet shattered the window and hit the seat inside. Zhu Zhuang, a contractor, had reflexes too fast and had already dodged out of the way. Damn it, backstabbers. The sense of triumph Zhu Zhuang had just experienced from a breakthrough was replaced by anger as he floored the gas pedal and turned the steering wheel sharply, sending the truck crashing through the compound's gate. Rat-a-tat bullets poured incessantly onto the modified vehicles, which were even armored to the wheels, making them not so easily breached. One by one, all 6 vehicles charged into the lobby of the compound building. The once spacious lobby for patient services now felt incredibly cramped. Zhu Ji and his men immediately moved from their original window positions to the interior railing on the upper levels, positioning themselves to continue sniping from above. Keep shooting, send the angel envoys after them, his monsters can't climb upstairs. The hospital stairs were wide but still a tight squeeze for the bone armor giant pig to go up, so the advantage was still on their side for the moment. As he fired, his flesh corpse already leapt down and charged towards the truck. Although his angel envoy was a flesh corpse, it was clear that it wasn't weak. The massive flesh corpse was nearly 9 feet tall with muscular build and sharp claws, roughly equivalent to a first-order upper grade in strength. Leading the way, more than 20 other members' flesh corpses, giant macrophage dogs, and other angel envoys charged down with incredible speed. People in the vehicle, surrender immediately or think about the consequences. The threatening words continued alongside uninterrupted gunfire, their usual tactic: comply and pay tax, resist and kill the troublemakers until others learn to obey. Clearly, Zhu Zhuang with his first-order upper-grade angel envoy was seen as a natural troublemaker in their eyes. Go to hell. Zhu Zhuang's face twitched with a cold smirk. Thinking they were tough with their guns? He summoned a glutton with a flash from the Book of Blood Spirit, appearing instantly before him. The glutton charged towards Zhu Ji's direction, its right arm stretching out enormously and reaching the second-floor height in an instant. Zhu Ji was stunned as bullets rained upon the arm, leaving only white specks and failing to break the skin. Not only was the skin of the right arm thick, but it also possessed a hardening skill. The wide mouth on the right arm bit onto the railing, and with a leap, leveraging the force, the glutton landed heavily on the second floor. The sweeping arm flung a row of armed underlings through the air, the sound of breaking bones ringing out non-stop. As the gunfire waned, the people on the ground hastily summoned their angel envoys, clad in iron armor which clanged at the impact of bullets. The group opened the vehicle doors and, wielding handheld crossbows, joined the fight, aiming and shooting upwards without hesitation. The sound of bolts piercing flesh echoed. Some couldn't react in time and were impaled by crossbow arrows. The distance to the second floor was well within the crossbow's range. The bone armor giant pig was even more ferocious. It had difficulty ascending to the second floor, but the angel envoys on the ground floor were perfect prey. With the bone armor skill activated, armor equipped, it charged through most of the gunfire straight at Zhu Ji's angel envoys. A single swipe sent 4 or 5 angel envoys flying, their tendons and bones snapping. Zhu Ji's flesh corpse tried to wrestle the moment it approached, grabbing the bone armor giant pig's tusks, but was thrown away with a single heave. Spurt as it tried to get up, an enraged Zhu Zhuang arrived and shot an arrow through its knee. The struggling angel envoy flesh corpse received another arrow to its other knee, and the bone armor giant pig stomped on its body, breaking its bones outright. Zhu Zhuang sneered, retracting his crossbow, not delivering the killing blow since he wanted to capture someone alive to dig into the opposition's roots. Capture them alive. The tide of the battle had turned, and Zhu Ji had never imagined that despite lacking handguns, the enemy would suddenly pull out so many hand crossbows. Knowing these were contraband, how could ordinary people have such a number of them? Run. Zhu Ji knew he had to escape, not just due to the hand crossbows but also the angel envoy monster rampaging on the second floor, which was far beyond first-order upper grade. He turned around, ready to flee, seizing the only chance to escape while his brothers were entangled in the melee. If he could just get out and reach the car, he'd be able to report back, regroup, and seek revenge. He spun on his heel, rushing to escape in the direction of the distant exit, but as soon as he dashed down the stairs, he realized Zhu Zhuang was already there waiting, crossbow in hand, wearing a cold smirk. Kid, you think you can shoot from the shadows and run? Wishful thinking. Let me go, and we. Spurt a crossbow bolt pierced Zhu Ji's knee. Distraction won't work. Come clean, understand? Before he could draw his pistol, he was met with Zhu Zhuang's contemptuously sneering face. Chapter 110, Revenge must not wait overnight. Zhu Ji endured the bone-piercing pain, but endurance was of no use since his legs had been transpierced by crossbow arrows and he had no chance to flee. Not just him, even the minions he had brought with him couldn't escape. The second floor of the comprehensive building was a good spot for an ambush, but Zhu Zhuang and his men blocked the first floor, catching them one by one with ease. After just a few minutes, the sound of gunfire completely stopped. Out of 40 gunmen, Half were torn apart by frenzied eaters, and another 7 or 8 were shot dead by crossbow arrows. Old Shu, we've caught them all. Aside from this leader there are 13 alive, but 4 of them are seriously injured with arrows stuck in their bodies. Don't pull them out, they'll die if you do. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuang immediately offered a very sensible suggestion. First, drag those 4 aside. Right, they can all talk, can't they? Gogang was somewhat dazed by Zhu Zhuang's pace and said, 2 of them have been constantly vomiting blood, but the other 2 are okay. Vomiting blood, huh? Zhu Zhuang's cheeks trembled, and he raised his eyebrows. Pull out the tubes. Spit, pull out the arrows from those vomiting blood, saving them would be a waste of medicine. Drag the ones who can talk aside for interrogation first. Save those willing to talk, and as for those who aren't, I am sorry. By the way, when you pull out the tubes, let them watch first. Gogang took a sharp intake of breath. The thick-browed and large-eyed Zhu Zhuang was indeed ruthless. He really knew how to play the game. He hadn't thought of these things, but like him, ambushed and holding anger inside, he nodded firmly. I'll go do it right away. What about the others? Seal their mouths, put hoods on and tie them up, take them back for interrogation to clarify their background. Zhu Zhuang sneered, this bunch, obviously seasoned criminals, won't leave us in peace if we don't root them out. Su Han and his team were also searching for supplies, a process that wasn't without encounters with other survivors. They, too, would take control of the situation first, but control was one thing, they wouldn't rush to kill. They would take control, assess, and then decide whether to include them. A part of the survivors joined Su Han's side in this way. But clearly, Zhu Ji and his group were not like that. Gogang led his men to tie them all up. Zhu Zhuang then instructed Zhao Yiman and the others to quickly load the remaining medicines onto the vehicle. While loading, the nearly empty storage room made Zhu Zhuang realize how these people discovered their tracks. It was obviously the traces of the hospital being cleared and the materials in the storage room not yet fully moved. We need to be more careful next time. If we can't move everything at once, we have to hide it. Zhu Zhuang muttered, wiser for the next time. It was because they had not finished their search that they were preemptively discovered and others took the advantage. If it weren't for the keen sensory perception of the bone armor giant pig, which smelled the scent of living humans, Zhu Zhuang himself might have been severely injured. Even as a second-order low-grade, taking a bullet unawares would definitely result in injury. The strength of human bodies is not comparable to monsters, of course excluding Su Han. With black armor's passive defense, Su Han wouldn't be easily injured by surprise attacks, though no one knew this fact except for himself. Gogang had just killed 2 of the severely injured. Although it was just removing the arrows, as they began, blood sprayed out, and the person convulsed and then died. Although the 2 with lighter injuries were terrified, their mouths were tight, and nothing was extracted from them for the moment. Gogang didn't indulge them. Instead, he threw the injured directly into the carriage, especially into the carriage with the monster corpses, and then closed the door without paying any more attention to them. If they were afraid, drag it out and let their psychology completely collapse. They would talk in time. Everything was loaded onto the vehicles, and about 30 tons of metal cubes from the hospital parking lot had been moved. Zhu Zhuang let the bone armor giant pig charge recklessly to destroy any traces, then the group drove back, even faster than when they came. When they arrived back at Shanu Villa, Zhu Zhuang instructed Zhao Yiman to handle the unloading, and Gogang imprisoned the captives separately. He then went straight to find Su Han. Su Han, we were ambushed at the hospital. Zhu Zhuang's words made Su Han frown. He immediately asked, how are our people? Just a few grazed hands from bullets, nothing serious. Zhu Zhuang told Su Han everything about the ambush in detail, especially about capturing the prisoners, informing him all at once. Su Han's expression was calm, with a slight coldness in his eyes. Pry open their mouths. I want to know where their camp is, how many they are, and what the situation is. If they're unwilling to speak, call those several doctors over, get some sedatives or hallucinogens or something. That should be manageable, right? The essence of truth serum was basically an anesthetic inducer, although the effect might not be as good. If that didn't work, then they'd resort to torture followed by adrenaline injections. After all, contractors could take a lot, they should last quite a long time. Zhu Zhuang's face twitched, his eyes also held a cold glint as he spoke. We've already started. He was the one who had been ambushed, the anger in his heart might even be greater than Su Han's. After reporting to Su Han, Zhu Zhuang fetched Zhang Dehai to join the interrogation. Both old hands at surviving, they knew many ways to break a person, and even if they hadn't done it themselves, they certainly had heard of them. Zhu Zhuang had not been gone for long when Cao Yubao and Zhu Ziqing finally emerged from the ward, appearing a bit weary. Yet, there was a relaxed look in their eyes. The surgery was very successful, largely thanks to the contractor's physique. Smiling, Cao Yubao said, in a few days, He should be able to get out of bed and move around slowly. Dean Cao should rest now, Su-han nodded and then turned to Zhu Ziqing beside him. However, Dr. Zhou might still need to assist with treating a few minor injuries, gunshot wounds on their arms. Though Su-han's tone remained calm, the expressions of Cao Yubao and Zhu Ziqing subtly changed. Gunshot wounds? Had there been some kind of conflict? They dared not ask more, merely nodding in agreement. I'll head there right now. Cao Yubao added, I'll go too. Having more people would speed up the treatment. Without taking time to rest, the two left immediately to find Yan Miu, for she was in charge of arranging where the wounded were. After returning to Villa number 9, Su-han was visited by Zhu Zhuang and the others as night fell. Zhu Ji remained silent, but his deputy, Yu Shaokui, the two injured men, and others were not as disciplined. Under separate but relentless questioning, they shared everything they knew about the situation at Wansu Manor. We've got it all clear now. The camp is located in the northern suburbs at Wansu Manor, with over 400 people. Among them, there are approximately 150 combatants. The leader is Wan Yazu, a well-known entrepreneur from South City. Zhu Zhuang laid out the information he had gathered, while Zhang Dehai interjected with a cold laugh, entrepreneur my ass. He started by engaging in the underworld and never really laundered his way out, just hid his people within the company and played dirty in the real estate business. Zhang Dehai, who had been in the real estate business before, had experienced many dealings with people like Wan Yazu, and not without loss. It was only because Wan Yazu had somewhat restrained his methods in recent years that Zhang Dehai had likely only suffered in business terms. Over 150 combatants, does that refer to contractors or his henchmen? Both, Zhu Zhuang replied. All these people are contractors, most of whom are Wan Yazu's henchmen from the past. Some are his company employees, and some are combatants he's taken in. Within Wan Yazu's camp, there are 4 ranks, the leader Wan Yazu, the combatants, ordinary people, and slaves. Mentioning the 4 levels, Zhu Zhuang's expression turned serious. Unquestionably, this was a terrifying aspect of Wan Yazu. Compared to Ni Rilong, who used women's bodies as bargaining chips for rule, Wan Yazu imposes a hierarchical order, forcing everyone to submit to such a system. Ordinary people barter labor for food and safety, and even combatants cannot oppress them easily. In the post-apocalyptic world, this nearly mirrors the pre-apocalyptic employment model, a rarity indeed. Combatants enjoy privileges, access to more resources and authority, governing ordinary people and slaves. With their greater resources and privileges, they can easily gain more from the other 2 levels. As for slaves, they are those who neither submit nor have the power to resist. They receive the least resources, do the most work, and apart from not being killed arbitrarily, they face beatings and confinement. Under strict order, Wan Yazu stands as the supreme leader, in complete control of the entire camp. With a grave voice, Su-han said, this Wan Yazu indeed has his ways. Do we know his strength? At least first order upper grade, Zhu Zhuang answered. Since establishing the camp, Wan Yazu rarely gets involved personally, but he is surely more formidable than Zhu Ji. Moreover, he has 4 scavenging teams under him, each with 30 to 40 people, taking turns to go out for supplies and preying on survivors. Zhu Ji is one of the team leaders. Another leader, Cao Yu, is also first order upper grade, while the remaining 2 are first level intermediate. The intelligence was roughly as such. Wan Yazu had apparently been deliberately concealing his true capabilities. Old Zhu, gather 40 men. Stay updated via though Su-han's voice was calm, everyone understood what he intended to do. Old Zhu looked surprised, just 40? They have over 400. It's enough, Su-han glanced at Yan Miu, Baikalin, and several others, speaking slowly, we only have just over 100 people here ourselves. We need to keep manpower here. Besides, no matter how many they are, their combatants number only a little over 100, which you've already reduced by 40. Wan Yazu's strict control over the rankings, his gathering of combatants, and fostering loyalty was a clever move. However, before completing his snowball effect, his cadre of combatants also amounted to just over 100. Handling them was not a problem, even if they had guns. Understood. I'll start rounding up the men now. Zhu Zhuang stood up and left. Though the fighting force of the camp hadn't formally divided into teams, it had naturally organized into 3 groups, 2 scavenging teams and 1 patrol squad, each roughly containing 15 to 20 members, taking turns on their assigned tasks. The scavenging team's main task was to search for supplies, but they also patrolled every 2 to 3 days. The patrol squad did the same. The 3 teams were nearly identical in equipment, with armor, hand crossbows, and either spears or machetes, their 3-item kit providing a formidable combat capability. Yi Kaling, a retired female soldier who had also undergone training from a private security company, was conducting ongoing combat training for the crew, including in hand-to-hand and shooting, which enhanced their fighting strength gradually. So, when rounding up the troops, calling up 2 scavenging teams was sufficient. Old Gan, Old Go, Mio, and Glen stay to guard the camp. Everyone else will join this mission. Understood. Chapter 111, Night Raid on Wanzu Manor. Zhuang kept the few people who were injured today and pulled a few from the patrol team. Besides their few leaders, a total of 40 people were assembled. Xianying, Zhao Yiman, Cheng Xuan, and several other current first-level intermediate middle management personnel were almost all included. Su Han led the team out, all of them already clad in close-fitting armor, with a hand crossbow and quiver at their waists, and a sharp machete in hand. Su Han swept his gaze over the group and said, "I won't say much. Tonight, we are going for revenge. Suppress all resistance." Understood? Understood. The crowd responded loudly, and Su Han nodded, then ordered, "Get in the vehicles, Old Zhu will lead the way." Everyone quickly boarded the vehicles, and Su Han also got into the first truck with Zhuang, then led the way out of the Shanu Villa district. 3 or 4 lamp tree crystals were hung on the front, middle, and rear vehicles, their light dissipating the fog and illuminating the road at night. The monsters of the night were clearly more active and terrifying, their low growls from within the fog stirring a sense of unease. Su Han had the scorpion spider demon lead the way, swiftly killing any monsters that charged out of the fog, attracted by the light of the lamp trees. Zhuang, the glutton, stood firmly on the roof of the truck, his right arm extended and coiling like a huge python, his massive maw also attacking the monsters emerging from the fog. There were obviously more monsters disturbing them at night, but the speed of the convoy did not slow down at all, driving straight to the road leading out of the city. Zhuang and Zhang Dehai both knew the way to Wanzu Manor, and although they hadn't visited often, leading the way was not an issue. About half an hour passed, and the convoy gradually entered a narrow path, where Zhuang slowly brought the vehicles to a stop. He said in a deep voice, "Not far ahead is the manor. Our lights. Turn them off, everyone disembark." Su Han decisively instructed the team to get off the vehicles. Zhuang and a few others placed the lamp tree crystals into sealed containers. The light vanished instantly, and fog and darkness swarmed in, bringing a suffocating pressure. "Summon your angel envoys. We will launch our attack following the guidance of the ancient worm tree." A night attack poses difficulties for any survivors forced due to fog and monsters being the biggest obstacles. Furthermore, the glow from the lamp tree crystals would reveal their location. But Su Han was different. He had the ancient worm tree and the tree-born worms lurking underground. With a slight flicker of red light, the ancient worm tree had already appeared next to everyone. Follow the ancient worm tree, prepare to attack. Under his mental command, the ancient worm tree began to spread its roots and tendrils towards Wanzu Manor, with the vines capable of extending 300 to 400 meters, and the manor now within that range from their position. Soon, the underground vines reached the gatehouse. The number of guards at night was clearly higher than during the day, with as many as 10 people, all armed with guns, vigilantly listening for any rustle under the illumination of the lamp tree crystals. "Brother Liu, did you hear something?" The barely discernible rustling sound alerted one of the guards, who looked around warily at the pitch-black surroundings, with the fog piling up at the edge of the 100-meter light radius, dark and oppressive. The man called Brother Liu took a fierce drag of his cigarette, scanned the surroundings, and said, "You must have heard wrong. If it were a monster, it would have pounced on us by now." Just as his words fell, a rustling sound suddenly escalated. Liu Zi's face changed, and he turned around sharply, only to find a vine had already pierced through his body. Not good. The rest of the guards just wanted to cry out, but as their mouths had just opened, the vines had already appeared silently beside them, and in an instant, all were bound to the ground. Under the guidance of the ancient worm tree, Su Han and his group quietly arrived at the guard post. The guards tried to whimper, but in the next moment, they were taken down by the man-eating vine. "Make your move." The vines continued to spread, but the manor was too large to be completely covered. However, as long as they could reach most areas, it was enough. Zhuang and Zhang Dehai, leading their men, quickly followed, tracing the vines to locate the patrol teams within the manor. Bound by the vines and struck by crossbow arrows, the patrols were silently taken out, one by one. The night grew deeper. Su Han and his companions continued towards the central buildings of the Hotel in Wanzu Manor, with the radiance of the lamp trees' crystal streetlights gradually appearing before them. There are quite a few lamp trees. Su Han smiled, and Zhuang, grinning with his facial muscles trembling, said, "In a while, they will be ours. It's not easy to infiltrate from here." Throughout the cluster of buildings were lamp tree crystals, not a few by any count, with at least a dozen or more enveloping the area in light, making it difficult to hide. "Then, let's take direct action." By now, they had taken out roughly 4 patrol teams, 5 in each team, and the rest were inside the hotel, be they combatants or civilians. Tap, tap, tap. Before they could make a move, suddenly a series of urgent footsteps echoed inside the villa, with cries rising and falling, as a large number of people began to assemble. Our movements have been detected. Zhu Zhuang glanced around with wide eyes, instantly aware that either a shift change or a fortuitous discovery had exposed something amiss. With a smile, Su Han said, "Then, let's just go ahead and take action." Radiance of the lamp tree, the skill that the ancient worm tree had not used until now, was instantly activated. The vines had extended to all parts of the manor, and the tree barn worms had surrounded the entire complex of buildings. In an instant, a great burst of light completely dispelled the area's fog and illuminated the darkness. "They're at the main entrance, hurry! Go take them out!" Shouts rose within the manor, and Su Han waved his hand lightly, saying, "Make your move." Roar! As his voice fell, everyone summoned their angel envoys, each clad in armor, their forms as towering as iron towers. With deep roars, they charged under the lead of the scorpion spider demon. With a grim expression, Wan Yazu took large strides, leading his men to the entrance of the villa's building. However, what faced him was a terrifying horde of monsters. Fire! He made a decisive call, immediately opening fire, with his men sparing no mercy as they joined in. The gunfire lit up the night, but when the bullets struck the angel envoys, even brighter sparks erupted. Clang and clatter, the bullets failed to penetrate the iron armor. Wan Yazu's face changed dramatically, but there was no solution at the moment, as the angel envoy monsters had already charged to within 30 meters of his team. "Use the angel envoys!" He shouted loudly, and his panicked subordinates finally came to their senses, summoning their angel envoys one by one, with numbers reaching 50 or 60. The monsters clashed fiercely, and the sounds of battle and low growling were incessant. Their angel envoys were mostly flesh corpses, too, but were unarmored. They stood no chance against Su Han's side in the collision, with several angel envoys slain in the first exchange. Seeing this, one of Wan Yazu's lieutenants, Cao Yu, immediately summoned his angel envoy, a giant macrophage dog towering 3 meters tall. "Kill them." Cao Yu was a ruthless character, who had never cleaned up his act working for Wan Yazu, dealing with all the dirty work such as murder and kidnapping. His chilly gaze swept over the entire monster army, knowing that if he could kill the contractors, these monsters could be dealt with. Under his control, the giant macrophage dog charged forward, attempting to leap over the obstructions and strike from behind. However, just as it leaped up, a terrifying arm, akin to a giant python, suddenly stretched out into midair, its mouth gaping wide to reveal sharp, dense, terrifying teeth, and bit into the abdomen of the giant macrophage dog. A chunk of flesh the size of a human head was directly swallowed, and the giant macrophage dog was slammed heavily to the ground, creating a deep crater. The glutton leaped onto the giant macrophage dog's head, its 3-part lips and sharp teeth crushed out of shape as the right arm's giant mouth tore chunks of flesh from the dog. Zhu Zhuang watched his angel envoy's action and couldn't help but sneer at the attempt to behead his opponent, finding it amusing. He glanced and saw the bone-armored giant pig had already charged into the enemy angel envoys, trampling and knocking down countless angel envoys under its feet. "Surrender and you shall not be killed." Zhu Zhuang cried out for surrender, and his loud voice drowned the chaotic noise of the battlefield, causing some to pause and instinctively look towards Wan Yazu. Wan Yazu's face was gloomy, with a large angel envoy already standing behind him, unexpectedly in the twisted shape of a tyrant. Its muscles were coiled like black rocks, with 2 thick arms transformed into sharp claws. Behind it, there was even an arm resembling a tentacle. "Brother, give me a way out. I'll give you everything in the villa, and I'll leave immediately with my men." His eyes were dark as water, but his face had become calmer, his gaze as sharp as a hawk. The sudden night attack caught him off guard. Given that the opponent's strength was clearly superior to his, the only option was to retreat. His shout gave his subordinates a brief respite to back off and regroup by his side, although their numbers were now fewer than 30. "Are you waiting for the sniper to take action?" The slow voice of Su Han came along, and suddenly vines lashed out, dragging half a corpse from a distant high-rise building and dumping it bloody in front of Wan Yazu. His face changed drastically, as the sniper was his last card to play. "A misunderstanding," Wan Yazu said gravely, "that was just a sentry post." Doom doom doom. The scorpion spider demon took large strides up to Wan Yazu, its terrifying presence enveloping him and his subordinates. "The rest of you, put down your weapons and kneel on the ground, and you will not be killed." Su Han's voice was indifferent, the dreadful pressure of the scorpion spider demon, along with the fearsome figure of the ancient worm tree behind Su Han, completely overwhelmed Wan Yazu's subordinates. Click. Guns were dropped on the ground one after the other. Suddenly, Wan Yazu raised his gun and aimed at Su Han from a distance while the tyrant charged, smashing into the scorpion spider demon. He knew everyone could surrender, except for him, who could not survive. Snap! The scorpion spider demon's tail lashed out instantly, sending Wanyazu flying. His shoulder shattered, bone spurs piercing through his body, as he thudded to the ground. He struggled to get up, but the severe pain made it difficult to move, and no one around him dared to help. The unwitting tyrant was also speared by another tail of the scorpion spider demon, impaled in midair, left to roar in vain. The coagulation cannon gathered its power, blasting a large blood ball at it. With a thunderous noise, half of its body vanished, leaving the tyrant barely alive and discarded on the ground. Damn it, who the hell are you? Are you from the authorities? Why are you attacking me? Wanyazu was hysterical, his eyes nearly bursting as he glared at Suhan. All his plans, his ambition to dominate South City, were destroyed by the man before him. Arrest them all. Suhan took a slow walk forward with his people, glanced over, shook his head slightly. Wouldn't it be better to save some energy and not ask such pointless questions? Wanyazu's eyes bulged even wider, but in the next moment, he was overturned by the man-eating vine. Suhan did not feel like he had vindicated the survivors' camp, which had been destroyed by Wanyazu, by merely exacting revenge and eradicating his roots, and naturally, he did not find it worth boasting in front of someone like Wanyazu. Zhang Dehai, yes, half of the men will watch over the non-combatants. Any troublemakers will also be shown no mercy. Understood, old Zhu. Take the other half to search the entire manor and ensure it's secure. Received. The two split up to take care of their respective tasks. Suhan controlled the vines of the ancient worm tree and the tree-borne worms, spreading out and enveloping the entire area with the hotel building as the core. However, shortly after extending out, the vines detected something wrong underground. Beneath the hotel, there was an underground dungeon, and it was holding monsters. Chapter 112, Arena Monster Hotels. Having underground storage rooms similar to parking spaces isn't anything out of the ordinary. However, it was evident that this underground prison was located even further down, and there were clear signs of movement coming from within, indicating the presence of a strong monster. Wanyazu had already been paralyzed and would likely struggle to awaken. Moreover, getting clear information from someone like him wouldn't be easy, even with coercive tactics. Suhan decided to check it out alone. He retracted the giant scorpion spider demon back into the Book of Blood Spirit and then strode into the hotel. Everyone maintain your current positions, hands where I can see them, and don't make any sudden moves, or you'll be treated as combatants, understood? Inside the hotel lobby, Zhang Dehai had already gathered the non-combatants together, some of whom were already hiding in the lobby, while others had just been ushered down from their rooms. Zhang Dehai's group was about 20 people or so, but with the angel envoys by their side, overseeing these 200-plus people was not a big issue. Suhan walked in wearing black armor, and upon seeing him, Zhang Dehai hurried over to greet him. So far we have found a total of 264 non-combatants, among which 43 are slaves who were just released, another 216 are civilians, and 5 are managers. Civilians was the term Zhang Dehai used to distinguish ordinary people because among these non-combatants, some also had angel envoys. Their strength was just not formidable, their talents insufficient, and they either did not dare join Wanyazu's combat ranks or had no desire to. As for the managers, they were Wanyazu's people, but compared to combat, their duties were more focused on maintaining the logistics and management of the camp. Suhan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the people. Although he didn't exert any pressure intentionally, his appearance in black armor made his eyes seem even more piercing. Those who understand the hotel's layout, raise your hands. Upon Suhan's command, 4 people tentatively raised their hands. They looked frightened, yet hopeful, as if wanting to make a good impression on Suhan, who seemed like a leader. Suhan knew there must be more than these 4 who were familiar with the hotel's layout, but he didn't care. You, speak. Suhan pointed to a well-presented man wearing a black shirt and asked, what else is there underground in the hotel besides the parking lot? Yes. The man immediately nodded, hurriedly saying, there is a basement used for storage, where most of the supplies are now kept. There's also an underground boxing club. It was for providing guests with more thrilling performances, but when the scrutiny became tighter it was closed down and later became the place where the boss and Huge Cow Yu dealt with the dirty work. The man spoke candidly, hesitating before adding, after the apocalypse, the boss didn't let others enter, just periodically putting monsters inside. What is your role in the hotel? Suhan's abrupt question made the man jolt, and he quickly replied, I am the hotel manager. After the apocalypse, I started managing people. But I didn't dare mess around, didn't have the nerve. Take me to the underground boxing ring. Suhan didn't wait for more of his prattle and had him lead the way. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dehai grew concerned and suggested, Suhan, why not take a few more people with you? Ordinary underground boxing rings would be fine, But that manager had clearly stated that Wan Yazu had been stuffing monsters inside, so who could be certain of what strangeness lay there? After thinking for a moment, Su-han decided it would be good to have Zhu join, since he was already checking various parts of the hotel. He nodded and said, "Call old Zhu over." Zhang Dehai nodded, "I'm on it." Zhu was quickly summoned, accompanied by Cheng Xuan and several teammates. "Let's go." Once everyone arrived, Su-han got the manager to lead the way, and the group headed to the underground parking area via the staircase. As a high-end resort villa planned for a small number of visitors, the entire underground parking area had only one level. The storage room was on the second basement level, and originally the most convenient way would have been the goods elevator, but now they had to take the stairs. Passing through the dim underground parking, they reached the storage room on the second basement level, where a heavy door was tightly locked and secured with chains. The entrance to the underground boxing ring is inside the storage room. The manager took out a key from his pocket, and, being in charge of logistics for the camp, naturally he had the key to the storage room. Click, the iron door opened, leading into a vast storage room filled with all kinds of supplies piled up inside, a motley assortment, clearly the result of their collection efforts in recent times. The hotel actually has a cold storage, but due to the power outage, it has been out of use, and now it's hardly storing much inside. There is a generator in the hotel, but the cold storage consumes too much electricity, so it hasn't been used. The manager led Su-han and the others to the very back, and indeed, behind the obstruction of the shelves, there was an incredibly thick door. "What are you dawdling for? Open it." When Zhu saw the manager hesitate, showing a troubled expression, he slapped him on the shoulder. Only the boss has the key to this place. All right, move aside." Su-han aimed his palm at the metal door, activating his metal control ability. The thick metal door quickly melted and then gradually deformed, revealing the passage beyond. Roar. As soon as it opened, a deep roar rang out, terrifying and profound. The expressions of everyone changed slightly. Su-han strode in, with the rest following closely behind. The light from the lamp tree crystals illuminated the entire area. It was a fighting arena completely enclosed, with a circle of red leather seats for the audience, neatly and circularly arranged in rings, the swathes of red somewhat glaring, like curtains of blood. In the very center, surrounded by the stands, was the recessed field, concrete poured circular walls, nearly 5 meters lower than the stands, forming a ring, with a flat surface. And in the very middle of the field, there clearly stood 2 huge metal cages, planted into the ground. Square, with metal bars as thick as one's forearm, each cage measured about 5 meters in length, width, and height, a true metal prison. Before it was sealed, this was where underground fight clubs were held, with extremely rough setup, devoid of any design. It wasn't that Wan Yazu had cut corners, but rather such a raw and simple battleground was where the ultimate violence and bloodshed took place, life and death struggles, and not just between humans. After it was sealed, this became the place where Wan Yazu executed disobedient people, many of whom had been locked up in these 2 cages. They could be his subordinates, opponents, or even some who were just a nice hour. Now, both cages were covered in bloodstains, with the gray concrete floor long since stained red. The old bloodstains had even turned black, and the smell of blood pervaded the entire arena. One of the cages was empty, while the other contained a terrifying, towering figure. The monster was covered in blood-red mucus, its form resembling a small hill, filling most of the cage. Its head and body were nearly fused together, with 3 jet black eyeballs the size of fists, scattered across the upper half of its torso, greedily watching Su-han and the others. Its gaping maw was just below its eyes, nearly as wide as its body, drooling saliva, as if it were a deep abyss ready to devour everything. Roar! It let out a low, terrifying roar, with 5 or 6 twisted, human-like arms constantly reaching out from behind. 2 arms on its sides were especially thick, almost 2 meters long, and below its form was a row of robust legs, like pillars. What kind of monster is this? The manager who had come with them went weak at the knees. Although he had seen the monsters of the apocalypse, the one before him was exceedingly repulsive, continuously emanating malice towards humans. Those messy, dense arms and row upon row of pillar-like feet seemed to indicate it had indiscriminately devoured countless humans, its body completely fused, leaving only this huge, twisted form and the distorted limbs. Zhu swallowed hard and muttered, "Is this guy raising monsters for fun?" Su-han's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shook his head, saying, "It's probably his second angel envoy he's preparing. He should be close to a breakthrough." Wan Yazu was not weak, even against another first-order upper grade. His tyrant could easily suppress Cao Yu's giant macrophage dog. It was entirely possible for him to have reached the limit of first-order upper grade and gotten a glimpse into divine initiation. However, Suhan was more inclined to believe that this guy had deduced the possibility of a second, third, or even more angel envoys from the start, based on the correlation between the angel envoys and the pages of the Book of Blood Spirit. You should know that the strength of the monster before him was clearly higher than first order upper grade. This is not something that can be restrained just by wanting to. At least, not by Wan Yazu. The second angel envoy, Zhu Zhuang sneered, this guy sure dares to dream. But looking at these bloodstains, I'm afraid it's not just a matter of a few days. Suhan nodded and said, it must have been kept here from the start, and back then, it might not have had this form. He looked at the manager, and as Zhu Zhuang's hand landed on the manager's shoulder, the already weak-kneed manager nearly fell to the ground. With a look of despair, he quickly said, at the beginning of the apocalypse, this place was closed off by Wan Yazu. He locked up a bunch of flesh corpses and other monsters here, as an execution ground. Many disobedient people were thrown in here by Kaoyu and Zhuji. It really wasn't my fault. Zhu Zhuang's face creased into a smile that was not quite a smile as he tightened his grip and said, continue, what happened after that? After some time, for reasons unknown, Wan Yazu only allowed himself and the two men, Zhuji and Kaoyu, to come in here. But monsters were still regularly brought in by them, mostly alive. He pondered carefully, then hastened to add, and sometimes, Wan Yazu would stay for quite a long time. Confused, Zhu Zhuang said, should we wake that guy up and ask? All this secrecy. No need, said Suhan, recalling the strange form of the tyrant, and suddenly understanding the critical point. He slowly said, Wan Yazu is breeding a gu. I have to say, the guy is quite talented. Chapter 113, The Nest of Flesh Corpses and the Blood Feast. Zhu Zhuang was taken aback before blurting out, he knows this stuff too? Suhan's expression darkened. He knew Zhu Zhuang was probably misunderstanding and said, don't jump to conclusions, don't you know him already? Zhu Zhuang gave a sheepish laugh, then listened as Suhan slowly said, that monster was dread. Don't forget that although injections are an effective way to induce mutations, devouring large quantities of monster flesh and accumulating spiritual energy is also a feasible way to mutate, just less efficient. He looked at another cage, his eyes settling on the mottled bloodstains covering the floor, and calmly said, it isn't just that monster. Wan Yazu is probably also practicing with monsters, allowing his angel envoy to devour other monsters. A lot of devouring, there's a reason his tyrant looks that way. Zhu Zhuang's expression grew more solemn, so this guy has real skills. If he has also dealt with a number of doctors. He too thought of the reason Uji and others went to the hospital, his expression turning solemn, and said, Suhan, this guy must not be left alone. Suhan gave Zhu Zhuang a look, knowing that old Zhu understood the principle of cutting weeds and digging out the roots. Brother, steady. Bang, bang, bang. As they spoke, the creature caged inside became even more agitated, as if this time it had not been fed, its voracious bloodlust could no longer be contained. Everyone was startled, the cage rattling loudly as the arm-thick steel bars began to twist more severely, nearly on the verge of collapse. It's about to come out. The manager shivered uncontrollably, worried that the monster would break out of the cage. Suhan's mouth corked up, calmly stating, it won't get the chance. The Book of Blood Spirit glowed red, and the towering scorpion spider demon immediately appeared in front of him, its 6-meter-tall stature nearly touching the underground arena's ceiling. As soon as the scorpion spider demon appeared, it moved, stepping into the arena, its large form looming over the monster. The monster, sensing the threat, became more violent and rattled the cage. The tail hook directly entered the cage and struck it, immediately flipping the monster onto the ground. Its frenzied behavior was suppressed, followed by the activation of metal control by the scorpion spider demon. The cage gradually deformed, the hard steel bars immediately creeping towards the monster's body. The monster struggled fiercely, but in the next moment it was directly impaled by 2 scorpion tails, hung midair, its blood dripping like a fountain. The monster's huge arm tried to grab onto the scorpion spider demon, but its sharp claws only scraped the floating pagoda black armor, making merely a clanging sound. A second-order lower-level monster, far from being a match for the scorpion spider demon. The metal morphed into chains, ropes twining around the monster's body, not just the original cage but also the metal from another nearby cage turned into chains. In just a few minutes, the entire monster was tightly bound by the chains, forming a spherical monster wrapped in chains. The chains interlocked, their intersections merging to form a much more impenetrable metal web. Detected a fusion of a living body monster flesh nest. Proceed with fusion? Surprise flashed briefly in Suhan's eyes. The monster's name was actually called the Flesh Nest. For a moment, his gaze flickered, pondering deeper. No fusion. He chose not to fuse, saying unassumingly, Old Zhu, prepare a truck, we're hauling this thing back soon. Understood. The underground arena incident was just an interlude. The scorpion spider demon used the coagulation cannon to blast the door wider, then tossed the flesh nest out. Although the ancient worm tree did not come in person, its vines had already silently spread down, taking over from the scorpion spider demon to pull out the flesh nest. As daylight began to break, Zhu Zhuang and Zhang Dehai, along with their subordinates, completed the cleanup of the entire Wanzhou Manor. There are 45 combat personnel left, half of them are injured, and the severely injured have been dealt with. Non-combat personnel, 264 in total, are currently all staying in the hotel lobby on the first floor, overseen by Old Zhang. Haven't had time to inventory supplies, but there are about 30 rifles, 43 pistols, and roughly 3,000 rounds of ammunition. Zhu Zhuang grinned, saying, his shooting club probably hasn't been shy about hiding private goods. Wan Yazoo's business isn't clean, even having a shooting club, but besides legal guns, there are quite a few illegal ones too. That's also why he rose up so quickly. Of course, another reason is because he robbed the North City police station, not only seizing the equipment but also eliminating the official force in North City that was most likely to gather a large number of survivors. The guns must be strictly controlled, Su Han instructed. Even if second-order lower-grade monsters can withstand a pistol, you might not be able to, so this thing can't be casually handed out now. Zhu Zhuang nodded earnestly, saying, I know, these things are even less useful than a hand crossbow when searching for supplies. The power of guns isn't small, especially against humans. But in terms of scavenging supplies, in dealing damage to monsters, aside from shooting distance and speed, the hand crossbow isn't much worse. But the noise is a serious flaw. The loud sounds can alert many monsters, nowhere near as useful as a crossbow arrow. Zhu Zhuang asked, what about the other supplies? The villa isn't small, and the defense works are also quite decent. Su Han shook his head and said, move everything back, we can't manage the place for now. Aren't there quite a few non-combat personnel? Let them handle loading the vehicles. Zhu Zhuang looked at Su Han with questioning eyes, what about the combat personnel, all killed? Not a single one from the Wan Yazoo direct lineage survives. Those who resist fiercely shall not be spared. Su Han's eyes flickered slightly as he stated calmly, as for the others, it depends on their behavior. There are so many ordinary people at the camp, this can't be hidden. Zhu Zhuang nodded heavily. With Su Han's input, dealing with the situation became much easier. Kill some, capture some, they didn't want to engage in actions that wasted their fighting force for no good reason. Zhu Zhuang pulled a group from the non-combat personnel, started listing all the materials, and pointed out which vehicles from Wanzhou Manor could be utilized. Vans, coaches, and even sedans, the manor had quite a variety of vehicles to use. Excluding those without gasoline, there were still over 30 vehicles that could be operated, including coaches. This made transporting so many people not a problem at all, and more efforts could be placed on the materials. Wanzhou Manor itself had plenty of supplies, and the Wan Yazoo combatants, divided into 4 squads, were continually looting supplies and plundering other survivors in the vicinity. Therefore, the storeroom had a lot of assorted materials. Talking about a rough estimate of total amounts, there were nearly 10 tons of rice and flour, as well as various canned goods and dry food, a truly ample supply of resources. Just the current stock alone, without considering storage consumption, was already enough for over 400 people for about 200 to 300 days. But now, those goods belonged to Su Han. It took an entire day of transporting people and continuous vehicle trips to move all the materials to Shanu Villa district. The large influx of materials and personnel almost overwhelmed Yan Miu, but fortunately, she had the help of Bazio and others to barely cope. Materials were temporarily stored in a villa nearby, with a patrol team deployed to guard them. Newly joined personnel were sorted based on their previous status and behavior in Wanzhou Manor and were dispersed into various areas. They were dispersed into several areas, living communally in the villas, with focused patrols keeping an eye until it was certain that no disturbances would occur. As for the combatants, under Zhu Zhuang's methods, the situation was roughly clarified. Out of 45 people, 23 were originally Wan Yazoo's underlings, each and every one was dealt with. Among the remaining 22, 7 were later recruits who had misbehaved and committed various acts of tyranny. As unstable elements, they were all executed as well. Along with Uji's batch, after processing, only 20 people survived and were temporarily detained, awaiting further arrangements after some time. As for Wan Yazoo, Zhu Ji, and Kaoyu, they were not counted among them. As angel envoys who had reached first-order upper grade, they held higher experimental value for Bakelin, who had numerous ideas and tests to conduct on them. Therefore, their lives were spared for now, but the outcome might not be more comfortable than death. Having handed over the tasks to Yan Miu and others, Su Han then turned his attention to a newly captured second-order lower-level monster, the Flesh Corpse Nest.
The name wasn't solely reflective of the monster's abilities, but it certainly related, and based on the combat power of the flesh corpse nest, it might not be much stronger than Zhu Zhuang's glutton. But given its significance to Wan Yazu and such a name, it intrigued him. Su Han kept it imprisoned next to the ancient worm tree, setting up a massive metal cage specially for it. Then, he approached the slightly recovered trio from Wanzhou to initiate a leniency for candor. Wan Yazu, however, was stubbornly tight-lipped, attempting suicide more than once regardless of the consequences. Su Han was unrelenting, administering a dose of paralyzing poison before calling Cao Yubao and others to perform a minor surgery that made him completely docile, hardly different from a vegetable. Faced with Su Han's methods, Zhu Ji and Cao Yu were finally frightened and confessed everything they knew about the flesh corpse nest. The flesh corpse nest was the accidental result of an execution. When they dropped disobedient individuals as food into a cell filled with flesh corpses, what should have been a scene of monsters feasting on living flesh spiraled out of control. The flesh corpses not only devoured the living but also madly consumed all surrounding monsters. Initially, Zhu Ji and Cao Yu wanted to kill the increasingly mutating monster, but Wan Yazu stopped them and watched the transformation unfold. Then, a brand new monster appeared before them, the very predecessor of the flesh corpse nest. Having realized that devouring monsters facilitated evolution, Wan Yazu began practicing on his tyrant by feeding it after arena fights. Feeding the flesh corpse nest never paused until it matured into a second-order lower-level monster. It was during that metamorphosis that Wan Yazu witnessed it produce a half-meter-tall flesh orb from its split abdomen. From that flesh orb, a horrendous monster resembling a flesh corpse hatched live. The flesh corpse nest could propagate monsters. And what Wan Yazu wanted was precisely an army. That was the secret of the flesh corpse nest. Sadly, Wan Yazu lacked strength, just barely breaking through to second-order lower grade, and now all the benefits went to Su Han. Chapter 114, Skeletal Corpse. Wan Yazu wanted to contract the flesh corpse nest as his second angel envoy and use its characteristics to breed his own monster legion. It was indeed a very ambitious idea and it had a certain chance of success. However, the strength, growth potential, and controllability of the monsters bred from the flesh corpse nest were still unknown factors. Especially in terms of control, absolute control and group control were completely different concepts. If it were like the angel envoy, under absolute control, it would undoubtedly be a very terrifying legion, fearless and possessing absolute execution ability. On the other hand, even a control similar to that of the Zerg would be absolutely horrifying. But if it were only like the control over the half-fish monster community, then their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced, though it would still be a formidable force. The abilities of the flesh corpse nest piqued Su Han's curiosity, prompting him to activate the tree barn worm skill of the ancient worm tree. After reaching level 2, the range of the tree barn worms not only increased to 1,000 meters but also the quantity of worm eggs increased by 100. However, he had just advanced in skills and immediately faced the incident of Zhu Ji ambushing Old Zhu, so he had no time to breed new worms, and now was the perfect time to use them. While using his skills, Su Han consumed a large amount of energy to accelerate the breeding of the tree-born worms, and then swarms of them began attacking the monsters within their activity area. One by one, monster corpses were brought back by the tree-born worms, becoming sustenance for the ancient worm tree, while the remaining monster corpses became food for the flesh corpse nest. According to Zhu Ji and Cao Yu, only after consuming a large amount of flesh and blood would the flesh corpse nest reproduce monsters. Over 3 days, Su Han did not rush to hunt more monsters or collect more medals. Instead, he observed the feeding changes of the flesh corpse nest. He observed that the flesh corpse nest, after consuming a large amount of food, did not use much energy to maintain its vital signs. The excess flesh was used for reproduction, and he could visibly see subtle changes in the giant maw. During these 3 days, the operation of the entire camp also gradually stabilized. The newcomers at the camp breathed a sigh of relief, for they found that the order at the Shanu Villa camp was completely different from Wan Yazu's camp. There was no slave class, and even though there were divisions such as search teams and patrol teams that were similar to combat personnel, the underlying principles were different. The core of the order was not based on terror, but on contribution value and resources. Contribution allowed for more resources, not just basic resources like living and medical supplies, but also resources for becoming stronger. Evolved kind fish, injectables, and the qualification and opportunity to contract monsters, all required contribution. And all the resources were controlled by Su Han. He was the core of everything. After understanding the situation at Shanu Villa district, their worries gradually subsided, replaced by a desire to earn contribution value and become stronger. Naturally, they gradually integrated into Su Han's camp. During these 3 days, Zhu Zhuang did not lead anyone to further search for other materials but instead worked with Zhang Dehai to establish a warehouse. Houses in the villa district were for living, which was not a problem, but to store large quantities of materials, the space utilization was completely inadequate. Especially for food items like rice and flour, if they were not properly stored, the loss rate would not be low. Eventually, an area was demarcated, and Zhang Dehai organized people to build a warehouse, using cement and other materials from the construction site and the wilted trees from the entire villa district as materials. 3 days passed and the basic form was already up. On the 4th day, the flesh corpse nest finally changed. Su-han stood in front of the cage of the flesh corpse nest, where the belly of the flesh corpse nest had begun to bulge and was continuously moving, and its giant maw, normally for devouring flesh and blood, was constantly opening and closing. Gurgle. Gurgle. Strange muffled sounds emerged from the body of the flesh corpse nest, then a flesh egg-like object was spit out from its throat. It hit the ground with a thud, covered in mucus and a thin membrane, standing about 70 or 80 centimeters tall. The membrane kept expanding and deforming as if something was tampering inside it. The flesh membrane was quickly torn open, and a hideous monster broke through it. Its head was grotesque, its face like a skeletal corpse, barely showing any flesh, and extremely horrific. The head was nearly a third the size of its entire body, with a blood basin-sized mouth nearly reaching its ears, filled with chaotic, sharp teeth. Its body was hunched, crawling on the ground, and its skin was ashen. Its hands and feet were like sharp claws, with backward-pointing nails over 10 centimeters long. Upon its emergence, it voraciously devoured its own placenta-like flesh membrane and then lay prostrate in front of the flesh corpse nest. Active submissiveness, it seems not merely a community anymore, but it is worth a try, thought Su-han. With a thought from Su-han, the vines of the nearby ancient worm tree moved, extending toward the cage. Roar! The flesh corpse nest let out a low growl. It sensed a threat, and as it growled, the little monster immediately turned around to face the vines. As soon as the vine approached, it lunged forward, but the next moment, it was knocked to the ground by the vine and then tied up. The little monster struggled continuously, its sharp shrieks echoing, and its sharp claws tried to scratch at the vine, but left only a white mark. Detected a live creature for fusion, skeletal corpse. Proceed with fusion? Skeletal corpse? Su-han's mind stirred. This monster indeed has a distinct appearance, but there are some differences from the flesh corpse nest. If it's evolution, it's hardly likely. It is probably just a minion and not truly of the same kind. He was intent on testing it. Suddenly, the vines extended and whipped against the flesh corpse nest with considerable force. The flesh corpse nest was struck hard, emitting a painful roar. It struggled violently, much like the skeletal corpse, seemingly trying to rescue its progenitor. Su-han kept the skeletal corpse in a cage on the side. The test needed some time, and he was not particularly in a rush. The next day, Su-han did not only conduct the test himself but also had Bakelin help, and together they roughly reached a conclusion. The strength of the skeletal corpse was approximately at the first order inferior, of the latter kind, slightly more formidable than the half-fish monster, with the limitation being on land. If adults were not frightened, they could defend against it as its individual combat strength was not strong. However, they would act collectively and could be somewhat commanded by the flesh corpse nest. The extent of command did not reach full control, it had independent instincts, but under the flesh corpse nest's control, it would fight fearlessly to the death, similar to the tree-born worm, but with weaker control. As for the reproductive capacity of this flesh corpse nest, as seen so far, it was not considered low since after feeding well the next day, it spawned another meat egg, birthing another skeletal corpse. This might not be its limit, but this pace was already sufficient to rapidly produce a tribe. It could be said that Wan Yazu's plan might actually be achievable. Bakelin and Su-han completed the tests, recording the blood samples and data. Ji Minyang, take these items back to the lab. Bakelin instructed Ji Minyang to take the items back, to which Ji Minyang gave a pause, then nodded, saying, "I'll go right away." After Ji Minyang left, only Bakelin and Su-han remained. Su-han looked at Bakelin and asked, "Did you send him away because there's something else you want to test?" Bakelin nodded slightly, her eyes flickering as she said, "There's another important test, and it's related to injection enhancement." Hearing this, Su-han showed a puzzled face and asked, "How are these two related? Are you planning to use the blood of the skeletal corpse to make the injection?" The enhancement injection required a large amount of blood and tissue to purify substances within. If skeletal corpses could be cultivated in large numbers, they would also serve as a source of materials. However, Su-han was rather reluctant to keep the flesh corpse nest, as this thing always posed a hidden danger. If skeletal corpses proliferated too much, they could easily incite a revolt by the flesh corpse nest, whose capabilities he did not wish to fall into the hands of others in the camp. No one capable of contracting a second angel envoy had yet appeared, and newcomers were not worthy of this second-order low-grade creature, lacking the matching strength and qualifications. No, Bakelin shook her head. Contract. I want to know how the flesh corpse nest affects it if someone contracted the skeletal corpse. This is very important. Suhan frowned. Indeed, this was something he hadn't considered. He thought for a moment, then said, I'll call someone, and you try it later. In the camp, there were quite a few people who had accumulated enough contribution values and had good performances. Upon mentioning it to Yan Miu, she provided a person, a male intern doctor saved from the hospital batch, exactly Zhu Ziking's student, Cao Yubao's grandstudent, named Lu Yu. Boss Suhan. He greeted Suhan and Bakelin with a restrained manner. Suhan handed him a crossbow, then said, kill the skeletal corpse, contract the angel envoy, then assist with some tests. Your contributions from helping your teacher with treatments have also accumulated enough. Thank you, boss. Lu Yu's face showed delight. Being able to contract was certainly a good thing, though it also involved testing, but he deeply understood that this was a rare opportunity. The constitution after contracting differed quite significantly from that of an ordinary person. Even just after contracting, one could possess a physique slightly stronger than that of a healthy adult. He held the crossbow, aimed it at one of the skeletal corpses that was bounded by the vines, and with a puff, the crossbow arrow penetrated through the skeletal-like head. The skeletal corpse was instantly killed, and the contract process immediately began. The process wasn't complicated, and soon the skeletal corpse transformed into a red light entering Lu Yu's Book of Blood Spirit, becoming his angel envoy. Summon the skeletal corpse and then launch an attack on the flesh corpse nest. Bakelin's chilly voice came, which made Lu Yu pause, his gaze subconsciously turning towards Suhan. For all incarcerated creatures, only Suhan had the ultimate decision-making power. Suhan nodded and said, do as she said. Only then did Lu Yu feel relieved, allowing the skeletal corpse to enter the flesh corpse nest's cage and made it launch an attack. The flesh corpse nest roared in anger, but it had already been bound by the vines and could not attack its angel envoy skeletal corpse. It had sharply sensed that the skeletal corpse was different now. Lu Yu made a move, and immediately initiated an attack. The moment the skeletal corpse rushed towards the flesh corpse nest, Suhan and Bakelin's expression subtly changed. The speed of the skeletal corpse had slowed down. Chapter 115, The Cost of Injections. The skeletal corpse not only moved slower, but its attacks on the flesh nest were clearly weaker, far from how it performed against a half-fish monster. Stop. Bakelin called Lu Yu to a halt, and he paused in confusion before stopping. You go back first. Suhan told Lu Yu, his gaze flickering slightly, clearly not as calm as he seemed. Lu Yu immediately recalled his skeletal corpse, bid farewell to Suhan, and left the area. Have you anticipated what this is all about? He looked toward Bakelin. She shook her head slightly, her gaze fixed on the flesh nest. It's just a guess, but now it's even more confirmed. The skeletal corpse is being suppressed by the flesh nest. Although it's not controlled, its overall strength has weakened a lot. Race, or rather, kin. Bakelin spoke slowly. The skeletal corpse is a creature created by the flesh nest, a subordinate continuation of its bloodline, even after becoming an angel envoy through a contract. Despite having gained independent control, the bloodline remains unchanged. The flesh nest still holds a superior bloodline, and that's the source of the suppression. Like cats and mice? Bakelin shook her head. It's not the same. Mice are not inherently afraid of cats. It's more about fear of certain characteristics, sounds, images, movements, etc., and it's not entirely hereditary. This is different. These are not inherited but are inherent in the bloodline, with fixed ranks and racial disparities, an unchangeable suppression. Monsters are not animals. The power they encompass is completely different, resulting in hard-to-understand effects. Take the double-tailed emperor scorpion, for instance. Scorpion species have no concept of a hierarchy, yet the double-tailed emperor scorpion can still dominate the double-tailed scorpion. Similarly, the spider monsters, split-mouth spiders, split-mouth broodmothers, and split-mouth worms Suhan encountered before, as well as his ancient worm tree and tree-born worms, all follow this pattern. In their bloodlines, the disparity between the higher and lower ranks is profound. Suhan somewhat understood, but his eyes suddenly narrowed. You're saying this has something to do with serums? Could it be that mutations induced by monster blood are also influenced by bloodlines? Yes, Bakelin nodded. If an angel envoy is more influenced by the serum from a single monster, whether it's the number or quality of injections, it will endow the angel envoy with more traits similar to that monster's bloodline. Unless at a level not weaker than a source monster, such suppression will persist. My angel envoy was initially injected with the half-fish monster serum, and there was a slight suppression when facing the fish monster leader, but it disappeared after a breakthrough in strength. Suhan thought about Bakelin's words. The suppression existed, but it didn't seem to be an issue for now. The purpose of injecting the envoy with the mutating serums was to enhance their strength. Should they rise above the source monster or reach the upper limits of their racial rank, then undergo divine initiation ritual fusion and evolution, the influence of the bloodline would likewise be negated. It seemed that this wasn't a significant problem after all. Moreover, not all hostile monsters are superior monsters, to say nothing about mixing different serums. If serums from different stages are mixed, the influence of the bloodline should be much weakened, right? This shouldn't be a significant issue? He asked, looking for confirmation, but Bakelin's smile turned even more subtle as she replied with a slight laugh. For a contractor, of course, it's not a big deal. But for you, this matter is very important. She extended her pale hand, holding a vial of crimson injection liquid. The fish monster leader serum was actually ready the day before yesterday, but I had a new idea. She looked at Suhan and said with a light laugh, what if most of the serums used your angel envoy's blood, or if every serum contained a bit of your angel envoy's blood? Would all the contractors' angel envoys in the camp then become your kin? Madness. This idea was too mad. Suhan looked at Bakelin in shock, her face wore a faint smile, and she met his gaze without flinching. He didn't believe that Bakelin didn't understand what her plan implied. While it wouldn't usurp other contractors' control, if the serums contained blood from Suhan's angel envoy, particularly with significant enhancement effects, it would mean any angel envoy, when facing Suhan's angel envoy, would be suppressed in strength. Moreover, as his angel envoy grew stronger, the suppression would become even more profound. Unless someone had entirely surpassed him in strength, a collective uprising would be utterly ineffective. Your idea is mad. But it's very advantageous for you. Bakelin's smile broadened slightly. Not only would you control the enhancement serums, but also form a bloodline suppression. The camp would be as secure as a fortress, and you would be not just a leader, but perhaps a bloodline king? Suhan's angel envoy was not only powerful, but Bakelin was certain that in terms of bloodline strength, it was stronger than other monsters of the same rank. After all, Suhan's angel envoy had evolved many times. My angel envoy can't be giving blood every day, Suhan said, shaking his head, but then added, however, we could give it a try. Not every injection serum has to contain your angel envoy's blood, just the higher level rewards would suffice, Bakelin suggested slowly. After accumulating so many contributions, for both the camp and for you, such individuals ought to be relatively significant players. Then go ahead with it. When do you need it? Suhan had no reason to oppose the plan, one that would elevate his power and rule to a higher tier. She smiled lightly and responded, tonight, I would like to request the first serum. Suhan was slightly taken aback before breaking into a smile, saying, okay, choose one, ancient worm tree or scorpion spider demon. Bakelin came forth to pledge allegiance and, of course, there was no doubt that using the potion made from the blood of Suhan's two second-order superior angel envoys would be more powerful, but the suppressive power would be even greater. His angel envoys all had regenerative abilities, so drawing a bit of blood would not greatly diminish their strength. With proper control, it was completely feasible. Bakelin answered with a smile, Scorpion Spider Demon. Half an hour later, Bakelin returned to Villa number 9 with 3 large tubes of Scorpion Spider Demon's blood. She was eager to make the Scorpion Spider Demon potion. Having successfully made the half-fish monster leader potion, she had a good idea of how to refine and make monster potions. This time, she wouldn't need several days, one night would be enough. After Bakelin left, Suhan remained where he was, his gaze falling on the ancient worm tree. He appeared thoughtful and then suddenly smiled. If the effect of the monster potion could deepen his own angel envoy's control over their territory, what about the contractor who directly formed a contract with the tree-born worm? An affiliate or even a servant species belonging to the ancient worm tree, how great would the repression be? One must know that the tree-born worm wouldn't be gone just because it died. The ancient worm tree could completely consume energy to breed new worms, the real source of troops. And to take it a step further, if the ancient worm tree underwent fusion with the skeletal corpse nest, might there be more possibilities in terms of affiliates? Suhan's thoughts stirred, and the vines wrapped even tighter around the skeletal corpse nest, his spirit concentrated on it. Discovery of a viable monster body to fuse, the skeletal corpse nest. Begin fusion? Fusion this time, Suhan did not hesitate. He was very much looking forward to the changes this fusion would bring. Countless filaments spread from the vines and then touched the skeletal corpse nest, slowly merging its flesh and blood. The skeletal corpse nest let out a terrified roar, almost hysterical, but to no avail. It could only watch helplessly as its body disappeared. Resistance was of no use against the ancient worm tree. As time ticked by, an hour passed, and the entire skeletal corpse nest had vanished. Angel Envoy, Ancient Worm Tree, Grade, Second Order Superior, Skills, Fast-Growing Vines, Metallic Quality, Radiance of the Lamp Tree, Anthropomorphic State, Level 2 Man-Eating Vine, Self-Healing, Intermediate, Level 2 Treeborn Worm, Fusion, Level 1 Common Metal, Level 1 Lamp Tree Crystals, Level 2 Essence of Flesh, Tentacle-Faced Monster, Claw Giant, Split-Mouth Broodworm, Fusion in progress, Skeletal Corpse Nest 23%, Suhan looked at the panel and furrowed his brows slightly, only 23%. Looks like I'm in for an all-nighter. His book of blood spirit glowed red, and the ancient worm tree was soon summoned into the pages of the book. He leaped up, landing on the back of the scorpion spider demon, and then guided the demon to stride out of the camp, disappearing into the evening mist. After leaving the Shanu Villa district, Suhan headed straight to a nearby large residential area, Nanshan Residential District. Bursting into the vicinity of the residential district, the ancient worm tree was summoned, illuminating the whole district and the streets outside with the radiance of the lamp tree. In the fog, countless monsters were exposed to the light, and the dazzling radiance attracted even more monsters. They charged bravely, besieging the ancient worm tree. But the scorpion spider demon charged out, clad in floating pagoda black armor, and plunged into the throng of monsters, beginning the massacre. The ancient worm tree's vines kept spreading, and beneath its roots, 100 treeborn worms burrowed underground to begin their killing and hunting. Monsters roared on and off, and the entire area became akin to a slaughterhouse. Blood soaked the ground and was gradually absorbed by the vines of the ancient worm tree. As it fought, it fused, the powerful man-eating vine seized monsters and bit into them, swallowing voraciously, replenishing its own energy. 1,000 monsters, including many of first-level intermediate and even first-order upper grade, were slain, which was no small number. The fighting drained Suhan's physical strength and energy, as well as that of the battle scorpion spider demon and the ancient worm tree. However, they were all able to endure. Their strong regenerative powers played their role at this time. Not only did the ancient worm tree and scorpion spider demon dominate the slaughter, but Suhan also took up his kun knives, clad in black armor, slaughtering the lives of monsters. For 4 hours, nearly 2,000 monsters were slaughtered near the Nanshan residential district, with the blood-stained ground giving off an overwhelmingly pungent stench. The fusion degree of the skeletal corpse nest grew gradually, and finally, in the latter part of the night, no more monsters dared to approach. The remaining scarce monsters and the corpses on the ground slowly dissolved. A sense of exhaustion from his body surged up as the battle ended, but Suhan revealed a pleased smile, feeling no fatigue at all. Because the fusion degree was finally full. Fusion with skeletal corpse nest successful, ancient worm tree has gained skill, Tree Womb, Chapter 116, Tree Womb and Companion Beast. After the fusion was successful, a powerful energy surged back from the ancient worm tree, completely dispersing the fatigue in Suhan's body, and his physique was rapidly strengthening. At that moment, the flow of energy in his body, the changes in muscle tissue. Numerous rules suddenly flooded into his mind, and instinctively, Suhan perceived the metamorphosis of self-healing. Perception successful, skill self-healing, intermediate synchronized, with double happiness. The originally primary self-healing skill took a step further, making his physique even more formidable and his vitality even stronger. The ancient worm tree became even larger, its stature elongating, and its branches thickening, having reached a height of 40 meters, towering next to high-rise buildings like a giant creature. Though it hadn't advanced yet, it undeniably approached the limits of second-order superior, its aura growing even more formidable. However, compared to the changes in its size, Suhan's gaze focused on the canopy of the ancient worm tree, on a greenish transparent tree womb, resembling emerald jade. The tree womb was supported by branches, and 4 blood-red vines clung tightly to its greenish exterior walls, resembling blood vessels wrapping around a heart, tight and pulsating with it. Concentrating his mind, Suhan soon broke into a smile. Devour monsters, hatch guardian beasts, this is what it truly means to be a leading monster. The function of the tree womb became clear to him, similar yet fundamentally different to the skeletal corpse nest, but the focus was precisely opposite. If the skeletal corpse nest's dependent servals relied on numbers, spawning countless skeletal corpses as its minions, then, the tree womb was to incubate its own guardian beasts for the ancient worm tree, possessing relatively formidable combatants. The tree womb in front of him was just at its initial stage, capable of nurturing only one guardian beast, but the strength of this guardian beast was at least second order. Guardian beast plus treeborn worms, this makes the ancient worm tree a self-sustaining ecology. Its own strength, the wrapping vines, the encompassing treeborn worms, and the guardian beast as a leader. If the ancient worm tree wasn't his own angel envoy, it would certainly be a terrifying lord monster. His gaze swept over the few dozen monster corpses left on the ground, not many and mostly lower-grade creatures with broken limbs. In order to increase the fusion degree quickly earlier, first-level intermediate and first-order upper-grade monsters had been prioritized for absorption. Now there lacked materials for nurturing in the tree womb. Why not produce and consume ourselves? A thought crossed his mind,
and he suddenly considered the tree-born worms, though only first-order inferior, they were still his own creation. It seemed worth trying. Tree womb. Thinking this, he activated the tree womb skills, and then the blood-red vines on the tree womb immediately danced, quickly spreading toward one of the tree-born worms that responded to the call. The vines wrapped around it instantly and then pulled it up to the canopy, bit by bit pulling the whole tree-born worm into the emerald-like tree womb. The green liquid stirred, and after entering the tree womb, the tree-born worm ceased moving, as if it had sunk into a womb-like slumber, with only slight body fluctuations. Fine vines like blood vessels interconnected its body with the tree womb, continuously supplying it with nutrients. 1 month? With a quick sense of perception, Suhan frowned unwittingly. If he did nothing, it would take at least a month to incubate it, and he couldn't possibly wait that long. Thus, his gaze fell on the few dozen broken monster corpses on the ground. How about using these as nutrients first, treating it as an experiment? The nurturing of a tree womb wasn't just about nutrients, but about extracting traits of monsters to incubate the affection beasts within, meaning the type of monsters absorbed could likely determine the type of creature created. The monsters on the ground were mostly flesh corpses now, and it was uncertain what changes would occur. The red vines spread towards the ground, quickly gathering those corpses together and, like blood vessels, continuously digested and absorbed the essence of this flesh. As the absorption began, the green tree womb started to show hints of red, gradually absorbed by the worms inside. The body of the tree-born worm slightly bulged, undergoing changes, becoming more solid, a shell gradually forming, and arms beginning to take shape. Suhan felt the changes, the incubation time shortening as resources were injected, but it would still take at least 10 days, which was the shortest time possible. 10 days, not too long. 1 month was too long, but 10 days were bearable. When Suhan returned to the camp, the sky had gradually brightened. Although it appeared very dim under the dense fog, everyone in the camp had already started their work routines. When he arrived back at Villa Number 9, Yan Kai-umai had already delivered breakfast there, fresh green scale carp soup, and also fish porridge. There were 2 portions, one for Bakelin and one for Suhan. Evolved kinds of fish reproduced and grew quickly, so, when controlled properly, some of the excessively large evolved kinds of fish had been caught and placed in swimming pools, serving as one source of meat. However, as evolved kinds, they required a significant amount of contribution value to exchange, currently only available to core figures like Suhan, Bakelin, Yan Miu, and Zhuzhuang. Others with contribution values could also exchange them, but compared to the long-term consumption of evolved kinds of fish, Zhao Yiman and his group were more inclined to wait to exchange for injections. Suhan finished breakfast, and Bakelin was still holed up in the laboratory, grappling with the challenging task of purifying the scorpion spider demon blood into a potion. He did not go to inquire but decided first to find Zhuzhuang, who was overseeing the construction of a warehouse. Old Zhu, take some people and clear out the area near the Nanshan residential district, and gather the materials. Zhuzhuang was momentarily stunned. Suhan explained, I went there last night. Realizing the implications, Zhuzhuang said, I'll take people there right away. Since Suhan had been there, it meant that the monsters might have been cleared out, and the area was temporarily safe. If they didn't move quickly to clear the area, someone else might get there first. After quickly organizing a team, Zhuzhuang left. When Suhan reached Villa Number 9, he found Bakelin had come out and was eating in the living room. Upon seeing Suhan enter, she looked up, smiled, and said, It's ready. Let's try after finishing the meal, there's no rush. Bakelin paused for a moment, then nodded and continued eating. Though Suhan said there was no hurry, she finished her breakfast in a few bites, evidently more curious about the effects of the injection she had prepared herself. After eating, she immediately went into the laboratory, retrieved the scorpion spider demon injection, and they both went out into the yard, where Bakelin summoned her envoy. Bakelin's flesh corpse still stood over 3 meters tall, of a pale blue color, its body covered in scales, resembling a combination of a fish monster leader and a flesh corpse. It was a solid first-order upper grade, but because it hadn't been exposed to many injections before, the mutations were relatively few. After summoning the envoy, she plunged the syringe containing the purified scorpion spider demon potion directly into the envoy's heart and injected the medicine. As soon as the scorpion spider demon injection entered, fine scales began to ooze blood, and the muscles all over the body rapidly writhed. The blood didn't fall to the ground but quickly formed a crusty scab shell. The entire envoy's flesh writhed and gradually shrunk into the huge scab. The thumping sound of a heartbeat came, and subtle changes could be heard through the scab. Bakelin looked serious. She closed her eyes to sense it, then slowly opened them, somewhat helplessly. It seems it will take some time. Suhan was startled. The previous mutation, like that of Zhuzhuang's envoy, had concluded in just over half an hour.
He hadn't expected that after purification, it would take even longer. Bakelin explained, after purification, the enhancement is much greater than before, and your scorpion spider demon is a second-order superior. Both its genetic structure and the content of its spiritual energy are incomparable to those held captive. They waited for several hours until finally, a cracking sound occurred. The huge blood scab started to split. Suhan and Bakelin watched breathlessly, and before long, a monster about 3 meters tall broke through the blood scab and stood before them. The creature was half human, half spider, strikingly similar to the scorpion spider demon, though slightly smaller in size, with clearer lines and covered in fine scales. The human part was a long-haired female demon in appearance, sinister in looks, with a fierce face adorned with 3 eyes. The vertical eye was particularly large and located on the forehead, emitting a dark red glow. The arms were slender with sharp claws. Along the inside of the wrists were shell-like bone spurs, similar to wrist blades. Its spider half was pitch black, with 8 slender spider legs standing like long spears on the ground, sharp as blades, moving very swiftly. Bakelin held the Book of Blood Spirit in her hand, which emitted a red glow, a strong power nourishing her body, rapidly enhancing her physique. Her eyes lit up in surprise as she exclaimed, "Demon Eye Spider Woman, second order low grade, it broke through?" Suhan was startled by her words, carefully sensing it. Indeed, the subtle oppressiveness of this Demon Eye Spider Woman was not inferior to that of a glutton. He hadn't expected that the injection's mutation effect could also mimic the divine initiation ritual. However, thinking about it, it seemed natural as it was intended to induce mutations in monsters. Apart from the increase in strength, further advancement wasn't out of the question. The red glow from the Book of Blood Spirit receded as the strengthening phase ended, and Bakelin gradually came back to her senses. She sensed carefully, her mouth curling in a smile as she said, "There are 2 skills, 1 demon eye, and 1 spider thorn." Suhan asked, "What do they do?" Spider thorn is what she has under her wrists, the bone spurs that can shoot out and grow rapidly. Its range and power should be significant. Compared to that, the demon eye seems to be a psychic attack. Suhan was taken aback. Psychic attack? Yes, Bakelin didn't hide it, nodding. It can bewilder and impact units with lower spiritual power, though it can't completely control them. Let's head to Old Shu's place, and try it out on some monsters on the way. Suhan was interested since it had broken through. It was a good time to test this demon eye spider woman, especially considering it was a second-grade monster that had metamorphosed using the scorpion spider demon injection. Chapter 117, Demon Eye Spider Woman. After leaving Shanuvilla district, the two hurried toward the nearby Nanshan residential district. Before they could reach the residential district, they encountered a group of zombies blocking the road, led by a giant claw zombie. Although Suhan had slaughtered throughout the night, the noise and the radiance of the lamp tree equally attracted the nearby monsters. Clearing the core area, but having monsters scattered around wasn't something unusual. Roar! The giant claw zombie lunged at them, followed by more than 30 other zombies. Bakelin, calm and composed, summoned the Book of Blood Spirit in her hand, and the Demon Eye Spider Woman appeared in front of her, charging towards the giant claw zombie like a shadow. The speed of the Demon Eye Spider Woman was incredibly fast. Suddenly, the demon eye on her forehead lit up, its scarlet light flickering. The roaring giant claw zombie's movements abruptly stiffened, along with the zombies watching it, as if they were frozen stiff. Swoosh, swoosh! The spider thorns shot out from the wrists of the Demon Eye Spider Woman. In a few breaths, shadows flew out, and with a punchy sound, they brutally penetrated the giant claw zombie's head. The zombies behind the giant claw zombie couldn't resist either. Their heads were penetrated by the spider thorns and then collapsed to the ground. While charging forward quickly and shooting spider thorns, she had killed half of the group of zombies in an instant. Roar! As the impact of the demon eye faded, the zombies roared again, but the Demon Eye Spider Woman had already reached them. Her sharp claws swept across their necks, effortlessly breaking their spines and dropping their heads to the ground. In just over 10 seconds, the remaining zombies were all dead. The effect of the demon eye's mental shock seems quite brief, Suhan said slowly as he looked toward Bakelin. However, Bakelin's expression remained calm as she responded, "It's due to a lack of practice. Sometimes, a split second is enough in true combat." Her words were indeed not false. After all, a moment of distraction could give the enemy a chance to launch a deadly attack. "Suhan, summon your scorpion spider demon and try its suppressive effect. There's nobody else around here." Suhan chuckled, slightly surprised by Bakelin's straightforward approach, nodded, and said, "All right." The Book of Blood Spirit flashed, and the scorpion spider demon appeared on the street, its terrifying figure over 6 meters tall, comparing to the Demon Eye Spider Woman like a hill to a mound. Bakelin's brow slightly furrowed. "It's suppressed, by at least 30%, let me try something." As a contractor, She could clearly feel the oppressive aura the scorpion spider demon cast over the demonized spider woman as soon as it appeared. Suhan nodded slightly, and Bakelin immediately commanded the demonized spider woman to attack. The demonized spider woman bent its spider legs and leaped forward, raising its hands and shooting spider thorns. Although its speed was still swift, it was significantly slower compared to its previous shadow-like flicker, now slowed by at least 30%. The shot spider thorns were swept aside by the tail of the scorpion spider demon. The demon eye suddenly lit up, its red light flashing, but at the next moment, the scorpion spider demon roared, and the demon eye spider woman instinctively stiffened, causing its lit-up demon eye to dim immediately. The motion stopped abruptly, and Bakelin didn't continue controlling the attack. She shook her head, smiled, and said, "It's not just a 30% suppression. At least 40% of her strength is suppressed. She can't perform fully, even with focused control. But, our hypothesis should be correct." From her perspective, the suppression on the demon eye spider woman didn't seem to bother her much. In fact, she was pleased to confirm this thought, not just as an experimental advance. "If we periodically extract some blood from both your angel envoys to make injectable solutions, split into 1 to 3 phases, it won't be long before everyone's strength improves by a notch, and most importantly, they will all be suppressed." Suhan's eyes flickered slightly. Bakelin's idea was undoubtedly correct, but something still felt odd to him. After all, she too was one of those under control. But Suhan was not one to waver. He naturally agreed to her approach. "We'll do as you said, but let's include one more thing. Part of the camp that is to be contracted can later contract the tree-born worms." Bakelin looked surprised, then instantly understood Suhan's method and smiled. "If we use the tree-born worms as a foundation to induce mutation and evolution, that would truly create a clan." From the initial bloodline to later enhancements, all come from Suhan's angel envoys. With such suppression, there was no thinking about opposing him. Moreover, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Having stable angel envoy manpower, stable enhancement routes meant that the camp could steadily produce combat personnel, and their quality was assured. She appeared thoughtful and said, "I'll go back and try to induce the tree-born worms to see if I can work out a stable path, but you'll have to match someone who has a contract with the tree-born worms." Before she could finish, Bakelin shook her head and said, "It's not quite appropriate. I'll handle it myself. I still have 1 contract slot left." She suddenly remembered this matter. Although it was to strengthen the angel envoys, the insides of it were to enhance the control over the camp, and it wouldn't be good for too many people to know about this. For the majority of people, knowing the result was sufficient. They didn't need to understand the process. She decided it would be safest for her to handle it during this period. At the thought, her beautiful eyes slightly moved, and she glanced at Suhan. If it were him, he should be able to ascend to a higher step earlier than those monsters. No need. However, Suhan's response left her with an astonished expression. "Why? Keep your second contract slot for contracting the ancient worm tree's creature." Bakelin's approach surprised Suhan, but he immediately dismissed this secretive approach and behavior, akin to submitting an oath of allegiance. Secrecy can't be maintained forever, and such a path of enhancement simply requires choosing sides. Suhan spoke calmly, aware that with so many intelligent people around, those studying the injectors would eventually discover the relationship between bloodlines and suppression, something that couldn't be hidden. On the contrary, what he needed was to publicly choose sides and loyalty. By choosing to contract Angel Envoy and follow the bloodline injector's path of enhancement, it was natural to become a member of his faction. What he needed was loyalty. Play both sides, and you'll just end up being completely eliminated, that's all. My ancient worm tree breeds a creature that is higher than the tree-born worm. You contract that one. Suhan smiled, jokingly said, using that, the suppression power should be stronger. That would be perfect for submitting an oath of allegiance and picking the right side, right? Bakelin's lips curled up as she spoke, however. This allows for a change in adjustment methods. If most of them are creatures belonging to your angel envoys, then I might try designing injectors for corresponding levels. Different strength injectors correspond to different stages of angel envoy, advancing step by step, also suppressing layer by layer, with the hierarchy becoming more severe, and Suhan standing at the highest position. First, let's find old Zhu. Suhan rode with Bakelin on the back of the scorpion spider demon, as the demon ice spider woman was obviously not built for carrying people. The two headed directly to Nanshan Residential District, encountering wandering monsters along the way, but all were killed by the demon ice spider woman following closely beside the scorpion spider demon. The range of the spider thorn was further than expected, effective within about 300 meters, with a speed comparable to a regular bullet. The rapidly regenerating bone spurs were not self-healing, but clearly had similar characteristics. Thus, their journey was extremely fast, and it didn't take long before they arrived at Nanshan Residential District. Several transport trucks were parked on the street, and Zhao Yiman was leading people in guarding them. Upon hearing the noise, he had already aimed his hand crossbow at the foggy area. Seeing the scorpion spider demon rush out of the fog, he finally relaxed. He recognized it as the boss's angel envoy. "Boss." Zhao Yiman came up to greet them, and as Suhan and Baikalin got down, he asked, "Where's old Zhu? Are the things almost ready?" "The search for the items is almost done, but we encountered something bizarre." Zhao Yiman's expression was grave. Suhan's eyes sharpened as he asked, "What happened?" "The entire residential district, the whole street, not a single person, all empty, only some scattered monsters roaming. Isn't it quite common to find no one when you guys search for supplies?" Baikalin was somewhat puzzled, but Suhan's brow was already furrowed because he had clearly sensed last night while cleaning up monsters that there should have been living people nearby. Some floors had obvious signs of activity, but now Zhao Yiman was saying there were no living people. Zhao Yiman hesitated slightly, then said in a low voice, "There are no signs of life, all the people are gone. It's normal, but there are signs of people having lived in several places, yet the supplies are still there, and the people are missing." Tap, tap, tap footsteps sounded as Zhu Zhuang hurried over, accompanied by Go Gang, his expression grave. "Suhan, I was just about to send someone to look for you." "What's going on?" "The people are missing, and they might have left by themselves. One household even had just opened a can of food, not yet finished. The can of food was new, just opened not long ago. Next to it were a pot for boiling water and an open bag of rice. Everything indicated that there were people here, and very recently, but now there was not a single person in sight, making the situation quite eerie." Zhu Zhuang looked at Suhan and asked, "What should we do?" Suhan pondered. Last night, when he was killing monsters, he hadn't encountered such a strange situation. If there had been any, he would have noticed it last night. So the most likely scenario was that something strange had been drawn here. "Zhao Yiman, take people and move the supplies back first." "Understood." "Old Zhu, old Go, leave 10 good men with me to handle this." The Nanshan residential district wasn't far from Shenu Villa, and this situation couldn't be ignored, otherwise, it would turn into a disaster sooner or later. His mind made up, he immediately summoned the ancient worm tree, and the tree barn worms along with their roots, took root underground, rapidly spreading out to the surroundings. Chapter 118, The Monster Hunter. The territory of the tree barn worms spanned 1,000 meters. Though not vast, if measured in a straight line, it was enough to search a certain range of the neighborhood. Zhao Yiman followed Suhan's instructions and drove the big trucks back, leaving 3 jeeps for the team. Zhu Zhuang and the others were amazed at how the ancient worm tree seemed to have grown stronger, but Baikalin was more perceptive, noticing the presence of the tree womb. She approached Suhan and asked softly, "Is that the thing, the new ability?" Suhan's ability to fuse with monsters to gain new abilities and even evolve was no longer a well-kept secret. Since the flesh corpse 10 had been fused, it would inevitably bring about new changes. The tree womb, it can nurture contracted beasts by absorbing enough monster materials. Only one? Baikalin's implication was clear. If there was only one, it might be better to let her contract the tree barn worm instead, so as not to weaken Suhan's combat capabilities. Suhan shook his head. Like the tree-born worm, it can give birth to contracted beasts again, but it requires time and resources. Each birthing process needed time, which meant there was currently only one spot for a contracted beast. If there were several positions like with a tree-born worm, losing one wouldn't matter as much. There would be other replacements available during the excessive birthing period. Despite Suhan's 100 tree-barn worms hunting every day, there would be casualties. Losing 1 or 2 occasionally would be gradually replenished over the course of 2 or 3 days. While they were talking, the tree barn worm suddenly reacted, quickly returning to the roots of the ancient worm tree. Suhan immediately sensed it and looked towards the east. "Get in the cars, there's activity on Wufu Road." Everyone immediately got into the vehicles, and the ancient worm tree swiftly changed into an anthropomorphic state, transforming into a 3 meters tall treant form and then striding quickly towards Wufu Road. Now that all the tree-born worms were outside, it was convenient to summon the ancient worm tree directly. However, those tree barn worms wouldn't return out of thin air. Such a loss was not insignificant. In its treant form, the ancient worm tree's speed was no slower than a typical vehicle, and in this fog, it was extremely agile, like a lighthouse. The tree barn worms exploring in that direction were also swiftly following the ancient worm tree, converging like an army. "Run, these monsters are tough." On the street, a black modified car was crashing through the fog at high speed. Around the vehicle, several dark figures were sprinting through the fog, with black tendrils waving on either side. The 4 people in the car were becoming more anxious and scared, with fear involuntarily covering their faces. Damn, they shouldn't have come here to hunt those monsters, foolishly trying to devour the flesh and blood for evolution. Swoosh! Suddenly, a dark figure kept pace with their car, and with a fierce motion, a tendril shot out, reaching into the car window. No, no. The face of the man driving changed drastically, but the tendril had already reached the side window. At the tip of the tendril, a red light flashed, and the driver's gaze turned dazed in an instant. Then, he forcefully twisted the steering wheel, and the vehicle rolled over on its side. Boom! The sound of the vehicle was thunderous. Thankfully, all four inside were contractors, who instantly kicked open the doors and burst out. The Book of Blood Spirit in their hands emitted a red light, and 4 angel envoys were summoned, all towering in stature, 3 resembling flesh corpses while one was in the form of a giant macrophage dog. Damn it, they're swarming us. We should never have hunted this kind of monster. The short-haired man leading them had an ashen face. The angel envoy in front of him stood 2 meters tall, with one hand resembling a huge claw and the other like the tentacles of an octopus. The creature was massive, and its strength was evidently first-order upper grade. The other 3 were slightly inferior, but still boasted the power of first-level intermediate. The angel envoys showed clear signs of transformation. However, all 3 were wounded, especially the muscular man who had been driving, whose forehead was bleeding, his face darkening to an extreme. Roar! The dark figures chasing them in the fog had now cornered them. These were canine creatures nearly 2 meters long, with a single eye and a red vertical slit below which their mouths split. On either side of their heads were tendrils, with red patterns resembling eyeballs at the tips. Be careful of their tendrils, don't look directly at those patterns. Godu's face was steely as he watched the eye beasts, one of which had shoulders reaching 1.5 meters high and a body that was 3 meters long, its strength clearly matching his own. But the tendrils were the most terrifying. Charge! Godu charged forward, his angel envoy keeping pace beside him as it attacked the leading eye beast with its tendrils. Boom! The eye beast was incredibly agile, leaping away as the tendril struck heavily on the ground with a thud. As it dodged, the leading eye beast's tendril struck towards Godu's angel envoy, the tips glowing crimson, ready to use its skills. Godu's expression changed. He averted his gaze as the angel envoy stepped across and batted the tendril aside with its own. The red light dimmed, interrupting the skill. But the 5 remaining eye beasts had already surrounded them, entwining in the fray. The eye beasts' tentacles seemed to have a certain range of control, and they didn't strike frequently. Godu and his 3 teammates worked together in battle, and the contractors were also taking action, which barely kept them going. For a few minutes, Godu and the 4 fought back and forth against the eye beast, until the one whose forehead was injured, Zhao Qian, became momentarily distracted by the bleeding, causing his movements to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the eye beast's tentacle struck, with a smack, flinging him away. Zhao Qian. Godu wanted to come to the rescue, but the leading eye beast had already swept its tentacles from side to side with the violence of a whip. His face changed color, and he could only use his weapon for defense, with the angel envoy assisting in protection. With no one to save him, the 5th eye beast took advantage of the moment and pounced, biting at Zhao Qian's neck. In the face of life and death, Zhao Qian exerted all his strength to dodge and put out his hand to block, but the eye beast's gaping maw bit off his entire left arm. Ah! His agonized howl echoed down the street. Just as the eye beast was about to continue its attack, suddenly, a whizzing sound of something piercing the air rang out. A spider thorn shot out from the mist and rapidly struck the eye beast, piercing through its body. The roar of engines sounded as 3 jeeps burst through the fog, arriving on Wufu Road. Brothers, save me, watch out for their tentacles, they can control people. Godu instantly became excited, knowing that with people's help, they could escape these monsters. However, his face changed dramatically the next moment as several huge monsters burst out of the fog, the foremost of which was 6 meters tall, with a body covered in black armor, half human, half spider, and towering like a demon. The remaining monsters were also of considerable size, a 3-meter-tall spider woman, a massive pig monster bigger than an off-road vehicle, and lastly, a large tree form with a fierce human face and terrifying vines. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the newcomers were monsters or angel envoys. Roar! The eye beast, sensing the crisis, roared angrily and turned to face the scorpion spider demon and the others, its tentacles swinging and a red glow appearing. But the demon eye spider woman's crimson demon eyes opened simultaneously, unleashing a mental shock. The glittering tentacles painfully twisted in response. The eye beast let out a mournful cry, its form arching in agony. At that moment, the ancient worm tree's hands shot out vines, instantly binding them, tentacles and body alike, tightly wrapped. The ferocity of the onslaught left Godu and his group stunned, standing frozen in place. Fortunately, Godu came to his senses and immediately rushed to Zhao Qian's side. Hang in there, Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian's arm had been severed at the upper portion, with blood flowing non-stop. He pulled out his belt, wound it tightly around the wound, and secured it firmly to stop the bleeding. Click, the car door opened, and Suhan and his team stepped out. Godu and his team showed astonished expressions, because the leader turned out to be a young man in his early 20s. Hey, you guys come here. Zhu Zhuang looked at Godu and the others, signaling them to come over. Godu was momentarily stunned, a flicker of wariness crossing his face, but he quickly became very compliant, supporting the pale-faced Zhao Qian as they approached. Thank you, he expressed with a grateful look, knowing that saving a life was no small feat. If it weren't for you, we might have been captured by these monsters. Captured? Suhan's face showed a hint of curiosity. Clearly, these guys knew something, so he said, tell me about these monsters, and about yourselves. Yes, Suhan spoke calmly, making Godu's heart tighten with nervousness. He assessed the angel envoys behind Suhan and the others getting out of the cars, equipped with standard crossbows, and felt even more anxious. These people were not just strong, they were part of a substantial force. I was hunting monsters when I found these creatures, just one of them, about first level intermediate, preparing to feed it to an angel envoy. But unexpectedly, I was ambushed by them during the chase, and the people in the other vehicle all died. Godu's eyes lowered slightly, clearly having suffered significant losses, and then said, if it hadn't been for your rescue, we might have. Hunting monsters. This was the first time Suhan had seen survivors employing such tactics, and the purpose of hunting was obviously to induce evolution through devouring, to enhance their strength, much like Wan Yazu. They were not doing this for the first time, but an apocalypse had been going on for more than a month, nearly two. Such actions were not unjustifiable. However, it was clear that Godu and his team had met with disaster. Zhu Zhuang's face turned cold, and he snorted, don't beat around the bush. Which camp are you from, and where did you encounter the monsters? Speak clearly. If you're honest, we won't make things difficult for you, otherwise, we'll be sorry. Godu's face stiffened, knowing vagueness wouldn't do, and hastily said, I didn't mean it like that. We are survivors from Qinglan Street, and we encountered these monsters nearby. Seeing their ability to confuse and control survivors, that's why we wanted to hunt them. Suhan's gaze intensified as he said, how do they control? With that tentacle? Which direction did they go? Yes, with the tentacles, Godu quickly nodded and said, the red light from the tentacles can make a person's mind wander. Slightly stronger contractors can resist a bit, but ordinary people get bewitched. We saw ordinary people being bewitched and then bound and kidnapped by the tentacles, which is why we had the idea to hunt them. A skill that could control, even if devouring it wouldn't necessarily induce a mutation, was still worth a try. We were originally successful, wounding one of them, but when we chased them near South City No. 2 Middle School, we were ambushed instead. Chapter 119, I Beast South City No. 2 Middle School? Suhan and Zhu Zhuang exchanged glances. Wasn't that the gathering point Zhu Zhuang had initially suggested? Back then, due to their lack of strength and resources, they were worried that the surviving students would be a burden, which was why they hadn't taken over. But now, there were actual I-beasts active in that area. Are you saying that the I-beasts took captives in the direction of South City No. 2 Middle School? Godu immediately nodded. He said, yes, I should have thought of it earlier. Since it took people towards that direction, its den must be over there. We should not have pursued them. Regret flashed across his face. If not for his greed, if he hadn't rashly given chase, perhaps they wouldn't have suffered the losses they did now. Go gang, get the first aid kit and treat his wounds. Suddenly, Suhan gave the order. Godu looked at him in surprise and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Get in the car, Suhan was not rescuing them for nothing. He calmly stated, then guide us there. Godu's expression changed. Wait a moment, that place. There are more than just those monsters there. I heard many more sounds. I said guide us, understand? Suhan spoke every word clearly, causing Godu to shudder and dare not say another word. I understand. Suhan wasn't asking but commanding, a command beyond question. Even if Suhan and the others might know the way, they had to follow him. After quickly treating the wounds, everyone got into the vehicles. 4 people spread across 3 cars, with Zhao Qian and another squad member in the last car. Suhan's face revealed contemplation while Zhu Zhuang drove beside him. He said, be cautious later on, we might be dealing with second-order monsters. Zhu Zhuang nodded heavily, responding, I know. The I-beast that took away so many survivors from Nanshan Residential District certainly captured more than just these few. The current I-beast had already a first-order upper grade and a first-level intermediate strength. Even if there were weaker I-beasts, their numbers were likely not few. The one capable of ordering these monsters around had to be a more powerful being, namely the Second Order. If we are talking about distance alone, South City No. 2 Middle School was some distance away from Shanu Villa, and they didn't have to consider it for the time being. However, since the I-Beast's range of activity had reached this area, rather than letting them slowly discover Shanu Villa district, it was better to strike first and see what the situation was like. On their side, Suhan had 2 second-order superior angel envoys, Zhuzhuang had a second-order low-grade glutton, Bakelin had a second-order low-grade demon eye spider woman. At the very least, even escaping wouldn't be a problem for them. So, they could take a chance to probe the situation. The vehicles approached the direction of South City No. 2 Middle School. The fog still shrouded the surroundings, but this time, the ancient worm tree did not withdraw, it remained in its anthropomorphic state. Tree-born worms followed underground. Its radiance of the lamp tree illuminated the surroundings, guarding the convoy like a lighthouse. Scorpion spider demon, demon eye spider woman, glutton, and bone armor giant pig did not withdraw, maintaining a steady speed to escort the vehicles on both sides. About half an hour later, a burning wrecked car suddenly appeared on the mist-covered road, its frame almost burned black. This is our car." Godu's low voice came through, tinged with sorrow. It was here that we were suddenly attacked by a stronger I-Beast. This place was within the range of I-Beast activity, just over 1,000 meters from South City No. 2 Middle School. Suhan and the others did not respond, they simply became more alert. The tree-barn worms had spread out like feelers, encroaching towards the surroundings and gradually converging towards South City No. 2 Middle School. "Keep driving." The vehicles continued forward, but oddly enough, not a single I-Beast that they had anticipated appeared. The entire street, the entire fog-covered surrounding, was eerily quiet. An uncanny feeling enveloped everyone, especially Godu, who was already sweating from anxiety on his forehead. Bang bang bang, a series of gunshots suddenly came from within the fog. Everyone's expression changed, and Suhan's eyes sharpened. Gunshots. And so dense. He couldn't help but think, could it be the people from South City Camp? Drive faster, it might be the people from the South City Camp. Zhuzhuang nodded and immediately sped up. Soon, they neared South City No. 2 Middle School. The gunshots became more intense, and so did the sounds of battle and the roars of giant beasts. The vehicles quickly arrived at the street before the school's main gate. The fog dissipated under the light of the radiance of the lamp tree, merging with the glow of the crystals of several other lamp trees by the main entrance. "A fight at the gate?" Zhuzhuang commented as he saw the scene unfold before him. The street outside the school was brightly illuminated, relying on the school walls. A clear fight erupted at the entrance. On the outside were about 20 police officers, armed with rifles, and numerous opaque bottles at their waists, about the size of a fist with a strange structure. They were being thrown over the wall by the fighting squad members into the fray, instantly exploding. On the other side were those I-Beast monsters. Occasionally, I-Beasts would leap over the wall, attempting a flanking attack, but they were quickly beaten back by the fast-arriving angel envoys. The battle at the main gate was the most intense, with 2 monsters, about 6 meters tall, locked in terrifying hand-to-hand combat, roaring as they clashed. The monster on the police side was pitch black, with a thick carapace shaped like an armor, covering its humanoid body from head to toe. It had a fierce horned head and 3 gruesome arms, 2 of which were clawed with talons like curved sabers, and 1 burly arm protruded from under its left rib, enveloped in a layer of black. Its body was robust, yet not bulky. On the contrary, it was incredibly agile with swift movements, and from behind trailed a barbed tail, lashing out like a whip. The opposing monster was even more terrifying, standing over 6 meters tall, close to 7 meters, with a head fully fused to its body, and nearly 100 eyes on its gray-white skin, eerily similar to human eyes. The eyelids were not fringed with lashes, but lined with sharp teeth, which made for a horrifying sight as dozens of eyes blinked in unison. Its shape resembled a toad, with 4 legs bracing against the ground. Among those 100 eyes, it grew numerous tentacle-like appendages of varying lengths, and particularly 2 thick tentacles sprouting from its sides, which served as its main combat limbs. "Director Go, there are too many monsters, we can't hold them back for much longer." Zhao Yaqian commanded the battle, her sniper rifle aimed at those 100-eyed monsters, every open eye a target for her. With a bang, another eye was shattered. But this was only temporary, for as soon as an eye was damaged, it would quickly close up. Before long, the bullet would be ejected, and the eye would heal as if nothing had happened. The regenerative power of the monster's eyes was far stronger than that of its body. Go Wu-Tao's expression turned solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Prepare to retreat, get the flash grenades ready, throw them when the monster uses its skills." With a rifle in hand, he shot accurately at the eye beasts trying to break out, while not far ahead, A giant canine with bony spikes was tearing at creatures attempting to get over the fence. They had not expected such terrifying monsters in South City No. 2 Middle School. If Jayakian hadn't reached second-order low grade, they might have all been annihilated. During the fight, several team members quietly took the remaining flash grenades into their hands. As soon as the flash grenades were utilized, and the monster's engagement briefly eased, they would immediately retreat. No need to retreat. Suddenly a loud voice came from the end of the street. Go Wu Tao looked in astonishment towards the sound to see 3 off-road vehicles charging their way quickly. Accompanying the vehicles were several terrifying monsters from the side. He instinctively tightened his grip on his weapon, but in the next moment, the tallest monster had already charged in front of them, clad in black armor, half spider, half human, resembling a demon god. Wait, are they Suhan? Go Wu Tao identified the monster, and just then, the scorpion spider demon bent its spider legs and leaped powerfully from the ground, jumping over 10 meters, and swept 7 or 8 eye beasts coming from inside the gate with a slash. The other angel envoys moved simultaneously, all charging towards areas swarming with eye beasts, be it the main gate or the walls at the verge of being scaled. Suhan and his group emerged from their cars, and with a sweep of his eyes, he spotted Cheng Zanyang and smiled. Suhan. Cheng Zanyang, of course, noticed the commotion and showed a look of joy on his face. He shouted out, and Suhan replied, "We'll talk after we catch the monsters." Seeing the scorpion spider demon enter the battlefield, the monsters grew desperate. 100 eyes flew open as a surge of scarlet light instantly flared up. Go Wu Tao and Zhao Yaqian saw this and their faces changed instantly. They shouted to Suhan, "Don't look directly at it, the 100-eyed can assault your mind." Flash grenades. Go Wu Tao shouted for the flash grenades, but as they were deploying them, the demon eye spider woman had already rushed forward before them. The demon eye burst open with a blaze of crimson light. The 100-eyed monster stiffened in its motion, losing its edge. The scorpion spider demon stepped forward, grabbing its body with 4 arms and body slamming it heavily to the ground. 2 scorpion tails, like spears, shot forth, piercing the creature's body and penetrating 2 of the eyes, blood spurting out. The monster, enraged, exploded with belated crimson light. Most of it focused on attacking the scorpion spider demon, but after a brief pause in motion, the scorpion spider demon seemed utterly unharmed. PFFT. The scorpion spider demon's clawed arms extended, stabbing directly into the body of the 100-eyed monster, and in a moment, the coagulation cannon at its mouth gathered. The massive coagulation cannon blasted onto the body of the monster with a deafening boom, injuring half its body and damaging 20 to 30 eyes, which couldn't be repaired in a short time. Zhao Yaqian was stunned by this sight, not expecting that the mental shaking scarlet light would have no effect on the scorpion spider demon. After all, even those not hit directly by it, those who caught a glimpse with their eyes, would feel a sense of dizziness, if only for a fleeting moment. However, she quickly realized that Suhan's angel envoys were far more powerful than the monster. Roar. Just as the scorpion spider demon was about to fire another coagulation cannon, suddenly from inside the school, the uniform roar of eye beasts echoed, easily 100 in number. Everyone's expression turned to shock, but in the next moment, the snipers assigned to high vantage points at the gate changed color dramatically. The eye beasts are bringing out the survivors they're controlling. As the voice fell, the eye beasts attacking the gate withdrew, revealing the sight inside. Hundreds of eye beasts were binding the survivors, threatening them. Chapter 120, Russian-style threat neutralization. Zhao Yaqian and the others were stunned. They all knew there were living people here, but for the monster to use threats to rescue its leader was truly inconceivable. However, Suhan sneered. Hostages, you say, threats, you say? The scorpion spider demon moved abruptly, and the floating pagoda black armor converted into chains, capturing the 100-eyed monster right in front of it, the scorpion tail piercing through, and 4 arms gripping its massive tentacles. The coagulation cannon became even more gigantic, almost pressing against the body of the 100-eyed monster. Despite the body of the 100-eyed monster almost merging with its head, it still possessed a core brain, located at the front where the eyes were most densely packed. This, instead, panicked the eye beast. Low growls resonated, but it dared not to immediately kill the hostages. Just then, the ancient worm tree in its anthropomorphic state released its form, swelling into a towering ancient tree. Vines surged like a tsunami towards the eye beast. Buried beneath the ground, the tree barn worms launched a violent assault. In a blink, the tide of attack and defense switched, and the threatening eye beasts were directly slain, while the rest prepared to attack. But in the next moment, the scorpion spider demon blasted off one of the 100-eyed monster's arms with a coagulation cannon, and its cries of pain were piercingly harsh. The eye beasts that were ready to strike hesitated, as the Demon Ice Spider Woman and Zhuang's devourers broke in immediately, deploying the Demon Ice skill again, and a mental shock stunned them. Then the spider thorn shot precisely through the eyes of these eye beasts, bursting out the back of their skulls, while the devourer's right arm swept like a whip, and its massive jaw clamped down, biting off the heads completely. Upon seeing Su-Han and their angel envoys springing into action, Go Wu-Tao's side hesitated no longer. Those occupying elevated positions like car roofs immediately opened fire. Bullets weren't effective against the 100-eyed monster, but they were still a significant threat to the eye beasts. 10 minutes later, when the rescue of the 100-eyed monster proved hopeless, and the dominating presence of the second-rank apostles completely suppressed the battlefield, the remaining dozens of eye beasts were utterly overwhelmed by fear and scattered like birds and beasts. The battle had ended, but escape was but a vain hope, because the ancient worm tree, now in its true form as a terrifying giant tree, had spread its vines across most of the battlefield. The vines formed a cage, instantly making escape impossible. All were bound on the spot, and then the man-eating vines attacked one by one, quickly rendering them all paralyzed. Although the 100-eyed monster had stronger resistance, its severely injured body couldn't fend off the paralytic toxin, and it tumbled to the ground. "Old Zhu, check if there are any survivors, tend to the injured, bury the dead," said Su-Han. Such a sudden rescue operation would incur some casualties, but overall, not more than 10. "Wang Hu, take some people and help out," Su-Han continued. Go Wu-Tao holstered his weapon, then immediately instructed his subordinates to help out. "Yes, Director Go," Wang Hu responded. Wang Hu, along with Zhuang, quickly entered the school to search for and rescue survivors. Go Wu-Tao, Jia Yaqian, and Cheng Zanyang approached Su-Han. "Hello Su-Han, I am Go Wu-Tao, the chief of the city police. Fame is one thing, seeing is believing, your strength indeed leads us all. If not for you all this time, the losses would have been severe," Go Wu-Tao greeted him with a cheerful voice, his eyes bright as he examined Su-Han. Cheng Zanyang grinned. "Su-Han, long time no see. I didn't expect such a transformation." Cheng Zanyang had changed his outfit to a police combat dress, which he only wore during missions, but it made him appear even more robust. "Long time no see, you seem to be doing well," Su-Han responded with a smile. Cheng Zanyang, standing beside his own flesh corpse, which now appeared bigger and more formidable than during their time in Happiness Community. Its spine was rugged, one arm a claw and the other fleshy tendrils, its presence fiercely domineering, evidently a high-grade first-rank monster. Cheng Zanyang simply smiled awkwardly and said, "Can't compare to you." He was never one to lie. Su-Han's progress surpassed his imagination. "Director Go is too kind." Su-Han looked at Go Wu-Tao and smiled politely. The tough stance Go Wu-Tao took in the fight, standing beside his bone-spur giant dog who was still blood-stained, undoubtedly earned Su-Han's favorable impression. This was a man of action. "Have you guys already searched for supplies over here?" Su-Han was curious, his gaze mostly on Jia Yaqian, who was followed by 2 towering apostles, one of which was the shadow armor monster that had dealt with the 100-eyed monster. Now one of its arms had completely transformed into a normal human arm, the dark energy gone, indicating that it had used a skill previously. The other apostle, resembling a tyrant, though not as powerful as the shadow armor monster, clearly possessed the strength of a high-grade first rank. So quickly reached second-order low-grade, impressive talent, it seems the authorities have experts, they must have developed the injection too. Su-Han thought to himself, but then Go Wu-Tao's response took him by surprise. "We came looking for you, just took a wrong turn on the way," Go Wu-Tao replied. "Came for us?" Su-Han's gaze sharpened, an unexpected development, but government officials looking for him was indeed intriguing. "Su-Han," before they could ask, noises suddenly erupted from inside the school. Zhuang hurried over with a serious expression and said, "We found many mummified corpses." Su-Han frowned, then turned to Go Wu-Tao and said, "Director Go, shall we go take a look first?" "Right, let's go together." Go Wu-Tao had also received the report from Wang Hu and his face was even more serious than Su-Han's because many people had died. The group quickly entered the school. The vines of the ancient worm tree had dragged the captured eye beasts and their corpses to a spot by the tree roots. The ground was stained with blood, and the stench mixed with the smell of gunpowder lingered in the air. When the group reached the deepest part of the school, the teaching building had a huge crater in it. The first floor's walls and ceilings were penetrated, and the ground was also dug into. Inside this crater and the empty classrooms lay stacks of hundreds of bodies, their skin deathly pale, their faces frozen in terror, varying in size but mostly students. Their muscles seemed to be drained, creating a terrifying appearance. Beyond them, even more scattered bones lay around, with not even the last layer of flesh remaining. What should have been a place of enlightenment and nurturing had morbidly turned into this pile of dead bodies. Damn those creatures! Go Wu-tao's face turned livid. How could he not realize that this horror was the monster's doing? More than 10 people were rescued alive, but there are no students, and half of them have gone mad. Zhu Zhuang's voice lowered. The survivors said that the monsters devour not just flesh and blood. The 100-eyed monster uses its tentacles to devour the fear of living creatures as energy for its evolution. Zhu Zhuang recounted what the survivors had told him. The 100-eyed monster's tentacles and every eye plunged people into boundless fear. Then, the emotion of this fear was devoured, transforming into the power of the 100-eyed monster. This process was relentless until they were scared to death, and then their flesh was consumed by the tentacles, leaving behind corpses that were nothing but skin and bones. Even the remaining flesh and bones were consumed by the eye beasts outside, leaving only these bits of bone. Students, being physically weakest and without food, succumbed to endless fear and died first. The survivors now alive were all captured by the eye beasts. No one knows when the eye beasts and the 100-eyed monster appeared, or how much suffering the people here endured. The powers of emotions and mind. Go Wu-tao intoned those words solemnly. Su-han's eyes flickered slightly, and Go Wu-tao, sensing his reaction, said, Professor Beikaiyuan and Professor Tianjia-Axuan theorize that the new kind of energy found in the lamp tree, the environment, and the monsters' bodies, which is called spiritual energy, is related to the minds and emotions of creatures. Go Wu-tao did not shy away from discussing these latest findings, as his original intent in seeking out Su-han was benevolent. Su-han took note, glancing at Bakelin standing beside him. Bakelin had mentioned the name Beikaiyuan before. A leading authority in the field of biology within the country. As for Tianjia-Axuan, he was not aware, but given the context, he must not be a mere academic. Let's deal with things here first. Su-han said to Zhu Zhuang nearby, see if anyone can be saved. If there's no hope of recovery, then give them a quick end. Go Wu-tao's expression shifted slightly, but he merely sighed. Like wounded soldiers on a battlefield who couldn't be saved, to accomplish a mission, sometimes one had to make the painful decision to leave behind comrades. In front of them was not a mission, but the survival of humanity. Any resource might give others a chance to live. As difficult as it was, Zhu Zhuang nodded in understanding and replied, understood. The human corpses needed to be handled. The school actually didn't have many resources. Su-han's visit had fulfilled its intent, which was to eliminate the potential threats to Shanu Villa District. He left the school's subsequent matters to his subordinates, growing more curious about his earlier conversation with Go Wu-tao. Director Go traveled across half the city to find me. May I know the reason? Su-han initiated the query, to which Go Wu-tao replied straightforwardly, we came to seek collaboration. Seeking to collaborate with us, Su-han chuckled, Director, you are officially the authorities, while we may well be considered an illegal assembly, right? Just kidding, Go Wu-tao shook his head. In the current situation, what illegal or not? With your ability, setting up a survivors camp, killing so many monsters, saving so many people, you've taken on a responsibility we should have borne. We ought to thank you. If anyone tries to pressure you with this, just deal with them, they count for nothing. His words were resounding, yet being an old hand at this, there were layers to what he said, clarifying Su-han's facetious comment. Would Su-han actually care about official or non-official matters? Su-han smiled, as Go Wu-tao continued, we are here to request collaboration. Your strength is the strongest and your talent is the best, pushing you ahead of everyone else, even better than our South City camp. The rate of the monster's evolution is unimaginably fast. Moreover, Professors Beikaiyuan and Tianjia-Axuan have predicted that the fog might not recede and could potentially attack like tides. The spiritual energy in the environment is still increasing, no one knows what will happen next. So, only by collaborating. No, more precisely, it will allow more human beings in South City to survive. Go Wu-tao brought the topic to the forefront, and Su-han nodded, impressed by his guts, yet how to collaborate remained a question. Let's discuss in detail back at my camp. This isn't the place to talk, how about that? There were capable people in his team, he hadn't revealed much information, yet they found him here, so there was no need to hide the location of Shanu Villa anymore. Moreover, his strength had grown, ordinary firearms were much less restrictive for a second-order superior, and he now had more weight in discussions. Thus, talking it over was indeed a good idea. Chapter 121, What You Have, We Have to Su-han and Bakelin drove back, while Zhu Zhuang and his team stayed at South City No. 2 Middle School to clean up the place. Although there weren't many supplies, the hundreds of monster corpses, dozens of live eye beasts, and a 100-eyed monster all needed to be transported back. All the way back to the Shanu Villa district, Go Wu-tao and Zhao Yaqian had been sizing up the entire camp. Large swaths of wasteland had been reclaimed, and crops were now planted on them, mostly staple foods like corn, potatoes, and wheat, with the remaining portion being vegetables and fruits. Counting the previous accumulation from the lamp trees and after integrating Wanzu Manor from Wanyazu, the camp now had a total of 23 lamp trees. Lamp trees were planted one per inhabited villa, while the rest were distributed near the cultivated fields, illuminating the fields and supplying the plants with the light and energy needed for growth. Thanks to the continual nurturing of the lamp trees in Shanu Villa district, each tree bore lamp tree crystals, and together with the crystals seized from Wanyazu's camp, the camp now had about 40 crystals or so. 20 of those lamp tree crystals were in use, with 8 in constant use for patrolling and searching for supplies, while the remaining 20 plus were stored in the warehouse, or more accurately, as Suhan's fusion materials. However, he hadn't had the chance to continue with the fusion yet. It was precisely because of the existence of the lamp trees and their crystals that even without the ancient worm tree, the whole of the Shanu Villa district wouldn't be completely engulfed by the mist. Go Wu-Tao looked at the scenery before him in surprise because the development of the entire camp was not much worse than their own at Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant. Basic agricultural production has been established, and if the fields are successful, they can fully support 1,000 or 2,000 people, and based on the size of the Shanu Villa district, many more fields could be expanded. In his heart, he calculated the situation of the Shanu Villa district. Even though the post-apocalyptic fields lacked fertilizer and selective breeding, the environmental spiritual energy compensated for these deficits. Even the estimates of Tianjai Axuan and Beikai Uan suggested that, under the intergenerational evolution of the plants, the yields could be even higher. Thus, 1 acre of land could support more people. But the prerequisite was being able to fend off monsters' invasions and those raiders. However, Go Wu-Tao clearly wasn't worried about this, as Suhan alone was more than capable of repelling most crises. However, this is a good thing. The stronger the Shanu Villa district became, the better the effects of cooperation and mutual benefit. At present, they still held an advantage. Apart from not being able to catch up with Suhan in terms of individual strength, they should be superior to the Shanu Villa district in areas like research and industrial recovery, such as injectors, evolved kind research, and so on. The group arrived at Villa number 9, where Wang Hu and others did not follow, but were arranged by Yan Mi to rest in another villa temporarily. Some of the combat team members had sustained minor injuries on the way and it was a good opportunity for Cao Yubao's medical team to take care of them. Once everyone had settled down, Yan Mi had tea brought in, and for a moment, the living room of Villa number 9 bore a striking resemblance to the pre-apocalypse days. Only 3 people were on Suhan's side, himself, Baikalin, and the chief steward, Yan Miu. Go Wu-Tao's side also had 3 people, himself, Jia Yaqian, and Cheng Xinyang. Of course, Cheng Xinyang was just a mediator, mostly there to ease the atmosphere, with Go Wu-Tao making the decisions. You mentioned wanting cooperation, which is a good thing. Under such circumstances, lending a hand to each other is beneficial for both sides. Suhan was not against cooperation. He took a sip of his tea and then spoke slowly. However, there must be a protocol. We need to clarify in what aspects and how we'll cooperate. With the conversation being on the table, Suhan dropped much of the unnecessary courtesies, appearing somewhat less polite. But Go Wu-Tao smiled, undisturbed by the formality, information exchange, trade of supplies, mutual support. In the post-apocalypse, for any one of us, much remains unknown. In exploring this post-apocalyptic world, we are willing to share information as much as possible, including dangerous areas, monster information, monsters' active regions, etc. Of course, this does not include new technologies, evolution insights, cultivation knowledge, and such. Those would be part of the trade of supplies. He looked at Suhan, who nodded and said, fair, secrets should indeed hold some value. Let's talk about the second point, Suhan said calmly. In terms of supplies, you guys should be more in need of supplies than us, so there shouldn't be much that we can trade. When supplies were scarce, even self-sufficiency was a struggle, making the feasibility of trade uncertain. Ordinary biological supplies are indeed difficult to trade at the moment, as everything is self-sustained. For you, these are probably not necessary, Go Wu-Tao affirmed Suhan's suspicion. However, cooperation in evolution resources, weapons, and equipment is still necessary, and we are also working hard to rebuild the industry. Yaqian, take out the stuff. Yes, Director Go. Jia Yaqian took out 3 items from her backpack. A vial of injector, a design blueprint, and a stack of documents. This is the Tyrant Injector, a strength-enhancing drug made from the purified tissue taken from live Tyrant-type monsters, which can induce changes and enhance the strength of angel envoys. Old Cheng's flesh corpse has used this, and he'll soon reach the limit of first-order upper grade. Go Wu-Tao said with a smile, this is a gift for our initial meeting and also one of the items we'll trade with each other in the future. What do you think? Initially startled, Suhan chuckled and said, what a coincidence, we have serums too. Bakelin got up with a smile and then turned around to fetch the still unused fish monster leader's serum from the laboratory, placing it in front of everyone. Fish monster leader, first order upper grade creature. Go Wu-Tao couldn't hold back. What the hell, they had only brought it back to the laboratory not long ago, and they didn't have Beikai Yuan, so how did they manage to produce it so quickly? Fortunately, Go Wu-Tao's ability to control his emotions was decent. He sighed and said, Ms. Cullen's talent is truly extraordinary. I didn't expect you to achieve results so quickly. Since both parties had serums, the value in trading them naturally diminished. However, Bakelin just smiled lightly and said, having them doesn't mean we can't trade. Sharing resources is helpful for research. I believe Professor Beikai Yuan holds the same view. Nevertheless, not only enhancers are to be traded, but also special monster trades and material exchanges should be considered. Director Go, what do you think? Go Wu-Tao's eyes flickered slightly, not expecting things to take such a turn. He looked at Su-Han, who nodded and said, let's do it our way. Director Go, what do you think? Of course, that's fine. However, as for the specifics of trading serums, how about we designate someone to take care of it later? Unless it's something especially rare, we exchange same rank for same rank, no one suffers a loss, and it's all for the sake of our subordinate's evolution. Go Wu-Tao was an outspoken warrior, and this regulation was fair, unless a monster had specific skills like the Eye Beast. Otherwise, they would trade based on rank. However, what he didn't know was that there was a calculation behind Bakelin's proposal. If some of the serums traded included Angel Envoy's serums, it meant setting a contingency in place. If both sides cooperated well, there would be no issue, and they would promote mutual progress. But if they turned against each other, then apologies would be in order. As for whether South City's camp would do such a thing, setting aside the fact that their strongest were currently Zhao Yaqian and Wan Ji, and their angel envoys were still lacking in strength, Su-Han naturally wouldn't use them. On the side of Shanu Villa, Bakelin, Zhu Zhuang, and Yan Mi exceeded them in strength, so the likelihood of needing the serums was small. Moreover, mass production was an issue. The existence of the ancient worm tree, as well as the eye beasts and tree-born worms, gave Bakelin a glimpse of the possibility for mass production, which the other side didn't possess. Once the topic of serums was settled, Go Wu-Tao handed over a blueprint to Su-Han, saying, this is designed by a student of Professor Tianjai Axuan, a new model of crossbow arrow blueprint, entirely made of metal, with a strength twice that of regular crossbow arrows. If we can produce it, the range should be between 300 to 400 meters, its power comparable to a rifle, and the firing speed also improved over regular crossbows. He revealed a subtle smile and said, the blueprint can be updated. If the metal properties can meet the standards, they can design even stronger items. What do you think? He's seen my metal control. Su-Han realized inwardly. He had used metal control in front of Zhao Yaqian and others before, along with those all-metal standard crossbows. Clearly, this piece of intelligence had been deciphered by their people into useful information. It meant that the metal controlled by Su-Han couldn't be ordinary metal. Its ductility and strength must have changed to create such crossbows. Go Wu-Tao and his colleagues were certainly tempted. Right now, with great difficulties in manufacturing firearms, they must still maintain some control over weapons as a transition before a strong survivor force is fully cultivated. Without a doubt, metal crossbows were transitional weapons, pioneers for new territories. I can make it. How many do you want? Su-Han smiled slightly, looking at Go Wu-Tao. With full understanding between them, Go Wu-Tao tentatively said, 1,000 crossbows, 30,000 arrows? You're asking for a lot, Director Go. Just for a blueprint, you want all this? Seeing that Su-Han didn't agree, Go Wu-Tao was not embarrassed but simply said, if we're talking about that quantity of crossbows and arrows, what else would you like in exchange? We can trade serums for them, and what about chemical bombs, equivalent in power to hand grenades? 1,000 bombs, plus an additional blueprint, a large city defense crossbow arrow blueprint, which can also be mounted on vehicles. I'll ask Professor Tian and his students. If possible, we want to add 10 city defense crossbows. Deal. Su-Han didn't make any further conditions. Metal manipulation was a matter of moving his hands, as simple as it could get. Pushing for advantages was to secure benefits, but the not going overboard solidified the foundation of cooperation. At least from the current perspective, Go Wu-Tao was sincere. The third aspect of our cooperation, Go Wu-Tao took the lead in the conversation before Su-Han, as the name implies, is mutual support within our means, preserving the seeds of survival. Actually, we have another purpose for coming here, which is to ask for your assistance in attacking a place. Chapter 122, King Grain Warehouse. The most important matter was left for last, and it was evident that Go Wu-Tao's final point was the most critical. Without a certain basis for cooperation, he might not have mentioned this matter. Suhan became interested and said, "Which place? If I remember correctly, you have several thousand people, at least a few hundred combat personnel, and plenty of firearms. Is there still a place you can't take down? Even if there were quite a few second-order monsters, with sufficient numbers and at any cost, using larger explosives, they should be able to conquer it. Even for the ancient worm tree and scorpion spider demon, though they are among the strongest of the second-order superior, if one fights to the death, with enough attackers and a barrage of bomb-based attacks, even they will run out of steam eventually. Therefore, there couldn't be many hard nuts to crack that the southern city encampment couldn't chew through. Of course, it's also possible that taking down a tough target alone would result in too heavy a loss, making the effort not worth the rewards." King Grain Warehouse Go Wu Tao uttered 4 words, and Suhan's gaze shifted slightly. A grain warehouse. Every city would have official emergency grain reserves, enough to satisfy the food needs of the city's residents for 3 months. This amount wasn't fixed and was estimated based on the local population, varying from tens of thousands to over 100,000 tons. However, these grain warehouses were classified facilities, generally not marked on maps, and even if marked, they would be only a portion of the total. And this King Grain Warehouse was clearly one of those not widely known to the public. What's the situation with King Grain Warehouse that even you can't take it down? Suhan was also curious as to how a grain warehouse had stymied Go Wu Tao and his group. King Grain Warehouse has a reserve of 50,000 tons of grain, one of the few grain reserves of South City. Go Wu Tao took a sip of tea and then slowly said, "Our intention was to seize the grain warehouse, then shelter more survivors, and rebuild South City as quickly as possible. But there is a large number of rodent monsters entrenched there, at least a few thousand. After Yakian and Wanji advanced, we organized an attack, but we still failed. Are there monsters inside stronger than second-order low-grade? Yakian and Wanji both have second-order strength, and even if their second apostle might not be second-order low-grade, it would definitely not be easy to deal with. We've discovered there are likely 2 second-order low-grade rat monsters, but that's not the biggest problem. We found underground tunnels, they are burrowing, and we can't be certain how many rodents are down there, nor is it possible to fight them underground. Even if they had weapons of mass destruction, they wouldn't use them considering the food inside the granary, much less now when they lacked weapons capable of destroying the underground. Underground combat, especially on the monster's home turf, would be incredibly challenging. You want my ancient worm tree to take action? Suhan immediately understood Go Wu Tao's intention, wanting to minimize losses. The only method was to ask for Suhan's assistance. The tendrils of the ancient worm tree could certainly drive out the pack of rodent monsters underground. Go Wu Tao nodded, "Right, with the help of your ancient worm tree in driving out the rodents and joining forces in the attack, we can completely take down King Grain Warehouse. We'll split the grain inside, half and half." The value of asymmetrical information, huh? Suhan chuckled. Go Wu Tao seemed to be trying to get something for nothing, but sometimes information was the most valuable asset. If they didn't mention King Grain Warehouse, almost no one on Suhan's side would know about it. Unless one day he happened to rescue someone from the storage unit, or someone who had transported grain there before. But betting on such odds, it was likely that the grain would have been ruined by monsters, or already spoiled due to improper storage. He shook his head slightly and said, "Add 2 more conditions. The vast majority of the monster corpses should be my spoils of war, and I also want the location of an oil depot. That information should be in your possession too, right?" Oil depots were not all classified facilities, but they were mostly unsearchable on the map. Given the current situation, the number of people who knew the location of an oil depot was very few. None at Suhan's encampment knew this. The gasoline they were using was all collected from gas stations. But the quantities were not large, and other potential survivors in the cities were also scavenging the gas stations. Go Wu Tao showed a contemplative expression and after a long silence said in a deep voice, "Okay, the majority of the monster corpses can be taken away by you, but we need to retain a portion for research. As for the oil depot, let's continue to cooperate, attack together, develop together. Even a minor oil depot has more gasoline than one encampment can use up. Moreover, the place is at the outskirts, unsafe. Deal?" Suhan smiled and agreed. Too much of a good thing could be harmful, and pressing too hard wasn't good for either camp or the survivors. "Let's prepare for battle. Meet at South City No. 2 Middle School in 10 days, then head out to King Grain Warehouse." Go Wu Tao nodded. "Okay, we will bring over chemical bombs and such supplies to trade for crossbow arrows and get ready before we set off. Those rat monsters, even the lowliest, are not worse than the flesh corpses." Collaboration achieved, Suhan had Go Wu Tao and his people stay for a meal at the villa, treating them with a dish of green-scaled carp, which left Go Wu-tao and his group baffled. They had thought that planting crops was already a fast-paced way to resume production, but they didn't expect Su-han to have started fish farming. And they only found out after asking that this wasn't just an accidental catch but a planned cultivation. Somehow, Go Wu-tao felt a complex emotion for the first time, realizing that besides the number of people, South City Camp seemed to only have a slight edge in scholarly research. And it wasn't a lead in research but a lead in research fields. In terms of monster research, Baekolin's demonstrated abilities might not be inferior to Professor Baekhyuan's, except there was also Tianjai Aksuan, who paid more attention to the study of changes in spiritual energy, which provided even more data. After returning, we need to intensify the search for evolved kinds. Canned meat will run out. After eating, Go Wu-tao immediately left Shanu Villa district with his people. Although the next attack on King Grain Warehouse was scheduled for 10 days later, there was just too much to prepare. The trade of weapons, the production of injections, the transportation of food, and storage, all needed to be ready. 10 days weren't that ample, not to mention that they had to be responsible for further reconnaissance of King Grain Warehouse during these 10 days. Although he didn't mention it to Su-han, if he couldn't help in this regard and wasn't significantly useful in the counterattack, the relationship between the two camps might gradually become delicate in the future. The officials can't be worse than you, can they? Go Wu-tao was determined. If they couldn't compare now, the gap would only widen as the apostle system became stronger and contractors more mainstream. Yakian, Go Wu-tao suddenly called Zhao Yakian's name while in the car. What has your talent perceived about Su-han's strength? Zhao Yakian, who always spoke little and maintained an expressionless face, nevertheless kept observing. Very strong, be it the scorpion spider demon or the ancient worm tree, they are stronger than the last time we encountered them. I'm afraid they're already second-order superior. Zhao Yakian's eyes flickered slightly as she spoke softly. My sense of danger tells me they're very dangerous, including Su-han himself. He's not weaker than a second-order monster. There were only 4 people in the car, Wang Hu driving, Qing Zanyang in the passenger seat, and Go Wu-tao and Zhao Yakian in the back. All were high-level members of the camp and trustworthy, so Zhao Yakian and Go Wu-tao didn't hide much while discussing the topic. After reaching second order, Zhao Yakian felt she gained something extra, which could be described as a talent. Her perception became sharper, and it wasn't limited to her senses like before but evolved into a sense of danger. The greater the danger, the more oppressive the feeling in her spirit, even fear. They had managed to infiltrate South City No. 2 Middle School without any real casualties, and they took countermeasures so quickly because Zhao Yakian sensed the danger around them beforehand. Professor Baekhyuan's theory was correct. Aside from the mysterious apostle system, humans had the potential to evolve in such an environment, and this evolution was most prominently manifested in some extraordinary talent. However, most people would only slowly evolve and improve their physical fitness, and without a contract with an angel envoy for feedback, this improvement might not be especially noticeable. For several days or even months, there might not be a noticeable difference. Still, there would always be outstanding individuals among humans who receive special natural gifts, such as Zhao Yakian's danger perception and Wang Ji's combat instincts, which emerged at the second order. But Su-han, it seemed, had the ability to devour monsters for evolution early on, and this complemented the apostle system. Professor Baekhyuan even wondered whether such an exceptional talent was truly a talent. Fortunately. Regardless, Su-han was still on the side of humanity. Hearing Zhao Yakian's response, Go Wu-tao murmured in a low voice, second order superior, this gap is much bigger than between first order inferior and first order upper grade. But that's good, at least it makes this operation more secure. Yakian, in 10 days, you and Wang Ji need to advance your second angel envoy as much as possible. If you've hit a bottleneck with your species, then complete the divine initiation ritual as soon as possible to achieve evolution and breakthrough. Southern City Guards will look for transportation vehicles while simultaneously searching for monster information, to assist you with your breakthroughs. Go Wu-tao paused, feeling slightly apologetic, and said, according to Professor Baekhyuan's concept, since evolution involves devouring in the ritual, we should select more suitable monsters for it, but for now, we must focus on the bigger picture. Since angel envoys are not just one, there will inevitably be a focus on function and different concepts for evolution, making a contractor's overall strength stronger and covering weaknesses. For instance, the positioning of Su-han's 2 angel envoys is quite different, undoubtedly complementing each other. But for now, both Duanji and Zhao Yakian have significant overlaps with their first and second angel envoys, strong in single combat but lacking somewhat in various other aspects. Normally, the divine initiation could evolve and compensate for this, but there's no time for choice now. Director Go, I understand, everything for the greater good, Zhao Yakian nodded. And now that monsters have generally grown stronger, it's not so difficult to find those of first order upper grade. Chapter 123, The Invaluable Collection of Data. The sudden visit from South City Camp undoubtedly also impacted some plans at Shanu Villa Camp. The collection of supplies was temporarily slowed down, replaced by 3 urgent tasks. The first task was to enhance strength. Not only did Go Wutao and his team need to improve their strength, but Suhan also needed to enhance the capability of everyone at his end. A granary with thousands of rat monsters was unclear how many monsters were still inside. The stronger they were, the smaller the risk. Zhu Zhuang's second angel envoy, the bone-armored giant pig, was still first-order upper grade. Yan Mi's rot-skin rat had been at first-order upper grade for a while, not far from the racial bottleneck. Now that the official version of the injectors had been developed, it was naturally time to reward and boost everyone's strength, and of course, the people in the second tier like Zhao Yiman, Xian Ying, and Cheng Zuan needed enhancing as well. The second task was to intensify the construction of storage facilities. This was tens of thousands of tons of food. Even if some was lost, it was still far more than the current warehouse supplies. The storage facilities had to be larger, and their preservation capabilities stronger, to accommodate his food. The third task was naturally the issue of transport. The few trucks they currently had were nearly useless for transporting food, thus they needed more trucks. Zhang Dehai was assigned the second task, while Go Gang was sent to search for usable trucks for the third task. Everyone split up to carry out their tasks. Cullen carefully reviewed the data left by Go Wutao and his team. Having only read through it once, she couldn't wait to find Suhan. Inside Villa Number 9, Cullen handed the data to Suhan to review and said, Professor Beikai Yuan and Professor Tiang Jiaxuan's data is a bit more precious than imagined. It mentions 4 aspects of discovery. 1. Monster information, recording monsters encountered or heard from survivors at South City Camp since the apocalypse, including names, guesses at mutated prototypes, strength levels, main attack methods, and so on, with both detailed and brief information. The information we organized should also contain this, right? Suhan slightly raised his head, looking at Cullen, and asked. It does, but it does not involve the angel envoy monsters, Cullen replied, then continued. The second aspect is about the evolutionary talent of the human race. Professor Beikai Yuan mentioned that among humans, the elite can awaken extraordinary talents at a certain stage. Her gaze flickered, staring at Suhan's face, but then she slightly shifted the topic. Professor Beikai Yuan's wording seems very certain. I guess there must be someone who has awakened their talents in South City Camp, and that woman today is very likely. Zhao Yaqian was the only second-order contractor from Go Wutao's group. Unarguably, she was the most suspicious. However, Suhan seemed thoughtful, but he wasn't focusing on Zhao Yaqian, but rather on himself. Did his fusion ability count as a talent? He felt that it seemed a bit different from what was written above. He slightly raised his head and asked, What about you? Do you feel anything? Cullen's qualifications were not bad. If there were any talents being awakened, she was likely included. However, she shook her head and said, I don't feel much, except for feeling a bit spirited, but that may be due to the side effects from the demon ice spider woman. She seemed not to care whether she had any talent, simply saying, this can be noted. If a talented one appears, we can study it. Perhaps we can artificially stimulate evolution, such as with human body enhancers. Suhan was taken aback, thinking, well, perhaps that's your talent, you research fanatic? You can decide on matters of research, and report back if you need support. What about the other 2 aspects? The other 2 aspects seem to be connected, Cullen responded with a more serious expression, not just from Professor Beikai Yuan's conclusion but also from Professor Tian's research. It's about spiritual energy and lamp tree. Upon hearing this, Suhan became serious and quickly flipped to the 4th section of the materials, asking, go on. Professor Beikai Yuan figured out the growth and development mechanism of lamp tree. Rather than being a plant, it should be defined as a special monster. The lamp tree's devouring of flesh and energy supply from people is just on the surface. Its essence requires 2 types of energy. One is spiritual energy, and the other, the most core, is the emotional power of living beings, similar to the recently captured 100-eyed monster. Suhan's expression showed shock. Was the lamp tree actually considered a monster? This was truly unexpected. Actually, if we follow Professor Beikai Yuan's hypothesis, we can verify it on our side as well. Suhan's expression shifted, asking, what have you discovered? The lamp tree near the women's rooms on the 2nd floor of the Bucks gym placed by Niralong has good growth. The same is true for the lamp trees near Wan Yazu's slave prisons and arenas, and the lamp trees inside our villas where more people live grow better than those near the lake. Cullen connected the dots and said, I used to think it was just an issue of human energy supply, but the deeper reason should be the greater emotional fluctuations, such as fear, joy, hatred, etc., which are the best nourishment. Moreover, Lamp trees are born in places where people gather, which is also proof of this. Suhan showed a realization, finally understanding the reason for the lamp trees chasing after crowds, and asked, "Can we use this to cultivate lamp trees?" Cullen shook her head and said, "So far, no. Moreover, if there is already a lamp tree in a certain area, the chance of a natural occurrence is very minimal, so we can only nurture and harvest the lamp tree crystals. Lamp trees absorb emotional power and spiritual energy for growth and evolution, and meanwhile, they also transform these into the energy light they emit, which is a part of the process of plant growth. We might start from this aspect. Although that is said, there doesn't seem to be much change in the usage, the energy provided remains the same, at most the planting locations might need slight adjustments. Actually, the most important information isn't about the lamp tree, but about spiritual energy." Bakelin extended a hand to help Suhan flip to the last page of the document, where the first line was in bold ink. Spiritual energy, closely associated with emotional power, may essentially relate to the soul, constituting an energy substance of the mind. This certainly is not an original material from Earth, but its source is unknown. Tracing the source of the fog and the source of eyes might provide some clues, Professor Tian. There were no complex arguments on the whole page, but the information it contained was undoubtedly more crucial than before. It's a bit hard to believe. Suhan slowly closed the document, pausing for a moment. If it doesn't come from Earth, could it possibly come from outer space? Bakelin slightly shook her head, only replying with 3 words, "I don't know." She paused slightly, then thought for a moment before attempting to say, "Whatever it is, it implies that the level of this apocalyptic impact might be extremely high. We may face more problems. There is always a way out when we get to the mountain. Let's take it one step at a time." Suhan placed the document beside Bakelin, saying, "You record a copy. In the information you organize, remove any confidential parts about the monsters, and then have me distribute it to the combat members. Knowing the information about monsters is useful for exploration." "I understand," Bakelin replied. "I will compile our monster data into a catalog and hand it over to her. Also, about the matter of the injectors, we might have to work overtime these few days." "Don't worry." After Bakelin left, Suhan rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself, "There are indeed capable people in the team, but if spiritual energy is so mystical, then these times really might not be easy to navigate. Earth's own mutations and crises from space, or perhaps even more unknown threats, all seem safer than the first. In a straightforward way, competing in the city district is better than in the regional, national, or global ones, right? But no matter what the crisis is now, we can only grit our teeth and face it. Let the scientists untangle the mystery. I'd better focus on enhancing my strength. The harder the fist, the more solid the backbone." He stood up from the sofa, then strode out of the villa to the large lawn behind Villa 9. This area was exclusively for monster containment, with rows of iron cages placed here, and in the center was the rooted location of the ancient worm tree. At the moment, the empty space nearby was already piled with corpses of monsters. Several hundreds of them, all beasts killed today, almost piled up like small hills, the smell of blood nearly lingering in the air. On the other side, there were neatly arranged metal cages, containing about 100 beasts, although they were all still unconscious. The 100-eyed monster was also contained within, but in a solitary cell, its body bound by vines, enjoying superior treatment. After all, the 100-eyed monster was not just a mere melee attacker. Under the impact of those crimson eyes, anyone approaching could be affected. But now it naturally had no way to launch an attack, still paralyzed. With a flash of red light in his hand, the Book of Blood Spirit trembled, and then the scorpion spider demon appeared before him. With a thought, the scorpion spider demon strode toward the 100-eyed monster. The metal bars began to bend, and with a swipe of its 4 arms, the 100-eyed monster was dragged out. Detect live creature 100-eyed monster suitable for fusion. Perform fusion. Fusion. Suhan did not hesitate, decisively instructing the scorpion spider demon to perform fusion, since it would be difficult to control the 100-eyed monster if it stayed, and since Bakelin had already confirmed the second angel envoy, the only result for this 100-eyed monster was to be used as material for fusion. Numerous blood-red threads spread towards the 100-eyed monster, soon covering most of its body, the fusion slowly progressing. The process wasn't very fast, given the 100-eyed monster's strength, but Suhan was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. After the scorpion spider demon performed fusion on the 100-eyed monster, Suhan naturally did not forget the ancient worm tree. He took out a small bag. Opening the bag, light shone through, and it was the lamp tree crystals. Under the control of the ancient worm tree, a vine came before Suhan. He placed the bag on top of the ancient worm tree, allowing the vines to penetrate inside. Detect material lamp tree crystals suitable for fusion. Perform fusion. Fusion. Chapter 124, Crimson Demon Eye. The radiance of the lamp tree had an excess of over 20 crystals, and Suhan was waiting for the opportunity to fuse them all at once with the ancient worm tree. Although the skill from the radiance of the lamp tree mainly manifested as supportive rather than combat effects, there had been no significant improvement in power for the time being. However, Bakelin's reminder today made Suhan place more importance on one aspect. Everything originates from spiritual energy, which is closely linked to emotions, the soul, and the mind. Hence, the ability of the lamp tree to absorb emotional power should not be underestimated. It seems I need to pay more attention to collecting the lamp tree's crystals in the future. Suhan's eyes flickered slightly as he continuously pondered how to collect more lamp tree crystals. Perhaps he could even trade for them, if there were excess lamp tree crystals in South City. That's not right. If I have something that South City needs, then requesting some lamp tree crystals in exchange wouldn't be excessive, right? Old Go, it's not that I want to manipulate my teammates. It's just that I'm too eager to progress. Time passed bit by bit, and the fusion of the materials by the ancient worm tree was slightly faster since it was only its second time fusing with the lamp tree crystals. As the quantity of materials required wasn't yet exorbitant, about an hour later, the fusion degree gradually reached 100%, leaving only a crystal the size of a thumb out of the more than 20 lamp tree crystals. Level 2 lamp tree crystal fusion complete. Ancient worm tree gains skill, ancient tree crystal. With the completion of the fusion, the ancient worm tree's overall size surged by a few meters from its original height of around 40 meters, its trunk became more robust, and its presence grew slightly stronger. Its strength had increased, but it was evident that this skill was not focused on attack. There was a faint shimmering color between the branches, strikingly similar to emerald diamonds. The ancient tree crystal, utilizing the body's spiritual energy to transform into a light similar to the lamp tree crystal, disperses fog and can promote plant growth. Moreover, it is gentler and more likely to induce evolution. A mature ancient tree crystal, at least the size of a fist, could be used for about a month. Unlike lamp tree crystals, it has an energy decay period. But this was enough, as Suhan smiled, seeing it as a perfect substitute and a support for major pioneering ventures. With the fields cultivated using the ancient tree crystals instead of lamp tree crystals, the leftover lamp tree crystals will all be mine. Now I've just gained the ability to transform spiritual energy into crystals. Maybe after further fusions, I'll acquire the ability to absorb emotional power or even transform into a more powerful ability? Suhan pondered the possible developments in his mind, but regardless of the specifics, the birth of the ancient tree crystal would greatly accelerate the pioneering progress. After all, it could take 7 to 8 days to produce a chicken egg-sized lamp tree crystal even with everyone's contributions. Of course, the size of the lamp tree crystals varied with different environments and circumstances. But the speed was still a bit slow. With 23 lamp trees in the camp, according to Professor Baekhyuan's theory, the natural occurrence of a lamp tree was very unlikely. Since I can't cultivate them myself, I am dependent on the existing lamp trees to produce crystals. It could take half a month or even more to accumulate enough for the next wave of fusion. Because the camp's pioneering also required lamp tree crystals. But now, having a substitute means accumulating speed can be increased, and this thing is key to strengthening control over the camp. Maintaining the production cycle needs the plants to be enveloped in the lamp tree's radiance. If most lamp tree crystals are replaced with ancient tree crystals, and with a decay period of 1 month, it means a monthly replacement. If there isn't a continuous supply, then production will cease. Undoubtedly, the status of the ancient worm tree in the territory has risen again. The fusion of the ancient worm tree was done, but the fusion speed of the scorpion spider demon posed some issues. It took 3 hours to complete the fusion of the 100-eyed monster, achieving a fusion degree of 31%. One could imagine, though it was only a second-order low grade. However, the strength of the 100-eyed monster was very close to a second-order intermediate, and its natural instinct to resist during the fusion process was very strong. This resistance wasn't just a matter of strength, inherently, in terms of spiritual and mind power abilities, the 100-eyed monster was undeniably stronger than the average monster. This was also the direct reason for the longer fusion time. The living 100-eyed monster resisted even more. Once the fusion with the 100-eyed monster was complete, it was gradually approaching evening, and Suhan didn't continue to wait. Instead, he let the scorpion spider demon go directly to fuse the bodies of the eye beasts. The eye beasts, being of the same kind as the 100-eyed monster, their flesh was the best material for transformation. A whole night passed, and finally at dawn, the scorpion spider demon had completely fused the bodies of several 100-eye beasts. The progression of the fusion finally reached 100%. 100-eyed monster 100% fusion complete. Scorpion spider demon gains skill, Crimson Demon Eye. As the fusion completed, The bulky frame of the scorpion spider demon suddenly began to sprout crimson eyeballs. One on the left shoulder, another on the right shoulder, strikingly crimson, with pitch-black round pupils, reminiscent of the mournful eyes of the wrongfully dead. Within these eerie, mournful pupils, there was also a fierce, brutal killing intent. Once the crimson demon eye appeared, it moved about on the body of the scorpion spider demon like a living creature, seemingly monitoring everything around, as though targeting any potential prey. Suhan carefully sensed it, his eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and he smiled, a psychic attack, using brutal shock to intimidate the mind, or even to kill the soul? He was unsure whether the scorpion spider demon could directly kill a soul, but the powerful shock was certainly no lesser than that of the demon eye spider woman and a 100-eyed monster. Crimson demon eye. With a thought from Suhan, the scorpion spider demon sprang into action. Its thick arm lifted, the crimson demon eye moved to his hand, and suddenly a red light shot out swiftly, striking an imprisoned eye beast. Without sound, only the red light moved as fast as lightning. The next moment, the eye beast struck by the red light howled in pain, its body stiffened, and it twitched uncontrollably before falling to the ground as if struck by a heavy blow. The scent of fear. Through the crimson demon eye, Suhan sensed the fear emanating from the eye beast. The brutal killing intent and psychic attack of the scorpion spider demon inflicted severe mental trauma on the beast, plunging it into extreme fear. Fighting was out of the question, let alone trying to flee. It couldn't even control its own body. Another one with just a thought, Suhan sent another beam of red light from the crimson demon eye, striking the half-dead eye beast once more. Boom! This time, the psychic attack broke through the threshold, the eye beast's eyes congested with blood, and its head thudded, revealing a bloody fissure. If the psychic attack is strong enough, it can cause physical damage as well. It is known that the power of the mind and soul is inherently linked to spiritual energy. It adds another method of attack, and its range too. Combined with the coagulation cannon, it makes for even richer tactics. Plus, it can be concealed beneath the floating pagoda black armor. The crimson demon eye moved across the body of the scorpion spider demon, covering all 4 human arms within its range. Once shielded by the black armor, those unaware of its details would never anticipate an attack from the crimson demon eye. The leveling up of 2 angel envoys not only enhanced strength but also provided immeasurable reciprocal benefits to Suhan. Although there wasn't much change in his physical appearance, only Suhan knew the terrifying power contained within his human form, strong enough to lift tons, with tough skin and muscles, making him nearly immune to ordinary bullets without even needing the black armor. In a sense, Suhan was like a second-order intermediate monster in human form, or perhaps even stronger. For he also mastered skills such as intermediate self-healing, intermediate metal control, iron skin, and black armor. Suhan, the people we brought back yesterday want to leave. Having just finished processing the Angel Envoy's fusion, Yan Mi had already made her way ahead of time to Villa number 9 to find him. Godu and his 3 companions? Yes, those 4. Godu and the others want to leave, but they're worried, so they tentatively asked me about it. However, Zhao Qian, who lost his arm, wants to stay. Even if he can't fight, he still wants to contribute somehow. Yan Mi reported truthfully, having already seen through the thoughts of Godu and the others. Should we force them to stay? They're still a combat force after all. She tentatively asked, knowing that aside from Godu, the remaining 2 were merely first-level intermediate, but still some combat power. Is first-order upper grade that strong? Suhan asked rhetorically, then laughed and said, Old Zhu told me that before the apocalypse, Godu was just a white-collar worker. By luck, he survived the apocalypse and became the leader of a small survivor enclave, kept 3 women, and lived comfortably. Being a big fish in a small pond is not an uncommon desire. Suhan Shanu Villa district was naturally powerful and very safe, capable of resisting threats whether from second-grade monsters or groups of monsters. But, for some individuals who had gained some power, they were not content to be subordinate to others in the post-apocalypse world. Yan Mi slightly shook her head, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. He has some strength, but it's insignificant. With his power, he barely could fend off monsters a few times. Is first-order upper grade strong? Before the official injections, in the Shanu Villa district, aside from Suhan, those with first-order upper grade strength included Baikalin, Zhu Zhuang, and Yan Miu. Following them were Zhang Dehai, Gan Xinglai, and Yi Kailing, who were also gradually stepping into first-order upper grade. And regarding the reserve members, there were many others like Go Gang, Zhao Yiman, and Xian Ying, among others. Now that the official injection had been developed, the entire camp's strength was set to rise a notch after the exchange. First-order upper grade could only be considered decent fighting power, a transitional backbone strength at best. Suhan nodded and said, have Old Zhu go with them, collect some tax, and since we saved their lives, let's barter for materials. If they want to trade with us in the future, they can, but they'll need to exchange goods as well. He paused slightly, then said, for those unwilling to join and not yet within our expansion area, let's gradually turn them into tributary camps. Let them collect materials which we can reclaim through trade. Yan Miu's eyes brightened, immediately understanding Su-han's intent. Establish order through military power and use trade as a means, turning these unwilling survivor enclaves into forerunners, gathering important materials such as cultivating lamp trees and nurturing crystals. As for disorderly gangs and those within the expansion area of Shanu Villa, Yan Miu knew what to do without Su-han needing to say more. The former, eliminate. The latter, forcefully subdue or move them further away, continuing as tributaries. I understand how to handle this, I'll go call old Zhu now. Wait, Su-han stopped Yan Miu, saying, your rot-skin rat has reached its racial bottleneck, right? Yan Miu was startled, then nodded, yes. After you find old Zhu, head over to the ancient worm tree and perform the divine initiation ritual on a first-order upper-grade beast. Chapter 125, Rapazan Ratman. Yan Miu, although contracted with a rot-skin rat and not engaging in frequent battles like Zhu Zhuang, progressed swiftly due to her talent in enhancing her angel envoy. Moreover, she had been controlling the rot-skin rat to roam around the entire Shanu Villa district, both as a covert agent monitoring every change and as an additional patrol force. It was because of her talent and her use of the angel envoy that she was able to maintain her strength. Although later than Zhu Zhuang, over the past 2 days, she had indeed felt that the rot-skin rat had reached the racial bottleneck, which was the limit of first-order upper grade. With rewards and penalties in place, Yan Miu, who was responsible for the overall operation of the camp, naturally received priority to undergo the divine initiation ritual to advance. She had been considering using captives like a meat mountain demon or a clawed giant, all of which were of first-order upper grade. But now, with several live beasts in the expansive backyard lawn, some possessing first-order upper grade strength, the choice was clear. Yan Miu showed a smile, nodded lightly, and said, I understand. She first went to find Zhu Zhuang to convey Su-han's instructions. Old Zhu immediately understood this meant extracting value. Puffing out his chest, he indicated he knew a thing or two, saying a mix of stick and carrot tactics would squeeze out a percentage and then set up a steady flow, having people like Go do work for them. With Su-han's side offering injections, weapons, and more as rare goods, there was no worry they would refuse to trade. Besides, there were always fists, right? Therefore, set to lead a team out to search for supplies, Zhu Zhuang included the willing to depart Godu and his 2 companions, warmly preparing to send them back while also scouting the camp location to gather some supplies. After arranging everything, Yan Mi wasted no time calling Gan Xingilai to the large lawn area. Her own man was a bit behind, barely touching the racial bottleneck of a flesh corpse, but her breakthrough would at least give him some sense of involvement. Seeing Gan Xingilai, Su-han smiled. The fellow had slimmed down a bit, not solely from fighting. But whenever Yan Mi called him to work, he had to go. Whenever old Zhu needed help, he had to assist too, being one of the workhorses of the camp, truly befitting a programmer. Summon your rot-skin rat, let old Gan watch by the side, just to accumulate some experience, Su-han said. Alright, I'll stand aside, agreed Gan Xingilai cheerfully. Gan Xingilai approached Su-han with a smile, while Yan Mi's book of blood spirit lit up and the grisly form of the rot-skin rat appeared before them. Yan Mi's gaze sharpened as she looked at the cage in front of her, which held an eye-beast of first-order upper grade. Su-han had not paralyzed the eye-beast. At that moment, the eye-beast emitted a threatening growl, its gaze firmly fixed on Yan Mi and the rot-skin rat. The tentacles on either side of its head cautiously wriggled, ready to attack at any moment. Begin, he said. Su-han's metal manipulation acted instantaneously. The metal cage twisted, revealing a large gap big enough for the monster to pass through. Roar! The eye-beast charged forward, almost completely frenzied. Having witnessed the tragic death of a 100-eyed monster and seeing many of its kind devoured, fear tormented this eye-beast, driving it into utter madness. The glowing red at the tips of its swaying tentacles was already apparent, ready to use its skill should it get close to the rot-skin rat. However, Yan Mi remained calm, and the rot-skin rat darted forward with great speed. Its sharp tail swept through, knocking the tentacles away before they could reach the rot-skin rat's head. Having handled the monster manual, she clearly knew the attack methods of the eye-beast in front of her, especially those tentacles that could cause mental disturbances. With its skill interrupted, the eye-beast opened its huge mouth, prepared to fight the rot-skin rat. But as it came close, the agile rot-skin rat seized the opportunity and its sharp claws struck the eye-beast's body. The battle ended the moment the rot-skin rat's claws tore through the eye-beast's body. The rot-skin rat showed no signs of further struggle. The rot poison spread rapidly, and after a few dodges, the eye-beast fell to the ground, no longer able to continue the fight. Divine initiation ritual with the timing ripe, Yan Mi did not hesitate and immediately initiated the divine initiation ritual. Like Zhu Zhuang's divine initiation ritual, the Book of Blood Spirit emerged, a red light enveloping the rot skin rat and the eye beast gradually. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to change under the pull of the red light, and in the center of the red glow, the gaping wound on the rot skin rat's abdomen was tearing and biting into the body of the eye beast. The fusion gradually proceeded, the red light growing brighter and eventually forming a cocoon of concentrated light. Metamorphosis was happening, and Yan Mi's expression was solemn, her eyebrows occasionally furrowing. In her mind, the will of the eye beast was battling with her, the fighting within the sea of consciousness being particularly perilous. If she wavered slightly and could not resist, she would likely be eroded by the will of the eye beast. Gan Xingilai clenched his fists tensely, his fingernails turning white, but he was utterly unable to help in this aspect. As time slowly passed, finally, Yan Mi opened her eyes, her expression bright and vibrant, and major changes had also occurred within the red light. The red light faded, revealing the figure of an angel envoy. Standing over 2 meters tall, with the head of a rat and the body of a human, the figure was robust, covered in jet black long hair, with both arms being black claws that faintly glowed green. Along its spine, it had 4 or 5 tentacles. The tentacles retracted into the spine, slightly stirring, appearing like dormant predatory insects. Whoosh, with just a thought, a black shadow enveloped the rat man, and then it moved swiftly to Yan Mi's front in an instant. The speed was so fast that only a blur was visible, even Suhan unconsciously showed a look of surprise. Advanced Rapazan and Shadow Strike, 2 skills, Yan Mi then slowly spoke of her angel envoy's new abilities, smiling as she said, a second-order low-grade Rapazan Ratman, specialized in speed and poison attacks, its strength may be slightly lesser than old Zhu's Glutton. Shadow Strike was that layer of shadow, which significantly boosted the Rapazan Ratman's speed and strength while Advanced Rapazan was its fundamental skill. Not only were its claws embedded with poison, but the Rapazan Ratman could also envelop its entire body with poison if it wished. Under Yan Mi's control, the tentacles on the spine of the Rapazan Ratman were also fully displayed, pitch black without much mucus, but hidden under the flesh were fine poison thorns, which were also potent offensive tools, extending out sharp as knives. Suhan nodded slightly, saying, "Not bad, quite suitable for you, after all, what you handle is different from old Zhu." Zhu Zhuang was in charge of scavenging supplies, and almost daily he had to battle numerous monsters. The stronger one is, the more monsters they can sweep aside, making it easier to move outside. Yan Mi, undoubtedly, was more of an assassin. She might not have the advantage against a large number of monsters, but in one-on-one fights or in covert assassinations, the Rapazan Ratman in front of her was an absolute terror. You first get accustomed to the evolved angel envoy, don't rush for the second one, let's prepare to capture the King Grain Warehouse then plan further. 2 second-order lower-level monsters had already been discovered at the King Grain Warehouse, and there was no doubt that the area had many monsters. Choosing a second angel envoy wouldn't be a problem. As for the contract with familial beasts, Suhan's familial beast needed time to develop, so naturally, this time wasn't ideal to have Yan Mi contract it, nor was there any necessity yet. Having signed the contract, Yan Mi immediately returned to her post to deal with her duties, Gan Xingilai also being dragged along. Poor guy couldn't beat his wife before, and now he'd probably get completely drained by her. With only 10 days to prepare, especially when both camps were eagerly gathering everything. 3 days after Go Wutao left, Jia Yaqian and her team arrived to complete the preliminary ammunition trade, 1,000 handheld crossbows and 30,000 crossbow arrows, along with a brand new blueprint, approximately 3 meters long for a fortress crossbow and 2,000 chemical bombs. Suhan did not disappoint, delivering the metal-manufactured handheld crossbows and arrows, and even the newly obtained fortress crossbow blueprint was crafted according to design, directly producing 20 units and hundreds of additional arrows. The fortress crossbow's power was impressive. A single test was enough to shoot through walls, and even a car if put in front of it could be easily penetrated. For many large monsters, this tool was already stronger than bullets, not to mention that alterations could be made to the arrows, turning them into hooked barbs with added poison, entirely reasonable. And over at Bakelin's site, they worked overtime on extracting organs from scorpion spider demons, ancient worm trees, tree barn worms to make into injections. Based on previous contributions, this opened up the current exchange. Zhu Zhuang was the first to exchange, using the injection from the ancient worm tree. 1 vial propelled his already first-order upper-grade bone armor giant pig directly into second-order low-grade, with portions of its skin turning woody, and its bodily strength and defense capabilities were significantly enhanced. He was the most advanced person, the remaining Gan Xingilai, Yi Kailing, Zhang Dehai, and others followed suit, based on their requirements. The first-order upper-grade team, while not yet breaking through, saw their angel envoys drastically gain strength through the injection-induced mutations and were now not far from their species' bottlenecks. Meanwhile, Zhao Yiman, Xianying, Gogang and others took advantage of this injection-induced mutation to advance to first-order upper grade over the next few days. This significantly raised the power of the Shannu Villa district camp, with Su Han, Baikelin, Zhu Zhuang, Yan Mi making up the second-order individuals, with reserve second-order members including Gan Xinglai, Yi Kailing, Zhang Dehai, and approximately 10 individuals at first-order upper grade. Adding those who had explicitly joined the combat sequence, there were now 150 people total, including several squad leaders at first-level intermediate, whose overall combat power was not to be underestimated. In essence, the combat forces of Shannu Villa district had now initially taken shape. And on this 9th day, the first familial beast of Su Han's ancient worm tree finally matured successfully. Chapter 126, Alien Thornworm. It had been 10 days since Su Han had bred his monster, and each day, the embryos in the tree womb underwent significant changes. The embryo's body grew increasingly gigantic and fierce-looking, with its aura becoming stronger as well. By the 10th day, the breeding monster was ready to take shape. Su Han and Baikelin took the ancient worm tree to the outskirts of the Shannu Villa district, near a residential area behind the commercial street. The mist enveloped the surroundings, but Su Han did not let the ancient worm tree release the radiance of the lamp tree, as the main focus this time was not it. On the ancient worm tree, among its branches and some vines, grew various sized ancient tree crystals. There were about 20 or 30 the size of fists, and at least 100 as small as thumbs, all growing gradually under the transformation of spiritual energy. In the very center of the canopy, the green tree womb had turned a deeper shade of emerald. One could only vaguely see the shadow of a large, fierce-looking monster, completely different in shape from the previous tree-born worm embryos. Thump, thump. The tree womb emitted a regular low sound, like a heartbeat, and vigorous vitality radiated from it. Su Han's eyes fixed intently, then he thought, "It's starting." The tree womb began to pulse violently, its red vines swelling like blood vessels, and the monster inside started moving, its sharp claws tearing through the tree womb's barriers. With a splurt sound, the barriers of tree womb split like jelly, and then the moist monster broke out, its wet exterior revealing a dark green skin, resembling a combination of old tree bark and insect armor. It moved its body, emitting a harsh hissing sound, then leaped swiftly down from the canopy, arriving in front of the ancient worm tree, and knelt down. An alien thornworm? The monster's head still vaguely resembled that of a worm, but its jaws were fierce, vaguely resembling a human-faced skull. Its upper body was covered with thick insect-like armor, dark and greenish, with elongated arms on both sides, the limbs tipped with claw-like keratin, sharp as blades. In its large palms, there was also a tooth-like slit, with a piercing thorn vaguely visible inside. The position of its spine was similarly bulging, adorned with many bone spines of varying lengths, each as sharp as a blade. The lower body was like that of a huge, elongated worm, not as rounded as the split-mouth worm, but its muscles were more compact and sturdy, somewhat resembling a snake. The creature's back was covered with thick, dark green armor, at least a couple of centimeters thick, with edges that were serrated like sharp saws. The whole monster stood about 3 meters tall, but with its worm tail coiled on the ground stretching about 2 to 3 meters long. If it raised its body, it was indeed a massive creature. Second-order low grade, its strength is not bad. Su Han was quite satisfied with the monster's strength. Although it required resources and time for breeding, having an additional warrior of second-order low grade for free was certainly not a loss. If contracted, does it need to be rebred? Baikelin was sizing up the alien thornworm, observing its form, trying to discern the differences between its breeding and the monster's mutations. Su Han slightly shook his head and said, "For different womb breedings, just once is enough. After that, it remembers, and further cultivation only needs plenty of energy and time. After breeding the alien thornworm, even if it was killed, as long as there was a large supply of flesh, the ancient worm tree could breed another alien thornworm directly without a womb, since their genes and constitution had already been recorded." Su Han glanced at the mist, catching fleeting glimpses of the monster's low roar, as nearby monsters gradually noticed the noise. He then said to Baikelin at his side, "Let's test its combat ability first, then you can contract it." The ancient worm tree's vines dipped to the ground, and both grabbed the vines as they leapt up to the branches of the ancient worm tree. Near Baikelin were several ancient tree crystals. She glanced at them and said, "Just a few days and there are so many fist-sized crystals already. The yield is much higher than the lamp tree crystals, and Mi is already preparing to propose an expansion plan to you." Su Han focused on improving his strength, but whether it was Baikelin or Yan Mi or Zhu Zhuang, they all stood from Su Han's perspective, wanting to expand the camp, help Su Han do more things, and build a stronger force. "Let's accumulate some more." Ancient tree crystals have an energy decay period, and the speed of expansion needs to match the output. Also, the population is a bit low. There were only a few hundred people in the entire camp. Even if they wanted to expand, they needed to gather more people first. Radiance of the lamp tree. As they talked, Suhan had already controlled the ancient worm tree to intentionally release the radiance of the lamp tree. The light spread around, illuminating several nearby streets as the vines extended. The mist was dispersed by the light, and the massive shape of the ancient worm tree was also exposed in the area. Soon, monsters came swarming in, hundreds blocking the street intersection, and rushed like a surging tide. Hiss! The alien thornworm let out a shrill hiss from its jaws, then raised its body and charged towards those monsters. Its two large hands targeted the monsters, the tooth-like slits in the palms firing keratin thorns, sweeping rapidly. A single sweep killed 20 or 30 flesh zombies and crawlers. While rapidly firing thorns, its strong back and worm-like body were slightly bulging, obviously breeding a large number of keratin thorns there as reserve ammunition. After killing the monsters in the front row, the speed of firing thorns slowed down, and by then, the monsters had already reached the front of the alien thornworm. The alien thornworm's tail swept across, its powerful force directly overturning the approaching flesh zombies and giant claw zombies. Crack! The keratin blades on its arms and claws grew a bit longer, then it bent down and swept across, its sharp carapace slicing through the monster's life like the jaws of an insect. Hundreds of monsters besieging it failed to hinder its advance, each one was cleaved into two, their blood nearly drenching its body. The alien thornworm moved swiftly, and its shell defense was not low. The monster's attacks could hardly penetrate its defense. On the few parts of its body not covered by the shell, as soon as it was hit by a first-order upper-grade monster, it was slightly injured, but soon began to slowly heal. The rapid regeneration of keratin spikes and the overall regenerative ability. The alien thornworm inherited some traits of the ancient worm tree, forming its own skills. Suhan made this judgment, and Bakelin's eyes flickered slightly. Not just that, skills are just skills, what's most important is that it entirely resembles a natural life form, with harmonious body structure and natural body functions. The shell's defense, long-range attack with spikes, and self-healing and regeneration, all these complement each other. It does not seem like a piecemeal monster. A piecemeal monster? Is there a difference? Suhan was somewhat puzzled, but Bakelin pointed out, if the nurturing process is like the natural evolution of life, then wouldn't the ancient worm tree have the capability to breed new species? Before the apocalypse, that was a capability only creators possessed. Bakelin's eyes brightened slightly, a bit excited. For someone studying biology, if provided a womb and the trait of devouring other creatures, it could breed a new species, a capability beyond imagination. Even more so than inducing mutations with injections or divine initiation rituals. It seemed more natural, at least that's how Bakelin saw it. Suhan was just stunned for a moment, not delving deeper into the topic, and redirected his attention back to the alien thornworm. The slaughter continued. 10 minutes later, it had slaughtered about 400 monsters, their bodies and blood staining the ground, and hundreds more were still mobbing it, their roars echoing incessantly. This was already most of the nearby monsters, and the frequency of new monsters arriving had greatly decreased. The alien thornworm had stopped firing spikes from its palms, both its strength and speed had significantly declined, and its carapace showed numerous cracks while the speed of some wounds healing had drastically slowed. Fighting hundreds, even thousands alone, prolonged combat had consumed a great amount of its physical strength and its body's spiritual energy. Its strength was weakening. Endurance in combat can only be considered passing, but compared to her demon-eye Spider-Woman, it's already stronger, different specialization. Suhan silently made this judgment. Not every second-order low-grade monster could possess such a strong physique and endurance in combat. Different species naturally have different focuses. If it were Ulju's gluttonous creatures and bone armor giant pig, then in terms of stamina and defense, they would certainly be superior, but they would have weaknesses in long-range striking and agility. Go make the contract. As Suhan's voice fell, Bakelin nodded slightly. Vines caught the two and brought them down, and at this moment, vines hidden underground burst out at an extremely fast speed, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Monsters were swept up by the vines, their bodies twisted by the constriction, but no matter how much they struggled, they could hardly escape. Suhan and Bakelin approached the alien thornworm, which, having stopped fighting, was slowly regaining its strength and spiritual energy, its wounds beginning to heal very slowly. The book of blood spirit in Bakelin turned red, and the demon-eye Spider-Woman immediately appeared at her side, raising its palm aimed at the head of the alien thornworm. PFFT! The spider thorn shot out, piercing the head of the alien thornworm, blood splattering. The alien thornworm's body convulsed instinctively, but it still did not resist. The demon-eye Spider-Woman showed no mercy, The spider thorn continuously attacked, until not even its regenerative ability could save the alien thorn worm, which completely lost its life. The moment it lost its life, through the ancient worm tree, Suhan could feel this contracted beast's death. Tree womb. But Suhan had already prepared for this. Bakelin was contracting the alien thornworm nearby, while the crown of the ancient worm tree moved, emanating a dim green light, blood-red vines sweeping toward the corpses on the ground. Devouring commenced, life material slowly secreted from the vine-like extensions of the tree womb, then gradually gathered into a new embryo. Even smaller than the initial tree-born worm, resembling an indistinguishable meatball. However, this was only temporary. Nearly 1,000 monster corpses turned into nutrients, enough to let the ancient worm tree nurture another alien thornworm after 10 days. The contract process was not difficult, and in less than a few minutes, the dead alien thornworm had become Bakelin's second angel envoy. Having received the reciprocal feeding, Bakelin's physical condition visibly improved, her aura becoming even stronger. Though contracted as an angel envoy, Bakelin had the highest command authority. But undoubtedly, Suhan and Bakelin's prediction was correct, as the contracted beast cultivated by the ancient worm tree was completely suppressed by it in terms of bloodline. The ancient worm tree, without actively targeting with its aura, was fine, but if it suppressed without restraint, its overall strength could be suppressed by more than half. After the contract was completed, Suhan had the ancient worm tree clean up all the monster corpses, taking around 6 to 7 hours, finally completing ingestion, forming a slightly smaller model of the alien thornworm within the tree womb. Everything was ready, just waiting for the gathering the next day. Chapter 127, The team from South City. The next morning, the team set to raid the King Grain warehouse had already assembled. A total of 10 trucks, all modified by Suhan's metal control ability, featured heavy bulldozer blades and metal frameworks over their bodies, elevating their defensive capabilities by more than a notch. This time, not only Suhan, Bakelin, Zhuzhuang, and Yan Miu, 4 second-order contractors, were participating in the operation, but most of the first-order upper-grade members including Zhang Dehai, Go Gang, and Zhao Yiman also joined the battle, with the remaining 80 members being ordinary fighters, a quarter of whom were first-level intermediate. Gan Xinglai and Yi Kaling were 2 people staying behind, and Suhan also left more than 10 city defense crossbows, enough to ward off most monster attacks. Suhan, everyone is ready, shall we set off? The team stood in neat lines. Angel envoys were not summoned yet, but everyone wore iron armor, looking very organized and formidable. Let's go, first to South City No. 2 Middle School. Upon Suhan's order, the team immediately boarded the trucks, with each truck carrying around 7 to 8 people, and an ancient tree crystal hanging from the front of each one. The light dispelled the fog around the convoy, and then the entire fleet headed quickly towards South City No. 2 Middle School. On the way, the frequency of monster appearances had, in fact, decreased somewhat. In recent days, Zhuzhuang had led search parties out continuously. As soon as monsters attacked, they were immediately killed, and back and forth, the number of monsters cleared was not small, which also brought some stability to the surrounding area. Without any obstructions on the way, Suhan's convoy soon approached South City No. 2 Middle School. As they neared it, they saw the light of lamp trees about 200 meters away, with 2 armored vehicles blocking the road, forming a defensive line. People were on top of and beside the vehicles, holding guns, keeping watch, and scrutinizing the approaching convoy. Is that Mr. Suhan's convoy? A deep voice came forth as a man with a gun approached the sentry, turning out to be the familiar Wang Hu. Old Zhu leaned out, grinning and said, "Old brother Wang, you got here so early." Wang Hu and Zhuzhuang naturally knew each other, and he replied with a hearty laugh, "Arrived last night, and we've rested here all night." The camp in South City was a bit farther away, though it was still within the city limits, but with the current enveloping fog, a large-scale convoy's movements would inevitably alarm many monsters. Defending and clearing monsters simultaneously required more time to get here. So, to avoid delays, Go Wu Tao and his group had to come over early to make preparations. After all, South City No. 2 Middle School had already been cleared once, and not many monsters would gather here for a while, so it could serve as a temporary camp. Wang Hu said to Suhan inside the vehicle, "Director Go and Director Yan are inside, just follow me for the convoy." He waved his hand to let his subordinates drive the armored vehicles away, opening up a path, then led Zhuzhuang struck into South City No. 2 Middle School. Upon entering South City No. 2 Middle School, the fog was mostly dispelled by the lamp tree crystals, thus most of the layout was revealed before Suhan and the others. The neatly arranged trucks were parked on the soccer field of No. 2 Middle School, one after the other, the first few trucks clearly of the same military model, with the ones behind being various colors, all heavy trucks capable of carrying a lot of cargo. It wasn't just the trucks. Inside the school, there were many people bustling about. At a glance, there were groups beside the vehicle lineup, under the trees. Each busy with their duties, numbering several hundreds. Suhan asked Wang Hu, who was next to the front truck, "How many people did you bring?" 500 Southern City Guards. Suhan raised his eyebrows. Southern City Guards? This name didn't belong to the armed forces ranking, nor could it possibly belong to the police's. Clearly, they had restructured their organization. Everyone dismounted, and Wang Hu intended to take Suhan to find Go Wu Tao, but he glanced back at the people Suhan had brought, and after thinking, he suggested, "Director Go probably has plans to discuss with you, so how about having your guys wait here?" It was unlikely that more than 80 people would be taken into the meeting room, so it made more sense to have them rest on the spot, especially since it was only going to be about half an hour. Suhan nodded and said, "Old Go, take the others and stay here, we'll go and meet up." Understood. The people didn't get off the trucks, choosing to rest on them instead. Only then did Wang Hu lead Suhan and his group toward the direction of the school's main building, which served as the temporary office. The arrival of the new team quickly attracted the attention of the other Southern City Guards, but among them, the original armed forces members maintained strict discipline. Although curious, they refrained from commenting. Those from the police background displayed a similar demeanor, while some of the civilian contractors they had gathered began to murmur. Just a few dozen people, not even a fifth of their own numbers, could they really handle those monsters? Doubts took root in their minds, but with the armed forces and police keeping watch, ordinary contractors were not in a position to stand out. The exchanges were just a bit colder and less friendly, with not much closeness. Suhan strode into the makeshift office, following Wang Hu as he pushed the door open. There were already quite a few people sitting inside. A resolute man with a square face, dressed in a camouflage combat uniform, sat beside Go Wu Tao, their seats positioned towards the interior of the office. Next to them sat an elderly man. Mia's eyes flickered slightly as she recognized the old man to be Bei Kai Yuan. Besides these three, there were Zhao Yaqian and a tall, young warrior, Wan Ji. "You've arrived." Seeing that Suhan had come, Go Wu Tao greeted him with a smile. "This is old Yan Tijun, head of the Armed Forces Department, and that's Professor Bei Kai Yuan." He pointed to Bei Kai Yuan, slightly complaining, "We three originally disagreed with his coming due to the danger, but he insisted, the stubborn old man. However, he also said he wanted to meet Miss Bei Miu." Bei Kai Yuan chuckled, not at all offended by Go Wu Tao's words. He knew the refusal was for his own protection. Some things are better observed and studied in person. Moreover, Miss Bei's observations and research on the apocalypse have also inspired me greatly. Mia's expression remained calm, nodding slightly. "You flatter me, Professor." Within her data exchange material, she emphasized distinctions between evolved kinds and mutants and the relationship between monster colonies and ecology. Though she hadn't mentioned much about bloodlines and suppression, these two aspects were both related to bloodlines, which gave Bei Kai Yuan considerable insight. In the post-apocalyptic world, some discoveries surpass mere accumulation of past knowledge. What's more important is the inspiration and observation akin to genius. Clearly, Mi was such a person. "You already know Yaqian. Next to her is Wan Ji, a warrior from the Armed Forces Department, a second-order low-grade contractor." "Hello, I'm Wan Ji." Wan Ji stood and saluted, his voice resounding firm and clear, the epitome of an Armed Forces warrior. Suhan nodded slightly and said, "Suhan." After the pleasantries, he nonchalantly pulled over a chair to face the blackboard. The people present were either security personnel or from military backgrounds, not inclined to bother with unnecessary formalities. "We arrived a night early, integrated the intelligence gathered these past days, and now it's just the right time to make an operation plan." The blackboard displayed a map, on which Go Wu Tao drew a small circle. Suhan looked surprised. "Is that the King Grain warehouse?" The circle Go Wu Tao drew was near the northern suburbs, meaning close to the exit of the city's north side, not too far from Shanu Villa District and South City No. 2 Middle School, and much closer than their location at Southern Prosperous Chemical Plant. "Yes, it's in the northern suburbs, near your territory," Go Wu Tao said frankly, smiling like a cunning old fox. "That is the charm of the information gap. The grain warehouse is in the northern suburbs, closer to Suhan, but if one is not aware of its existence, it remains hidden. Moreover, if the rat creatures were to overflow, the first to be affected would be the people of the northern suburbs." "What's the current situation? Did you clarify the new intelligence?" Suhan quickly regained his composure and asked aloud. Go Wu Tao, with a serious expression, replied, "Old Yan's people did the reconnaissance, let him explain." Yan Tijun's husky voice deeply resonated. "Based on reconnaissance feedback, we've spotted about 5,000 rat creatures active on the surface, with single creatures possessing first-order inferior strength, comparable to flesh corpses, but not lacking first-level intermediate and a number of first-order upper-grade rat creatures that are nearly humanoid, or should we call them ratmen. We couldn't get a clear measure of the range of the underground tunnels, but judging from the rat creatures' activity traces, it spans at least the area around the grain warehouse and extends 300 meters beyond. There is an evident tendency for the tunnels to stretch southward. The overt activities of the rat creatures also show a trend of southern expansion, and if not controlled and exterminated, according to Professor Bay's estimates, within 1 to 3 months, a tide of rat creatures will sweep over the city's north. Have you figured out the reproduction of these rat creatures yet? Suhan looked at Professor Baekhyuan with a querying gaze. Baekhyuan said, "We've captured a living rat creature, but it was too weak to deduce anything substantial. However, judging from the changes and expansion trends over these 10 days, their population growth could indeed achieve this level. The omnivorous nature provides them with more opportunities for development, and that's a grain warehouse. With a warehouse storing 5 million tons of grain, enough for 1 million people to eat for 3 months at a rate of £1 per person per day, that vast amount could well serve as a pantry for the rat creatures." According to Miss Bay's findings on colonies and bloodlines, for such a huge swarm of rat creatures to maintain such orderly activity contained within an area, with expansion not being all too apparent, there must be quite a few high-order rat creatures acting as the core. The 2 second-order low-grade rat creatures discovered are certainly not the only ones. Everyone must take extra caution. The situation was clearly more severe than described a few days earlier, and Suhan's expression grew more serious. He turned to Go Wu-Tao. "Director Go, what's your plan for the attack?" "It's a 2-step process. First start a fire to clear the rat creatures at the front, then deal with those in the caverns." He pointed to a spot on the map, a short distance outside the King Grain warehouse. "There's a small hollow over here, more than 1,000 meters from the warehouse. The cavern shouldn't reach this position. We can lure the rat creatures here first for a fight to eliminate their forces. That will make our mission to clear the area much lighter." Chapter 128, Baekhyuan gives advice. The battle plan was simple: set up defensive fortifications and lure the rat monsters over, to exterminate them on a large scale. According to Yan Tijun's thinking, if only there was air support, they could simply provide firepower coverage. It wouldn't matter if there were 3,000 or 5,000, even 10,000 would turn into roasted duck necks. Of course, the military's armament department couldn't possibly have air power, and even if they did, it wouldn't be possible to use it in such foggy conditions, not to mention that the fog not only obstructed visibility but also interfered with signals to some extent. But none of these were problems, as long as they had enough personnel. A simple accumulation of fortifications was completely sufficient to deal with these monsters. Although they had lost heavy firepower, the physical condition of the contractors had also become much stronger. After finalizing the plan, all of South City's military personnel were quickly assembling, picking up weapons and supplies, and promptly returning to the designated transport vehicles. The assembly was completed in less than 10 minutes. Suhan's group, already resting near the vehicle, immediately entered combat mode. Go Wu-Tao did not interfere with Suhan's command, so he simply had to cooperate in sniping the rat monsters. Once they reached the grain warehouse's underground cave battlefield, that's where Suhan would truly take action. One by one the vehicles left South City No. 2 Middle School and then headed towards the northern suburbs. South City's camp dispatched over 500 people, using military vehicles and trucks as transport vehicles, totaling nearly 30. On them were not only people but also weapons and ammunition. It was evident that they were indeed making a significant investment in this mission. Without any supplementary ammunition, this battle would undoubtedly consume most of their bullets. The convoy advanced swiftly through the fog, with any monsters that approached being sniped from afar by the sharpshooters positioned at the windows. Soon the entire convoy had moved from South City into the suburbs, where fog enveloped both sides of the highway, eerily silent except for the muffled noise of the cars. The number of humanoid monsters decreased in the suburbs, contributing to an unusual quietness, but no one let their guard down. Although there weren't many people in the suburbs, there were significantly more animals there than in the city. Not every animal turned into a monster, but once they mutated, they usually possessed considerable combat power. Along the way, they encountered several attacks from mutated monsters, mostly serpentine creatures, as well as giant macrophage dogs and double-headed dogs. Baekhyuan was not in the same vehicle as Go Wu-Tao but was with Suhan, seemingly for the purpose of communicating with Baekhyuan. Corrupt-head snake, double-headed split-mouth snake, giant macrophage dog, double-headed dog, and a human-faced toad monster. These are all animals that mutated after the fog descended. According to your theory, they should all be considered mutated kinds. After returning, Old Tian and I pondered over it and realized that this kind of mutation probably originates from the disorderly evolution caused by the distortion of spiritual energy. Baekhyun pointed to the outside of the slain monsters and spoke slowly to Baekhyun. His voice was calm and gentle, as if he was guiding his own student. Baekhyun listened intently and showed the same respect to the scholar, asking, "Disorderly evolution? Unstable structure, unstable spiritual energy, does that also count as evolution? How do you define evolution?" The change in the frequency of a species' genes. When traits that adapt to the environment become common within a species, it implies that the species has adapted to the environment, completing evolution. Right, that's one biological perspective. Baekhyun spoke meaningfully. However, that's just the normal scenario. Even though these mutated kinds have unstable structures and might not even be able to reproduce when inherited, I think the definition should be revised, for example, to the ascent of life ranks. Are you suggesting that both evolved kinds and mutated kinds can be considered evolution? There's nothing wrong with that from the perspective of life ranks. Baekhyun continued, spiritual energy is closely related to the mind, soul, and other forces. It's different from physical rules, and although it has specific manifestations in our world, present in the environment, in the bodies of monsters, and our bodies, regardless of its form, this type of energy inherently possesses a degree of disorderliness, just like the thinking of living beings, the chaos and leaps of the mind. Chaotically and abruptly. Those that adapt to this energy and control it well will lead the evolution of that life form. An evolved kind? Correct, Baekhyun nodded. This evolution is similar to natural evolution, a selection of self-advantage, although the progression is faster than natural selection. Moreover, if spiritual energy dominates, distorting mental energy, erroneous guidance will occur, resulting in disorderly, chaotic evolution. The life rank will still evolve, but it might lead to anomalies like 2 mouths, extra arms, and so on, also becoming more bloodthirsty and aggressive, even insane. Although research on phenomena like the soul or the power of the mind was virtually non-existent, as an authority in the field, Baekhyun indeed had encountered too many things and records that defy modern scientific explanation. Although they might not seem as miraculous compared to the apocalypse, recordings about the soul that exceed ordinary perception have always been kept in the shadows. This was also why, when spiritual energy descended on the world, he and Tian Jiaxuan could quickly make the connection and verify that this power was related to the soul and the mind. Of course, the process isn't important. But relative to us humans, the will is the true self. For us, the former kind of evolution is essentially a monster. The instinct to survive, to become stronger, isn't much different from mindless animals. But humans are different. Can one still be considered human without reason? Baekhyun suddenly had a moment of clarity. Baekhyun was giving her pointers, and as she looked at him, the kindly old man smiled warmly, his eyes shining as he nodded slightly. Your research approach is more flexible than mine. You could definitely come up with something like human body enhancers, so be sure to take care. We've arrived. At that moment, the vehicles at the front of the convoy stopped near a depression in the hills. Set up the lamp tree crystals, dispel the fog. Yan Tijun's orders had already been issued, and the southern city guards began to move, one after the other getting out of their vehicles, taking out the accumulated lamp tree crystals, and setting them in metal rods before planting the rods into the ground. The light dispelled the fog, and Yan Tijun and Go Wutao immediately directed the southern city guards to start constructing defensive fortifications. Without any fancy fortresses, all that was needed was to roughly encircle the mountain pass and repel the monstrous rats. This would fulfill their assigned task. Su-han didn't lift a finger, but Zhu Zhuang commanded his men to help. All of them were contractors, and it was not at all difficult for them to chop down withered trees and dig up soil to pile up the fortifications on site. By noontime, the basic fortifications had been constructed. There were 2 ridges built on the slope, one taller than the other, and in front of the ridges were trenches dug from the earth. The first ridge served as the initial shooting point. Before the monstrous rats approached, that was where they would be shot and slaughtered. Once the rats near the first ridge on the slope, the defenders would withdraw to the second shooting point, while the angel envoy would join the battle, relying on the first ridge to obstruct the rats in coordination with the shooting. With everything ready, Go Wutao and Yan Tijun commanded the reconnaissance squad to drive towards the location of King Grain Warehouse. Everyone watched as the vehicles gradually moved away, expressions turned serious, and they gripped their weapons tightly. Time ticked by, roughly 20 minutes passed, and finally, the roar of engines sounded. Everyone heard it. Report, the rat monsters have arrived. The speeding vehicle burst through the fog, kicking up dust, and behind them, the roaring gradually got drowned out by a wave of shrieking that resembled an incoming tide. From within the fog surged a terrifying black tide, each pitch black and vicious rat the size of a leopard pursuing wildly, their claws, as large as human hands, rapidly scraping the ground to increase their speed as much as possible. Their eyes were blood red, and their sharp teeth overlapped outside their mouths, emitting piercing screams, Each was the very image of brutality, frenzied, violent, with an intense desire to devour everything at all times. Boom. A scout leaned out of a car window, then tossed out a chemical bomb. The click of the glass was heard as it fell among the rat horde, and instantly, flames erupted, sending more than a dozen rats flying with a powerful blast. This caused a brief pause in the tide of rats, creating a small gap. At that moment, the vehicle's driver slammed on the accelerator and surged to the side of the mountain hollow, reaching the designated point of egress. They swiftly disembarked, without any hesitation, and hurriedly escaped up the side of the hollow. The swarm of rat monsters soon arrived at the bottom of the slope, a mere 300 to 400 meters away from the people. Looking down from above, there seemed to be thousands of rats. Fire! Yanti-jun issued the cold command, and then gunshots rang out. Rifles spat out flames as the bullets rapidly swept downward towards the mountain base. Blood splattered from the rat monsters as they toppled to the ground, and the ones behind him surged forward even more viciously. The sound of gunfire was incessant. Rows of rat monsters fell to the bullets, and crossbow arrows joined the battle with their powerful penetrative force, killing the creatures. 100, 200, 300. Hundreds of rat monsters lay dead, and before long, there were already over 1,000 corpses. However, the short distance of a little more than 300 meters had already been breached by them, with only a few dozen meters separating the two sides. Light the fire, the second line of defense, summon apostle. Yanti-jun issued orders with composure, but his face didn't look good. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, what are the scouts doing? Is this 4,000? The swarm of rats was still a dense black mass, pouring in through the fog. The more than 1,000 rats they had previously killed seemed to be less than a tenth of their number. The fog is thick, and we can't go in there. Should I give up my life to scout for you? Go Wu Tao, however, spoke the blunt truth. He said solemnly, "Don't worry, we can still deal with this." Exceeding their numbers was part of the plan. Following Yanti-jun's orders, everyone pulled out chemical bombs and tossed them into the rat horde even more frantically. Boom. Explosions thundered one after another, and the firelight almost brightened the entire area. A multitude of rat monsters became minced meat amidst the bomb blasts, leaving the front line momentarily cleared. This bombing killed at least 1,000 or 2,000 rat monsters. Taking advantage of the lull, everyone rapidly moved back to the second ridge, 200 meters away, and the Angel Envoy was summoned, taking position behind the first ridge. The trench in front of the ridge, now poured with gasoline, was set ablaze, igniting a fierce fire, forming a barrier like a wall, cutting off the rat monsters and momentarily preventing their advance. Meanwhile, bullets continued to pour down on them. Roar! But just then, a terrifying roar sounded, and a towering figure burst out from the fog. The advanced monsters among the rat horde had arrived. Chapter 129, Rat-type Abomination. The monsters were four-headed, each reaching a height of 5 meters, their bodies covered in pitch-black mane, with ferocious, barrel-sized rat heads, blood-red eyes, and an extremely brutal demeanor. These rat-type abominations differed from the usual rat monsters. They didn't crawl on the ground but stood upright in a ratman form, their bodies bloated, with thick, pillar-like arms. On their massive bodies, twisted limbs and fierce, small rat mouths were twisted onto their bodies. Even more bizarre was their lower half, which had 2 rows totaling 6 legs, all resembling rat claws, looking very strange. As soon as the rat-type abominations appeared, their blood-red gaze immediately turned to the people on the slope, and with a flash of their brutal light, they let out a deafening howl. The rat monster horde immediately sprang into action, fearlessly charging at the flaming trench and then engaging in combat with the angel envoys on the other side. Bang bang bang. The angel envoys were engaged in close combat, with giant macrophage dogs and flesh corpses among them, controlled by the contractors, starting to fight with the rat monsters that had crossed the firewall. In terms of pure combat strength, the rat monsters were undeniably weaker, getting furiously torn apart when grabbed by flesh corpses. But the rat monsters were numerous, with each angel envoy facing several rat monsters, making the fight extremely brutal. Fortunately, the contractors wielding weapons continuously cooperated with their own angel envoys to kill rat monsters, and the number of slain rat monsters kept rising. Moreover, first-order upper-grade and first-level intermediate angel envoys were breaking through points, sweeping the rat monsters in these areas, aiding the surrounding angel envoys in jointly exterminating the rat monsters. Among all the battling angel envoys, Suhan's team was the most striking, with Zhuang, Baikalin, and the others yet to make a move. But the angel envoys in iron armor wielding cleavers were fierce enough, like an iron wall. They blocked all the rat monsters trying to break through, their blades rising and falling to chop off their rat heads. This was an army of iron skin monsters. Even creatures like the giant macrophage dog were clad in iron armor, with spiked iron collars around their necks. Even when besieged by rat monsters, they were not easily injured. Although Suhan's combatants weren't wielding rifles, the crossbow arrows in their hands were still powerful. While controlling the angel envoys, they shot at the rat monsters, and in just a moment, there were already 200 to 300 rat monster corpses on the ground. Roar! Failing to advance, the 4 rat-type abominations became even more ferocious, charging forward with large strides, followed by thousands of rat monsters. Yan Tijun and Go Wutao's expressions darkened slightly. These 4 monsters were clearly of second-order strength, 2 more than what the scouting had revealed. The defensive line couldn't possibly stop them. If they managed to break through, the current battle against the rat monsters would undoubtedly be disrupted. Ye Qian, Wanji, have your angel envoys take action, they said. Yes. Army against army, general against general, facing the rat tide like a wave, the 2 had stayed put to conserve strength and focus for potentially enormous monsters. Roar! Low roar resounded, and the shadow armor monster and shadow armor tyrant instantly appeared on the battlefield. The tyrant was Zhao Yeqian's second angel envoy. Just 10 days prior, it had been just first order upper grade. But now, with heavy resource investment and the injections given to the shadow armor monster, it had finally undergone metamorphosis and become a second order inferior apostle. The shadow armor tyrant, like the shadow armor monster, stood at about 5 meters tall, even more colossal in figure, with one hand being a huge fist covered in pitch black thick armor, while the other arm was like a blade, sharp to the extreme. Thump thump thump! As soon as the 2 angel envoys entered the battlefield, they charged in, crossing the first earth ridge and plunging into the mass of rat monsters, attacking relentlessly, crushing any rat monster that blocked their path. Wanji also summoned his angel envoys simultaneously, and 2 tall humanoid tyrants immediately appeared on the battlefield. Though called tyrants, their appearance had dramatically changed. One was a bullhead tyrant with a pitch-black bull's head, overlapping sharp teeth resembling a demon, standing nearly 7 meters tall, and covered in pitch-black bull hair, with robust legs. In its hands was a terrifyingly huge axe, sweeping away the rat monsters in front of it as soon as it appeared, then charging at the rat-type abominations. The other had a twisted spine, a bent body, and a triangular head like that of a mantis, with grinding jaws like blades and curved arms like scythes, the horny substance and bones forming sharp blades. As soon as the blade mantis tyrant appeared, with a leap, it surpassed the bullhead tyrant, landing amid the rat monster horde. The rat monsters squealed in panic, attempting to cling to it and bite at its flesh, to kill this monster. But then, a flash of blade light, the sharp scythe-like arms swept horizontally, cutting all rat monsters within 2 meters in front of it in half. The momentum of the rat monster horde was directly disrupted, and the 4 rat-type abominations, too, noticed the appearance of formidable enemies, roaring as they went forward to erupt in a fierce battle. The 4 angel envoys were comparable in size to the 4 rat-type abominations. In a struggle against each other, they quickly crushed the surrounding rat monsters, exchanging blows and accumulating more wounds on their bodies. The rat monsters were still assisting, especially the first-order upper-grade rat monsters as large as oxen, drawing near to besiege the 4 angel envoys. Go Wutao's expression shifted slightly, knowing that relying solely on their power, even if they defeated the 4 rat-type abominations, they would likely be injured. Suhan, we might need you to make a move first, they said. It wasn't yet time for the granary, and Suhan joining the fray would also mean a consumption of resources, but they had no other choice. But Suhan merely smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have many people." Go Wutao and Yan Tijun were taken aback, but in the next instant, the Book of Blood Spirit on Zhu Zhuang's arm lit up, and both the Devourer and the Bone Armor Giant Pig appeared on the battlefield. Baikolin and Yan Mi also summoned their angel envoys, Demon Eye Spider Woman, Alien Thornworm, and Yan Mi's Rapazan Ratman. Suddenly, with 5 additional second-order inferior apostles, both Yan Tijun and Go Wutao were stunned. Truly concealed abilities. Go Wutao's heart was shocked. Although he had previously seen Zhu Zhuang and Baikolin make brief moves against the 100-eyed monster, they were not dual second-rank apostles at that time. Not to mention, that young woman who seemed to be the head steward was also a second-order contractor. As soon as the 3 people's apostles appeared, they immediately rushed to aid the battlefield. When Baikolin's Demon Eye Spider Woman broke into the battlefield, a flash of red light from its demon eye instantly impacted the minds of most of the rat creatures in front of her, causing them to stiffen and convulse. The alien thornworm continuously launched stabs, its sharp claws slicing through the bodies of the rat creatures, shredding them and carving out a bloody path. Zhu Zhuang was even more direct, the Devourer's right arm elongated, sweeping across like a whip, and its gaping mouth devoured one rat creature after another, slaughtering them at an alarming speed. The nearby Bone Armor Giant Pig used its skill, bone armor, and, clad in its armor, it charged and rammed with full force, shattering any rat creature that stood in its way. Yan Mi's apostle was undoubtedly gentle, with shadow strike enveloping its body. The Rapasan ratman, like an assassin beneath a black robe, sliced its sharp claws across the bodies of the rat creatures. Even a slight superficial wound would quickly bring the rat creatures down, where they would succumb to poison and perish, the black blood they spat out even causing nearby rat creatures to fall in a drowsy death. With each rat creature slain, several more around them would die. Fortunately, this was only the Rapasan ratman's advanced Rapasan, not an unattenuated spreading plague. Otherwise, not just thousands but tens of thousands of rat creatures would not be able to withstand the toxin. As the second-order inferior apostles charged into the battlefield, they killed no less than 1,000 rat creatures along the way, and such an assault also impeded the rat creatures' movements, slowing their offensive momentum. The rat-type abomination sensed the appearance of more powerful opponents and suddenly became frantic. Its fighting noises grew even more berserk as it exchanged blows for wounds in an attempt to deal with Zhao Yaqian and Wang Ji's apostles. Seeing the situation gradually stabilizing, Yan Tijun and Go Wu Tao were reassured, while the southern city guards were dumbstruck, having not expected the people of this camp to be so fierce, boasting as many as 3 second-order contractors. No, not just 3. Many cast surreptitious glances at Su-han, wondering what kind of monster he could be, commanding second-order contractors as subordinates and speaking to people like Go Wu Tao and Yan Tijun. The battle continued. The first rat-type abomination was sought out by Zhu Zhuang's 2 apostles. At that time, the shadow armor monster was entangling with it, its sharp hand blades continuously slicing through the rat-type abomination's body, but each time it did so, the thick skin would slowly heal. The rat-type abomination didn't have many flashy skills, but its strength lay in its regenerative ability and sheer power. Although it was no match for the shadow armor monster, it had no problem dragging out the fight. And with the aid of rat creatures, dragging out the fight would put the shadow armor monster at a disadvantage instead. But as soon as Zhu Zhuang's apostles burst onto the scene, the bone-armor giant pig mercilessly rammed into it. Like a heavy-duty truck, it sent the rat-type abomination flying with a thud, crashing down onto a swath of rat creatures. The devourer cooperated seamlessly, leaping up and immediately stepping on the rat-type abomination. Its twisted limbs and mouth tried to attack the devourer, but the devourer was far more brutal than it had imagined. Its right arm split open, and it bit off one of the rat-type abomination's small, twisted rat heads in one go, blood splattering and the crunching noise coming from the maw was chilling. Without the slightest mercy, the mouth pounded down on the rat-type abomination again and again, tearing at flesh with each bite, and after digging through the chest muscles, it suddenly burrowed in, soon ripping out a beating heart. The rat-type abomination was dead. With one slain, the scales of the battle naturally tipped more rapidly. Bakelin's demon eye spider woman and alien thornworm worked together, targeting the rat-type abomination's mind with mental shock, driving it into madness, followed by continuous stabs to the head. The stabs pierced the skull, blood splattering out. The rat-type abomination grew even more violent, completely losing its guard. And in that moment, the alien thornworm and the shadow armor tyrant, one attacking the head and the other slicing its sharp blade across the body, chopped it into 3 pieces. Su-han watched the battlefield. After Bakelin and Zhu Zhuang took care of the rat-type abominations, they turned to slaughter the remaining rat creatures. At this time, the rat creatures were still flowing in endlessly, far beyond a mere few thousand or 10,000. The slain count had already surpassed 5,000, but the masses remained densely packed. Su-han felt something was amiss. The blood spirit book in his hand flashed red, and the tall ancient worm tree appeared at his side, starting its protective duties. At the same time, following his mental command, the ancient worm tree's vines and roots immediately burrowed into the ground, extending towards the distance. As the roots spread, they began absorbing the bodies of the rat creatures, fusing and enhancing the essence of flesh. The lamp tree's light illuminated more areas of the battlefield, and as the fog slightly dissipated, heavier footsteps could suddenly be heard. Looking towards the distance, Su-han saw the ground swell, the noise thunderous, and he warned, something big is coming. Chapter 130, Mountain Corpse Giant Rat. The horde of rat monsters quickly dispersed, no longer attacking with full force but swiftly retreating outward, as if waiting for something. Finally, a terrifying figure emerged from the mist, stepping out from the edge of the fog. It was tall, standing about 10 meters high, with limbs sprawling on the ground, and a body length of nearly 20 meters. It was covered in pale long hair, coarse like spears, on its backbone, skull, beast claws. Almost all joint areas were adorned with pale bones, exuding an extremely strong gloomy aura. What kind of colossal beast is this? Among the southern city guards, warriors of civilian origin couldn't help trembling in fear, as this massive beast was not mentioned in their intelligence. Yan Tijun and Go Wu Tao had solemn expressions and asked in a deep voice, could this be the Rat King, Can we take it down? The latter part of the question was directed at Su-han, who was nearby. If the angel envoy couldn't handle it, then they might need to use a lot of chemical bombs. Not to speak of whether this process was controllable, restraining such a monster would likely require more sacrifices. Su-han's eyes were fixed on this suddenly appearing huge rat monster, saying, "There should be no problem, let them try first." While the mountain corpse giant rat was extremely imposing, it was not overwhelmingly so. The problem shouldn't be too significant. "Old Zhu, you guys go at it together," Su-han instructed Zhuang, who nodded seriously. "I'm going in now." By now, 4 rat-type abominations had been dealt with, 3 had been resolved while 1 was still battling with a Rapazen Ratman and the Blade Mantis Tyrant. The Blade Mantis Tyrant closed in fast, its blade-like forearms slicing swiftly, cutting a big gash across the rat-type abomination's front. At this moment, the Rapazen Ratman executed his Shadow Strike, swiftly rushing in front of the rat-type abomination, slashing with numerous claws. A dark purple color spread across the body of the rat-type abomination, with rapidly rotting cuts almost engulfing its entire body. This was the Rapazen Ratman's advanced rot poison, constantly eroding the rat-type abomination's body since the battle commenced. Eventually, the accumulation of toxins reached a limit and soon, the rat-type abomination staggered and finally fell to the ground. "Captain Duan, your bullhead tyrant is the biggest, go help old Zhu face that creature first." "I'll come and help you soon." "Alright," Wanji agreed decisively, and the bullhead tyrant and the blade mantis tyrant quickly charged towards the mountain corpse giant rat. As the gully had been previously filled with rat monsters, although all present were second-order contractors boasting notable combat strength, no one had entered the fray in person, thus all were remotely controlling their angel envoys. Thus, communication among them was much facilitated, and after reaching a consensus, all second-order lower-grade angel envoys quickly rushed toward the mountain corpse giant rat. Zhu Zhuang's bone armor giant pig charged the fastest, already reaching 5 meters in height and about 7 meters in body length. After ranking as second-order lower grade, its charge was like a small mountain moving. It slammed fiercely, its sharp tusks piercing through the skin of the mountain corpse giant rat, instantly sinking in and splashing out bright red blood. "Roar!" The mountain corpse giant rat roared angrily, its huge bone claw striking towards the bone armor giant pig. With a muffled thud, the bone armor giant pig was knocked flying and heavily slammed to the ground. The bone armor giant pig staggered up, the bone armor continuing to spread and repairing the cracks caused by the mountain corpse giant rat's impact. However, at that moment, the bone claws of the mountain corpse giant rat were already pursuing to hit the giant pig while it was down. The glutton surged forward suddenly, its right arm lengthening. Once it activated its hardening skill, the whole arm swung like a chain hammer brutally against the bone claw of the mountain corpse giant rat. The heavy thud sent the bone claw flying. The glutton swiftly moved, leaping over 10 meters in an instant, jumping directly onto the back of the mountain corpse giant rat. Its whirling right arm quickly switched direction, biting into an unprotected spot on the carcass, instantly tearing off a large chunk of flesh. The mountain corpse giant rat, infuriated, shook its body trying to throw the glutton off, but the glutton's right arm was already wrapped around the spinal bone spikes, as steady as Mount Tai. After several shakes failing to dislodge the glutton, the mountain corpse giant rat roared angrily, the bone spikes trembling and then making a whizzing sound as they shot out. The glutton hastily dodged, but the bone spikes were incredibly fast, piercing its shoulder and causing it to fall to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Just as the mountain corpse giant rat was gaining the upper hand, heavy footsteps were already approaching. The bullhead tyrant was charging headlong at the mountain corpse giant rat. The bone claw of the mountain corpse giant rat reached out towards it, but in the next moment, it was firmly opposed by the bullhead tyrant using both-handed strength, staunchly resisting. Its movement was temporarily constrained, and in that moment, the blade mantis tyrant, shadow armor monster, and demon eye spider woman arrived one after another. The demon eye spider woman directly used her demon eye, a crimson gaze charged with mental shock, assaulting the mind of the mountain corpse giant rat. Like a hammer striking at its spirit, the mind vibrated sharply, its actions becoming sluggish. Had the mountain corpse giant rat not been slightly stronger, it likely would have been unable to move in a short period. However, even though the demon eye did not cause fatal damage, the fate of the defeat of the mountain corpse giant rat remained unchanged. The remaining angel envoys began to encircle and attack. A single or a couple of angel envoys might not be a match for the mountain corpse giant rat, but now there were fully 8 angel envoys, and after Yan Mi completed the contract, 2 more angel envoys joined the battle. 1 against 10, it wasn't long before the gravely injured mountain corpse giant rat completely lost its life. As the body of the mountain corpse giant rat fell, the swarm of rat monsters seemed frightened and retreated toward the outskirts of the mist, hurriedly like a receding tide. They were retreating, After all the leader-like monsters had been killed, they couldn't stand against the creatures they were currently facing. About 3,000 to 4,000 rat monsters frantically fled, and Suhan's eyes narrowed, revealing a smile. They couldn't all escape. The vines of the ancient worm tree suddenly sprang from the ground, sweeping across the horde of rat creatures, strangling one after another, while Zhuang and others, recovering from the exertion, also immediately controlled their angel envoys to join the massacre. The charge of 10 second-order lower-grade angel envoys, like a row of meat grinders, continually reaped the lives of the rat creatures. In less than 20 minutes, there were hardly any rat monsters left on the battlefield, and at most, only a few hundred escaped. Finally, it's over. Go Wutao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected such a drawn-out battle to attract so many creatures, at least 10,000 rat creatures, and even 5 second-order monsters. Especially that mountain corpse giant rat, its strength was unexpectedly formidable. That one wasn't even the leader. However, Suhan's voice came, causing Go Wutao to look astonished. What? Suhan is right, the leader might still be at the granary. The voice of Beikaiuan slowly came. Those rat monsters even maintained some semblance of order during their last escape. It wasn't a complete scattering. Moreover, from its form, that giant rat doesn't seem like a breeding female. The rat creatures could breed so rapidly, there were only 2 possibilities. One was a breeding queen similar to a bug hive, like queen ants or queen bees. Another possibility, there was a corresponding scale of a mother group, with many specialized breeding females. However, in this battle, no distinct breeding females were found, therefore, it's likely not the ultimate monster. Go Wutao's expression turned serious. He said in a low voice, if that's the case, we need to be careful. Let's rotate recalling angel envoys for rest, and head to the granary after 3 hours. Battles with angel envoys also consume the physical and mental energy of a contractor, especially the spiritual energy inside their bodies. Unless one was a monster like Suhan, prolonged combat carried significant stress. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately began to take turns to rest. Meanwhile, at Suhan's location, the ancient worm tree's vines continuously spread, and then persistently devoured the bodies of these rat creatures, one after another. 3 rat-type abominations were not spared by Suhan either. He directly initiated fusion, incorporating their bodies into the fusion progress of essence of flesh. This significantly raised the fusion progress. After an hour, having fused over 3,000 rat creature bodies and a rat-type abomination, the fusion progress of essence of flesh was filled. Level 3 essence of flesh fusion completed. Ancient worm tree gains skill advancement. Level 3 tree-born worm. Level 2 tree womb. Suhan's eyes lit up, his spirits slightly calmed. Sensing the change in skills, he couldn't help but smile. With level 3 tree-born worm, the number of worms increased to 300, with a range of 1,500 meters. Both the number and range had significantly increased. Following such an expansion strategy, forming an army like the rat creatures was not impossible. And the changes to level 2 tree womb excited Suhan even more, because the quota for tree womb bred beasts had increased. The original single allocation occupied by the alien thornworm had been increased by 1, meaning that Suhan could now either raise 2 alien thornworms or breed a new bred beast. As the ancient worm tree's skills advanced, the size of the tree gradually increased as well, its presence becoming even more imposing, and the radiance of the lamp tree seemed to brighten a bit. Everyone, especially the southern city guards, watched the transforming ancient worm tree in amazement, deeply shocked in their hearts, just to have grown stronger so simply. They had only seen the ancient worm tree devouring the bodies of those rat creatures, thinking such devouring was less effective than serums, even considering it a waste. After all, so many monster bodies could refine quite a few serums, even if they're not as good as living bodies, but now it had all been devoured. Yet, the sudden increase in strength was entirely unexpected. It's gotten stronger again. Such a talent is really outrageous, and it even works on angel envoys. Go Wutao's face remained calm, but his heart was equally shocked, wondering if every angel envoy could devour and evolve. The more they advanced, the more angel envoys there were, the stronger they became, the more creatures they could fuse. How could such a mode of getting stronger not be envied? At least, the stronger his power, the more solidly he can secure the granary. Old friend Yan Tijun also glanced at the towering ancient worm tree, speaking softly. Go Wutao nodded his head, just about to speak, when suddenly he saw Wang Hu quickly running up the hillside. Director Go, Director Yan, while cleaning up the battlefield, we discovered a large hole. The direction points toward the underground cavern. Chapter 131, Nest. Go Wutao heard the news and immediately linked all the information together. No wonder there had been such a sudden increase in rat monsters. He found Suhan, who was controlling the angel envoy to fuse with the corpses of rat monsters, and told him about the tunnels. Suhan's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he said, "Let's go and see." The group walked out from the mountain hollow to a wasteland about 300 meters away. Crystals from the lamp tree had been placed nearby, dispersing the fog, and illuminating the area ahead. The ground was littered with large amounts of soil piled into ridges, with traces of being trampled by something huge, and right in the center of the soil was the tunnel that had been found. More than 10 meters wide, pitch black, it was impossible to see how deep it was at a glance. At this time, around the tunnel, footprints were scattered, and there were many bloodstains. Some of the rat monsters that had escaped had fled from this tunnel. Is this an existing tunnel or was it recently dug? Yan Tijun's expression was solemn. If the tunnel had been there all along while they ambushed in the hollow, it was no less than setting an ambush right in the enemy's main camp, a serious and grievous intelligence failure. Suhan examined the surrounding soil, which was damp and fresh, appearing to have been dug out not long ago. If the rat monster's den has already spread here, we were attacked before we even had the fortifications ready. He explained briefly, then thought for a moment and added, however, their ability to dig tunnels is much stronger than we anticipated. I'm afraid the burrows not only spread throughout the grain warehouse underground but some of them have just run back there. Go Wu Tao and Yan Tijun's expressions tightened. It was impossible to prevent a portion of the monsters from escaping in such a battle. Even though Suhan had many fast-growing vines of the ancient worm tree, they were somewhat insufficient compared to tens of thousands of rat monsters. Director Go, Director Yan, delays can lead to unexpected problems. Gather your people and let's get started. We need to go now. Whether rat monsters could send signals through the air, or what the situation underground was like, no one could say for sure at the moment. Although many rat monster corpses had not been devoured, compared to the entire grain warehouse where even more powerful rat monsters could exist, Suhan felt it would be okay to postpone the fusion slightly. After all, according to the contract, the bodies of these rat monsters all belonged to him. Although they had only rested for an hour, everyone had somewhat recovered and were able to fight again. Go Wu Tao and Yan Tijun exchanged a glance, nodding and saying, "Okay, let's go now. But this time, we may all rely on you to take action." Naturally, it was impossible for humans to explore burrow situations. A few second-rank apostles might attempt it, but the previous battles made them realize that doing so was very dangerous. Because if a second-order intermediate monster appeared again, a single angel envoy would not be able to defeat it. And in a space like a burrow, it was difficult to launch a group attack, only 1v1, which was not good at all. The order to move was sudden, but both the southern city guards and Suhan's people immediately made battle preparations. Those who dared to join the battle sequence, even if they were only ordinary civilians before the apocalypse, had the tenacity, execution, and awareness of the apocalypse. If they didn't fight, they would inevitably die sooner or later. Everyone got into the vehicles and rushed towards the grain warehouse a kilometer away, all holding their breath, ready for the upcoming battle. As they approached the grain warehouse, everyone became more vigilant, as this was now the area pervaded by the burrows, and rat monsters could erupt from the ground at any moment to attack them. The nerves of the people in the car were increasingly tense. Anthropomorphic tree people followed closely outside, while tree-born worms rushed under the ground, detecting the underground conditions ahead of time. As soon as the worms detected any movement of rat monsters, they would immediately return to relay the information. However, as they arrived at the entrance of King Grain Warehouse, something strange happened. They didn't encounter a single rat monster. Under the shroud of mist, the vast King Grain Warehouse stood silently, completely silent. After getting off the vehicles, Go Wu Tao and Yan Tijun immediately had a meeting, with Yan Tijun asking in a heavy tone, "Suhan, have you discovered anything?" The situation was highly abnormal. Even after a battle of attrition, the numbers of rat monsters here could not have decreased to such an extent. Were they holing up temporarily to avoid them, or lying in wait preparing to launch a surprise attack? Suhan shook his head and said, "No movement of rat monsters was detected in the peripheral tunnels. It must be deeper down. Get ready, I am going to take action." As Suhan spoke, the ancient worm tree shifted from its anthropomorphic state to a towering tree, its vines rapidly extending towards the entire King Grain Warehouse. After several successful fusions, the spread of the ancient worm tree's vines had reached 500 meters, sufficient to illuminate the entire area. The mist was completely dispelled, and the whole view of King Grain Warehouse was exposed with its towering walls and the vague outlines of tall granaries visible. But even then, inside the granary, no movement of rat monsters was found. Are they all underground? After searching the surface, the roots and vines of the ancient worm tree immediately extended underground. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Finally, movement was detected through the vines. At a location 200 meters underground, Suhan informed everyone of the situation, and Yentijun immediately ordered, "Use the vehicles for cover and be ready for battle." The ancient worm tree's vines writhed frantically, launching an onslaught on the rat creatures within the cavern. The tunnels of the cavern were 5 to 6 meters wide, yet they still seemed somewhat cramped compared to the swarming hordes of rat creatures. They, too, had detected the traces of the vines and sought to mount an attack, but the vines struck from all directions within the tunnel, ensnaring and strangling. Thus, the moment they noticed the vines, the constrictive assault was already underway. One after another, the rat creatures were strangled to death in the tunnels while the tree-borne worm shuttled through the underground, coordinating with the vines in their attack. For a time, a one-sided massacre unfolded within the underground cavern. The vines extended deeper, nearing the 300-meter mark, with no fewer than 1,000 rat creatures slain. Blood soaked into the soil, mingling with the damp scent of the earth, creating an unpleasant and pungent odor. In the process of strangulation, quite a few vines were bitten through. However, the self-healing ability worked in conjunction with the fast-growing vines, aided by the man-eating vine devouring the flesh and blood of the rat creatures to restore the spiritual energy of the ancient worm tree. Thus, the energy consumption was reduced to the bare minimum, and the onslaught remained unrelenting. About half an hour later, those who waited dared not relax, for although the surface remained quiet, the ceaseless squirming of the ancient worm tree's vines indicated that a fierce battle was erupting underground beyond imagination. Roar! Suddenly, a dread-filled roar resounded, the ground vibrating mightily, changing everyone's expressions. Suhan perceived more clearly that the rat creatures were retreating. They ceased their suicidal attacks that hindered the vine's deadly stranglehold. Instead, they headed in one direction in unison, their speed remarkably fast. They felt the call. Suhan's face grew stern, as expected. The next moment the ground shook even more intensely, something huge moved rapidly underground. Rumbling. From 300 meters below, it shot straight towards the surface, tearing apart several of the ancient worm tree's roots. The main gate of the King Grain warehouse suddenly crumbled, the concrete road collapsed, and a hole over 10 meters wide appeared before everyone, from which a colossal being burst forth. Shrouded in black, it stood 11 or 12 meters tall with massive black horns atop its head, its crimson eyes fierce and wild. It bore not the usual appearance of rat monsters with a rat head and humanoid body, but rather a robust form with 2 arms on each side, the upper arms black and muscular, ending in large hands with sharp claws. Beneath the ribs were another 2 limbs, not fingers but serpentine tentacles, with sharp tips sheathed in a layer of bone-like keratin, resembling drill heads. Upon its arrival, its cold gaze immediately locked on the ancient worm tree, and its bellowing roar echoed through heaven and earth. Behind it, the rat creatures streamed out neatly, flocking around it with utter subservience. This monster is very dangerous. Jia Qian's temples throbbed as her sense of danger warned her of the immense threat posed by the creature, far more dangerous than the previous mountain corpse giant rat. Suppressing the sting of the danger perception, she relayed the information to Suhan. In fact, the moment this colossal creature appeared, everyone knew it was not to be trifled with. However, just when everyone was preparing for battle, the ground began to stir again. Everyone's faces changed as the earth bulged, forming a large hole from which another towering rat creature burst forth. It resembled a flesh mountain, nearly 20 meters tall, entirely rat-like in form, muscles exposed in pink flesh, bereft of fur. Its lower body lay prone on the ground with 6 limbs, while its upper body slightly elevated in an erect posture, its head rat-like, and its limbs, unlike the slender arms of a typical rodent, were sharp and fearsome. At the junction of its lower and upper body, there was a writhing orifice whose purpose was unknown. Following the appearance of this giant rat, several more large and round rat-like beings emerged, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Roar the Troll Mouse King let out a furious roar, following which all rat creatures charged towards Suhan and his companions. Although totaling only in the thousands, fewer than before but seemingly fiercer under its command, especially on the side of the broodnest queen, the towering birthing rats, despite their round shapes, were not slow in charging, and their overall strength was at least of the first-order upper grade. The waves of rat creatures moved forward in an imposing array. Suhan sneered, finally showing true desperation. Everyone attack. Second-rank apostles take the lead in breaking their ranks, followed by the first-tier apostles, while the contractors provide sniper support. Leave the 2 lead creatures to me. Unlike the previous mountain corpse giant rat, these 2 creatures would not be swiftly taken down even if Zhuang and their second-order inferior apostles worked together. They were at least second-order superior, and with their combined efforts, they would undeniably be more formidable. His book of blood spirit gleamed red, and the scorpion spider demon's towering figure charged out, heading straight for the Troll Mouse King. Swinging the wolf fang club in hand, any rat creature that blocked the way was turned into minced meat. Behind the scorpion spider demon, The remaining 10 second order inferior apostles lined up side by side, keeping a 10-meter interval, charging through the waves of rat creatures. First order upper grade apostles filled the gaps, acting as a dam to hold back the surging tide of rats. Chapter 132, The Great Battle. When the scorpion spider demon charged towards the troll mouse king, the latter was also rushing towards it, its boneless tentacle arms shooting forward first. The bone tips, aimed at the scorpion spider demon's body, struck with fierce speed and immense force. The scorpion spider demon swung its wolf-fang club to meet the attack, clashing with a metallic clang. The bone tips were knocked away but were quickly controlled by the troll mouse king and aimed right back at the scorpion spider demon. This probing attack marked the beginning of the battle, with the troll mouse king's movements being extremely sharp, and every attack carried tremendous force. When the attack from the tentacle bone tips failed, it immediately closed in for hand-to-hand combat. Its massive beast claws struck with powerful force upon the scorpion spider demon, colliding with the floating pagoda black armor with a resounding clang. Two tentacles from beneath the ribs also launched an attack, attempting to snatch the wolf-fang club from the scorpion spider demon's grasp, but the floating pagoda black armor on its body was not just for show. Armored plates from the floating pagoda black armor formed chains, battling the tentacles. Although slightly weaker in strength, they did not give way an inch. The two massive creatures constantly attacked each other, trading blows with thunderous impact. Each hit felt profoundly. Under such attacks, any rat monsters that came close became casualties. Elsewhere, just as the battle between the scorpion spider demon and the troll mouse king erupted, the nest mother rat started stepping forward with massive strides wanting to help the troll mouse king. However, as it started moving, countless vines already burst from the ground, binding towards its body. Roar! The nest mother rat got its beast feet entwined by the vines and immediately began to struggle and roar, its forelimbs and sharp claws reaching out towards the vines. Its sharp claws sliced through, and with a strength not inferior to the troll mouse king's, the vines broke one by one. Suhan watched the vines break and contemplated. The strength of the vines is still lacking. Could the metallic quality be insufficient? Previously, he had mostly fought weaker monsters, and few could tear the vines apart. Even some somewhat stronger monsters could not escape the density of those vines, which now served as a reminder to him. With a thought, he continued to command the ancient worm tree to attack, reasoning that if one vine could be broken, then let 10 vines entangle it. With fast-growing vines and intermediate self-healing in hand, Suhan had enough confidence to wear it down. As Suhan controlled the ancient worm tree to burst forth, more vines surged like a tide, especially entwining around the two hind legs furthest from the forelimbs. The nest mother rat swung its massive forelimbs to break free, but at that moment, 4 thicker tentacles suddenly surged from the ground, unmistakably the man-eating vines. No sooner had the man-eating vines appeared than they rapidly wrapped around the 2 forelimb beast claws and bit into the nest mother rat's body. A significant amount of paralyzing toxin was injected, and the nest mother rat immediately realized the bad situation, swelling up and emitting a piercing roar. The terrifying roar, with its powerful sonic force, caused some nearby rat monsters to have intracranial bleeding and collapse on the spot. Many vines weakened in their movements due to the roar, loosening their grip on the nest mother rat. Seeing the hope of escaping, the nest mother rat struggled even harder, attempting to break free from the vine's bondage. If it managed to break free this time and join the troll mouse king, then the vines could never bind it again. But it was celebrating too soon. After withstanding the initial impact, the ancient worm tree quickly reacted and intensified the vine's bondage. From afar, Suhan's eyes narrowed, then he shouted, "Old Zhu, where are the city defense crossbows?" Zhu Zhuang was currently controlling his angel envoy to sweep through those monsters, and had himself entered the fray with an axe, each swing taking down a monster. Hearing Suhan's shout, he responded loudly, "On top of the red truck." Upon hearing the reply, Suhan's gaze immediately fixed on the red truck, and he leaped directly onto its roof. The city defense crossbow and huge crossbow arrows were anchored there. He unlocked the restraints, grabbed a crossbow arrow, and loaded it onto the city defense crossbow. Under metal manipulation, he immediately turned the direction of the city defense crossbow, aiming it at the nest mother rat. Suhan cranked the winch, the crossbow string tense, and then pulled the trigger to shoot. The 2-meter-long huge crossbow arrow shot out like lightning, soaring over the monster crowd and directly hitting the body of the nest mother rat. Blood splattered out, the entire crossbow arrow embedding in the nest mother rat's body. Its roaring was interrupted, and more vines wrapped around at that moment, even sealing its mouth. Suhan chuckled, but his actions didn't stop. He already set up the second crossbow arrow on the city defense crossbow, aiming at the nest mother rat. Although the city defense crossbow couldn't cause fatal injuries, the nest mother rat was now bound, with no place to dodge. A little assistance in weakening it was sufficient. After it was weakened, the ancient worm tree could completely control it. Swoosh! The second crossbow arrow shot out swiftly. The nest mother rat struggling mightily to dodge, but its body, already bound by the vines, couldn't move at all and was quickly hit. The vines entered through the two blood holes, continuously widening them and churning its innards. At this point, the nest mother rat had no means left to resist the vine intrusion, its ears, nose, and eyes all pierced by the vines. The nest mother rat let out a deep mournful cry. Before long, the paralyzing toxin injected in large quantities by the ancient worm tree had taken effect, and its huge body began to wobble, then heavily crashed to the ground. Roar the troll mouse king let out a terrifying roar. Seeing the nest mother rat brought down, it immediately realized that the clan's peril had reached a critical moment. Suddenly, a terrifying red light burst from its body, and the scent of blood permeated its surroundings as sharp beast claws reached out for the scorpion spider demon. This time, the sharp claws even had a red glow to them. The scorpion spider demon was struck by this attack, and the plates of its floating pagoda black armor immediately shattered, and even the iron skin beneath the armor couldn't withstand the assault. The sharp beast claws tore through the body of the scorpion spider demon, and blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. Crack! The scorpion spider demon, a ferocious creature, despite taking a heavy blow to the chest, immediately thrust its metallic claws from under its ribs into the beast claws of the troll mouse king, locking it down. A swing of the wolf fang club came crashing down hard on the beast claw, instantly breaking the bones, and the sharp metal claws even sliced off the front paw. The troll mouse king roared in agony, but the scorpion spider demon charged forward, fiercely colliding with the troll mouse king and grabbing its body with both arms. The floating pagoda black armor shifted, and the exposed crimson demon eye on its shoulder fired a blast of red light, slamming heavily into the troll mouse king. With just one blast, the troll mouse king's body shook violently, as if it had taken a heavy blow to the brain, and it started trembling uncontrollably. However, before it could recover, a second blast from the crimson demon eye was launched. This time, blood immediately flowed from the nose and mouth of the troll mouse king, and its crimson eyes dilated, nearly bulging out. Coagulation cannon. The troll mouse king, caught off guard, was severely wounded, but the scorpion spider demon didn't plan to let up. A blood sphere quickly gathered in front of its scorpion mouth, then struck the defenseless troll mouse king heavily. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a large hole immediately appeared in the stomach of the troll mouse king, with blood continuously spurting out. After a series of heavy hits, the troll mouse king could no longer resist. Meanwhile, the wounds previously inflicted on the scorpion spider demon had already mostly healed, slowly closing up. Detected a fusion-capable living monster, the troll mouse king. Proceed with fusion. Detected a fusion-capable living monster, the broodnest mouse queen. Proceed with fusion. Prompts for fusion simultaneously appeared for the scorpion spider demon and the ancient worm tree. Suhan's eyes lit up, exactly what he had been waiting for. Without any hesitation, he immediately thought to himself, fusion. The two angel envoys started fusing unrestrainedly, while the surrounding rat monsters tried to interfere and rescue their king. But fusion didn't stop them from acting. The scorpion spider demon continued its fusion with one hand, while sweeping away rat monsters with the wolf fang club in the other, keeping them from getting close. Even more terrifyingly, the crimson demon eye, after a brief rest, burst forth again, sweeping over a crowd of rat monsters before it. Although the power was somewhat reduced since it wasn't a one-on-one attack, it was still a formidable attack for the rat monsters. At the ancient worm tree, fast-growing vines covered the ground and underground, strangling approaching rat monsters or turning them into nutrients for the man-eating vine. The tree barn worm had already been recalled to its side, and although there were only 100 hatched worms currently, combined with the vine attacks, they were enough to trouble these rat monsters. Kill. The defeat of the Mouse King and Queen plunged the rat monsters into chaos, weakening their assault considerably. Go Wu Tao and Yen Tijun seized the opportunity to launch a final attack. This time, not only the angel envoys fought, but the contractors also began to push forward. Clad in black armor, Suhan gripped a poo knife and charged into the rat monster swarm, leading the charge in the general attack. With every movement of his hand, a rat monster was cleaved in two, though in human form. Suhan's strength was greater than that of a typical angel envoy, and in just a few short moments, he had swept through hundreds of rat monsters. Such sweeping continued for half an hour until the rat monsters were completely scattered, gradually being exterminated. Even those few that escaped numbered only over 100 and could only struggle to survive in the caves. With just over 100 rat monsters left, it was unlikely that they could evolve to such scales again. Especially since there was no longer a stockpile of food, they would need to continuously compete with other monsters to secure resources for growth. We finally won. Go Wu Tao wiped his blood-stained machete, his body and face already splattered with blood, the smell so familiar to him now. Having retired from the front lines a while ago, it had been a long time since he had fought in earnest, and Go Wu Tao felt somewhat nostalgic. Yan Tijun, however, was much calmer. His angel envoy, a giant macrophage dog, also of first order upper grade, had killed many rat monsters in the fight. Days like this will be plenty in the future. He paused slightly, but at least we finally have this stockpile, which means we can do so much more. Go Wu Tao nodded, understanding Yan Tijun's meaning. With the stockpile secured, they could shelter more people, expand the base, save survivors. Each of these required food as a backbone. Otherwise, just waiting for crops to grow would take at least 2 or 3 months, by which time most people would be dead. Old Yan, you take some people to clean up the battlefield, and I'll go with Suhan to check the warehouse, see what the situation is, okay? Chapter 133, The Situation of the Granary. Although there was a prior agreement with Suhan, the majority of the rat monster corpses on the battlefield had to be handed over to him. However, aside from the rat monster corpses, the casualty situation of the southern city guards, wound treatment for their personnel, and other matters also needed to be tallied and addressed promptly, which required the oversight of a person of significant authority. On Go Wu Tao's side, he found Suhan accompanied by the 2 angel envoys. At this moment, Suhan was still clad in black armor and had no intention of removing it. The poo knife in his hand was stained with blood, and his aura was so chillingly cold that it put people on edge. Suhan, we need to clean out the warehouse next. Are you coming over personally, or? Go Wu Tao originally intended for Suhan to join him, but his words changed upon seeing that both of his angel envoys were devouring the Troll Mouse King and the Mother Nest Queen, so he altered his approach. It was clear that the 2 angel envoys could not stray too far at the moment, which was why he sought out Suhan now. Even though Suhan himself was essentially an anthropomorphic monster and had the strength to protect himself, since he did not want Suhan to misinterpret a sudden invitation, what was meant to be an invitation turned into an inquiry. After some thought, Suhan called out to Zhuang in the distance, "Old Zhu, Miu, you 2 go and check the condition of the grain warehouse." Upon hearing Suhan's command, Zhuang immediately responded, "No problem, we're on it." Seeing that Suhan had called upon Zhuang and Yan Miu, one a representative of military strength and the other the head of logistics, both of whom were influential, Go Wu Tao nodded in agreement and said, "All right, then we'll go on ahead, and you tell me if anything comes up here." Go Wu Tao and Zhuang's teams entered the king grain warehouse. Although the rat monster army had been defeated, including the death of their king and queen at the hands of Suhan, that did not guarantee the absence of rat monsters or other creatures within. One can never be too cautious. After all, everyone has but one life, and once it's gone, everything is lost. Meanwhile, Suhan waited silently for the fusion of his 2 angel envoys. Compared to the monsters he had encountered before, the difficulty of this fusion was undoubtedly greater. The resistance of both the Troll Mouse King and the Mother Nest Queen was extremely fierce. The fusion process was becoming increasingly prolonged. After well over half an hour, just as Go Wu Tao and his team had completed a round of inspection and returned, the fusion had only completed a quarter of their bodies. "What's the situation inside?" Seeing that Go Wu Tao didn't look too pleased, Suhan spoke up and asked. With a slightly grim expression, Go Wu Tao said, "At most, there are a little over 20,000 tons left. The rat horde has consumed a lot of the food, and there's also a fair amount that has been contaminated. Half of the 50,000 tons of grain had been consumed, no insignificant figure. It must be understood that, given a 50,000-ton reserve, even if the 2 camps were to divide it equally, the food could supply 1 million people for 1.5 months. Although factors such as poor reserves, greater consumption by contractors, and other reasons may slightly shorten this duration, it still represents a 3 to 4 10-day period of consumption for 1 million people. However, 10,000 tons would only be enough for 200,000 people for 3 months under ideal conditions. In reality, the actual duration of use would be somewhat shorter. Of course, 200,000 is a significant number, and the survivors' camp in South City currently has only a few thousand people, which seems more than enough. But this is under the current circumstance where South City has not fully expanded and has not conducted an active search for survivors, maintaining a population of just a few thousand. If they were to commence a full search, the number of people would quickly rise, and the consumption would increase by the day. Moreover, it's the post-apocalyptic era, and there are no other channels for supplies. Without establishing corresponding production and with only several months' worth of reserves, it's equally a perilous situation. 10,000 tons is not a small amount, after all. Suhan appeared calm, understanding Go Wu Tao's concerns and said, "There are not a few who have survived in South City, scattered in various places. But even when you begin your rescue operations, not all of them may join you, so 10,000 tons should be enough. You could even consider trying to feed the evolved kind." Go Wu Tao's expression changed slightly as he frowned. "You mean, like a small group?" Suhan nodded and replied, "Yes, so 10,000 tons will be enough. In a way, Suhan's survivors' camp was akin to a small group, yet their formidable strength meant that South City regarded him as an equal. However, it was a different story for other small groups, which lacked the capability to protect civilians and instead relied on their own power to dominate. Undoubtedly, such groups would come into conflict with the current camp in South City since they would not be content to submit to others. We'll play it by ear. Go Wu Tao shook his head slightly, then said, well, according to our agreement, let's start moving the goods. Suhan nodded and said, we'll each take half, and I'll leave it to Old Zhu and his team to handle my share. The two reaffirmed their agreement, with no hint of reneging. Suhan immediately instructed Old Zhu and Yan Mi to organize personnel to move the goods, while Bakelin returned to the camp after collecting enough samples to stand guard. As for himself, he remained here, continuing to monitor the fusion process. 2.5 hours later, as a group of people began to transport the grain, Suhan's side finally completed the fusion of the two monsters. The ancient worm tree's fusion progress with the mother nest rat queen reached 34%, while the fusion progress of the troll mouse king with the scorpion spider demon reached 32%, nearly 1/3. However, this was just the beginning of the fusion. Suhan's two angel envoys began to work on the piled-up rat monster corpses, with the ancient worm tree being moved by Suhan to the Mountain Hollow battlefield to integrate the rat monster corpses there. Meanwhile, the scorpion spider demon stayed at the grain warehouse battlefield to fuse on the spot. For a full day and night, the scorpion spider demon first integrated the thousands of bodies on this side, and then joined Suhan at the Mountain Hollow to continue the fusion process. In both battlefields, nearly 10,000 rat monster corpses were needed for one angel envoy to gradually bring the fusion progress to completion. Troll Mouse King 100% fusion complete, Scorpion Spider Demon level breakthrough to 3rd order, acquired skills, level 1 Blood Chi Blessing, skill advancement, level 3 Coagulation Cannon. The Scorpion Spider Demon was the first to complete its advancement, its size surging past the 10-meter mark. The carapace of its lower half, which was scorpion-shaped, became pitch black and shiny, even more resilient, while its upper body's muscles bulged like boulders, unyielding and sturdy. A blood-red color of vital energy surged through its body, interspersed with spiritual energy. With a thought, vital energy enveloped its scorpion tail, and with a whip of the tail, it was as if a poo knife had slashed, instantly creating a 5-meter-long fissure in the ground that was 2 meters deep. Suhan's eyes lit up. This blood chi blessing seemed not only to temporarily enhance strength and speed but also served as a means to extend attack range. Remembering the claw strike of the Troll Mouse King that not even the floating pagoda black armor could withstand, he could imagine how strong this attack was. No anthropomorphic state advancement, but it broke through to 3rd order. Next, it can start addressing the weak points. Enhancements for floating pagoda black armor, iron skin, and also self-healing. Suhan wasn't disappointed that the Scorpion Spider Demon hadn't undergone a morphological evolution. The enhancement of strength was the key point, the evolution of form was just a manifestation. The increase in strength of the 3rd order Scorpion Spider Demon was undoubtedly immense, yet Suhan was still somewhat unsatisfied, as the battle with the Troll Mouse King had also exposed shortcomings. Mother Nest Rat Queen 100% fusion complete, Ancient Worm Tree level breakthrough to 3rd order, acquired anthropomorphic state advancement. Mother Nest Ancient Tree, acquired skills, Treeborn Vine Giant Rat, Soundwave Tree Fruit. Unlike the Scorpion Spider Demon, the Ancient Worm Tree's advancement was accompanied by morphological evolution. The entire crown of the ancient tree grew rapidly, the trunk thickened considerably, the branches became more massive, the vines spread unchecked, and the bark's color became even more ancient. The tree's aura grew even deeper. In just a few minutes, the entire tree shot up to 60 meters, a veritable sky-piercing giant tree. Among its massive branches, pouch-shaped objects resembling fruits hung down, about 10 meters above the ground, some higher, some lower, emitting a faint green glow. The pouches throbbed slightly as if possessing life. Suhan felt the changes in the Mother Nest Ancient Tree. It seemed there wasn't much mutation in appearance, but the tree's entire aura was more vigorous, with the fresh sensation of life. Although this feeling was a little twisted, as creating life also involved a sense of eeriness, there was no doubt the Mother Nest Ancient Tree was now powerful. The Treeborn Vine Giant Rat was apparently of the same type as the Treeborn Worm, a nesting ability skill that could incubate creatures like vine giant rats from the pouches. Strength roughly between 1st order inferior and 1st level intermediate, appearance unknown. However, Suhan could sense through his skills that there were 50 vine giant rats, with an activity range of about 1,000 meters, not a small distance. Yet, much like the Treeborn Worm, vine giant rats required the tree sap of the Mother Nest Ancient Tree to survive for extended periods. The other skill was interesting, as it resembled the piercing screech of the Mother Nest Rat Queen. With a thought from Suhan, A vine suddenly came before him, spiritual energy gathered upon it, and then a red fruit began to form. The vine whipped out, flinging the Soundwave tree fruit away, landing it around 100 meters on the ground. As soon as the Soundwave tree fruit hit the ground, it exploded instantly, and the piercing sound of the blast was unnerving, making one's scalp tingle. At the sight of the explosion, a hole about a meter deep appeared in the ground, the power outstripping that of a standard hand grenade. Most importantly were the effects of the sonic blast attack. At 100 meters away, it was already jarring to the ears and could cause tingling sensations. If closer, it could be lethally effective, similar to the roar of the mother nest rat queen. And that was just one Soundwave tree fruit. If a series of Soundwave tree fruits were to explode together, they could form a terrifying wave of sound and exert widespread suppression. Of course, one could also be directly blown to death. Now we have bombs. How could we lack mass destructive skills? Suhan murmured. In terms of combat power, the Mother Nest Ancient Tree's single combat strength was actually weaker than that of the Scorpion Spider Demon, because as long as the vines could not effectively restrict, the Mother Nest Ancient Tree could only engage in close combat in its anthropomorphic state. In that state, it couldn't possibly match the Scorpion Spider Demon. The role of the Mother Nest Ancient Tree was as a territorial angel envoy, commanding monster armies, cultivating dependent beasts, vine control, and other means, making any monster entering its territory fall into a monster tide. However, as vital as group combat was, it wasn't sufficient without having a trump card for critical situations, because there would always be powerful individuals that could pose a threat. Therefore, the Soundwave tree fruit was a good start, control combined with bomb strikes. Equipped with such a setup, the fight for the Mother Nest Rat Queen wouldn't require Suhan's help. Next, first enhance the strength of the vines, and let's see what the new dependent beast looks like. While incorporating the fusion materials, the supply of the dependent beast had also completed absorption, with the womb being that of the mountain corpse giant rat, and all materials sourced from the corpses of rat monsters. Suhan had a hunch it would still be a rat-type creature, but to what extent it would develop was indeed something to look forward to. Chapter 134, Vine Giant Rat. Both angel envoys had broken through the Third Order, and the power they fed back to Suhan was immensely strong. His physical qualities further improved, with significant enhancements to both his muscle and skin strength. Even without using the iron skin and black armor skills, bullets fired at him would likely only injure the epidermis, or perhaps not even cause noticeable harm. After briefly adapting to his newfound strength, Suhan did not continue to stay at the grain depot. He entrusted the matters there to Zhuang before preparing to leave. Taking down the King grain warehouse wasn't too difficult, but to transport 10,000 tons of grain, it would be absolutely impossible without several days. And that's assuming there were enough vehicles. The load limit of a dump truck is around 20 to 30 tons. Considering the overload that would not affect driving, the total capacity is about 40 to 50 tons. You can't fit more than that. Factoring out the time on the road and loading and unloading, a truck could make 3 to 4 trips a day. Even with 20 trucks working together, it would take 4 to 5 days. That's under ideal conditions, so Suhan couldn't possibly stay here that long. He could only leave it to old Zhu and Yanmi to oversee. With 2 second-order contractors present, they could handle most emergencies, and even if they encountered a powerful monster, they could ensure an escape. As the post-apocalyptic time extended, the strength of the monsters and the scale of their communities were also growing, hence the need for caution. Zhuang didn't just call on the original 10 trucks, he later increased it to 20, and also had Gogang haul back a tank of oil from a gas station, which was barely sufficient. At the Shannu Villa district, apart from the several hundred-ton surface warehouses, the primary grain storage was done using excavated basements. Zhang Dehai ordered someone to dig a deep pit, and then Suhan and the Scorpion Spider Demon initiated metal manipulation to form the bottom and walls of the warehouse out of metal. The grain was poured inside, and then they sealed it with metal. Before sealing, they burned candles to consume the oxygen. This was the most suitable storage method that Suhan could implement. Although it consumed most of the metal accumulated during this period, it was worthwhile as it would keep the grain fresher for longer. In these 5 days, not only did the Mother Nest Ancient Tree restore the level 3 tree barnworms to their full complement of 300, distributed in the surrounding land for reconnaissance, but the vine giant rats were also replenished in the tree pouches. In the vast lawn behind Villa Number 9, 50 tall vine giant rats stood in orderly rows in front of the Mother Nest Ancient Tree. Suhan and Bakelin were observing the characteristics of these vine giant rats. The vine giant rats, covered in long fur, were a pale green color with a shoulder height of 2 meters and a body length of 3 meters. A few vines that could move grew on both sides of their backs, and even their tails resembled vines. Looking at the 4 paws of the vine giant rat, they had turned woody, resembling the claws of an old tree. They resembled both gigantic rat monsters and living beings made of plants. The vine giant rats and tree barnworms are somewhat similar. Their main bodies contain the genes of the mother nest ancient tree, but are also mixed with the genes of rat monsters, Bakelin said as she recorded data. Speaking to Suhan, out of the 50 vine giant rats, only about 5 are first-level intermediate, reaching 4 meters in length, which is roughly 10%. However, even the first-order inferior vine giant rats have decent combat abilities, with a carrying capacity of around 1 ton, and their vines can be used for binding. 1 ton, 2,000 pounds, ordinary private cars can't carry that much under normal circumstances. After all, they're monsters from the post-apocalypse. After a moment's reflection, Suhan said, they could indeed serve as an alternative to vehicles, but most importantly as mounts. There were still vehicles in the base camp, but the major concerns were part wear and tear and fuel consumption. And compared to these consumptions, the main issue was that if a combat situation arose, unless it was a heavily equipped off-road vehicle or truck, it stood no chance in the face of monsters. They'd make good mounts. Bakelin looked at the vine giant rats in front of her and continued, there are nearly 600 people in the camp now, with 30 villas basically full and temporary housing being constructed. The patrol team needs to cover a large area every day, and walking takes a lot of time. Despite it being just a residential district, this was the Shanu Villa district, comparable to a park in size, hence walking patrols were highly inefficient. Moreover, with Zhuang and the others venturing out for supplies, the vine giant rats were undoubtedly even more essential. Mobility was one aspect. If danger arose and a large number of vine giant rats perished, Suhan at the camp would instantly notice and could dispatch a rescue team. Then distribute them, assign some to the patrol team for Mio, and equip some for the search teams with Old Zhu. A 1,000-meter distance to further urban areas was somewhat of a stretch, so Old Zhu's group would have to make do for now. How is the progress with the injection serum? Suhan looked at Bakelin, inquiring about the injection serum. 2 batches have been made, one with 80 doses, comprising vine giant rat and tree bornworm serums, and another with 20 doses of the mother nest ancient tree serum, divided into number 1, 2, 3, equivalent to the strength of first-level intermediate, first-order upper grade, and second-order lower strength, injected according to their strength levels. Bakelin was quick, especially since Jimin Ying and Xu Hongwing started assisting her. The serum was produced rapidly within 5 days without stopping the purification process. Of course, one reason for the speed was the strength of the mother nest ancient tree. Extracting its blood to create the injection serum, they further diluted it into 3 kinds of serums, saving a lot of effort. Suhan's eyes flickered slightly as he said, get it organized, and while you're at it, call Old Zhu and the others for a meeting. Alright. As Bakelin went to fetch the medication, Suhan gestured for the vine giant rats to move around the ancient worm tree and return to Villa number 9 himself. With a large stockpile of food now accumulated, there's much more that can be done around the camp. Both the personnel and the territory need to be expanded to form a better cycle, and with more people, we'll be able to collect even more materials. Monster flesh, metals, and other materials are all required by the 2 angel envoys, not to mention that a page in my book of blood spirit is still empty, and the 3rd angel envoy is also being sought out. In the midst of contemplation, Bakelin quickly took out the injection and called over Yan Miu and the others. Since it was a meeting personally called by Suhan, almost all the core members were present. Zhu Zhuang, Yan Miu, Gan Xinglai, Zhang Dehai, Go Gang, Yi Kailing, Cao Yubao, and others. Everyone was seated around the living room, with Suhan at the main seat. He glanced around at everyone and said, taking down the grain warehouse cost us a lot of effort. Let's start with the matter of the injections. Getting straight to the point, Suhan didn't butter anyone up, and everyone immediately understood that it was time for rewards. Their ears perked up, and they listened even more intently. Old Zhu, you led the assault on the grain warehouse and made a significant effort. Afterwards, you were also responsible for overseeing the transportation, so this time you'll get 1 number 3 mother nest ancient tree injection, which is equivalent to second-order lower strength. Zhu Zhuang grinned and said, I won't be bashful then. Miu, your situation is about the same as Old Zhu's, also a number 3 mother nest ancient tree injection. I have no problem with that. Zhang Dehai, you participated in the battle and also led the team to build the warehouse, you'll get a number 2 mother nest ancient tree injection. Thank you, boss. Old Go, you took part in maintaining the convoy, transporting with the vehicles, and fighting at the grain warehouse, so you also get the number 2 injection. Old Gan and Yi Kailing, the 2 of you stayed behind to guard the camp. Although you didn't fight, your contributions are counted at the same level as Old Go's, a number 2 injection. I have no problem, the 2 replied in unison. A number 2 injection was already quite good. If absorbed properly, it should allow them to reach the racial bottleneck. Su-han looked at the last person, his voice softened slightly as he spoke. Master Cao, you've been leading the medical team tirelessly, treating the wounded and the camp members. Your contributions are also significant. I'll give you a number 3 injection, and it's best if you use it yourself to enhance your strength. Cao Yubao's old face froze for a moment as he shook his head subconsciously. I've not been on the front lines, what I did was only my duty. Reduce it by 1 grade, reduce it by 1. Cao Yubao was an old-fashioned doctor, benevolent by nature, with a strong sense of collectivism. He rambled on, you kids are on the front lines fighting monsters, risking your lives. You should receive what you deserve first. As for someone like me who's in the rear. Su-han revealed a smile and said, Master Cao, the stronger you are, the sturdier your body will be, and the more people you'll be able to save. Cao Yubao paused, and upon hearing this, he nodded and fell silent. Miu, the authority for the number 3 injections will be limited to just a few of you. The remaining number 2 and number 1 injections, as well as the vine giant rat and tree-born worm injections, will be opened for exchange. You assess the specific contribution values needed and bring me the regulations, said Su-han. Yan Mi looked at the box next to Bakelin and nodded. I will work out a plan as soon as possible and have it to you by the afternoon. The exchange system had already been gradually perfected, so it wouldn't be a problem to come up with specific exchange values. After the injections were distributed, Su-han spoke seriously. Let's move on to the matter of expansion. Miu, how are we currently doing in terms of personnel and materials at the camp? The camp has a total of 632 people, including 423 contractors and 160 combat personnel, which consists of patrol and search teams. The rest are non-combat personnel. As for materials, thanks to the recent King Grain warehouse supplies, food will be plentiful for a long time. In fact, the number of people might not keep up with the storage losses, so I suggest expanding the breeding of evolved kinds, using some of the food storage. As she spoke, Yan Mi glanced at Zhu Zhuang and said, currently, the main evolved kinds at the camp are the fish from Yunling Lake, as well as a litter of evolved piglets we rescued earlier, 2 bone armor giant pigs, 4 giant mane wild boars, and 2 tusked wild boars, all of which can be raised. They are cost-effective whether used as a meat source or as work animals. Using life-saving food to raise evolved kinds is an extravagance for many post-apocalyptic groups, but Yan Mi spoke calmly. She even added, evolved kinds grow quickly, the investment and returns are very cost-effective. Zhu Zhuang muttered to himself, why are they looking at me? Those are the bone armor giant pig's offspring, not my angel envoys. After becoming an angel envoy, the bone armor giant pig had long let go of family ties. That's feasible. Su-han nodded in agreement and then indicated for Yan Mi to continue. Yan Mi said, in addition to food, we need to collect as much gasoline, generators, and especially medical supplies as possible. It's better to prepare for a rainy day, while there is enough at the moment. Going forward, the shortage of materials will only grow, so it's better to start collecting early. About medical supplies, I have something to say. Chapter 135, Pioneers and Survivors. Cao Yubao's voice came through, and everyone looked over. The old man spoke in an unhurried manner. One thing is to stockpile medicines, but what I'd like to suggest is trying to cultivate medicinal herbs. We should plant those medicinal seeds and see if they can, just as Miss Cullen has inferred, yield evolved kinds of medicine. He paused before adding, stockpiled drugs will eventually run out, and we need to prepare for that ahead of time. Cao Yubao's suggestion was sensible, and Yan Mi quickly took note of this point, her gaze also turning towards Su-han. Su-han nodded, saying, leave this matter to me to handle. As for how much to plant and what can be sown, Master Cao, please pay close attention. However, it may not be possible to find that many medicinal seeds under the current circumstances. I understand, Cao Yubao said with a bitter smile, it's just that if we can save one more person, we should save one more. Boss, I have a question. Zhang Dehai raised his hand, and his burly frame made his gesture appear somewhat comical. However, he wore a serious expression, he wasn't at the meeting to joke around. Speak. Zhang Dehai asked, how are we going to expand? Su-han was taken aback, and Zhang Dehai realized that his question was too general, so he elaborated. The Shanu Villa district already has a perimeter wall, which naturally serves as a barrier against monsters. This place is easy to defend, but it has a limited capacity for people. If you say we're going to expand, there will definitely be more and more people. When it's time to extend outwards, there won't be any protective walls. How are we going to arrange this? Even without actively rescuing, just through Zhuang and their search for supplies, they had been bringing in a few survivors, only differing in the number. If expansion began in earnest, the number of people would only increase, and housing would become a problem. Zhang Dehai was in construction and was clear about the ins and outs of the matter. Building houses couldn't keep up with the increasing population, and constructing walls of sufficient perimeter would be no small undertaking. His words left everyone deep in thought. It was a problem. How to defend after expanding? This place was not like South City's new industrial park, which itself had a certain level of partitioning, with each large factory surrounded by high walls. The South City camp only needed to capture a factory, clear out the monsters, and then it could accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands of people, all with employee dormitories and factory buildings for sleeping. Do we need to change locations? Zhu Zhuang muttered, immediately shaking his head. The crops were growing taller, and the number of evolved fish in the lake was increasing. Moving now would be like destroying one's home. Su Han's eyes flickered as he looked at the map on the table. After pondering for a while, he said, Summer Garden Mall, Nanshan Residential District, Northridge Road, Riverside Avenue, seal these exits and rely on the surrounding buildings to form partitions. Although it will not be as secure as the Shanu Villa District, it will suffice for now. Once the population increases, we'll gradually set up proper walls. Everyone looked at the map, and indeed, as Su Han had said, if the exits to these places were sealed off, it would form an outer ring on the east side of the Shanu Villa District. The size of the camp would expand with some defensive capability. These plans were entirely feasible, and there was no need to build new residences, as there were already buildings available for use. However, it's going to be tough to clear the area. He had been to Summer Garden Mall in Nanshan Residential District before, clearing several areas and searching for supplies, but not entirely. There were bound to be omissions. And for the other locations that remained, there was the need to clear them floor by floor, which was no simple task. Clear them gradually, gather the survivors, and collect supplies. I will have the tree barn worm and vine giant rat help you, Su Han stated. The areas within this circle were mostly within a straight line distance of 1,000 meters, within which the tree barn worm and vine giant rat could offer support. We should also take control of Yunling Mountain, Bakelin's voice chimed in. If we expand towards the city, there's very little arable land available unless we overturn buildings and roads, but that's not realistic. Therefore, we need a planting backup, and Yunling Mountain is a good choice. Bakelin's comment was to the point, and Su Han nodded, saying, then let's include Yunling Mountain as well. With the plan set, Shanu Villa Camp, like a giant machine wound up, began to operate. First, Zhao Yiman, Xian Ying, Cheng Xuan, and other mid-level combat members exchanged their merits for a wave of injections to further enhance their strength. Then they immediately signed up with Zhu Zhuang, volunteering eagerly for the cleanup work. This cleanup operation was aimed at thoroughness, so it would not be easy, but nobody backed down. Only through battle, contributing to the camp, was it possible to exchange for more powerful injections and acquire greater strength. No one was without a thirst for power, so they all wanted to improve. Zhu Zhuang, Gan Xinglai, Zhang Dehai, Go Gang, each leading a team, began to clean up from 4 different directions. The cleaning plan was straightforward. First locate a suitable intersection to serve as a blockade point, then use the scattered, abandoned cars on the streets as initial barricades. With the wreckage of cars blocking the influx of external monsters, Su Han and Scorpion Spider Demon would later use metal control at the checkpoint to form metal doors, completely sealing off the entire area with the car wreckage. Zhu Zhuang rode the bone armor giant pig with 20 people rapidly approaching Northridge Avenue. Within the pioneering team, his strength was the highest, hence, this area that had not yet been cleared naturally fell to him to manage. The 20 people behind him didn't drive this time but instead, paired up on the vine giant rats, equipped with the black bag at their waist containing ancient tree crystals. Place the ancient tree crystals, disperse the fog to start clearing the monsters, find a suitable position to seal first. Got it, Brother Zhu. Zhu Zhuang and his men took out the ancient tree crystals from their waists and placed them along the path towards both sides of Northridge Avenue intermittently. The light dispelled the fog but also attracted the attention of the monsters. A multitude of monsters began to swarm in, with a first-order upper-grade giant macrophage dog leading the charge at the forefront. Without waiting for Zhu Zhuang to speak up, Zhao Yiman, who was accompanying them, had already summoned his angel envoy and rushed forward to engage. Zhao Yiman had participated in the battle at King Grain Warehouse and had also been involved in the transportation of food supplies. His contribution value had always been high. Therefore, after the new round of exchanges for the injection was made available, he had exchanged his contribution value for number 2 injection and had completed the inoculation. At this moment, his angel envoy had transformed from a corpse-like figure to a more than 3-meter-tall humanoid monster. Half of its body was covered with a wood-like skin, complementing the metal armor it wore. On one arm it had clawed hands and on the other, a hand formed by the twisted vines, its fingernails sharp and extendable. Its combat strength was formidable, and it ranked among the best within the first-order upper grade. As soon as the giant macrophage dog charged in, It got struck by Zhao Yiman's corp-like angel envoy's vine arm, then wrapped around its neck. Closing the distance, the angel envoy landed a heavy punch on the dog's head. The giant macrophage dog took a heavy blow and fiercely rammed forward, but Zhao Yiman's angel envoy only tightened its grip and continued to assault it relentlessly until before long, it had been overpowered and pushed to the ground. Whoosh! Zhao Yiman, cooperating seamlessly, raised his hand and shot a crossbow arrow straight into the head of the giant macrophage dog, severely wounding it with a single strike. Everyone engage, give it your all, these are all contribution values. Upon Zhu Zhuang's call to arms, the others also called out their angel envoys to charge at the wave of oncoming monsters. Far from being afraid, they were actually a bit excited, because bringing back the bodies of the monsters was indeed counted toward contribution value. Whether it was for their own leader or the crops and monsters at the camp, they all required flesh and blood. With the angel envoys quickly taking the front line, Zhu Zhuang's 2 second-rank apostles took the most pressure by positioning themselves at either side of the street, while the rest of the people's angel envoys coordinated in their offensive. This time, those who had joined the cleaning mission were all combatants who had previously used injections. The strength of their angel envoys was generally not weak, with half of them being at first-level intermediate, and they exhibited clear characteristics of tree barnworms or vine giant rats in their physical forms. In addition to the fighters' angel envoys, 10 vine giant rats had joined the battle. What was a docile appearance when serving as mounts had significantly changed now. Their massive bodies plunged into the horde of monsters, immediately sending many corp-like creatures tumbling. Their vine-like tails lashed out, wrapping up corp-like creatures or other monsters and smashing them around, their sharp claws slashing open abdomens like knives. The battle was akin to a one-sided slaughter, with over 300 corp-like creatures, giant macrophage dogs, and crawlers posing no threat to the cleaning squad members. Soon the ground was covered with bodies and blood flowed everywhere. Finish them off, then we move forward. Zhu Zhuang commanded everyone to finish off the enemies, and after more than 10 minutes, the group continued to push forward. Brother Zhu, the shops and buildings on both sides of the street lead up to the bend ahead. Beyond that is Nanwang Bridge, which leads directly to the upper stream of 2 rivers and Nanwang Lake. It's too open, we can't hold it. Zhao Yimeng relayed the situation to Zhu Zhuang, who frowned decisively and said to pile up vehicles at the mouth of the road ahead. As they made their way down the street, they dropped ancient tree crystals and periodically killed monsters that burst out. The vine giant rats became the biggest workforce, pulling vehicles one after another to the mouth of the street. Stacked up like a small mountain, close to 12.5 vehicles were piled high, touching the buildings on either side and sealing off the intersection tightly. To the next alleyway. There was more than one intersection, and of course, this one was undeniably the biggest one. Zhu Zhuang and his team had hardly stopped all morning. The 3 other squads were also making good progress, having blocked off half of the intersections. There are 3 more intersections, near the 2 rivers. Zhu Zhuang cleaved a suddenly emerging monster with his axe, then checked the direction. It was already the afternoon. Once these intersections were blocked, the work for the day would temporarily come to an end. They would be able to start cleaning inward tomorrow, aiming to clear out this belt in a few days. Hold them back. Just as they stepped into the entrance of a small path, the ancient tree crystals had not yet been laid out on both sides of the road when suddenly urgent footsteps were already approaching. Zhu Zhuang's eyes shifted to the direction of the sounds, coming from the end of the street. Was there someone outside? On their way here, they had indeed found traces of survivors, mostly hiding inside buildings. Zhu Zhuang and his team were focused on their mission and had temporarily left them be, planning to deal with them when cleaning inwardly, but now the situation was different. Let's go check it out. Zhu Zhuang and the others quickly made their way there. The ancient tree crystals dispelled the mist and soon they saw another group of people fighting a blood-red monster at the end of the street. The monster was completely crimson, without skin, resembling a bull in shape but full of sharp teeth, with pitch-black eyes and a fearsome appearance. I'll hold it off, you all run first. Among a group of more than 20 people, 2 men were controlling their angel envoys to block the monster's path. Chapter 136, Survivors of Nanwang Lake. Both of them showed responsibility. One of the angel envoys looked like a giant claw zombie, slightly aberrant with odd features, as if it had devoured the flesh and blood of many monsters. Ugly carapaces had grown on its back. The other angel envoy was a massive crocodile-like monster, with its hulking body, spiny armor protruding from its back, and limbs that were stronger and more elongated than those of an ordinary crocodile. Its forelimbs were pitch black and curved like claws, and its sturdy hind limbs crouched slightly, ready to unleash their power. Both angel envoys were quite strong. The mutated giant claw zombie was a first-order upper grade, while the armored crocodile was a first-level intermediate, also close to reaching first-order upper grade. No sooner had the two angel envoys appeared than they rushed towards the blood-red monster, attempting to stop its attack. As long as they could hold it off for a while, their group would be able to leave this place. Roar, however, the monster was incredibly savage and charged at an even more ferocious speed, colliding with the two angel envoys. After the violent collision, the armored crocodile was sent flying, while the mutated giant claw zombie barely wrestled with it, but its body kept retreating. Let's help them. The remaining 20 or so people didn't flee. Seeing that Ron Zhao and his companion were at a disadvantage, they would place them in danger by escaping, wouldn't they? 4 or 5 people summoned their own angel envoys, all ordinary first-order inferior flesh zombies, and joined the battle. But they had barely made a move, when rustling sounds came from the edge of the mist. Suddenly, 4 or 5 blood-red monsters sprang out, human-shaped with elongated claws, and their skinless bodies were crimson red, with eyes as dark as ink. The crowd's faces were filled with shock, but the monsters had already charged over, leaving no chance to escape. Make way, the car's coming. Just at that moment, a rough voice rang out, and the ground shook with a rumble as Zhu Zhuang rode in on a bone-armored giant pig, with the glutton following beside him. His right arm had already elongated and swept across. With a dull sound, the blood-red bull monster was knocked away. As the arm swept through, the blood-red flesh zombies were knocked over, one of them having its head bitten clean off. Ran Zhao was astonished, but Zhu Zhuang had already started to fight. The bone-armored giant pig followed closely and arrived in front of the blood-red bull monster. Its fangs thrust forward, piercing through it with a squelch. Zhao Yiman and the others arrived soon after, their crossbow arrows already firing, piercing through the remaining blood-red flesh zombies' heads with a squelching sound. Brother Zhu, something's wrong. Just as they were about to inquire about the newcomers, Zhao Yiman suddenly pointed at the blood-red flesh zombie whose head was bitten off and yelled in shock. Zhu Zhuang looked intently and his expression changed too. The blood-red flesh zombie whose head had been bitten off was melting. Flesh and bones quickly turned into a pool of red substance, sticky and mushy, like minced meat. Not only the blood-red flesh zombies but also the killed blood-red bull monster and the remaining blood-red flesh zombies were rapidly fusing after death, leaving behind nothing but a puddle of bloody paste. Find something to collect it in, take it back for Kalin to research. Yes. Zhu Zhuang immediately became vigilant. In this apocalyptic world, there were all kinds of strange monsters, and now that they'd seen something different, they needed to be cautious. Zhao Yiman dealt with the bloody paste while Zhu Zhuang dismounted from the bone-armored giant pig. The glutton followed closely, as he approached Ran Zhao's group. What are your names? Where do you come from? How did you encounter these monsters? Zhu Zhuang's gaze was fixed on the man at the forefront, which was Ran Zhao controlling the mutated giant claw zombie. In this group of people, only 7 or 8 had contracted angel envoys, the rest were ordinary civilians, with many women among them carrying bags of all sizes, looking rushed, not like a squad searching for supplies. My name is Ran Zhao. Seeing that Zhu Zhuang was serious but his men were well organized and their look at people appeared normal, Ran Zhao felt somewhat relieved. We're from a camp near Nanwang Lake, but it was scattered due to a monster attack, so we ran here. We encountered these monsters on the street ahead, and we only saw the bull monster, he said with a wry smile. We don't know what's going on either. Having already been in such a sorry state whilst fleeing, they were suddenly attacked by such monsters. How could they know about these creatures? Zhu Zhuang stroked his plump chin, his beard scruffy and a bit prickly. After thinking for a while, he asked, your camp was near Nandwang Lake before, right? What's the situation there? What size was the camp, and what kind of monsters forced you to run like this? The barrage of questions overwhelmed Ran Zhao, who replied with a wry smile, Big brother, let me address them one by one, but we do have injured people here, can we see to them first? Indeed, within the group, there were 2 people being supported, which explained why their first instinct upon encountering strong monsters was to flee. Injured? Zhu Zhuang glanced over and then said, you two, help take care of them. He selected 2 people who carried first aid kits to come forward and help. Then, turning to Ran Zhao, he said, take your time. Thank you, Ran Zhao expressed his gratitude. We were staying inside a hotel near Nanwang Lake, with about 100 people, half of them contractors. We were doing well, living off of the big fish hunted in Nanwang Lake by the armored crocodile, and the camp had been on the right track. But we didn't expect that not long ago, the giant crocodile monster in Nanwang Lake suddenly went berserk with the armored crocodiles, attacking our camp. Nanwang Lake was vast, a natural lake formed near South City, rich in fish resources. The emergence of an evolved kind of fish was not strange. But what was this sudden giant crocodile monster that appeared? Explain clearly, what's the deal with the giant crocodile monster? Seeing old Zhu's impatience, Ran Zhao hurriedly explained, there's a group of monsters in Nanwang Lake that have likely mutated from crocodiles, They have crocodile heads on human bodies, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, and their strength is terrifying. Our leader was able to contract one by chance, and that's how we learn the name of the creature. We've always kept to ourselves, stealthily avoiding the territories of these monsters, but who knew? Ran Zhao and his group had considered how dangerous it was to have such creatures right next to them in Nanwang Lake. But danger also came with opportunity. The evolved kinds of fish in Nanwang Lake weren't just a source of food, they were also quite beneficial to their bodies. If they could continue to eat his meat and secretly contract the armored crocodiles in the lake, they would gather strength over time, and once their leader reached second order, they could definitely take over Nanwang Lake. Actually, the uprising wasn't sudden. However, at that moment, Liu Tinayu spoke up in some agitation. I've long told Hushan that a powerful monster entered Nanwang Lake. Didn't you hear how loud the roars were at night, and how the water churned? But he wouldn't listen, always saying he was close to the divine initiation ritual, about to break through to second order. And now he's gone. Old Liu, let's not talk about it, Ran Zhao said with a somber face. Having stuck together for over a month without too many disastrous events had undoubtedly created some bonds of fellowship. But what was there to say now that the man was dead? Was Hushan your leader? Yes, Ran Zhao nodded. He devised a plan to kill a giant crocodile monster with a vehicle and completed a contract, and he was the first to advance to first order upper grade. He even sensed the divine initiation. Only, he died this time. Was there a powerful monster in Nanwang Lake? Zhu Zhuang paid particular attention to this piece of information. Suhan was already third order, and they still hadn't found any monsters. Expanding the camp and gathering survivors also meant searching for traces of monsters. This was undoubtedly valuable information at the moment. You said a big monster came into the lake. Do you know what it is? Zhu Zhuang pressed for more details, fixing his gaze on Liu Tinayu. Liu Tinayu shook his head. I didn't see it, but whatever made that commotion must be a powerful creature. The other monsters in the lake are all afraid of that noise. Zhu Zhuang was somewhat disappointed, but at that moment, Zhao Yiman had also collected the blood metal on the ground into a container. Brother Zhu, it's done, Zhao Yiman said. Zhu Zhuang nodded and said, let's go back for now. We'll come back tomorrow to block the remaining breaches. They had been slightly delayed by Ran Zhao's group, so it was already getting a bit dark. The mist was surging, and they could have continued sealing the entryways, but the risk was much greater as the monsters would be more active, and dealing with Ran Zhao's group wasn't easy either. A first-order upper-grade survivor leading around 20 people had no other option but to be personally escorted back. Even if Zhao Yiman went, he might not be able to keep these people in check. Of course, this was a judgment made based on the worst-case scenario. Zhu Zhuang began to pack up, retrieving the ancient tree crystals he had placed along the way. The vine giant rat was responsible for carrying the load, with 3 to 4 people on its back. With its body 3 to 4 meters long, it could manage to carry these people, though it did seem a bit crowded. On the way back to Shanu Villa district, the closer they got to the villa area, the fewer monsters there were. The peaceful stretch of road astonished Ran Zhao and his group. Because this meant that the area was very safe. Entering through the main gate, the guard checked their identities before letting Zhu Zhuang in while sending someone to notify Yan Miu. By the time Zhu Zhuang and his group arrived at the villa district, Yan Miu had already sent Beizio to meet them. Brother Zhu, Sister Mia asked me to come over for the registration, Beizio said. Beizio, who had always assisted Yan Mi with managing the camp's affairs, might not have been involved in combat like her best friend Xian Ying, but her contributions were certainly significant. Zhu Zhuang smiled and said, thank you. But is Mia very busy? He asked casually, but to his surprise, Beizio nodded and said, yes. Before you came back, Brother Lei, Brother Go, and Uncle Zhang all returned. And they brought back quite a few survivors. Sister Mia has been busy registering their information, and that's why she sent me to help. Zhu Zhuang was taken aback. How many people altogether? It's gotten this busy? Altogether, there are over 100 people, and with the ones you've brought, it's almost 200. Some of them came voluntarily, so there's more this time, Beizio explained. Usually, when they went out to scavenge for supplies, they targeted resource points like large shopping centers, supermarkets, and shops, taking survivors back with them if they encountered any. But now, they were cleaning the streets and blocking pathways. The commotion was louder, and some people had already noticed that there was a strong group in Shanu Villa. They were too timid to expose themselves recklessly, but through covert observation, they learned some information about the camp, and joining voluntarily was nothing out of the ordinary. Alright then, record the information for these people. I'm going to find Suhan, Zhu Zhuang decided. Chapter 137, Monsters Emerge. Zhu Zhuang had not expected that even reporting on a task would involve a queue, as not only he but also Gan Xinglai, Zhang Dehai, and Go Gang had discovered different situations. Of course, they were mainly traces of monsters. As the days in the apocalypse passed, the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth was also increasing, with monsters growing stronger. With their expanding exploration, the more areas they explored, the more powerful monsters they discovered, which was completely different from the surroundings of Shanu Villa district. Near Shanu Villa, Suhan had claimed the title of the strongest creature in that area, so other monsters were naturally driven away by the activities of the people from Shanu Villa. However, in areas they had not touched, other monsters were vying to become the top predators of their territories, much like nurturing poisonous insects. Ganzingili had encountered a bloodthorn ape monster, first order upper grade, strong-bodied, tearing apart corpses as easily as eating and drinking, notably more formidable than usual first order upper grades. Although he killed it, more traces were discovered on the outskirts of the planned area, clearly not the work of a lone monster. Zhang Dehai similarly found a huge blood-red snake skin, about 1 meter thick and approximately 20 to 30 meters long, a shed from a giant snake monster, which in size alone might rival a second order. However, the snake skin had been shed some time ago, leaving its current whereabouts unknown. Gogang's side was the strangest as monsters were rare, and he encountered almost no combat, but that area was clearly not a place where Suhan and the search team often operated, likely concealing powerful monsters. All three had encountered issues, but fortunately, the abnormalities were found a certain distance from the designated area, and the planned checkpoints could still isolate a safe zone. As for potential dangers, they could only be addressed when the time came. In such an apocalypse, living was a constant struggle. A step back might mean having your head bitten off by a monster, so even with some risks, the plans were not to be abandoned. When it was finally Zhu Zhuang's turn to enter, Suhan had already been sitting inside Villa number 9 for over an hour. It's finally my turn. Zhu Zhuang sat on the sofa, almost slumping into it. Suhan poured him a glass of water and asked, "Old Zhu, what's the situation on your side?" "I encountered a group of survivors near Nanwang Lake." Old Zhu became serious when he talked about the business. More than 20 people, led by a first-order upper-grade contractor. Their camp had been dispersed by monsters. He gave a detailed account of his day's encounters to Suhan, highlighting the monsters in Nanwang Lake and several peculiar blood-colored creatures. "Bring me the samples to take a look." Out of nowhere, Bakelin appeared beside them and suddenly spoke. Zhu Zhuang glanced at Suhan, who nodded, then took out 2 jars and said, "The one on the left is blood paste from that blood-colored ox monster, and the one on the right is from a blood-colored corpse." Bakelin first retrieved masks from the laboratory, gave one to Suhan, and put one on herself, before carefully opening the lids. Zhu Zhuang's eyes widened. "What about me?" He thought about asking Bakelin for a mask, but since he had already come into direct contact with those substances, wearing a mask now seemed too late, so he simply watched with wide eyes. Suhan smiled, also opened the jar, and focused on the blood paste. Suddenly, his eyes shifted slightly as a notification popped up. "Detected fusible material, Chang Beast blood, proceed with fusion." "Chang Beast?" Suhan, without changing his expression, passed the jar in his hand to Bakelin, who hesitated before taking the jar and, reflexively, passed the other jar to Suhan. Suhan glanced and, sure enough, the notification appeared again. "Detected fusible material, Chang Beast blood, proceed with fusion." He immediately became suspicious, as it was strange that tissues from 2 different monsters could be the same material. There must be something unusual about it. "Old Zhu, can you elaborate more on that monster?" "It's my first encounter. If you really want me to be detailed, there isn't much to say. However, if I think about it, that blood-colored corpse felt somewhat weaker." Zhu Zhuang spoke thoughtfully, his words tinged with hesitation. Though it also looked like a corpse, it clearly lacked the ferocity of one, and seemed to have less strength. With limited information, Suhan frowned slightly. Bakelin looked at Suhan and said, "I'll go do some tests, and let you know if there's anything." "Alright, you go ahead, be careful." Suhan didn't reveal the fact that both substances had the same name to Bakelin. Instead, he waited for the results of Bakelin's observations to understand what exactly was going on. "Old Zhu, we'll continue clearing the perimeter tomorrow, but be even more cautious and keep an eye out for the blood-colored monsters." Zhu Zhuang nodded firmly. "I know, but do you want to take a look at the monsters in Nanwang Lake?" He knew that Suhan's third angel envoy had not yet been contracted, hence he said more, recalling what Ron Zhao and Liu Tinayu had shared, as it seemed that, at the very least, a second-order monster was involved. However, he felt it might be stronger given that it was Nanwang Lake, which had an average depth of 7 to 8 meters and a maximum of 20 meters, far surpassing any man-made lake. After thinking, Suhan slightly shook his head. "Let's see how it goes, keep an eye on the situation." "Understood." Zhu Zhuang left Villa number 9, And Suhan summarized today's intelligence in his mind, surrounded by monsters that were rapidly growing. As initially expected, if the pace in the evolutionary climb were a bit slower, humanity's status might no longer be safeguarded. Giant snake monster, the creatures in Nanwang Lake, both should conservatively be at second order in strength. Specifics still need a closer look. However, the whereabouts of the giant snake monster. As Suhan planned in his mind, the giant snake monster's exposed form visually displayed its condition. However, unfortunately, its exact whereabouts were unknown. God knows if it was still in the north of the city. It's hard to find the snake monster, but it's possible to go to Nanwang Lake, just not now. After a brief contemplation, he had a plan in mind. Nanwang Lake was a destination, but the ring wasn't isolated yet. Naturally, he couldn't leave easily. Handling too many things at once, as easy as it sounds, could mess up the whole operation. Moreover, the exact nature of the creature inside Nanwang Lake wasn't clear yet, thus things had to be done one at a time. Suhan sat for a while, then got up and headed towards the mother nest ancient tree. The mother nest ancient tree rooted in the soil with its trunk soaring high, and atop its canopy, 2 tree wombs were gestating Chang beasts. It would only be a few days until the Chang beasts hatched, and their shapes could roughly be discerned. The alien thornworm was easily recognizable, while on the other side, a massive entity was forming, though not yet distinctly visible. Suhan's visit, however, was not for the 2 Chang beasts, but for the mountainous piles of carcasses accumulated beneath the roots of the mother nest ancient tree. Although Zhuang and others had not set out to clear the monsters today when clearing the ring, the monsters they killed during the process were definitely numerous. After the killings, their bodies were all piled by the roadside, left for the tree-born worms lurking underground to drag away, bringing them back to the mother nest ancient tree. The nearby ones, especially within a 700-meter radius, which was currently the limit of the mother nest ancient tree's vines, were directly dragged back by the vines. By the end of the day, the ordinary land below was piled with 2,000 monster corpses, resembling a chaotic burial mound. As Suhan focused his thoughts, the roots of the mother nest ancient tree intricately penetrated the bodies of the monsters. Discovery of fusible monster flesh. Fuse now? Fusion. He mentally chose fusion, and the essence of the flesh began to be fused by countless fine threads, gradually transforming into the fusion progress of the essence of flesh. Level 3 essence of flesh 1%, 2%, 3%. The progress bar slowly increased, and 1 hour later, the flesh was completely fused, with the fusion progress stopping at 71%, still a significant discrepancy from reaching level 4 of the essence of flesh. The materials needed for fusion are increasing. The higher the fusion level, the more materials required, and naturally, the longer the fusion took. He had been aware of this reality for a while. However, this also meant that he needed to hunt more monsters. After pondering briefly, Suhan's eyes shifted towards Yanling Mountain. According to the intelligence provided by Yan Miu, there were also quite a few monsters there. The next morning, after breakfast, Zhu Zhuang, Gan Xinglai, Go Gang, and Zhang Dehai continued leading teams to block the remaining crossroads and meanwhile, gather more information about the surroundings. Apart from them, this time Ye Kailing also joined the scouting team, paired with Go Gang to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Although Go Gang was slightly weaker compared to the other 3, he too was at the bottleneck of first order upper grade, but he was indeed a bit weaker compared to Zhang Dehai and Gan Xinglai. And from yesterday's situation, it was Go Gang's area that was the most puzzling. The fewer the monsters, the stranger the situation, so more people were added to his team. After everyone set off, Suhan didn't stay long at camp and arrived near Villa number 30 in Shanu Villa district, which was just a wall away from Yunling Mountain. Villa number 30 was closest to Yunling Mountain, and fewer people lived in this area. It was stationed by some members of the patrol team. Before the vines of the mother nest ancient tree had spread to this area, monsters occasionally breached the perimeter wall from outside, immediately discovered by the patrol team, thus preventing them from threatening the residential area. Later, as the strength of the mother nest ancient tree increased, and the vine's reach extended to hundreds of meters, the residential area became safer. After the tree barnworm's activity radius reached 1,500 meters, parts of the outer perimeters of Yunling Mountain finally began to be included in the patrolling zone. Thus, the number of monsters had significantly decreased, likely driven beyond the walls to deeper areas. When Suhan arrived, the patrol members at the side gate had already seen him and immediately saluted. "Leader, open the gate, I need to go through, and prepare a team to come here in the afternoon, await my command." Suhan instructed, then added, "Not all combat personnel is necessary, contractors will do." "Yes, leader." Although Gushaji, who was guarding this area, didn't know why Suhan issued such an order, he, having come from Happiness Community along with Cheng Zuan and Zhao Yiman and knowing how formidable Suhan was, held immense respect in his heart. After noting down Su-han's orders, he opened the reinforced thick iron gate and watched Su-han stride into Yunling Mountain. As Su-han entered the pedestrian mountain trail in Yunling Mountain, the Book of Blood Spirit in his hand flashed red, and the scorpion spider demon immediately appeared by his side. Chapter 138, Yunling Mountain. Su-han did not bring the Mother Nest ancient tree with him. Most vine giant rats and tree barnworms were dispatched to carry out tasks. If he were to use the Mother Nest ancient tree, it would definitely affect the land reclamation efforts. After weighing the options, Su-han decided not to use it for the time being. After all, the vines of the Mother Nest ancient tree could spread about 700 meters, already reaching the southern edge of Yunling Mountain, and the tree barnworms had a range of about 1500 meters, which could also cover part of the area. Overall, it was still satisfactory. Yunling Mountain, a small mountain in the city, is officially known as Yunling Mountain Park. It was developed by the Government Affairs Hall and the developers of Shanu Villa District in accordance with the original vegetation and terrain to create an oxygen park. The park was open to the public for their enjoyment, with the Government Affairs Hall intending to use the park to improve surrounding infrastructure, enhance the livelihood of residents, and increase land value. The developers, of course, had their own name, which was to increase the property value of Shanu Villa District. Yunling Mountain, with an altitude of 300 meters and an area of about 5 square kilometers, is several times larger than the total area of Shanu Villa District. The distance between its north-south and east-west ends is approximately 2 to 4 kilometers, featuring high overlapping trees and lush vegetation. It should have been a great place for leisure and exercise, brimming with greenery. However, now, because of the fog, the vegetation had almost completely died off. The bare branches twisted upwards, stretching eerily like bizarre monster hands. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dead leaves, and the smell of decay was pervasive. Stepping on the sinking rotten leaves unconsciously caused a sense of panic in people's hearts, and the cold feeling was also extremely uncomfortable. The environment is a bit poor, but with more people, we should have no problem with the reclamation. Su-han slightly frowned, as black armor gradually emerged on his body, covering him from head to toe in imposing black armor. He leaped onto the back of the scorpion spider demon and then controlled it to move deeper into Yunling Mountain. He did not follow the winding mountain path but instead used the massive body of the scorpion spider demon to walk directly inward. In the initial distance of over 100 meters, it was eerily quiet around, and the fog enveloped the dimly visible trees, pressing down uncomfortably on the mind, but no monsters attacked. This was close to the site of Shanu Villa District, and at this distance, the tree barnworms patrolled frequently, thus often attacking the monsters. Those monsters that could not defeat the tree barnworms had already become food. Even the stronger ones, bothered by them, had left the area, so not many monsters were active here. Su-han did not linger for long and continued to walk deeper. About 300 meters away, noises began to come from within the forest. Dry leaves rustled quickly and a large red centipede, over a meter long with a stinky red shell and sharp edges, burst out with a particularly ferocious pair of jaws. The centipede, hidden under the dry leaves, attacked very fast, but in the next moment, the scorpion tail struck fiercely and pierced it instantly. Discovered fusible live monster, Bloodblade Centipede, would you like to fuse? Do not fuse. Su-han did not fuse, driving the stinger deeper and instantly killing the Bloodblade Centipede. Blood dripped onto the rotting dry leaves, and the smell of blood seemed to activate the entire forest as rustling sounds began, accompanied by low roars continuously coming closer, with monsters surging toward this side. Su-han looked over. There were 7 or 8 Bloodblade Centipedes like the one before, oddly shaped insect monsters, and 6-eyed black horned toads. Dozens of various monsters were swarming in. On Yunling Mountain, humanoid monsters were scarce, but those mutated from insects, toads, and other animals were particularly numerous. Not too few. Su-han's expression was calm. Then, he got off the back of the scorpion spider demon, holding poo knives in hand, and charged at these monsters along with the scorpion spider demon. He came to Yunling Mountain to hunt monsters. Not only did the Mother Nest ancient tree need flesh and blood, but Yunling Mountain needed clearing, and Su-han himself wanted to stretch his muscles and test the strength brought to him by his 2 third-order angel envoys. Su-han, wearing black armor, was not particularly noticeable among the group of oddly shaped monsters as their bodies were much larger than his. However, the 100-pound poo knife in his hand was not to be ignored. With each flash of the blade, multiple monsters were slashed in half, their blood dyeing the ground red, only to be devoured by the surrounding monsters. Su-han frowned as this was his prey. If the monsters ate it all, it would have been work for nothing. Thus, he swung his poo knife even faster, the strikes becoming more fierce and many more body-snatching monsters lost their heads. The imminent danger made them instinctively turn Su-han into their prey. More monsters rushed over, but their attacks couldn't even reach him. His movements became more agile, and his senses more acute. Monsters attempting to attack were quickly noticed by Suhan and met with merciless blade strikes. Suhan unleashed a slaughter, with hundreds of monsters unable to hinder his advance. Whether they were first-order inferior or first-order upper grade, he could easily kill them with his strength. Scorpion Spider Demon kept pace by his side. As the monsters smelled the strong scent of blood, thousands more began to flock in. Vital Energy Blessing. Crimson vital energy began to swirl around the body of the Scorpion Spider Demon, and especially around the terrifying Wolf Fang Club. Boom! The Wolf Fang Club swung powerfully, smashing directly into the crowd of monsters. Monsters in front were turned into meat paste, and those around them were severely damaged by the force of the blow, nearly bursting apart. Under the blessing of vital energy, the attacks of the Scorpion Spider Demon became even more powerful. As time gradually passed, Suhan and the Scorpion Spider Demon delved deeper into Yunling Mountain, leaving behind a trail of monster corpses. Within the range of their activity, the tree barn worms underground had begun to transport themselves, little by little, bringing them back to the mother nest ancient tree. The more the two of them killed, the fewer the number of monsters became, not because they had been wiped out, but because their terrifying strength had deterred the other monsters. Suhan glanced at the bodies of thousands of monsters they had passed along the way, among which first-order upper-grade monsters were not few, and yet, he did not feel fatigue even now. It seems I've improved quite a bit, but Blood Chi Blessing is still more convenient. Suhan pondered the battle just had. He had thought of synchronizing this skill during the fight, but the fight was too short. It was just a glimpse of an idea, but it was not enough. Blood Chi Blessing was not only the power of blood, but more importantly, the use of spiritual energy within it. Let's go further inside. God. As he was pondering, a sharp roar suddenly erupted at the center of Yunling Mountain. His expression changed, revealing a smile. This level of deterrence might be of the second order, right? Could there be second-order monsters in Yunling Mountain? If it were the early days of the apocalypse, Suhan might have doubted it, for back then the concentration of spiritual energy was not sufficient, and unless one had exceptional talent, the second order was quite a threshold. But now it was different. The battle at King Grain Warehouse had already seen 6 or 7 second-order monsters, and with the expansion of the camps, traces of high-grade monsters had also been discovered nearby. In a place like Yunling Mountain, with overlapping forests and lush vegetation, it would be strange if there were no high-grade monsters. With a thought, Suhan commanded the Scorpion Spider Demon to quickly head deep into Yunling Mountain, and before long, in the middle of a deadwood forest in Yunling Mountain, he saw 2 huge monsters facing off. One was a more than 10-meter-long crimson centipede, its massive body raised up nearly a third, its head topped with whip-like tentacles constantly swinging, its head bearing 4 eyes and huge, sharp mandibles, which also contained fine, gear-like teeth within its large mouth. Its body was entirely crimson, its shell thick, and its edges were like dark blade cuts, with thousands of black centipede legs, sharp as spears. It hissed sharply, the sound being piercing and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. More unsettling was the fact that its surroundings were full of blood-blade centipedes, with no fewer than 400 to 500 of them, each larger than those that had previously attacked Suhan. Opposite the blood-blade centipede leader was a group of cyclopean toads, their heads sharp as triangles, with a single eye across the center of their foreheads, a massive mouth split into 3 sections, teeth sharp, and a long barbed tongue that moved like a tentacle, their gaze firmly fixed on the blood-blade centipede leader, their bulging bellies emitting thunderous roars. The leader of the cyclopean toads was the largest, measuring 7 or 8 meters in length, with the ones following it considerably smaller, but still about 1 or 2 meters in size, each looking fierce and fearsome. Their numbers were slightly fewer, but also around 200 to 300, their deep roars echoing continuously, making one's scalp tingle. Competing for territory? With one glance, Suhan had a guess in his mind. The arrangement of the 2 monster groups was clearly antagonistic, and their target was not Shanuvilla district, which further illustrated the issue. They were simply rivals. Gugu. The sudden appearance of Suhan broke the standoff, and both groups of monsters fiercely fixated on the Scorpion Spider Demon, sensing the threat. Puff! The blood-blade centipede was the first to strike, unexpectedly spitting out a stream of red liquid, like an arrow shot toward the Scorpion Spider Demon. The floating pagoda black armor on the Scorpion Spider Demon fluctuated, immediately transforming into a shield, positioned in front, blocking the liquid. Sizzle! The liquid seemed to possess strong corrosive properties, corroding the black armor slightly. Seeking death. Suhan's eyes turned cold. He hadn't even made a move, yet the monsters attacked first. With a thought, the Scorpion Spider Demon charged forward, and the Bloodblade Centipede leader immediately acted, hissing loudly. Its fellow Bloodblade Centipedes immediately surrounded the Scorpion Spider Demon. However, when the Scorpion Spider Demon got serious, The armor plates on its shoulders floated out, revealing the crimson demon eyes within, instantly emitting a piercing red light. The powerful mental shock assaulted the group of blood-blade centipedes, their pain twisted their forms, and for a moment, they couldn't advance. At that moment, the scorpion spider demon raised its wolf fang club high. Under the enhancement of blood chi, the vital energy-wrapped wolf fang club fell heavily, creating a booming sound as it swept the blood-blade centipedes in front of it away. Seeing this, the blood-blade centipede leader coiled up, its sharp tentacles whipping toward the scorpion spider demon. Clang! The scorpion spider demon was not about to dodge such an attack and caught it with both arms behind its neck. The blood-blade centipede leader struggled to pull away, but the scorpion spider demon brought the wolf fang club down on its head, cracking the shell and causing blood to drip. The blood-blade centipede leader was dazed by the blow, weakening its struggles considerably, evidently stunned. However, Suhan wanted to keep it alive, so the scorpion spider demon lifted it high and then slammed it down onto the ground with a great slam, creating a huge pit and crushing the approaching blood-blade centipedes into a bloody pulp. Seeing the sorry state of the blood-blade centipede leader, the cyclopean toad leader immediately thought of fleeing, but Suhan blocked it. Chapter 139, Blood Chi Blessing. Second-order lower-level monsters are good choices for fusion materials, for research purposes, or even as the fetal matrix for the mother nest ancient trees' tree wombs. Suhan wouldn't let it slip away, not to mention that only after clearing out the high-order monsters could the combat personnel of the Shanu Villa district enter and clean up more effectively. The one-eyed toad leader, intercepted by Suhan, immediately grew desperate, shooting out its barbed tongue toward Suhan. The speed was incredibly swift, like an arrow. However, in Suhan's eyes, that speed seemed to slow down. His keen perception and strong reaction ability allowed him to fully capture its trajectory. He held a poo knife in a reverse grip, the tip pointing down, and thrust it hard into the ground, completely piercing the giant tongue. The one-eyed toad shrieked in pain, trying to pull its tongue back with all its might, but Suhan simply twitched his poo knife, severing a large chunk of the tongue. Gugug! The enraged toad swarm surrounded him, and Suhan stepped forward with a sneer, his poo knife rising and falling in his hand. Every one-eyed toad that tried to pounce was bisected with one stroke of his knife, blood splattering, and their eerie single eyes staring straight at Suhan, giving people goosebumps. Spiritual energy externalization, attachment condensation. Suhan slashed down one-eyed toads as he made his way towards the leader, leaving more bodies behind with each step. Seeing this, the leader was driven purely by the instinct to flee. Its belly made growling noises, and its powerful hind legs suddenly thrust it over 100 meters away. Suhan's eyes widened, a sharp light crossing his gaze. Still trying to run? He closed the distance in just a few steps, pushing through the obstructing one-eyed toads without hesitation. Black armor cloaked his body, his robust physique bulldozing through. Even the monsters couldn't withstand such immense strength. Moreover, a hint of red vital energy began to emerge on the surface of Suhan's body, with spiritual energy faintly visible, the vital energy clustering without dispersing. Perceptive skill success, synchronized skill, level 1 blood chi blessing, perception shot through his consciousness like lightning, naturally occurring. Strong vital energy surged through his body, mingling with the latent spiritual energy to form blood chi blessing. After perceiving the skill, the smile on Suhan's face grew even wider. Thought you could avoid getting sliced by running fast? He gripped his poo knife, vital energy blessing it, energy shrouding the blade, and then he aimed it straight at the fleeing one-eyed toad leader. The knife flew swiftly, tinged with a deep red, sinking into the hind leg of the one-eyed toad leader just as it was about to leap again. The blade was sharp, and with vital energy enhancement, its power terrifyingly increased, cutting through the bone in an instant. With its power out of balance, the massive body collapsed to the ground, falling no lighter than the blood-blade centipede leader. Suhan, having realized blood chi blessing, and additionally nourished by the third-order scorpion spider demon and the mother nest ancient tree, felt filled with strength, attacking as if he was just warming up. He turned his gaze to the remaining 200 one-eyed toads, and then the figure clad in black armor stepped forward, punching with a force that went through flesh and bone, shattering the bodies of the one-eyed toads. His strikes were wide and satisfying, the initial grasp of the blood chi augmentation becoming more proficient by the moment, red swirls curling around his body. Black and red intertwined, turning him into something akin to a deity of slaughter, his aura accumulating and transforming into something even sharper. However, as he continued his violent assault, the remaining few dozen one-eyed toads quickly collapsed. Their instinct to preserve their species couldn't overcome the fear of death. They scattered like birds and beasts, even the one-eyed toad leader didn't dare attempt a rescue anymore. Suhan glanced over at the scorpion spider demon's battlefield next door, where the ground was already stained blood red, and the blood-blade centipede stood no chance against the terrifying wolf fang club. The shells that could withstand ordinary bullets shattered under a single strike from the Wolf-Fang club. Several hundred blood-blade centipedes were already over half dead, and the survivors were quickly burrowing into the leaf mold to escape. The most miserable was the blood-blade centipede leader, now bound by the scorpion spider demon's floating pagoda black armor chains, dragged along without the capacity to resist. Its status was so poor that nobody knew how long it would live. Its legs had been broken by the hundreds. The one-eyed toad leader, with a broken leg, was still trying to escape, but Suhan walked up to it, his fists enveloped in vital energy. One powerful punch landed on it, breaking another leg. It struggled and resisted, but boom, boom, several punches struck, continuing until it was severely injured and couldn't fight back. Physical anesthesia. This was Suhan's best approach at the moment, since the vines from the mother nest ancient tree couldn't extend this far. Suhan looked at the dead bodies of monsters around him, a few hundred from 2 different groups, along with the thousands previously slaughtered, which should be enough. Controlling the scorpion spider demon, he dragged 2 second-order lower-level monsters back towards the Shanu villa. Seeing Suhan pulling the 2 monsters back, Gushaji and the others were profoundly shocked, their eyes filled with awe and fear as they hurriedly opened the iron gate. "Leader, the gate is too small, they won't fit through." After opening the iron gate, Gushaji suddenly realized it was too narrow to allow passage for the 2 gigantic creatures. Mainly the one-eyed toad leader and the scorpion spider demon, as they were not only large in size but also quite wide, and with the gate being just 3 to 4 meters in width, there seemed no way for them to fit. This was just a side gate for the landlords to conveniently enter and exit Youngling Mountain for leisure, without much consideration even for vehicle pass-through. No worries, have people behind the gate step back a bit. If they couldn't be dragged in, then there was an easy solution. The scorpion spider demon's forearms grabbed the one-eyed toad and threw it behind the gate. The one-eyed toad fell heavily in a parabolic trajectory, producing a hefty thud. Already heavily injured, more fresh blood gushed from the one-eyed toad's gaping mouth, but it was just a trifling amount of blood. For these monsters, such a height was negligible. Gushaji and the others flashed looks of shock, swallowed hard, feeling that the scorpion spider demon seemed excessively violent. Hasn't it grown 2 or 3 times the size since the happiness community? Gushaji present, Suhan glanced at the number 31 villa nearby and saw many more people. They must be the manpower Gushaji had requested in the morning following his orders. "How many people did you request?" "A total of 40 people. If that's not enough, Sister Mia can still dispatch more. The team is led by Cheng Zuan, with 20 combat personnel for patrolling and the other 20 are capable contractors." He paused for a moment and added, "All of them are in the prime of their youth." Suhan nodded. Although the camp was divided into combat and non-combat personnel, they were all contractors. Aside from some children and the elderly, basically everyone had combat capabilities. Of course, the difference lay in personality and combat consciousness. But if people were truly needed for combat, at least 3/4 of the camp could be considered combat-ready. Yan Mi had specifically selected individuals in their prime, naturally taking into account the dangers of Youngling Mountain. Lead the people along the road, gather the materials from the monster corpses, and move them to the edge of the wall. The rest will be dealt with by the mother nest ancient tree's vines. Gushaji immediately nodded and responded loudly, "Yes." Accompanied by the scorpion spider demon and 2 second-order lower-level monsters, Suhan continued toward the location of the mother nest ancient tree. However, upon entering the Shanu Villa district, they were in the area covered by vines. So the man-eating vine had quietly come over and injected the 2 creatures with paralytic toxin again, leaving them utterly incapable of resistance. The assistance of the vines quickly resulted in the 2 second-order lower-level monsters being dragged to a position near the mother nest ancient tree. The cages were ready, and because they were second-order, they could not be treated specially even if they were badly beaten. Thus, the cages were reinforced, and the Bloodblade Centipede leader was given a tortoise-shell binding package, implemented personally by the mother nest ancient tree. Both monsters were caged while on the other side, Gushaji and his team began transporting the materials from the corpses. Vines hidden underground continued the fusion process that was unfinished from the previous day. Time passed, and by the afternoon, Gushaji and his team had finished transporting all the materials from over 2,000 monster corpses. The flesh and blood were indistinguishably mangled, bones shattered as though they had been run over by a heavy truck. Without the help of the tree-born worms, the 40 of them would not have managed to transport such an enormous quantity in one afternoon. Moreover, what unsettled Gushaji and the others was the fact that only Suhan and a scorpion spider demon had gone up the mountain, not even bringing the mother nest ancient tree that illuminated everyone in the camp. A single person and an angel envoy easily slain so many monsters without a hint of fatigue. Just how terrifying was the strength of their leader? This question was somewhat unimaginable to him. The afternoon wore on, And as the monster corpses were continuously fused, the level 3 essence of flesh, initially at 71% integration, gradually climbed and finally was completed by evening. Level 4 essence of flesh fusion complete. Mother Nest Ancient Tree gained skill advancement. Level 3 Tree Womb. Level 2 Vine Giant Rat. The successful fusion caused the Mother Nest Ancient Tree to slightly increase in size and was not very noticeable. However, the two skills completed their advancements one after another. This brought a smile to Suhan's face, especially with the level 3 Tree Womb. A new Tree Womb had grown in the canopy. An additional creature was added to the flock, and the range of activity for the creatures had also increased significantly from before, reaching a distance of 3,000 meters. The strength had also fluctuated. If the birthing body was suitable, it could reach a second-order intermediate level, which was another significant advancement. After the advancement of the Vine Giant Rat to level 2, the enhancement was also quite considerable. On one hand, the number of Vine Giant Rats doubled to 100, and their range of activity extended even further than that of the tree-born worm, reaching 2,000 meters. The breeding speed of the Vine Giant Rats isn't slow. With 100 of them, a few can be allocated for production. Suhan's eyes reflected his contemplation. His gaze landed on the two recently captured monsters. Should I treat these two as breeding bodies for contracted angel envoys? Both monsters were second-order lower grade. Their strength wasn't particularly formidable, but they were still passable to be contracted. It would just require more time for fusion and upgrading, incurring a cost in resources and time. If they were developed into creatures of the flock, it would take time as well, but with sufficient resources, it was just about 10 days to see effective results, and they would have long-term preservation. Creatures of the flock then. Second-order lower grade is a bit lacking, and their abilities are not outstanding, he concluded after some thought. If the abilities weren't exceptional, raising them would be more bothersome. Crimson vines descended from the canopy, wrapping around the two paralyzed monsters, slowly devouring them. Tramp, tramp, tramp. However, at this moment, a series of footsteps hurried over. Suhan turned and saw that it was Zhuang coming back. Suhan, there's a situation at Nanwang Lake. A new survivor said that someone seems to be hunting the giant crocodile monster leader there. Chapter 140, The Situation at Nanwang Lake. Zhuang's news caught Suhan by surprise. He asked, what happened? Nanwang Lake is still not safe. Today I went to block the remaining passages and found a group of survivors who had just come over, not from Ran Zhao's camp. Nanwang Lake is vast in area, and there are actually quite a few survivors' camps that depend on such a water source to survive. It's just that within the fog, one might not know of the other's existence. What Zhuang was talking about was another group of survivors. How many people ran over? 13, all injured. As they walked toward Villa number 9, they kept talking. Their camp wasn't big, just over 40 people at its best, but they were recently attacked. Attacked? Suhan's gaze turned serious, and Zhuang nodded. Yes, attacked. Suddenly a group of people appeared out of nowhere and raided their camp, taking away many women and supplies, and capturing some of the men. How did they escape? Suhan immediately spotted the loophole. The entire camp couldn't defeat the attackers, yet so many managed to escape. They were part of a search party, Zhuang answered. I checked, and they all had supplies on them. All contractors, and their angel envoys had clear roles for scouting and combat. Their statements were only one factor. Zhuang, an experienced guy, would cross-check their stories from different angles when listening to the survivors' descriptions. There is a distinct difference between the configuration of a refugees squad and that of a search party. Moreover, when Zhuang met the survivors, he would intentionally separate one or two of them and let people casually broach subjects with them. Although not mandatory, the direction of these casual conversations were relatively consistent. It was all about seeing if their answers would corroborate each other. They weren't all injured by that group, but by the giant crocodile monster grouping in Nanwang Lake. Zhuang detailed the information he had gathered to Suhan. When they returned with supplies, they found their camp had been breached, and some people had been turned into bait for killing the monsters. When they tried to stealthily rescue people, they were discovered by the attackers. There was a clash, and they were no match. If it hadn't been for the creatures from Nanwang Lake suddenly attacking and causing chaos, it's likely they wouldn't have escaped. Zhuang paused briefly, then said solemnly, moreover, according to their intelligence, among the group that attacked them, the leader should be second order. Suhan's eyebrows raised. Second order, seems like the talent is not bad. Tomorrow I'll join you. Let's get the metal door up first, then head over to Nanwang Lake. Nanwang Lake, Nanwang Guildhall. Jiao San came out of the third-floor room holding his trousers, only half-dressed, his bare upper body and trousers not properly fastened. He buttoned up his shirt as he walked, and through the ajar door, one could vaguely see two women on the disheveled bed. Brother Song. The moment he appeared, The other men outside immediately greeted him. He patted their shoulders with a smile and asked, "Where's my big brother?" "Brother Ben is downstairs, setting up today's hunt. We're a bit short on bait, and he's not too happy about it." Jao Song frowned, waved his hand, and gestured for his men to leave. "I'll go down and find him." He descended from upstairs and strode over to a large hall. Along the way, many people were busy with their own tasks. Males dominated the population, each carrying a weapon, with fierce looks in their eyes, not the kind you'd want to trifle with. Once he reached the ground floor hall where there were the most people, guards stood at the main entrance, and supplies were piled up there. Jao Bin was dealing with matters on the first floor, not in the main hall, but in the largest private room. Jao Song knew this, so he headed straight for that location. The opulent corridor glittered with gold, but the bloodstains had yet to dry. Before the apocalypse, this place relied on the scenery of Nanwang Lake and had always been a well-known entertainment club in the area. Luxury cars came and went in an endless stream. After the apocalypse, it became a gathering point for a group of survivors. The tall walls and sturdy doors provided excellent cover, and there was some food storage. However, everything changed not long before. The brothers Jao Bin and Jao Song figured out the situation of this camp and then decisively took it over. "Big brother," Jao Song said, pushing the door open. Inside the room, there were 3 or 4 men. One was kneeling on the ground, covered in wounds, with blood continuously flowing from his nose. He was groaning in a low voice, clutching his twisted arm. Clearly, it had been broken. "Ah Song," said the man on the middle leather sofa with a stern face, waving his hand, "you too, take him out." "Yes, Brother Bin." The subordinates dragged the man out like a dead dog, then closed the door. Now alone in the room with only his brother, Jao Song took a bottle of liquor from the table, took a swig, and casually sat on the sofa. Beatings, interrogations, and forcing out clues had become second nature to Jao Song in the isolating mist. Without a doubt, it was an effective means of gathering information. Sometimes, they would even try the more direct approach of immediate punishment, which made for a more satisfying interrogation, but Brother Bin did not like it. It wasn't out of kindness but rather. There were too many people, and it was slow. Jao Bin frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing trianguladly as they settled on Jao Song. He said, "Don't drink while you're working." Jao Song showed little concern, only reacting when he noticed his brother's expression and then putting the liquor down. With a contractor's constitution, it's not easy to get drunk. But some monsters are very sensitive to smells, even more so than to sight. Jao Song stiffened slightly. He knew his brother was right. "I was wrong, Brother Bin." Jao Bin nodded slightly. Although his younger brother could be reckless, at least he was obedient. The two were blood brothers, ordinary people before the apocalypse, with Jao Song in sales and Jao Bin supervising some night venues, a minor figurehead. When the apocalypse came, both brothers were in their rental, fortunate to not have turned into monsters but instead became contractors. United as brothers, they hunted and killed monsters and, with their ruthless aggression, were able to pull together a team. In a world devoid of order, Jao Bin's ruthlessness allowed him to quickly secure a foothold. Of course, it also allowed Jao Song to become increasingly indulgent, as in such a world, he could enjoy even more. "Brother Bin, what did you find out?" The person they had just interrogated was one of the survivors they had caught in the area. "There are quite a few survivors at Nanwang Lake. I've gotten a few leads on where there might be survivors. After today's hunt, we can send people to check them out." Jao Bin's composure remained unshaken as he spoke slowly. Hunting had become their habit. They would use bait to lure monsters into traps, then surround and kill the monsters, controlling angel envoys to devour the corpses of the monsters, thereby inducing mutations in the envoys. This method helped them to rapidly strengthen their own angel envoys, thereby increasing their power and swaying hearts. "I heard we're running low on bait." Jao Song looked puzzled and asked his brother, "Why don't we use those women as bait now? We've had our fun anyway." There were quite a few people in their group, around 100, but women were scarce. To control the women's ability to resist, except for a few core members whose women were contractors, the rest were considered expendable. When needed, they were everyone's toys. When not needed, they were bait. When Jao Song stated this, there was not a hint of pity in his calm demeanor, sending shivers down one's spine. Jao Bin shook his head. "We're not far from Shanuvilla district. Once we set up camp there, we need to keep some women around, otherwise, the guys underneath won't have an outlet for their urges. Constant moving isn't a solution. Who knows if there are any survivors in the Shanuvilla district? If the place is really that convenient, there are probably quite a number of them." Jao Song's brow furrowed slightly, sensing potential risks. "If we're stronger, we'll rob them." Jao Bin had clearly considered this. "If not, we'll hole up in a subway station like those rats from the subway gang, building up strength. Like those rats from the subway gang? The subway stations, with their excellent closure, had only a few entrances and exits aside from the tracks where the trains moved through. Once the entrances were sealed, a subway station could accommodate hundreds or even more than 1,000 people. The concrete-built subway stations were a hard bone for monsters to chew on, offering great security, though not so convenient for water supply. But it was bearable. Such places, therefore, became camps for some survivors, the rats as Jiao Song referred to them. Being rats is better than being dead, and they're not weak. Clearly, there had been conflicts between the two groups, and Jiao Bin had suffered minor losses. Get ready for the hunt today. Jiao Bin's fingers rhythmically tapped his crossed leg, speaking slowly. We will stay around Nanwang Lake for a while, seizing resources and people. That is how we will secure our footing and expand our influence. Just over 100 people isn't enough. To become even more powerful, it wasn't enough to have individual strength, production had to recover, resources had to be gathered, all of which required manpower. He was no longer satisfied with this hyena-like hunting method and desperately wanted a stronghold, a stable base, not one they'd be chased out of. Jiao Song nodded, understanding his brother's thinking. I got it, Brother Bin. Good, you understand, Jiao Bin said. Nanwang Lake is home to creatures like the giant crocodile monster and armored crocodile. Devouring them should yield better effects than consuming flesh. There are also some fish that haven't turned into monsters, eating them can enhance the body's strength. So we need to stay here for a while, to build up our power, especially you, if we are to take down the Shanu Villa district. Jiao Bin had plans in mind. Nanwang Lake had to be thoroughly scavenged, and it had to be done quickly. Not too far from Shanu Villa district, if they didn't clean up this place thoroughly, there was no telling when someone else might swoop in for the spoils. Strike first to gain the upper hand, that was Jiao Bin's rule of thumb. Alright, let's prepare for the hunt. Take the remaining 10 people out, bleed them by the lake, let them loose alive. Chapter 141, Number 2 Pet Beast Bow-Nested Rat Demon Shanu Villa District, in the grassland behind Villa Number 9. The tree womb of the mother nest ancient tree suddenly became active, approximately 10 days had passed. The number 1 tree womb alien thornworm had gradually taken shape and, just like last time, broke through the barriers of the tree womb, leaping out from inside. Its appearance was still ferocious, and its strength was similar to the previous time, second order low grade. Along with it, the number 2 tree womb's dependent beast had also successfully gestated. This was a form taller than the alien thornworm. After absorbing the mountain corpse giant rat as the embryonic body, it gradually became enormous. Now having successfully gestated, that huge beast also broke through the embryonic body and heavily fell from the tree. Boom! The massive creature landed heavily, its 7-meter-tall body creating a large crater in the ground. Su-han looked at the monstrous figure, rat-headed human-bodied, massive in size, with muscles bulging like hard rocks, radiating a sense of power. Bow-Nested Rat Demon, that was the monster's name, and true to its appearance, heavy bony shells nearly enveloped its entire body. Bone spurs sharp as blades grew on its spine, elbows, heels, and other places. Even the slightly exposed areas were covered with thick, dark tree bark-like skin, obviously not low in defense. This was a monster armed to the teeth, with a powerful body, sturdy arms, solid legs, and a vine-twisted tail, all displaying tremendous defensive power. Only its pale green eyes, slightly visible, but their royally green gleam was equally chilling. Su-han was very pleased with the bow-nested rat demon. Though only second-order low-grade, its presence was almost as formidable as the previous mountain corpse giant rat. Such a dependent beast was already quite impressive. Although it was not an angel envoy and had limited potential, as long as resources were sufficient, it could continue to gestate given enough space, and it would eventually become a large army. The damage-bearing unit of the Legion, and also the charging unit, complementing the alien thornworm, Su-han nodded slightly, then with a thought, the ancient worm tree began to use its anthropomorphic state skill, and soon the ancient worm tree had transformed into a 3 to 4 meter tall tree person. From over 60 meters, it had transformed into 3 to 4 meters. This anthropomorphic state skill was indeed something more significant than what Su-han had imagined. Though its strength was suppressed, the convenience it provided, especially in Legion mobilization, was undoubtedly a very potent skill. Who among those ignorant of the details could imagine, under the sweep of a monster legion, among a group of tall dependent beasts, the inconspicuous tree person was the core of the legion? And who could imagine, when they try assassinating the tree person, after facing immense dangers and passing through layers of dependent beasts, to reach the assassination target, only for the tree person to transform, pulling out a form several times larger than their own? Su-han did not dismiss the dependent beasts and headed towards the outside of Villa Number 9. The gestation of the two dependent beasts was a bit sudden. He had thought it would happen at night or a bit later. But now that they had hatched, It was a good time to see the strength of the bow-nested rat demon. Outside Villa Number 9, Zhu Zhuang, Gan Xinglai, Zhang Dehai, Yi Kailing, and Go Gang had already brought people to wait outside, and there were even more people than 2 days ago. Although there were incidents yesterday, and they were gathering survivors, both Zhu Zhuang and Go Gang had completed blocking the intersections. Therefore, today was a major operation. Su-Han would first turn the metals at various intersections into solid gates to block them, and then all teams would commence the clearing of monsters. This time, it was not just dealing with the monsters attacking on the streets, but a floor-by-floor cleaning, which was higher in danger and larger in workload, hence naturally needing more people and needing the help of the Mother Nest Ancient Tree. Chief. As Su-Han appeared, neat greetings rang out. As the camp expanded, survivors who joined later contributed more, and the personnel joining the battle ranks also increased. The title for Su-Han also changed along with the camp. Old Zhu and a few others were the closest ones, both subordinates and friends, so they still called him Su-Han. Those from Happiness Community who joined early, like Zhao Yiman and others, often called him Boss. Lately, those who joined the camp due to rescue operations, breakthroughs of the camp's defenses, and who had witnessed the camp's formidable strength, or even seen Su-Han's terrifying power, thus held more reverence in their hearts, preferring to call Su-Han Chief. With the chief present, order was present, and the camp would be sturdy as a metal bastion, and that meant safety. This was a consensus among everyone. Especially the territorial army, subtly affected by a different kind of fervor. Act according to the plan, ensure your own safety while cleansing every monster, and if you encounter evolved kind, those who need controlling should be controlled. How much contribution value you can accumulate, whether you can become stronger without me, depends on your own effort. Understood? Understood. The formidable team set off. This time it wasn't just 50 vine giant rats but also over 10 trucks. Weapons supplies, medical supplies were all in the trucks, and likewise, materials and survivors discovered this time would be transported back in trucks, completing a major cleanup of the entire ring area. Su-Han did not ride in a truck, but rather stood on the tree person's shoulder. He did not summon the scorpion spider demon, but was followed by the alien thornworm and bow-nested rat demon. If not for the test necessitating the Mother Nest Ancient Tree to keep the vine giant rat, tree-born worm, and dependent beasts from going offline, Su-Han might not even have let the Mother Nest Ancient Tree come out. The two massive, fierce-looking creatures instilled awe in the accompanying people. With 2 more monsters added, although they were not angel envoys, they had no doubt that these 2 monsters could tear their envoys apart. Su-Han's might had already sunk deep into people's hearts, but those with a keen mind also thought of Bakelin's second angel envoy. They knew well that only Su-Han's Mother Nest Ancient Tree could just hate the alien thornworm, and the situation within that wasn't hard to guess, wasn't it? If they also put in some effort, couldn't they also receive a reward from the chief when breaking through to second order, like contracting such an angel envoy? At that time, would I become part of the leader's direct lineage, or perhaps his elite guards? People always fantasize, and if they see a chance for advancement, many will push themselves harder. The team moved toward the ring area at a steady pace, still enveloped in the fog, but undoubtedly quieter than 2 days before. Most of the intersections in the ring area were blocked, though the piles of vehicles were only 3 to 4 meters high and had a relatively steep gradient. But generally, monsters would not easily climb such things, without foreign monsters invading. Naturally, there wasn't much noise on the streets. Near the entrance to Summer Garden Avenue, the team slowly stopped. Su-Han, we are at the midpoint here. Each intersection isn't too far away, within 1 or 2 kilometers. 1 or 2 kilometers isn't a very long distance, but for streets, it means a lot of twists and turns, so the entire ring area is actually not small. Su-Han glanced around. He saw tall buildings rising gradually. Moving forward would lead to the commercial streets of the Summer Garden Mall, where there were even more structures and many shops suitable for living around. Su-Han nodded, then said, "Let's get moving." He jumped down from the Mother Nest Ancient Tree, cancelled his anthropomorphic state skills, and the terrifying tree trunk rapidly enlarged. Its massive, hard roots burst through the cement on the surface, rooting into the ground below. The roots spread beneath the vines, gradually spanning hundreds of meters, breaking through from both sides of the street periodically, emitting the radiance of the lamp tree, dispersing the fog. With Summer Garden Avenue at the center, the fog was quickly driven away, clearing the sky, and the huge trunk stood tall like a deity of old. Magnificent. Someone spoke in a low voice. Many others were somewhat dazed by the sight, as the dense white fog that had been heavy like cotton was now being lightly dispersed. The buildings on both sides, standing solemn and tall, slowly revealed their true faces, standing naturally awe-inspiring. Stretching over 700 meters, it nearly illuminated a large part of the area. Some vines even quietly spread over some buildings, making the brightness even more apparent. Below the ground, tree barn worms had begun to spread, bringing the entire area under surveillance. Though breaking through the cement floor isn't easy, there are plenty of flower beds around, which serve as their entrance and exit. Lead the team to clear out the monsters, where the vines reach. Don't bother there. Outside the vines, dump in the flower beds. As for the survivors, control them all. Deal with later. Yes, leader. About clearing and rescuing. In fact, Suhan didn't need to emphasize. Their search team already had a complete process, assessing threat level, nature of the team, followed by inquiries, investigations, and finally acceptance. With a complete process, even a little bit of trickery won't cause a stir. It didn't take long for the 4 teams to start moving separately, with Zhuang slightly lagging behind, following Suhan. First we'll go your way, then I'll set up the metal gates one by one. Zhuang grinned. That's great, it's easier to work without foreign monsters. Zhuang led the way. Within his responsibility range, there were 7 intersections, including a main road towards Northridge Avenue, which had the widest road surface. However, Zhuang had also piled up quite a few scrapped cars going back and forth, totaling over 100 vehicles. The rest were mostly pedestrian ways and inter-building roads, mostly dual-lane roads, with some single-lane, not difficult to manage. Suhan arrived in front of the pile of scrapped cars, and metal manipulation was directly initiated. A large quantity of metal melted and then, under his control, began to reshape. Metal columns were driven meters into the ground, pulled horizontally like rebar, embedding into the walls of buildings on both sides. It took over 10 minutes, nearly all the scrapped cars were used, and then, at this across-the-road junction, a metal barrier about 4 meters high was erected. 8 pillars, with only the 2 lanes in the middle forming the actual metal gates, about 3 centimeters thick. Won't 4 meters be a bit short? Shall I bring some more cars? I reckon if we encounter some larger monsters, this thing couldn't stop them. Zhuang smacked his lips, airing his concerns. Having seen the fight at King Grain Warehouse, he had a high sense of crisis and knew about those terrifying creatures among the monsters. The ring area is just temporary, it will expand later. Besides, the wall is to prevent those most numerous small monsters. Bigger monsters cannot hide their bodies, and someone will deal with them when the time comes. If it can't resist, when large monsters attack, then it must be left to people to defend, and such a wall is to guard against those numerous but extremely annoying creatures. That makes sense, Zhuang nodded, and Suhan had already said, take me to the other 6 intersections, we'll find a chance to strengthen this one later. Suhan ran through 4 areas, which took about 2.5 hours, and only then could the closure of the whole ring area be considered complete. Once the worry was minimized for the 4 teams, they immediately began to clear the monsters between buildings and within constructions. Roars rose again, where the vines of the mother nest ancient tree reached, the presence of monster corpses had begun to be detected. Monster flesh detected. Proceed with fusion? Fusion. Suhan commanded the mother nest ancient tree to continue fusing. He knew compared to those metal gates, the mother nest ancient tree was truly the monumental pillar of his territory, so it had to keep fusing. Looking at the mother nest ancient tree, comparable in height to a high-rise building, Suhan showed a satisfied smile. Even though it now required more material, clearing the ring area should help in upgrading the essence of flesh. He shifted his gaze, then led the alien thornworms and the bone-nested rat demon towards Nanwang Lake. He needed to see the situation there personally. And to let the bone-nested rat demon try its strength. Chapter 142, Bait Cage. Suhan did not bring Zhuang and the others, for the camp clearance needed manpower, and within Nanwang Lake, the true nature of the monsters remained uncertain. If he brought too many people, there would be fewer hands to work. If there were danger, escaping would not be as smooth either. He, accompanied by only his 2 beasts, rapidly made his way towards Nanwang Lake. Knowing there was a raiding team nearby, Suhan did not use the ancient tree crystal to dispel the mist. Move into the village quietly, no need for gunfire. The ancient tree crystal could clear the fog, but its light would also expose Suhan's whereabouts, so he decided not to use it for the time being. Without the dispersal of the ancient tree crystal, fog shrouded the environment, reducing visibility to a mere 100 meters, veiling everything in a hazy dimness, making the enormous Nanwang Bridge appear as if cut off halfway, vanishing into the mist. Suhan, with his beasts in tow, stepped onto Nanwang Bridge, where vehicles nearly choked the entire surface. Some cars were completely smashed together, their fronts flattened, with only half a skeleton remaining inside them. In the midst of this fog, too many people failed to escape the bridge. At the onset of the apocalypse, monsters relentless tore apart defenseless humans. On the deadly silent bridge, the sound of footsteps seemed starkly out of place, the 3 figures appearing like shadows cast upon a chalkboard formed by the white mist. Roar. A low growl traveled through the fog, followed by sporadic,
frantic running sounds that clanged and banged against many vehicles. Monsters charged in, mostly consisting of flesh corpses, among which were several giant claw zombies of different species. Suhan's pace wasn't fast as he navigated between the vehicles, mentally counting them. There were at least 100 cars on the bridge. The scorpion spider demon might not have enough for a fusion upgrade, but it would suffice to bolster the metal reserves of the base. While pondering, the monsters had already closed into less than 30 meters. Suhan did not start moving, but the two beasts behind him had already broken through the obstructing cars and charged out. The alien thornworm continually fired stabs from its paws, slaughtering creatures like flesh corpses, giant macrophage dogs, and six-clawed blood cats incessantly. The bone-nested rat demon, evidently more ferocious, confronted a giant claw zombie head-on, remaining unscathed, its towering body steady. Then with one sweep of its paw, its bone spurs sliced through, severing the monsters before it in two. The creatures on Nanwang Bridge were few, and they were swiftly eradicated, the scent of blood dispersing some of the fog's dampness. Suhan stepped over the monster corpses, finally making his way towards the other end of the bridge, with Nanwang Lake just a short distance from the descent. Nanwang Guild Hall and Lakeside Hotel, these two places aren't far from each other. I should check them out first. Suhan had extracted plenty of information from the survivors, not only regarding their original location but also potential areas where survivors might exist. However, Suhan was more curious about the changes at the aforementioned two locations than about the latter. He arrived at the lake's edge, where the moist and cold mist lowered the temperature by several degrees, chilling to the bone. Splash! Just as he approached the water, the surface roiled violently, and a massive armored crocodile lunged forward. The bone-nested rat demon caught the armored crocodile with one grasp. The beast had no chance to react before it was crushed to death. Bones snapped audibly, its form contorted, blood streaming from its mouth and nostrils. Suhan glanced at the armored crocodile, which resembled a crocodile to a certain degree, but its robust limbs, particularly the arm-like front limbs, made this armored crocodile even more ferocious. Clang clang! Just as the bone-nested rat demon tossed aside the corpse of the armored crocodile, a heavy clanging sound resonated from afar near the lake shore. It was as if something was striking against a metallic object, the sound loud and particularly jarring. Suhan's eyes flickered slightly, knowing that abnormal occurrences harbored dangers, and he headed towards the source of the sound. The closer he got, the louder and more frequent the noise became. The intense clanging, accompanied by the intermittent roars of monsters, echoed through the fog. Suhan finally reached the origin of the sounds, to find a huge metal cage coming into view. The cage was cubic, approximately 2 meters in length on each side, constructed from welded steel bars, secure and firm, but smeared with bloodstains. Outside the cage, a group of armored crocodiles eyed their prey hungrily, at least a dozen in number, and leading them were 2 larger humanoid crocodile monsters, who were battering the cage, incessantly shaking it, creating a clamorous din. There was surprisingly a living person inside the cage, covered in blood, limbs broken, whimpering faintly, nearly 9/10 on the way to meet Yama. The monsters circled their quarry, growling lowly, awaiting their meal. Once the cage was torn open by the giant crocodile monsters, the person inside would undoubtedly become their food. Upon witnessing this scene, Suhan's eyes turned icy, detesting those who trapped a person in a cage to attract monsters. Roar! The monsters took notice of Suhan and immediately redirected their attack towards him. The alien thornworm took position in front of him, plunging into the crowd of monsters, its stabs fiercely slicing through them, while the bone-nested rat demon swung its massive hand, seizing the 2 giant crocodile monsters. Letting their attacks fall upon its body, it then twisted its gigantic palm with a snap, and similarly large giant crocodile monsters met their demise. Get the hell out of here! Suhan's frosty voice echoed throughout the area, and amidst the rustling sounds, several dozen figures, draped in camouflage and dark-colored clothes stained with blood, though not much, some faded, stood up at the edge of the fog about 100 meters away to conceal their scent. Nearby, there were bait cages and lures, their faint scent of blood just enough to mask his own smell, but not strong enough to upstage the bait. The group approached Suhan, led by none other than Xiao Bin, followed by 2 imposing monsters. One was an armored minotaur with a single horn, and the other a double-headed giant claw corpse with fierce skulls, their split mouths nearly reaching their ears, teeth sharp, and snake-like tongues occasionally flicking out. Their claws were massive and sharp, hanging down past their knees. "Brother, you're trespassing. This is our hunting ground." Xiao Bin's narrowed eyes conveyed a shady light as he warily scrutinized Suhan's 2 beasts, exposing his greed. Such powerful angels' envoys, if consumed, would they yield even better effects? He was not afraid of Suhan. He too was a second-order contractor, and with his group of brothers, he was not worried about losing to the man before him. Hunting ground?
Suhan's eyes filled with even colder intent, and he said icily, "Kill them." Without unnecessary words, the two horrifying monsters erupted with astonishing killing intent and charged directly at Jalbin and his companions. Swoosh, swoosh, stabs shot out instantly, piercing through two contractors who hadn't managed to summon their angel's envoys in time. Madman. Jalbin's face twisted with anger as Suhan's calm and indifferent demeanor infuriated him. Foolish creature, then die. He sent his angel's envoys to charge at Suhan. The armored minotaur rushed at the alien thornworm, its thick carapace resisting the stinging attack, which penetrated only a third into the heavy armor, barely piercing it. Bang! The armored minotaur's fist landed on the body of the alien thornworm. The powerful punch sounded muffled against its shell, making the alien thornworm's body sway. However, in the next moment, the alien thornworm retaliated, its sharp claws striking toward the armored minotaur, producing a metallic clang and leaving deep gouges on the armored minotaur's body. The two beasts thus fought, with an intimidatingly massive show of strength. Meanwhile, the double-headed giant claw corpse confronted the bone-nested rat demon, with its limbs already emanating a faint white glow. Jalbin had great confidence in his first angel envoy, although only 4 to 5 meters tall and considerably smaller than the fearsome bone-nested rat demon. But the double-headed giant claw corpse possessed skills, and the blade claw was his reliance. No matter how powerful the creature, under the blade claw, none could escape being cleaved. This is the consequence of opposing me. The double-headed giant claw corpse pounced on the bone-nested rat demon, its attack striking the target. The shrill sound of friction filled the air. The sharp claws had been gripped by the bone-nested rat demon, and though they were indeed sharp enough to grind notches into the bony hands, they were still a distance away from the flesh beneath. Jalbin's expression froze, his eyes widening in shock as his trump card failed to harm the opponent. Attack, kill that man. He reacted quickly, immediately targeting Suhan, knowing that if the contractor was killed, his strong monsters would be useless. Everyone summoned their angels envoys and in that moment, charged towards Suhan. Jalbin struggled to control the double-headed giant claw corpse, desperately trying to escape the bone-nested rat demon's grasp. But then Suhan let out a cold laugh. In an instant, the bone-nested rat demon went berserk, slamming the double-headed giant claw corpse to the ground. Its massive fists pounded down relentlessly, heavy blows stained with blood. In desperation, Jalbin clenched a sharp steel rebar in his hand and hurled it towards Suhan like a spear. This was their usual hunting tactic, lying in wait from a distance of dozens to 100 meters, attacking when the number of monsters near the bait cage was sufficient, or when the baited brethren inside were about to give out. Everyone would throw their steel rebar spears, trying to pierce the bodies of the monsters, and then the angels' envoys would rush in for the kill, wiping out all beasts. This method was efficient and safe, far better than a head-on clearing and combat. It allowed them to target strong monsters and achieve victory with minimal sacrifice. As for the likelihood of the bait in the cage being impaled by the steel spears, that was not their concern. Except this time, the tactic was ineffective. Suhan caught the flying steel rebar spear in his hand effortlessly as if it were immobile, while behind him, a red glow faintly emerged, and an even larger monster appeared before everyone. The scorpion spider demon appeared. Its body was enveloped in thick floating pagoda black armor, with a terrifying and fierce scorpion spider lower body, a robust humanoid torso with 4 arms, and a weighty wolf fang club in hand. Jalbin's people felt an icy chill in their hearts. Damn it, how can this guy have 3 angels envoys? They still believed that the alien thornworm was Suhan's angel envoy, not realizing it was just an ordinary beast. Brother, we were wrong. Jalbin cried out, but the scorpion spider demon had already struck, sweeping its wolf fang club across with cracking sounds. The first wave of monsters charged forward only to be cast into the lake by the scorpion spider demon. Some were sent flying horizontally, others directly having their midsections broken with spines protruding, blood staining the surface of the lake. Chapter 143, Flying Monsters. The sudden appearance of the scorpion spider demon made Jalbin and his group retreat, but it was of no avail. From the moment they used people as bait to kill monsters, Suhan had decided not to spare a single one of them. Being decisive in killing was one thing, but lacking any moral compass was another matter entirely. They could have used something else as bait, but they chose to use humans for ease and reign of terror. It was a method, but one Suhan did not like. So, this group of people had to die. The shoulder plates of the scorpion spider demon floated, exposing its crimson eyes. The crimson demon eye was activated, and a terrifying red light instantly assaulted the contractors' minds. It was as harsh as being fiercely stabbed in the brain. The intense pain made them wail and almost collapse on the ground. The scorpion spider demon strode forward, hammering the remaining angel envoys with its heavy wolf fang club, splattering blood and flesh all over the ground. The contractors were frightened and wanted to run. They simply couldn't handle this. But could they escape? The tail hook of the scorpion spider demon kept lashing out, swiftly piercing through the heart of a contractor, skewering 4 or 5 people on its twin tails in just a few steps, with blood pouring down and not even dead yet. Let's fight him. Some tried to risk it all to kill Suhan, but with vital energy blessing, merely swinging a stolen rebar spear was enough to split the attacker in two with its sharp blood-red edge. Death, inescapable death. In just a few minutes, dozens of people were reduced to just a handful. Xiaobin's expression was grave, but the 2 angel envoys were barely holding on, or rather, the double-headed giant claw corpse had already had its bones shattered. A song. He immediately looked at his lieutenant. Jiao Song's expression was equally grim. I know, big brother. Jiao Song carefully backed away, nearly reaching the edge of the mist, when suddenly a red light flashed, and he summoned his angel envoy. Swoosh! A towering figure suddenly lunged out, sweeping through the air swiftly, launching itself directly at Suhan, extremely fast, and gaining the aerial advantage, surpassing the scorpion spider demon. Damned guy. With a fierce expression, Jiao Song fixed his gaze on Suhan. This was a severe loss for them. Among the contractors were several high-grade experts, but now all was lost. He had to avenge them, had to kill this man. Suhan, detecting the movement, narrowed his eyes, clearly identifying the approaching beast, and showing a look of surprise. The monster was entirely crimson, elongated in shape, with a pair of wings extremely vast, its face fierce, and its claws sharp, clearly resembling a gigantic bat. The monster flew incredibly fast, and capitalizing on the element of surprise, it zoomed like a red shadow right in front of Suhan. This was the trump card of the Jiao brothers, the Batwing Beast. A second-order monster capable of flying, this was a beast Jiao Bin had risked his life to contract for his brother. Initially just first-level intermediate, but as one brother fought overtly and the other covertly, Jiao Song always took advantage of tense moments to let the Batwing Beast strike from the air. Thus, their team finally came together. This time, the reason they had to stop at Nanwang Lake for a while was that they were eyeing the monsters in the lake, intending to contract a second angel envoy for Jiao Song. But now, they had only one goal, to kill Suhan. Watching the Batwing Beast rapidly approach, Jiao Song revealed a cruel smile. With just a few meters of distance, even you, a second-order contractor, definitely could not dodge. Suhan's eyes turned cold, his body covered with black armor, facing the onslaught of the Batwing Beast directly. He turned the rebar spear in his hand, aiming it at the Batwing Beast. Vital energy blessing. Red light enveloped the spearhead, and then with a swoosh, the entire rebar spear was thrust forward. Think this could bring down the Batwing Beast? Jiao Song sneered, for the Batwing Beast had devoured many monster corpses to enhance its defense. Especially those that consumed monsters with tough outer skins and shells. Under the fine fur of the Batwing Beast, there were many scales. Breaking through its defense would not be easy. Confident in his thoughts, Jiao Song's face abruptly fell the next moment, as the rebar spear enhanced with vital energy blessing pierced straight through the body of the Batwing Beast. Struck heavily, the Batwing Beast lost its balance and rapidly plunged toward the ground, its aim now completely off. Suhan quickly moved to intercept the Batwing Beast, vital energy blessing on his fists, and with a crushing blow, shattered most of its bones. The Batwing Beast tried to struggle, but Suhan raised his hand invoking metal control. Metal chains from 5 meters away began to transform, arriving in front of him, sharp-ended, piercing into the body of the Batwing Beast and binding it securely. By this time, the scorpion spider demon had already slaughtered all contractors, leaving only the Jiao brothers, while the double-headed giant claw corpse had been beaten to a lifeless state. The armored minotaur and the alien thornworm were evenly matched, their bodies filled with stabs and their movements becoming increasingly slow. The bone-nested rat demon, after finishing the double-headed giant claw corpse, strode over and grabbed the arm of the armored minotaur. The armored minotaur struggled fiercely, but the bone-nested rat demon firmly blocked it, and the alien thornworm stepped forward with a claw strike to the heart, severely wounding it. Suhan stepped up to Xiaobin, whose spirit had been shocked by the death of the double-headed giant claw corpse, his face frighteningly pale. "You are from the Nanwang Guildhall, aren't you?" Suhan merely asked flatly, and Xiaobin gritted his teeth. You're here for revenge? Let me go. It was all my brother's doing, not. It was Xiaobin's doing. Jiao Song was breaking down, unable to recall his proudly owned Batwing Beast, completely bound. He was afraid that after Suhan killed the Batwing Beast, he would become an idiot. In the past, when dealing with contractors, they specifically killed angel envoys before using them as bait. Xiaobin looked at his younger brother incredulously. He was kneeling on the ground, wagging his tail, begging for mercy, and hysterically pointing at himself. Bastard! He cursed his brother, and veins bulged on his forehead. Betrayal. He had been betrayed by his own brother, even though he had never mistreated him. It's not my fault, really, it's not my fault. He dared not face Xiaobin's ferocious gaze. Everything Big Brother did was for my sake. As long as I survive, he would want that, and later I would help him take revenge. Su-han found it somewhat amusing. Brother turned against brother so quickly. The metal in his hand transformed, forming a knife. He gripped the long knife, the blade flashed, and instantly cut off two of Jiao Song's fingers. Ah! A painful wail erupted, and Su-han said indifferently, "Scream again, and I'll cut off your hand." Jiao Song's body shivered. A chill ran up his spine to his brain, and he desperately covered his mouth, not daring to make a sound no matter how painful it was. However, the resentment in his eyes was hard to completely hide. He could only desperately lower his head. Su-han didn't pay attention to these things. People were going to die, and they needed to make themselves useful before they died. Tell me where you contracted this bat-wing beast. Don't tell him. Although Xiaobin really hated his thankless younger brother, he hated Su-han before him even more. He knew what Su-han's calm expression meant. They were definitely going to die today. PFFT. The sharp scorpion tail pierced through Xiaobin's shoulder, suspending him midair, causing him to continuously wail in pain. But this time, Su-han didn't tell him to shut up. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, it's necessary to let the chicken scream a bit. Jiao Song trembled like chaff. Fear completely overtook his mind, and under Su-han's control, the scorpion spider demon hung Xiaobin above his head. The warm blood flowing out continuously dripped on his head. I want to live, let me live, I'll tell you everything. PFFT. The knife slashed, another finger gone. The intense pain hit instantly, but Jiao Song's eyes widened and he desperately covered his mouth, not daring to scream in pain. Speak. I'll speak, I'll speak. Jiao Song didn't dare set conditions anymore. At Riverside East Garden, there's an unfinished building, it's full of bat monsters. Xiaobin captured the bat-wing beast there for me, but they multiplied too quickly, and we were forced to change locations. He explained everything in detail, from where his team originally hid to how many people they had killed, how many things they had robbed, and what monsters they encountered. He spilled everything. He was terrified of emitting something that would provoke Su-han to kill him. Xiaobin wanted to interrupt Jiao Song, that idiot, more than once, but just as he was about to shout, the scorpion's sharp tail hook slowly pierced into his shoulder and then slowly pulled out. Time and again, the pain made him continuously wail. And the more he wailed in pain, the faster and more thorough down below, the blood-soaked Jiao Song rambled on. He was completely terrified, now he just wanted to survive. As time ticked by, there were fewer and fewer things Jiao Song could ramble on about. After all, apart from following his brother around for fun, this guy never really took care of the raiding team's affairs. The dripping sound of blood slowed, and suddenly Jiao Song violently realized that the wailing had stopped. He slowly looked up. Xiaobin hanging from the scorpion's tail was now silent. Dead. Really dead. Panic surged in his heart. Jiao Song knocked his head on the ground. Let me live, I can be your dog. The bat-wing beast can fly, I can be useful to you. I am best at sneak attacks. Su-han smiled and nodded, leading Jiao Song to think he had a chance to live, only for Su-han to say, also good at biting back, right? The blade flashed, and kneeling Jiao Song was split in two from head to foot, blood gushing out. The scorpion spider demon swung its tail, flinging a string of bodies into the lake, dyeing the water even redder. Having slaughtered so many angel envoys and contractors by the lake, plenty of blood had already flowed into it. Whoosh! The lake waters suddenly churned, and suddenly pairs of terrifying red eyes emerged in the water, and a large number of armored crocodiles and giant crocodile monsters surged over. They were attracted by the food, numbering in the hundreds. Their eerie eyes all stared at Su-han. Su-han gripped his long knife, his expression unchanged. Since they had all come, he might as well kill a round of crocodiles. However, just at that moment, the lake water churned violently, and a terrifying roar erupted. Su-han's expression tensed, and he sharply turned towards the center of the lake. A terrifying wave was surging towards him. This doesn't look like second order. Chapter 144, Crocodile Dragon Monster. Su-han's expression grew serious, and his black armor covered his entire body. At this moment, the scorpion spider demon was already standing in front of him, flanked by two protector beasts, the alien thornworms and the bone-nested rat demon. The three monsters guarded him closely, their gaze firmly fixed on the creature in the lake. The waves in the lake became more turbulent, rushing rapidly toward the shore, where some of the armored crocodiles and giant crocodile monsters had already begun to come ashore. Their movements were very synchronized but also very restrained. They didn't attack Suhan but instead moved toward the direction of the water waves, bowing their heads. Suhan watched in surprise, even more certain that the creature approaching must be strong and likely a higher rank within its species. Roar! With a terrifying roar, a massive figure appeared beneath the surface of the water. The beast's pupils were orange-yellow, and its pitch-black pupils emitted a cold hue, captivating. This was a terrifying alien giant crocodile, with most of its body submerged in the water, but just the head that was exposed was several meters in size, possessing fierce backward-pointing horns, with red tips, and the exposed part of the head was covered with black scale armor, looking ferocious and emitting a terrifying aura. There were also 2 second-order giant crocodile monsters in the water, each of their bodies bigger than the average giant crocodile monster, with more pronounced scale armor and muscles. Roar! The crocodile dragon monster poked its head out, its breath firmly locked on the scorpion spider demon. If the armored crocodiles and the ordinary giant crocodile monsters gathered here because of the scent of blood, the crocodile dragon monster before them was entirely because a monster of the same level had appeared within its territorial range. Suhan's eyes flickered slightly, instantly understanding the situation. Since it felt threatened, that made things easier. At the thought, the scorpion spider demon stepped forward, its wolf fang club enveloped in a red glow, and swept directly across the armored crocodiles and giant crocodile monsters in front of him. The terrifying attack suddenly fell, and those monsters didn't have a chance to evade, instantly smashed into meat pancakes. This sudden action undoubtedly posed the greatest threat and provocation. The crocodile dragon monster in the water roared, and then all the armored crocodiles and giant crocodile monsters immediately charged towards Suhan and his monsters. Suhan smiled and then commanded the alien thorn worms, the bone-nested rat demon, and the scorpion spider demon to start slaughtering these armored crocodiles. There were many armored crocodiles and giant crocodile monsters, the former not less than 400 or 500 and the latter also having dozens, charging mightily from the water in a formidable array. But it was useless. The gap in strength was too vast to be bridged by their numbers. Even though several of the giant crocodile monsters were of first-order upper-grade strength, they were no match for the bone-nested rat demon and were easily dealt with a single punch. The disparity in strength was glaring, especially on the side of the scorpion spider demon. As the wolf fang club swung, no monster could withstand its blows. The deaths and injuries undoubtedly enraged the crocodile dragon monster, and it suddenly opened its massive maw, a black current condensing within. The scorpion spider demon sensed the danger, and immediately part of its floating pagoda black armor flew up, forming a massive black shield in front of it. No sooner had this been done than the black shockwave slammed into it. Boom! A massive sound erupted, and the black shield was shattered by a third, the pieces fractured, not scattered. To recover, it would need to rely on its regenerative ability. Such a powerful attack. Suhan's eyes gleamed. The stronger the crocodile dragon monster's attack, the more excited he became because with the right handling, it could be his. Retreat. He first had the scorpion spider demon gather the coagulation cannon and fired back at the crocodile dragon monster, the blood ball impacting against it. The crocodile dragon monster submerged most of its body into the water, the blood ball exploded on the surface of the water, splashing waves several meters high, but the force was reduced, and it failed to harm the crocodile dragon monster. After just one strike, Suhan rapidly retreated with the scorpion spider demon. The crocodile dragon monster, having seen its kin injured and also being attacked, was not about to let this group go. Its massive body churned through the water, then swiftly charged onto the shore. Its huge claws shattered the bank, leaving deep footprints, allowing Suhan to finally witness the full appearance of the crocodile dragon monster. The crocodile dragon had backward-pointing horns, a slightly short neck, but its body was exceptionally large, about 10 meters tall and more than 30 meters long, even bigger than the rat queen from the other day. Its body was covered with uneven black armor, thorns positioned at its joints, especially its 4 robust limbs that were even more sturdy and shaped like beastly feet with sharp claws, unlike a crocodile's. As soon as it appeared, it immediately chased after the scorpion spider demon, with icy beastly pupils full of rage. Beside it, the 2 second-order giant crocodile monsters also followed swiftly after Suhan. The lower-ranked crocodile groups couldn't keep up, and after the heavy casualties just now, the crocodile dragon monster knew these kin couldn't match the scorpion spider demon. So it resolved to tear these intruders to pieces itself. In a chase and retreat, they had already moved hundreds of meters away from Nanwang Lake, arriving at one end of Nanwang Bridge on the street. Suhan stopped, and the scorpion spider demon turned around to confront the crocodile dragon monster. Although it was only a distance of a few hundred meters, the tremendous creature's speed was evidently not slow. Roar! The crocodile dragon monster didn't know that Suhan had only come here to lure it out of the water, interpreting the scorpion spider demon's turning around as a challenge. Thus, It charged ferociously, its massive claws swinging toward the scorpion spider demon, black liquid flowing over them, forming sharp edges. At that moment, the scorpion spider demon's regenerative ability had quickly restored the floating pagoda black armor, covering its body in the black armor. Enhanced by vital energy, red energy also swirled around its body and the wolf fang club in its hand. Without retreating, the scorpion spider demon burst forth, slamming the huge wolf fang club onto the crocodile dragon monster's black claw. It roared like thunder striking down a city street. The immense strength of the two third-order monsters caused destruction far beyond that of ordinary bombs with just simple movements. The impact was a stalemate. Immediately following, the two colossal creatures began close-quarters combat. Their large motions were terrifying. Being the predominant aggressor, the crocodile dragon monster attacked with claw strikes, charges, and bites, leveraging its horrific body to unleash especially terrifying power, outmatching the scorpion spider demon by a margin. The scorpion spider demon, half human, half spider with 4 arms, mainly used strikes from the wolf fang club, defense with the floating pagoda black armor, arm pounding, and claw strikes, its movements more agile. Beneath the brawl of the two monsters, the entire street became a mess from the repercussions. The concrete pavement shattered, and nearby shops and buildings collapsed in heaps. Both were wounded, but the scorpion spider demon's regenerative ability gave it an edge in combat. 2 second-order low-grade giant crocodile monsters arrived to assist, but an alien thornworm and a bone-nested rat demon caught them, one on each side. The two guardian beasts clashed with the monsters. The giant crocodile monsters, true to their crocodilian nature, boasted strong defenses and immense strength. One completely overpowered the alien thornworm, trying constantly to engage in close combat. However, the thornworm was quicker and continually stabbed at it, hitting the giant crocodile monster's body. On the other side, the clash of strength between the giant crocodile monster and the bone-nested rat demon was entirely different. The bone-nested rat demon's strength and defense far surpassed that of the giant crocodile monster. Just at their first engagement, a fist armed with bone spurs smashed into the giant crocodile monster's body, shattering bones. The bone-nested rat demon then grabbed the giant crocodile monster's head, gripping the upper and lower jaws before tearing it apart, splitting the head in two. Roar seeing its subordinate killed, the crocodile dragon monster roared angrily, its huge maw opening as black water gathered within, preparing to strike at the bone-nested rat demon. Crimson Demon Eye. The scorpion spider demon wouldn't let the crocodile dragon monster attack its guardian beast at such a time. The Crimson Demon Eye moved into its palm, the palms aiming at the crocodile dragon monster, firing a red light. Under the mental shock, the crocodile dragon monster contorted in agony as a powerful blast of black water hit the buildings beside the street. The blast roared, dust rising, and the 2-story building was directly reduced to rubble. The scorpion spider demon charged forward, smashing the wolf fang club onto the crocodile dragon monster's head. Wrapped in blood-chi energy, the attack was potent and heavy, shattering many of the crocodile dragon monster's fierce horns. The crocodile dragon monster fiercely turned and slammed into the scorpion spider demon, but the next moment, it was blocked by the scorpion spider demon's 2 large hands holding its upper and lower jaws. Plunk. Meanwhile, the other second-order giant crocodile monster had been caught by the alien thornworm. Sharp stabs pierced directly through the eyes and into the brain, killing the giant crocodile monster. Suddenly, the crocodile dragon monster thought about retreating. The scorpion spider demon was stronger by a margin, and if it dragged on, it might be the one to die. It charged at the scorpion spider demon, then abruptly turned and rushed toward Nanwang Lake. Once it entered the lake, no one could bother it. Think you can run? Upon seeing this, Su-Han laughed, and suddenly the surrounding fog violently dispersed, countless vines burst out of the ground, surging like waves. On the vines, numerous sound wave tree fruits condensed and were thrown at the crocodile dragon monster, numbering over 100. The crocodile dragon monster realized the danger and tried to hasten back to Nanwang Lake, but as it just lifted its foot, it found itself entangled by the vines. Breaking free would take time, but the hundreds of red fruits had already landed around it. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions nearly merged into a single loud burst, strong shockwaves sweeping across the street. Luckily the crocodile dragon monster had run fast, now 200 to 300 meters from Su-Han and the others. This shrill noise was slightly lessened. But the crocodile dragon monster at the center of the explosion suffered greatly, its scale armor shattered, its head as if crushed by something heavy, in agonizing pain, blood stained everywhere on its body. The scorpion spider demon leaped onto the crocodile dragon monster, blood-chi energy enveloping the wolf fang club, which under metal control had morphed into a large sword. Plunk. A satisfyingly crisp sound as the sword pierced through the broken shell into the crocodile dragon monster's head, and the scorpion spider demon, gripping the sword, stirred it, mashing its brain thoroughly and killing it outright. The crocodile dragon monster has been killed. Do you wish to contract the crocodile dragon monster as your angel envoy? Chapter 145, Batwing Beast Invasion Contract. Suhan didn't hesitate. The crocodile dragon monster's strength was firmly at the lower tier of the third order, and its dark water cannon and dark water blade attacks also suggested its skills wouldn't be weak. Moreover, in terms of positioning, the crocodile dragon monster's combat power in water was undoubtedly a powerful addition. Suhan never forgot that on planet Earth, the ocean, not the land, covered the largest area and was the most terrifying breeding ground. Although the fierce competition in that ecosystem wouldn't affect the land for the time being, it was only temporary. As the contract commenced, the third page of the Book of Blood Spirit lit up, red light enveloping the enormous body of the crocodile dragon monster. The scorpion spider demon, alien thornworm, and bone-nested rat demon all guarded the vines beside him, also scattered around to protect Suhan. The mother nest ancient tree was already on the other side of Nanwang Bridge. It had quickly come from the central location and laid vines in ambush all around. This was also why Suhan lured the crocodile dragon monster over here for battle. One reason was to remove the crocodile dragon monster from its home field in the water, and the other was to ensure it was captured. Although the scorpion spider demon appeared to have the upper hand, if the crocodile dragon monster decided to flee regardless, the best they could do would be to inflict heavy damage. Thump thump thump. Zhuang led his people from the direction of Nanwang Bridge, speeding along on vine giant rats, rushing like mad until seeing the scorpion spider demon and bone-nested rat demon guarding Suhan, finally heaving a sigh of relief. Everyone, spread out and be on guard. Yes. Zhuang didn't approach Suhan and muttered as he looked at the huge monster shrouded in red light. Wow, this monster is huge. Nanwang Lake must be really deep. While he complained, he seriously set up a defense. When he sensed the movement of the mother nest ancient tree and the vine giant rats heading this way, he immediately realized something was wrong and rushed over. Not just him, a few minutes later Gan Xinglai, Zhang Dehai, and others also arrived one after another. Everyone was setting up defenses, almost as if they were taking over the entire street. No need. Just then, the crocodile dragon monster had turned into red light and was absorbed into the page, becoming an angel envoy for Suhan. He opened his eyes and glanced at the people around him, the Book of Blood Spirit in his hand flickering with red light, then immediately summoned the crocodile dragon monster back out. Its massive body landed on the street, its fearsome and ferocious face looking down at the people below, its aura not diminished in the slightest. Angel envoy, crocodile dragon monster, level, lower tier of the third order, skills, dark water cannon, dark water blade. Suhan glanced at the panel and showed a satisfied expression. Indeed, the crocodile dragon monster had two skills of its own, which made its combat power much more formidable than that of ordinary monsters. Suhan, how could there be such a big creature in the lake? Zhuang had thought it was a second-order beast, but he never expected such an immense creature. Probably ran over from somewhere else. Suhan replied. Nanwang Lake was a scenic spot in the city, without creatures like Yangtze alligators or crocodiles, so such a large group of crocodiles could only be from somewhere else. Didn't Gogang and the others come? Suhan noticed that of the four teams, only Gogang's team hadn't arrived, causing him to frown. Old Zhu, take your men and flatten Nanwang Guild Hall. There are dozens of people there, apart from the captives who were taken hostage. Don't leave anyone else alive. Zhuang was stunned at first, then agreed without hesitation. Old Gan, Old Zhang, come with me to find Old Go. Something's wrong over there. The area where Gogang's team was exploring was Riverside Avenue, which wasn't exactly the Riverside East Garden area, but it wasn't too far distant either. According to Jay Aosong's account, Riverside East Garden was home to a large number of batwing beasts. If they were out on patrol, it was very likely they had already encountered some. Suhan jumped onto the back of the crocodile dragon monster and then immediately led the team back. Their formation was magnificent, especially with the crocodile dragon monster clearing the path. It was an impressive sight. Why did so many flying monsters suddenly appear? No wonder there were so few beasts on the road. Riverside Avenue, Gogang and Yi Kaling and the others all hid in an office building. The vine giant rats took cover on the first floor, and they went to the second floor windows to observe. The ancient tree crystals set up on the street hadn't been retrieved in time, but precisely because of their presence, most of the street's fog was dispersed, allowing them to observe the fast-moving red figures across the street. Flying monsters have a wide range of activity. This place is probably just one of their hunting grounds, otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered them yesterday. Yi Kaling watched as several batwing beasts on the ground devoured the carcasses of creatures that Gogang and the others had killed. Gogang saw their form clearly, the giant bat-like beasts with bodies entirely red, likely mutated from bats. Besides the batwing beasts on the ground, there were many more moving among the buildings nearby, searching for monsters in this area. Low growls sounded from time to time. One batwing beast picked up a carcass, pulled it into the air, and then slammed it down hard. The carcass couldn't withstand the fall from such a height and died instantly, followed by more batwing beasts rushing in, starting to feast. We can't go on like this, we have to find a way to break out. There's movement at the mother nest ancient tree, Suhan might need help. Yi Kailing also knew the situation was serious and said solemnly, crossbow arrows ready. They are at most first order upper grade. Kill those blocking the door, then immediately ride the vine giant rats back. Understood. With the plan set, the two of them led their men quickly downstairs, crossbow arrows already loaded in their crossbows. You take the one on the left, first order upper grade, I'll take the one on the right, everyone else pick your targets. They were cautious, aiming at their respective targets. The batwing beasts, thoroughly engrossed in their feast, failed to notice someone had them in their sights. Attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following the command, crossbow bolts were fired from the windows of the office building, aiming for the bodies of the batwing beasts. With squelching noises, most of the batwing beasts were hit and toppled to the ground, while some were merely grazed and had already taken off into the sky. Thud, thud, thud. A horde of angel envoy meat corpses and giant macrophage dogs rushed out, their target being the floundering batwing beasts that had not yet died. They tore into them frantically, each quickly dispatching their own opponent upon contact. Let's go. Inside the office building, Gogang and the others, two per vine giant rat, rushed out and hastened towards Summer Garden Avenue. These batwing beasts were only a part of the whole, they had to leave the area before the beasts regrouped and reacted. Captain Go, monsters are catching up from behind. Having rushed out a couple of 100 meters, it didn't take long for a group of batwing beasts to regroup and follow at their heels. One to steer, one to shoot. Gogang made a snap decision, and the person at the rear immediately took out a crossbow bolt, aiming at the pursuing batwing beasts. Crossbow arrows whirred through the air, attacking the batwing beasts. Over a dozen batwing beasts agilely dodged, they were fast, and hitting them in the air was no easy task. However, as long as they could slow down the pursuit, that would be sufficient. As one side fled and the other gave chase, they quickly arrived near Summer Garden Avenue, where the mother nest ancient tree was no longer present. The faces of Gogang and his party changed. Not good, Suhan must have summoned it away. We continue southward to find Old Zhu. Roar. Just then, a terrifying roar tore through the air, piercing and sharp. A vast red silhouette suddenly swept through the mist, causing the fog above to roll and surge. Not good, they have a leader. The monstrous creature had a wingspan of 20 meters, and its body, nestled between those wings, measured 7 to 8 meters long, utterly incomparable to the batwing beasts giving chase. Take cover in the buildings on both sides, quickly. This was not a monster they could withstand. Everyone immediately dashed into the nearby high-rise buildings to take cover. Crash. They'd scarcely taken refuge in the high-rise when the batwing beasts broke through the glass and swooped in after them. Kill them. Gogang and the rest reacted extremely quickly, immediately engaging the batwing beasts that had burst in. The space on each floor was cramped, and even though the first floor was somewhat taller, it was enough to restrict the batwing beasts' movements, allowing the angel envoys to fight them. The combat unfolded within the tight space, while that massive creature had already landed on the street. The batwing beast king roared, drawing more batwing beasts to the airspace above Summer Garden Avenue, ready to snatch their prey and devour them. It did not make a move, as its ecological role was that of the pack's king. The hunters below it naturally took on the hunting duties. All it needed to do was observe this hunt. Squelch Gogang killed another batwing beast, but his gaze caught sight of even more monsters gathering outside. His expression darkened and he suddenly said to Yi Kailing next to him, "There are too many monsters outside, I'm afraid this group of us won't be able to escape." As soon as they hit the street, they would surely be overtaken by these monsters. Although they were not weak, they could not withstand such an onslaught. Not to mention, there was a leader among them that clearly was not first rank. I'll cover the rear. You take the vine giant rat and find Suhan to rescue us. Yi Kailing's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Gogang, who was decisively saying, "You're the strongest among us, the most likely to break through alone, and less likely to be caught when by yourself." Okay. Yi Kailing nodded firmly, her military background not allowing her to hesitate over such decisions, knowing that if she could locate Suhan, she would definitely be able to save her companions. She raised her hand crossbow and took down a batwing beast charging at her, then quickly sprinted towards the vine giant rat, preparing to head to the second floor. She planned to break out from another direction to escape the monster's pursuit. Thud. Thud. But at that moment, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the mist, causing a slight tremor in the building. Gogang and Yi Kailing abruptly turned to look out the window. The circling batwing beasts swiftly ascended, and on the edge of the mist, a horrifyingly large figure emerged. With a crocodile head and inverted horns, the creature was massive and its presence was terrifying. Both their faces changed dramatically, shock flooding their minds. What's happening? How could such a monster come from that direction? How are Old Zhu and the others? Shaken and at a loss, their thoughts were in turmoil, especially since Old Zhu had cleared that area and even Suhan had headed towards Nanwang Lake from there. Amidst their shock and disbelief, the monster had already opened its gaping maw, conjuring dark water and aiming at the Batwing Beast King. Chapter 146, Bat-Winged Alligator Dragon. The powerful Blackwater cannon blasted directly toward the Bat-Winged Beast King, but the Beast King was not weak. Suddenly, its wings stirred, combining wind power and spiritual energy to form several huge wind blades to attack. When the two attacks collided, the wind blades neutralized part of the Blackwater cannon's assault, but the rest broke through the blades and struck the Bat-Winged Beast King directly. The Bat-Winged Beast King was too slow to dodge and was blasted into a high-rise building, its body smashing through the floors and becoming embedded within. On its wings, a giant blood hole had been torn open. Despite the Batwing Beast King's wings not being the feathered wings of birds but bat wings, after evolving, the flesh membrane of the wings had become not only muscular but was also covered with fine fuzz and thin scales. An ordinary bomb might not even cause substantial damage. However, now the Batwing Beast King had sustained very serious injuries. At this point, hundreds of Batwing beasts in the sky could not sit idle any longer, immediately turning to attack the crocodile dragon monster. A massive swarm of Batwing beasts struck out, with the crocodile dragon monster showing no reaction whatsoever, radiating a terrifying presence. With its gaping maw opened wide, the Blackwater cannon quickly condensed and then, with a blast toward the heavens, was fired off. Hundreds of Batwing beasts were shattered by the Blackwater cannon, their flesh turning to raindrops that fell to the ground, with limbs dropping amidst the chaos, a truly horrific sight as the scent of blood permeated the entire street. "Old Go, come out from the back, don't go over the street." Just then, a voice rang out from behind Go Gang. Gan Xinglai and Zhang Dehai had entered through the rear window, which actually led to a different street. Old Gan, what's happening? Let's get going. The Batwing Beast King is coming out." Before he had finished speaking, the semi-collapsed building opposite began to make noise, and the Batwing Beast King that had been slammed into it struggled to its feet, letting out a sharp roar that stabbed at everyone's eardrums. Go Gang decisively led everyone to follow Gan Xinglai and Zhang Dehai out of the other side of the building. Outside on the street, the Batwing Beast King's wing, with a big hole, was dripping with fresh blood. Its form was unsteady, and with great force in its legs, it attempted to flap away from the place. Though its membranous wings were punctured, such a massive creature could not only rely on the flapping of its wings to stay in flight. The special spiritual energy structure within its body was also key to its ability to fly. Thus, amidst its wobbly form, it managed to take off. However, the crocodile dragon monster would not let it escape so easily. Its massive form lunged forward with its huge jaws open.